Su Hen was packing his luggage in the desolate silent house, preparing to leave in a few days for Longjing, the capital of the Xinzhou Empire, where he would begin his life as a university freshman. Suddenly his phone lit up with a pop-up news alert. Su Hen had not intended to check it, yet after a casual glance his eyes could no longer tear themselves away. A domestically renowned tycoon, Ye Tianlu, chairman of Tianlu Group, saw his son Ye Wenhao fall from a great height in an accident 2 months ago. He has remained unconscious ever since. According to informed sources, the probability of Ye Wenhao waking is 1 in 10,000. He is overwhelmingly likely to spend the rest of his life as a vegetative patient. As Ye Wenhao is Ye Tianlu's only heir, the billionaire, Ye Tianlu now faces the prospect of leaving no successor to his vast fortune. After finishing the article, Su Hen could not help but let out a cold sneer. So that's it. For nearly 20 years you never once sought me out, and now you suddenly want to acknowledge me. Turns out the son you personally raised has become useless, and only then do you remember me, the spare. In truth, contrary to public belief that Ye Tianlu had only one son, he possessed another little-known child, Su Hen. In his youth, Ye Tianlu had been exceptionally talented and impossibly suave, yet beneath that veneer, he was a thoroughgoing scoundrel. He deceived Su Hen's mother, Su Qingshui, extracting from her a piece of commercial intelligence that was of immense importance to the Su consortium. With that intelligence, Ye Tianlu earned a colossal fortune and gained the capital for his rise, while the Su consortium suffered disastrous losses and was gravely weakened. Unable to face the members of the Su clan, Su Qingshui left her hometown in disgrace. By then she was already 8 months pregnant. In the end, she chose to give birth to Su Hen. From the single character Hen, meaning hatred, in his name, one could imagine the depth of her resentment toward Ye Tianlu. The entire story was poured out by Su Qingshui to Su Hen when he was still an infant. She believed he could not possibly understand, yet what she did not know was that Su Hen was someone reborn, carrying memories and wisdom from a previous life. During her lifetime, Su Qingshui had always spoken to Su Hen with cold and cutting words, yet a car accident 1 year ago made him realize that she still loved him. When the collision occurred, Su Qingshui had shoved Su Hen away with all her strength, allowing him to survive. She herself, however, perished in the wreck. Su Hen swore that if ever given the opportunity, he would drag Ye Tianlu down from his pedestal, ruin his reputation, and leave him with absolutely nothing. Yet what Su Hen had not anticipated was that whether through heaven's justice or mere coincidence, the son whom Ye Tianlu had raised under a higher branch, Ye Wenhao, had become a vegetative patient. Facing a future without an heir, Ye Tianlu finally remembered his backup, Su Hen. Now 2 paths lay before Su Hen. The first, refuse Ye Tianlu, and someday seek a chance to avenge his mother, Su Qingshui. But that path was exceedingly arduous. Though Su Hen was a reborn soul, he now faced a world utterly different from that of his previous life. To exact revenge upon a man whose status was so far above his own as Ye Tianlu would be harder than ascending to the heavens. The second path, accept Ye Tianlu's offer, live carefreely as a second-generation rich heir, inherit Ye Tianlu's billions, and stroll effortlessly to the peak of life. That road was incomparably easy and exhilarating. Yet Su Hen possessed another choice: to feign agreement and go along with Ye Tianlu, and when the day came that he truly inherited Ye Tianlu's wealth, to then exact his revenge. Of course, a man who could climb to such heights as Ye Tianlu was no fool. If Su Hen revealed even the slightest trace of predatory ambition or abnormal behavior, his plan would undoubtedly be strangled in its cradle. Thus, during the first 2 times that Ye Tianlu came to seek him out, Su Hen had rejected him with icy indifference. He was not worried that Ye Tianlu would simply give up. If the man were truly sincere, he would never abandon his effort so easily. As expected, an hour later, Ye Tianlu once again stepped through Su Hen's door, flanked by a group of bodyguards. Leaving the bodyguards outside, Ye Tianlu entered alone to seek out Su Hen. One had to admit that even nearing 50, Ye Tianlu remained strikingly handsome and carried himself with imposing. When Ye Tianlu once more proposed that he wished to formally acknowledge Su Hen, the latter deliberately kept his face cold, as if deep in thought. Only after a long silence did he slowly say, "Let me think it over." Ye Tianlu smiled. Seasoned in the ways of the world, he naturally recognized this as a veiled concession. It was only a matter of time before Su Hen acknowledged him. From inside his jacket, Ye Tianlu drew out an elegant black bank card and said, "There is 10 million in this card. Use it first. If it isn't enough, tell me. The pin is your birthday." Then he produced a key and continued, "I know you are about to go to Longjing for university. In your name, I've purchased a villa nearby. Once you arrive in Longjing, someone will handle all the procedures for you." Ye Tianlu then smoothly sat down beside Su Hen, draped an arm around his shoulders, and spoke in a gentle voice, "These years I have not come to see you, because there were constraints I could not escape. I understand that your resentment toward me is justified, but from now on I will fulfill my duties as a father." Su Hen's face remained impassive, yet inwardly he was laughing coldly. "If the son you raised had not become a cripple, you would never have remembered this spare at all. Just as Su Hen was about to put on a performance of deep father-son affection, a sudden voice rang out in his mind. Congratulations. You have been selected for qualification to enter the God Demon game, becoming one among 100 million players. You will shortly be brought into the game. Please prepare yourself. Startled by the sudden voice that had appeared in his mind, Su Hen tried to recall it only to find he could no longer remember whether the speaker had been male or female, nor what kind of tone it had possessed. Only the message itself remained etched deep within his mind. At first Su Hen assumed he was hallucinating and paid it no heed. Yet he soon noticed a look of astonishment appearing on Ye Tianlu's face as well. Immediately afterwards, Su Hen felt his consciousness being drawn into a mysterious space. A soft, sweet voice echoed within Su Hen's mind. I am your game sprite, and will guide you into the game. Welcome to the world of Clash of Clans. Now let me introduce the game's background. Upon an unimaginably vast and primordial continent dwell dragons, elves, goblins, giants, barbarians, and countless other beasts. In order to survive better, they unite in tribal form. To contend for land and resources, endless wars erupt between these tribes. You shall descend into the world of Clash of Clans as the chieftain of a tribe. For your tribe, you may build training camps, barracks, walls, and other structures to strengthen your army and protect your village. At the same time, you can invade other tribes, plunder more resources, and make your forces ever more formidable. At that moment, Su Hen was utterly stunned, not only by the environment he now found himself in, but even more by the fact that this so-called Divine Demon game was actually a mobile game he had played in his previous life. In that game, in his past life, Su Hen had poured in an enormous amount of time and effort raising his base to the highest level, Town Hall 13. Thus, even after living 2 lifetimes, and in a world where Clash of Clans did not exist, the details of the game remained vivid in his memory. The game sprite continued. To help you understand this game better, please watch a short gameplay video. The scene shifted and Su Hen realized he was now observing a battle from a Godseiya perspective. On an open grassland, countless barbarians brandished sharp swords and charged toward an opposing tribe, roaring as they advanced. Under the barbarians' cover, archers loosed arrows in a dense, sky-filling rain. As for the defending tribe, it could hardly be called a mere tribe. From this Godseiya vantage, Su Hen felt it was more fitting to call it a colossal city. At the very front of the barbarians were a relatively small number of giants and golem-like stone warriors bearing the brunt of the defensive structures and the multitude of soldiers stationed upon the walls. Most striking on the ground was a giant dozens of meters tall. Thanks to his height, he stepped directly onto the city wall and into the city, trampling to death an unknown number of defending soldiers. Su Hen was secretly astonished. Was this the barbarian king? Yet the barbarian king was never this tall. Judging from his appearance, he resembled a giant far more. But how could a giant possess such titanic stature? In the sky, countless black balloon troops drifted closer from afar. Higher still, hundreds of electro dragons roared amidst lightning. Led by one enormous electro dragon fully 3 times the size of a normal one, they ignored the walls entirely, flying straight into the city and unleashing devastating attacks upon its buildings. Behind the main force, many barbarians operated mortars, exposed stone throwers, and even eagle artillery, bombarding the city without respite. In addition, more than a dozen siege engines rumbled across both the ground and the sky, joining the assault. Su Hen was dumbfounded. Was this truly the same Clash of Clans he had once played? Could defensive buildings really take part in such offensive warfare? Why was there such a vast difference in the size of electro dragons? And what was that sky-high giant? Su Hen had already concluded that this city was doomed to fall. With such overwhelming forces, who could possibly withstand them? Yet the scenes that followed shook him to his core. From within the city soared a multitude of golden dragons, engaging the electro dragons in combat. An untold number of air defense rockets erupted in defense, and in an instant many attacking electro dragons plummeted from the sky, their exploding bodies exerting a final deadly effect. That towering giant endured under the single target mode of an inferno tower for a full minute before finally being slain and collapsing. The instant the giant hit the ground, the earth shook as though struck by an earthquake. A row of eagle artillery within the city activated their ultra-long-range wide-area strikes, causing grievous casualties among the attackers in a short span of time. Su Hen wanted to keep watching to see who ultimately won or lost, but unfortunately the video ended there, leaving him profoundly unsatisfied. Compared with the tribal wars in the Clash of Clans game, the battle shown in the video was not even on the level of children playing house. In the game, even a top-level clan could never muster enough troops to field 10 electro dragons. Yet in the video there had been hundreds of them alone. The sheer scale left Su Hen utterly shaken. The game sprite said, "You will soon enter the game. I must solemnly remind you, once you die within the game, you will simultaneously die in reality." Upon hearing this, Su Hen's heart instantly shrank back in retreat. A game in which one could truly die, who would dare to play it? As though reading his thoughts, the game sprite continued. High risk comes with high rewards. The gold, elixir, and gems you obtain in the game can all be carried back into the real world. Gold can strengthen your physical body in reality, granting you the abilities of in-game troop types. Elixir can cure all diseases and extend your lifespan. Gems are the rarest. With a sufficient quantity, you can acquire powers akin to those of gods and demons, such as immortality, limitless longevity, and instantaneous travel across the stars. Each day you pass in the game, you will return to reality, and the game world will be paused. On the following day, you will log back into the game. You cannot refuse this game, except by dying. The sprite's words left Su Hen both deeply shaken and utterly helpless. Why had he been chosen to enter this game? It now seemed impossible to withdraw. Yet for reasons he could not explain, an intense excitement stirred faintly within Su Hen's heart. The allure of god-demon powers. It was truly something to look forward to. The game spirit said at the end of the game, please make a choice. To protect your early development from being attacked by other tribes or wild beasts, you can choose to have a 3-day beginner protection period. You can also choose to forego the beginner protection period, and as compensation, you will gain a chance to draw a prize. It is recommended that you choose the 3-day protection period, otherwise during the vulnerable early game you may encounter insurmountable dangers. Su Hen fell into deep thought. Although the battles displayed in the video were vastly different from what he experienced in his past life, while playing Clash of Clans, the core gameplay should be similar. The core gameplay of Clash of Clans is to attack other tribes to acquire resources to accelerate one's own development. Honestly, developing cannot compare to the speed of plundering. At the beginning, the mysterious voice mentioned that 100 million humans were chosen to become players, and he had a significant advantage over them because he had played this game before and was familiar with many gameplay elements. If he chose the 3-day protection period and developed honestly like them, would that not waste his advantage? Foregoing the 3-day beginner protection period might expose him to attacks from other tribes and carry significant risks, but fortune favors the bold. Su Hen did not believe that this so-called divine game would start players off at hellish difficulty. With that thought, Su Hen said to the game spirit, I forfeit the 3-day protection period and choose to draw a prize. The game spirit responded, all right, as you wish, let the drawing begin. A drawing interface flashed before Su Hen's eyes with countless prizes quickly passing by. The prizes moved too quickly for him to clearly see their names, only their shapes. Among the prizes were holy water, gold coins, gems, something resembling a blueprint, as well as rings, staffs, and other equipment. There were also many items he did not recognize. The animated prize display gradually slowed down, and Su Hen finally managed to see the last few prizes. 100,000 gold coins, 100 gems, Bowman's ring tier 3, and the Great Guardian's throne. He understood the first two as resources, but what about the latter two? The display finally froze on a black. The game spirit announced, congratulations, you have drawn the Hero's Certificate King of Barbarians. The Hero's Certificate King of Barbarians allows a barbarian to be transformed into a hero template. The game spirit said the Hero's Certificate has been placed in your backpack, and you can check it through the call panel after entering the game. The game spirit continued, now entering the game, randomizing your arrival location. Randomized arriving now. As the scene shifted, Su Hen was shocked to find himself in an endless prairie surrounded by countless flowers, grass, and trees. A slight chill and the fresh air filling his nostrils made it hard for Su Hen to feel as if he was in a game. Was this really a game? Yet Su Hen felt that it was even more real than reality. Looking down, he discovered that his body was wrapped in some unknown beast skin. Without a mirror, he could not see his own face. Wait, Su Hen noticed that within his line of sight there were more than a dozen figures that looked quite similar to him. Not far from Su Hen, there was also a man, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. Su Hen speculated that they were likely chosen players just like him. Before he could think further, the game spirit prompted, please choose a location to build your village. It is advisable to build quickly, or you will be unable to resist if attacked by beasts or other tribes. If you are dissatisfied with the village location, you may choose to relocate. Hearing the game spirit's words, Su Hen realized this was not the time to ponder, and he needed to hurry and build his headquarters. Building early allows for early development. Every moment in the early game is precious. But where should he choose as the construction site for the headquarters? Su Hen found himself in a flat environment with a river not far ahead. He initially considered building the headquarters by the river, but quickly abandoned the idea. This was a realistic world of Clash of Clans, which might not be like mobile games where water wasn't necessary. A river as a water source would attract a lot of attention, making it too conspicuous to build the headquarters there. After observing the surrounding environment again, there were no special locations. Su Hen gritted his teeth, decided not to care, and chose to build the headquarters on the spot, as the game spirit mentioned that he could relocate if dissatisfied. Su Hen told the game spirit, build the headquarters on the spot. The game spirit replied, as you wish. Instantly, a low hut made of yellow straw appeared beside Su Hen. Su Hen quickly recognized this building as a level 1 headquarters from Clash of Clans. As he observed carefully, an option to check detailed information appeared before him. Su Hen immediately checked. Headquarters, level 1, health 450, maximum capacity of gold, and holy water 1000. Moreover, there was not just one headquarters, there were 3 other buildings. One was a small wooden building with a black and white roof, which should be the builder's hut. Another was a campfire burning atop a pile of rubble, likely the barracks. One was a wooden canopy with a grassy area underneath that had a deep hole with a simple wooden ladder leading into it. This should be the gold mine. These are the 3 initial buildings aside from the headquarters. The game sprite said, "You have established a tribe, please name your tribe." Su Hen suffered from severe naming difficulties and couldn't think of a name for a moment. Recalling that he was a descendant of Yanhuang in his previous life, Su Hen decided to use the name Yanhuang directly. The game sprite said, "Congratulations on establishing the Yanhuang tribe." As an experienced player of Clash of Clans, Su Hen knew what to do next without the game sprite's guidance. What should he do next? Of course, he should immediately get the builder to start working and construct new buildings. In the game, getting the builder to work is simply a matter of clicking on the building, but Su Hen found that there was no such option when he checked the main camp earlier. In a real game, he should go to the builder's hut to call the builder to start working. Su Hen walked a few paces to the builder's hut and found a strong man in a sky blue short shirt lying on a wooden bed fast asleep. He looked exactly like the builder in the game. Su Hen gently tapped his body, but the builder simply turned over and continued sleeping. Su Hen was speechless. How could the builder be resting? Even if he worked non-stop for 24 hours, he would still be slow. The training camp is still waiting for you to build it. This time Su Hen exerted more force. Finally, the builder groggily opened his eyes and glanced at Su Hen. The builder said in a slurred voice, "Is it the chief who has arrived?" His tone lacked the respect Su Hen had imagined and did not exhibit the mindlessness seen in the game. Su Hen patiently said, "Please get up and help me build a training camp." There was no other option. Su Hen had to be polite as builders are a crucial role in Clash of Clans. Without builders, everything is off the table. No matter how many resources or gems you have, without builders you can't construct or upgrade any buildings. The number of builders determines the speed of tribe development. It was evident that the builder reluctantly got out of bed. He gave Su Hen a dissatisfied glance and said, "You want to build a training camp?" Su Hen was a bit surprised by the builder's attitude. He had quite a temper, didn't he? Su Hen maintained a smile and replied, "Yes, thank you." The builder extended his hand and said, "Bring me the blueprints for the training camp." Su Hen was momentarily stunned. Blueprints. He remembered that in the game to build a structure he needed to purchase it from the shop first. The so-called blueprints should be in the shop. But where is the shop? Su Hen felt a bit lost. The game sprite said, "You can access the shop option by calling the panel." Su Hen promptly followed the game sprite's instructions. Suddenly a projection appeared before him, very clear, displaying many small icons. Su Hen scrutinized the options: achievement system, trophy status, mail, training troops, number of builders, resource status, shop inventory. Resources 1000 gold, 1000 elixir, 500 gems. Not wanting to linger, he needed to get the builder to start working immediately and could study things later. Su Hen clicked on the shop, quickly found the blueprints for the training camp, and unhesitatingly spent 200 elixir to purchase it. Training camp blueprint. Once the training camp is built, you can train troops. After acquiring the blueprint, Su Hen hurriedly handed it over to the builder. The builder took the blueprint, but then asked, "Where should I construct the training camp?" Su Hen queried the game sprite, "Can the building location be moved at will?" The game sprite replied, "Yes, within the territory of the tribe, you can freely move all building locations." In that case, Su Hen told the builder, "Just build it next to you." There are still a few buildings that need to be constructed. Su Hen planned to arrange the layout after all buildings were complete. Even though a level 1 main camp doesn't have any layout to speak of, Su Hen still wanted to take it seriously. After all, dying in the game means dying in reality. The builder took out a wooden hammer he carried with him and finally began the construction. The blueprints slowly vanished from the builder's hands and the outline of the training camp gradually emerged. But judging by this progress, it didn't seem like the building would be completed in 10 seconds like in the game. Su Hen rubbed his hands watching the wooden hammer in the builder's hands and asked, "May I ask how to address you?" The builder glanced at Su Hen. "Does it matter what you call me? No matter what I'm called, I still have to work for you." Su Hen nearly choked. It's a good thing that the builder had intelligence, but he seemed to have no respect for Su Hen as the chief. "Don't think that just because you're the builder I won't dare to hit you." Well, Su Hen didn't really dare to hit him. What if he went on strike? After giving Su Hen a hard time, the builder leisurely replied, "My name is Barton." Su Hen forced a smile and asked, "Master Barton, how long will it take to build the training camp?" Barton seemed quite pleased with Su Hen's title of master and smiled slightly as he said, "You can check for yourself." Upon hearing this, Su Hen focused and checked the training camp still under construction and indeed found a piece of information indicating that there were 2 minutes and 40 seconds left until completion. Su Hen was speechless. Initial buildings in mobile games only took about 10 seconds. He didn't expect it would take so long in this divine game, but considering this was a real game, it was understandable. At this moment, the game sprite said, "Using gems can instantly complete the construction. Spending 1 gem will immediately finish the construction of the training camp." Would you like to use a gem? Su Hen decisively refused. As an experienced player of Clash of Clans, he was acutely aware of the preciousness of gems. Although he had 500 gems, instantly completing the training camp's construction only required 1 gem, which seemed very cost-effective. This behavior was extremely extravagant. In his previous life, Su Hen did not understand the value of gems and used them to complete a building that only took 10 seconds to finish according to the initial village maiden's suggestion. Later, as he gradually understood the game and realized the preciousness of gems, he regretted not having gems to buy builders. Su Hen noticed that the man who had arrived close to him also started to build his own tribe as he began constructing. However, he chose not to settle next to Su Hen, but rather a few dozen meters away from Su Hen's tribe. The essence of tribal conflict lies in plundering others' resources to accelerate one's own development. Su Hen had no intention of chatting with him. He didn't believe that this newcomer would understand the game better than himself, who had played it before, so there was really no need. Barring any unexpected events, he and this man would eventually become enemies. For survival, it would be either his death or Su Hen's. Not wanting to dwell on it further, Su Hen saw that the builder Barton still needed over 2 minutes to finish his work. He couldn't spare any time, but there were many other buildings waiting to be constructed. Su Hen immediately called up the panel, clicked on the shop, and prepared to continue purchasing builders. In the mobile game Clash of Clans, the second builder costs 250 gems, the third costs 500 gems, the fourth costs 1,000 gems, and the fifth requires a whopping 2,000 gems, with the cost increasing exponentially. Su Hen initially thought that with his current 500 gems, he could only afford the second builder, but to his surprise, after spending 250 gems on the second builder, the cost for the third one was still 250 gems. Su Hen blinked, confused. But regardless of the situation, he immediately purchased the third builder. The number of builders determines the speed of tribal development. The more builders there are, the faster the tribe progresses. Since he could buy the third builder, Su Hen saw no reason not to, even if it meant spending all his gems. Game Sprite: the contracts for 2 builders have been issued to your backpack. Please check your inventory. Su Hen was taken aback. A hiring contract? What was that? Su Hen hurriedly called up the panel and clicked on the backpack. There were 4 items in the backpack: 3 builder contracts and a black rune stone, the hero's token. Upon seeing the hero's token, Su Hen's breath quickened. He had just entered the game, captivated by the incredibly realistic game environment, and while busy constructing the tribe, he almost forgot about this reward from a lottery. He wondered if it would be like in the mobile game, where only a level 7 base could have a barbarian king. If he could convert a barbarian into a barbarian king right from the beginning, who would be his opponent? Thinking of this, Su Hen quickly checked the information on the hero's token. Hero's token can transform one barbarian into a hero template. No, cannot be used. A wave of disappointment washed over Su Hen. Did it really require a level 7 base to use it? There seemed to be additional notes. Cannot be used, no selectable barbarians available. Su Hen let out a deep sigh of relief. So that was it. His training camp was not built yet, and he had no barbarians, hence it couldn't be used. As long as he waited to train a barbarian, he should be able to use it. Su Hen glanced at the training camp that Builder Barton was working on. There was still a minute left. It was almost done. He decided not to look at the builder's hiring contract for now, letting the builders start working first. He could check later. Without Su Hen calling them, the 2 builders, dressed in light blue short sleeves, automatically walked out. These 2 builders had a very honest appearance. Moreover, unlike Barton's attitude, these 2 builders approached Su Hen with a good demeanor and asked, "Chief, please assign us our tasks." At that moment, Su Hen felt like a tribal chief. He smiled and said, "First of all, welcome to your joining." The 2 builders looked a bit taken aback. Su Hen wasted no time and purchased the holy water collector and the cannon blueprint from the shop. Cannon level 1, low-grade, health 420, attack speed once per second, damage 9 per attack, range 30 meters. The holy water collector and the training camp had no grades, but defensive buildings actually have grades. Su Hen quickly inquired of the game sprite. The game sprite replied, "Yes, Chief, the levels of defensive buildings are classified into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme grade. Different grades of defensive buildings have varying damage and range. Only low-grade blueprints are available for purchase in the shop." Su Hen asked, "Then how do I obtain blueprints for higher-grade defensive buildings?" The game sprite said, "The specific methods of acquisition are for you to explore on your own." Unable to think of any leads at the moment, Su Hen hurriedly let the builders start constructing to avoid. Su Hen instructed them to build nearby. They could adjust the positions later once the constructions were completed. He pondered why Barton's attitude differed so greatly from these 2 builders. Su Hen opened his backpack to check the hiring contracts. The contracts for the 2 newly purchased builders stated the Yan Huang tribe spent 250 gems to hire builders for a year. While on Barton's hiring contract, it stated at the establishment of the Yan Huang tribe, Builder Barton was assigned for 3 days. Note: builders can work a maximum of 12 hours a day. Beyond that time, builders have the right to refuse work. Su Hen was astounded. What? Builders had time limits. They weren't permanent. Was this the reason why the builders' prices were so cheap? only working 12 hours a day. Su Hen remembered that in his past life, while playing the mobile game, he rarely let them stop for even a minute. Sometimes a building's completion time was at midnight and he would wake up without any sleep. Working 5 builders around the clock, Su Hen felt that he still lacked builders. Now a single worker could only work a maximum of 12 hours a day. Given that the initial training camp already required 3 minutes to build, he didn't even want to imagine how long it would take for higher-level constructions to complete. At this rate, how long would it take to upgrade to a level 13 base? Moreover, it seemed that the builders would expire after a year and would require gems for renewal. Just as Su Hen was feeling frustrated as a construction worker, the worker Barton said to him, "Chief, the training camp has been completed. Is there any task left? If not, I will go back to continue my sleep." Su Hen glanced at Barton and understood why he showed no respect. It was because his time was up in 3 days and he would be leaving his tribe. Rest? That is out of the question. Within 12 hours, unless I lack resources, you can only dream of resting. I will make sure to squeeze every bit of effort out of you in these next 3 days. Su Hen hurriedly purchased the blueprints for the treasury and holy water bottle in the shop. Despite Barton's displeasure, Su Hen handed over the treasury blueprint to him to start the construction. Su Hen then checked the training camp information and prepared to train a barbarian, intending to turn him into a hero template. Training camp, level 1, health 200. Unlocked unit type barbarian. Without hesitation, Su Hen quickly clicked on the training camp to prepare for training a barbarian. There was only one barbarian icon lit up in the training camp's training list. All other icons on the list were dimmed and filled with black question marks, leaving him completely unaware of what the next unit type was. Su Hen clicked on the question mark icon to find out what the next trainable unit type would be upon upgrading the training. Su Hen scoffed, thinking, even if you don't tell me, I already know that the next few unit types are just archers, giants, and goblins, so why the mystery? Not wanting to dwell on it further, Su Hen clicked on the barbarian to prepare for training. To his astonishment, it required a whopping 1,000 holy water to train one barbarian. Su Hen clearly remembered that training the most basic barbarian in the mobile game only required about 25 holy water. This amount was far too excessive. He had just spent some holy water on purchasing the blueprints in the shop, and his remaining holy water was not even enough to train 10 barbarians. He could only train 9. Su Hen was puzzled, but regardless of how much holy water was required, he needed to train a barbarian as soon as possible. Soon he was dumbfounded again. After spending 1,000 holy water training a barbarian, took a full 20 minutes. He didn't dare ask the game sprite why this was so different from the mobile game he had played. He was also concerned that doing so might label him as a cheater and get him dealt with by the so-called deities. With no other choice, Su Hen could only choose to wait patiently. At that moment, the 2 construction workers he had purchased with gems completed their tasks. Su Hen praised them a bit, trying to increase their favorability. The employment contract stated that after 12 hours, construction workers had the right to refuse work, but they could still work if their favorability reached a certain level. These 2 construction workers seemed to be honest people, much easier to deal with than the sly Barton. The 2 workers smiled sheepishly at his words. Seizing the opportunity, Su Hen handed the blueprint for the holy water bottle to one of the construction workers. The other construction worker became free as there were no more buildings left for him to construct. The level 1 main camp only included a main camp, a construction worker's hut, a gold mine, a holy water collector, a treasury, a holy water bottle, and a training camp. At this point, there were no new buildings left for the workers to construct. The idle worker said, "Chief, since I'm free, I can upgrade the gold mine." Su Hen's eyes lit up. He almost forgot that in the mobile game the level 1 main camp upgraded instantly, leaving no opportunity to upgrade the gold mine. How could Su Hen refuse? He quickly nodded and let him proceed with the upgrade. Su Hen sighed, wondering why there was such a vast difference among construction workers. If it were Barton, he would have probably gone to sleep by now, not willing to work proactively. By the way, Su Hen still didn't know their names and had no idea how to address them, so he smiled and asked, "What are your names, masters?" Through Barton, Su Hen learned that construction workers like to be called masters. The 2 workers smiled wryly and shook their heads, saying, "We are far from deserving such a title. We were just created by the Creator God and do not yet have names." Su Hen's heart stirred. The Creator God was likely the deity who created this game. One worker said, "We kindly ask the chief to give us names." Struggling with naming, Su Hen simply named them Su, Yi, and Su Heir. He was initially worried they would be dissatisfied with the names he chose, but to his surprise they seemed quite pleased. Seeing Su, Yi, and Su Heir start working, Su Hen did not wish to disturb them further and turned to check the attributes of the recently constructed Holy Water Collector and Cannon. Holy Water Collector, level 1, health 300 max, holy water capacity 300 maximum, holy water production per hour 200. Note, due to the lack of rich holy water resources underground in the chief's tribe, the current maximum hourly production of the Holy Water Collector is 150. Su Hen's face twitched. The holy water needed for training barbarians was already excessive, and now he was faced with this situation. Wait, could the gold mine be similar? He hoped it wouldn't be the case where it could only produce 100 gold coins per hour, or even less. Su Hen hurriedly checked the attributes of the gold mine. Gold mine level 1 health, 300 max gold capacity 300, maximum gold production per hour 200. Note, due to the abundant gold resources underground in the chief's tribe, the gold mine can produce at maximum efficiency, with the current maximum hourly production of 200. Su Hen sighed in relief. That was a relief. He pondered that the resource production was not fixed according to the level of the resource facilities, but could also vary based on the underground resource reserves. This resource setting was indeed in line with reality. He thought he should find a place with abundant gold and holy water resources to establish his tribal territory. The attributes of the cannon are exactly as described on the blueprint without any discrepancies. Just as Su Hen finished checking the cannon's attributes, the game sprite said, "Leader, you already possess a defensive building triggering the conditions for the initial trial. A group of goblins will attack your tribe. If all your buildings are destroyed, you will perish. However, if you successfully defend, you will receive generous rewards." The game sprite added, "Please choose the difficulty level of the trial. Normal level 5, level 1 goblins. Hard level 10, level 1 goblins. Nightmare level 15, level 1 goblins." Note, in this trial you cannot use any items or troops, but you can choose the direction from which the goblins will appear. The rewards for various difficulties differ, and the nightmare level will offer extremely generous rewards. The game sprite continued, "Please make your choice within 1 minute. If you do not make a choice after a minute, the difficulty will be randomly selected." With no time to ponder why players are given an initial trial, Su Hen quickly calculated in his mind. Before entering the game, Su Hen had seen a battle video where the barbarian speed was approximately 5 meters per second, while in the mobile game the barbarian speed is 16 and the goblin speed is 32, making the goblin's speed twice that of the barbarian. This means the goblin's speed should be 10 meters per second. The only defensive building now is the cannon. If the goblins prioritize attacking the cannon directly, it will be impossible to pass the hard difficulty, let alone the nightmare level. If Su Hen's deduction is correct, the goblins in the divine game will also follow the same attack pattern as those in the mobile game, prioritizing resource facilities. If not, then the only difficulty a player can pass is the normal difficulty. This initial trial cannot allow players to only pass the normal difficulty, so Su Hen boldly speculated. As long as the goblin's attack pattern aligns with his expectations and the placement of various buildings is reasonable, he is sure he can pass the hard difficulty. Su Hen quickly calculated in his mind and came to a conclusion: the nightmare difficulty is passable. He hurriedly asked the game sprite, "Can you give me time to arrange the formations?" The game sprite replied, "After you make your choice, you will have 3 minutes to arrange the various buildings." A smile appeared on Su Hen's face. This was no longer a problem. Su Hen said to the game sprite, "I choose nightmare difficulty." The game sprite asked, "Are you sure, leader?" The game sprite said, "Please arrange your formation within 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, 15 goblins will attack your tribe. Please take care." Without further conversation with the game sprite, Su Hen began to swiftly place the buildings. First, he placed 4 resource facilities: a gold mine, a treasure chest, a holy water collector, and a holy water bottle. Su Hen positioned the 4 resource facilities at the corners, forming a square, with each side measuring 30 meters. He then placed the cannon in the center of this square with a distance of 30 meters from each resource facility. Why place them 30 meters apart? Because 30 meters is exactly the cannon's maximum range. Next, Su Hen arranged 3 worker huts, a training camp, a barracks, and a main base at specific intervals, ensuring that after the goblins destroyed the resource facilities, the distance to the cannon would be maximized. Everything was ready. 3 minutes passed quickly. Su Hen, based on his formation, chose to have the goblins appear from the east. The game sprite announced 15 goblins have appeared. Good luck. Just as the game sprite finished speaking, Su Hen saw a group of green-skinned sneaky creatures with bags appear abruptly to the east of the tribe. They were the goblins. After their appearance, the cannon did not fire immediately due to inadequate attack range. However, upon spotting the nearest gold mine, they excitedly shrieked and dashed forward. When they reached the gold mine, the cannon finally began its attack. With a loud bang, a solid black cannonball was fired, marking Su Hen's first experience witnessing the cannon's attack. The cannonball accurately struck a goblin that was attacking the gold mine. To Su Hen's surprise, the goblin hit by the cannon let out a cry and fell to the ground, ceasing its assault. Yet this goblin stubbornly got back up, forcing itself to continue attacking the gold mine. The goblin unit possesses a unique attribute: they prioritize attacking resource facilities, and their damage to these facilities is doubled. If Su Hen remembers correctly, a level 1 goblin deals 11 damage per second, which doubled is 22. The gold mine with 400 hit points can only withstand just over a second against the goblins. Indeed, before the cannon's second shot could reach the goblins, the gold mine was destroyed under the assault of the 15 goblins. It is worth mentioning that if there is no interference, or if the units do not stray beyond the defensive building's range, the defensive building will prioritize attacking the same target. As Su Hen expected, the cannon's target this time was still the previously injured goblin, boosting his confidence in passing the nightmare-level trial. After the goblins destroyed the gold mine, they continued towards the next resource facility, the holy water collector. The goblin that had been hit by the cannon twice seemed gravely injured and could not rise. After the cannon's third attack, this goblin finally whimpered and died. Su Hen pondered, in the mobile game units do not get incapacitated, making this more beneficial for him to pass the trial. The goblin's speed was indeed, as Su Hen had surmised, approximately 10 meters per second. On their way to the holy water collector, the goblins paid no heed to the cannon attacking them, showing no interest in a nearby worker hut either. Su Hen's eyes brightened. The nightmare-level trial was secure. The two adjacent resource facilities were 30 meters apart, and the goblins would take 3 seconds to reach them, while the cannon would also take 3 seconds to eliminate a goblin. As the goblins successively destroyed 4 resource facilities, 6 goblins perished under the cannon's attacks, leaving 9 goblins remaining. Without resource facilities, the goblins did not attack the cannon, which had been harming them, but chose to target the nearest training camp instead. Though the training camp only had 250 hit points, the goblins no longer had their damage doubled. After destroying the training camp, the goblins ran towards the barracks. Su Hen's placement of buildings was quite clever, ensuring that the cannon was always the farthest from the goblins. Thus the goblins, as Su Hen had imagined, dashed back and forth between various buildings, except for the cannon, which they completely ignored. The goblins practically ran around the tribe twice. The main base was also destroyed under the goblins' attacks. However, the game sprite did not mention that the destruction of the main base would have consequences as long as not all buildings were destroyed. Ultimately, with only the cannon remaining, all 15 goblins were eliminated without a scratch on the cannon. The game sprite announced, "Congratulations on passing the nightmare level trial. You will be rewarded with a golden level lottery draw." Having successfully cleared the nightmare level trial, Su Hen couldn't help but smile widely. Hearing the words of the game sprite, Su Hen became intrigued. Before entering the game, he had drawn a hero's certificate in the lottery. What would he draw this time? The game sprite announced, "Now starting the golden level lottery, drawing in progress." The dazzling golden lottery wheel began to spin again. As the lottery wheel slowly came to a stop, Su Hen caught sight of the names of the final rewards. 1 card read Rain of Arrows. 100,000 Holy Waters. Goblin Hut. The final wheel landed on a blueprint. Cannon Blueprint, superior HP, 600 damage, 18 per attack, attacks every 0.8 seconds, a range 90 meters. Note: building requires no resources after obtaining the blueprint, but upgrading still requires resources. The superior cannon deals double the damage of the inferior cannon, and its range is tripled. If he had a superior cannon during the recent trial, things would have been much easier. Before Su Hen could fully savor the joy of obtaining a superior cannon, the game sprite surprised him even more. The game sprite said, "Congratulations. Among the 13 players who passed the nightmare level trial, you ranked first due to your cannon's full health. Because you ranked first among 100 million players, you have earned an additional epic level lottery draw. Now shall we start the draw? Let me explain the lottery levels: bronze, silver, gold, epic, legendary, analogous to the chest levels in Clash Royale. An epic level draw. Although Su Hen was still unaware of the specific lottery levels, it was clear that this was much higher than the golden level lottery. Su Hen immediately replied, "Begin." The lottery wheel started spinning again, this time not a golden wheel, but one adorned in regal purple. Su Hen fixed his gaze on the epic wheel, eager to see the prizes and gain a better understanding of the game. Unfortunately, the wheel was spinning too fast for him to catch a glimpse. He could only see the names of the last few prizes. 1,000 gems. Su Hen's eyes widened. If he could land on this reward, he would be able to purchase more builders. However, it was evident that the epic wheel was still spinning, and Su Hen missed the 1,000 gems. A blueprint was displayed reading Mortar Blueprint Excellent, but he only had time to see the name, not the subsequent attributes. The epic wheel continued to spin. Hero's Certificate, King of Titans, transforms a giant into a hero template, becoming the King of Titans. As the wheel slowed down, Su Hen could finally discern the properties of this reward. He stared intently at it, finally realizing what the towering giant in the game video was. He must be the hero of the giant race, the King of Titans. The highest level walls would be as nothing before him. With a single step, he could crush them. Countless troops would be beneath him, and he wouldn't need to use his hands to attack, simply stomping them to death. With the astonishing damage output in the singular mode of the Hell Tower, he could withstand for a full minute with at least hundreds of thousands of HP. The Barbarian King would be a mere younger brother in his presence. With the King of Titans, what need would there be for 1,000 gems? Even if Su Hen were offered 1,000 gems, he wouldn't trade it. As the pointer on the wheel was about to land on the Hero's Certificate, King of Titans, that infuriating pointer continued to spin, slowly passing by the Hero's Certificate. A wave of immense disappointment enveloped Su Hen, leaving him too disheartened to care about what he drew in the end. The game sprite announced, "Congratulations. You have obtained the Barbarian Ring 5th stage. The reward has been added to your backpack. After a while, Su Hen finally snapped out of his disappointment, recalling the sprite's words as he took out a golden ring from his backpack. The ring was engraved with a vivid depiction of a barbarian. Obtain the Barbarian Ring 5th stage. After wearing this ring, all barbarians in your tribe, including the Barbarian King, will have their attributes increased by 50%. Note this ring can be taken into the real world and your strength will receive a 50% boost. Note 2 Barbarian Rings 5th stage can be fused to create a Barbarian Ring 6th stage. Can all barbarians, including the Barbarian King, have their attributes increased by 50%? From the beginning of the game video, Su Hen already knew that in the Divine Demon game, the troop strength of the tribe should no longer be limited by maximum numbers, at least not as pitifully limited as in mobile games. If he had 10,000 barbarians, wouldn't all 10,000 barbarians receive a 50% attribute? Moreover, with the hero's certificate Barbarian King had obtained, if he acquired a Barbarian King, he too would have his attributes increased by 50%. The fact that this ring could even be taken into reality left Su Hen astounded. If so, the rewards obtained from this lottery were quite impressive. Yet what Su Hen desired most was still the hero's certificate King of Titans. The impression left by the giant in the video was simply too profound. Su Hen let out a long sigh, feeling that he was just a hair's breadth away from obtaining the hero's certificate King of Titans. Why give me hope if I can't draw it? It's truly frustrating. However, Su Hen still wore the Barbarian Ring with a beaming face, as it surprisingly enhanced the strength of the barbarians by 50%. If 5 levels can boost strength by 50%, could it be that 10 levels would double the attributes? 1 or 2 barbarians with boosted attributes are not scary. What is terrifying is if hundreds or even tens of thousands of barbarians are all strengthened. Su Hen recalled the archer's ring he had seen during the lottery. At that time, he did not know its attributes, but based on the Barbarian Ring's attributes, it should enhance the archer's attributes. He never expected that out of 100 million players, only 13 managed to pass the nightmare level trial. In fact, this trial is very simple. If you choose the normal difficulty, even if you randomly arrange the formations, a single cannon can wipe out 5 goblins, even if the goblins prioritize attacking the cannon. To clear the hard difficulty, the formation must be reasonable. There must be space between adjacent buildings, and the cannon cannot be placed too close to resource facilities. Once the cannon is destroyed, even having many remaining buildings is useless. The key to passing the nightmare difficulty lies in the attack patterns of the goblins. Without understanding these patterns, one cannot possibly succeed. Even Su Hen, knowing the goblin attack patterns and employing an extreme formation, was left with only a single cannon. If you don't know, choosing nightmare difficulty is certainly a death sentence. Su Hen did not expect that besides himself there were actually 13 others who could clear the nightmare difficulty, and he wondered how they managed it. One can only say that in this vast world there are truly many talented individuals. The reason his score surpassed theirs should be that he unhesitatingly spent all his gems to buy 2 worker huts. Although the worker huts have no attack capabilities, they can briefly waste the goblin's time, which must be why he achieved first place. Game Sprite: the initial trial has concluded and 1256321 players have been eliminated. Hearing the Game Sprite's words, Su Hen was shocked. Being eliminated means failure, and once you fail, the next stage is certain death. If they die in reality as well, he wondered how much commotion would arise if over 1 million people suddenly died in one day. Choosing normal difficulty means there's absolutely no chance of failure. They must have foolishly chosen hard or nightmare difficulty. Although the rewards are good, one must have their life to claim them. Su Hen shook his head. He decided to focus on developing his tribe. Before completing the initial trial, just now, all 3 worker units had finished their tasks. At this time, all buildings of the level 1 base had been unlocked, meeting the conditions for upgrading to a level 2 base. But damn, not a single barbarian has been trained yet. Despite this, Su Hen tried to upgrade the base. Upgrading the base as soon as possible would unlock more buildings and allow the tribe's strength to develop faster. But the workers told Su Hen that without the blueprint for the level 2 base, they couldn't upgrade the base. Su Hen was a bit dumbfounded. Why would upgrading the base require a blueprint? Su Hen attempted to ask the Game Sprite. Game Sprite, since you chose to forego the 3-day novice protection period, you cannot purchase the blueprint for the level 2 base in the shop. The only way to obtain the blueprint for the level 2 base is to destroy 2 level 1 tribes, which will definitely yield 2 level 1 base blueprints. 2 level 1 base blueprints can be combined to create 1 level 2 base blueprint, or you can choose to directly destroy a level 2 base to obtain 1 level 2 base blueprint. The Game Sprite's words left Su Hen feeling a chill. Wouldn't this lead to players killing each other? Survival of the fittest, the strong shall prevail. If you want to develop, you must destroy others' tribes to obtain base blueprints. Game Sprite: additionally, I must remind you that while you are at a level 1 base, level 3 tribes, due to the rules, cannot attack you. However, once you upgrade to a level 2 base, level 3 tribes will have the right to attack you. In general, no tribe can attack a tribe that is 2 levels below itself. In the game of God and Demon besides players there are also indigenous tribes with a number approximately equal to that of the players, and the highest level of these tribes has reached level 13. This setup is similar to the tribe clash setting in mobile games intended to protect lower-level players. How could a level 1 tribe possibly compete with a level 3 tribe? This also reminded Su Hen that he absolutely cannot play this God and Demon game, as one would in mobile games using the fast upgrade method. What is fast upgrading? It means that regardless of the level of any building, as long as the most basic conditions for upgrading the base are met, one directly upgrades the base, quickly unlocking more buildings and troop types. The advantage is that strength progresses very quickly, while others are at level 3 or 5. Fast upgrade players might directly reach level 7. However, the disadvantages are even more apparent. Not to mention facing players of the same level, even a perfectly developed level 5 player can easily crush a fast upgrade player at level 7. Fast upgrade players have no resistance against normally developed players. In mobile games, fast upgrade players may only lose a bit of resources, but in this God and Demon game, once you die you will also die in reality. The fast upgrade method is absolutely inadvisable. It would be a surefire way to seek death. If it were just players it might be worth trying, but the game sprite just mentioned that there are indigenous tribes in the God and Demon game. But the game sprite's words also reminded Su Hen that as long as his current base level is higher than all level 2 tribes, he will never be in danger. If he can consistently maintain this advantage, what is there to fear in the God and Demon game? How to ensure that he is stronger than the tribes one level higher? That is to have more troops and more defensive buildings than them. Just now he drew not only a barbarian ring, but also obtained a blueprint for a superior cannon. What are we waiting for? Immediately have the workers start building. The blueprint notes that building the superior cannon does not require additional gold coins, so worker Su He directly began the construction. Su Hen checked and found that like the inferior cannon bought in the shop, the construction time is 10 minutes. Su Hen's current resources are as follows: gold 9150, sacred water 8350, training 1 barbarian costs 1000 sacred water gems 0. Su Hen instructed Su Heir and Barton to upgrade the sacred water collectors and cannons. Damn, a barbarian still hasn't been trained yet. Su Hen is waiting to transform him into the barbarian king. It's really too slow. There are still 3 minutes until a barbarian is trained. Su Hen can only take the time to check the information of other buildings. Su Hen arrived at the barracks to check its information. Barracks level 1, health 250, a daily training capacity of troops is 20. Su Hen frowned. In the mobile game the barracks could accommodate up to 20 units of troops, but now the barracks attribute has changed to only being able to train 20 units of troops per day. While this gave Su Hen the potential for unlimited troop production, it also restricted his daily training limit. To solve this, he would have to build new barracks or upgrade the existing ones. After much anticipation and anxious waiting, a barbarian was finally trained. A barbarian with yellow hair and beard, bare-chested to reveal a robust physique, wrapped in a piece of red beast skin and wielding a sharp sword, emerged from the training camp. The moment he stepped out of the training camp, he knelt before Su Hen, speaking in a rough voice, but with a very respectful attitude. "Thank you, Chief, for creating me. I will dedicate everything to your tribe." Su Hen was somewhat taken aback. This barbarian felt as if he were facing a real person. Being worshipped and respected like this was a first for Su Hen, even after 2 lifetimes. Su Hen couldn't help but feel elated. It was worth the wait. He gestured for the barbarian to stand up while observing. The barbarian, under Su Hen's scrutinizing gaze, felt somewhat shy. Barbarian, level 1. Health, strength 8, dealing 8 damage per attack. Attack speed 1 attack per second. Movement speed, stamina 10. Daily sacred water consumption 25. Note: due to the enhancement of the barbarian ring tier 5, the barbarian's attributes have increased by half. Except for attack speed, all other attributes have increased by 50%. With the support of the barbarian ring, even though this barbarian is only level 1, Su Hen feels that he is stronger than a level 3 barbarian. Su Hen couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement. It seems that this barbarian ring is quite powerful. Once he trains all 20 barbarians, they will be stronger than 30 barbarians of others. Su Hen spent another 5,000 sacred water in the training camp to train 5 more barbarians. Wait, did Su Hen feel like he missed something? Daily sacred water consumption 25. It took so much effort to train 1, and now he needs to provide 25 sacred water daily. If he had 10,000 barbarians, the daily consumption would be 2500 sacred water. Su Hen sighed. Fortunately, the sacred water consumption did not increase with the enhancement of the barbarian ring tier 5. Su Hen consoled himself. It's fine, it's not just his barbarians that need to consume sacred water, everyone must be the same. Since everyone starts from the same line, what is there to fear? Remembering the hero's certificate, Su Hen quickly checked his backpack. The hero's certificate, which was originally unusable, now showed that it could be used. Just as Su Hen was about to use the hero's certificate, a group of barbarians and archers along with a few goblins appeared in his line of sight. Su Hen couldn't immediately determine their exact number. They stopped near Su Hen's neighbor, the man who established the tribe, but did not enter. Upon seeing Su Hen's tribe, they ran straight over. Su Hen felt a surge of danger. Who are these people? He does not have a novice protection period. The tribe established by that man likely does have a novice protection period, so they cannot attack. Seeing him, they ran over instead. As they got closer, Su Hen could barely estimate their numbers. About 25 or 6 barbarians, around 10 archers, and 5 goblins. If they harbored malicious intent, even a high-grade cannon would not be enough to defend against them, let alone the fact that it hasn't been built yet. Under Su Hen's tense gaze, they quickly approached him. Game Spirit, would you like to activate the defensive building? Once you actively attack, you will no longer be protected by the rules, and the level 3 tribe can also attack your tribe. If a cannon could eliminate them, Su Hen might consider the Game Spirit's suggestion to activate the defensive building. But clearly, with just one cannon and himself as a barbarian, he was definitely not their match. Therefore, he absolutely could not initiate an attack by activating the defensive building. Su Hen was extremely anxious, thinking to himself, he couldn't be so unlucky as to encounter an insurmountable existence right at the start of the game. As Su Hen observed them, they were also sizing him up. A clearly high-ranking barbarian looked at Su Hen and arrogantly asked, "Are you the leader of this tribe?" Su Hen nodded with a smile. There was no choice. The situation was stronger than the individual. They were entities he could not provoke, and he absolutely could not offend them. The barbarian said, "My name is Ba Tai, and we are members of the nearby level 3 tribe, Ironwind tribe. Since your tribe has appeared near ours, you must pay tribute." Su Hen was taken aback. What? Pay tribute? However, Ba Tai's words also eased Su Hen's heart, as it was a level 3 tribe, and according to the rules, one could not attack their own for the time being, so there was no immediate danger to life. Without saying anything, they directly demanded the so-called tribute from him. Oh, wasn't that just a protection fee? Su Hen certainly did not want to pay this protection fee, as his own resources were severely lacking. Su Hen put away his smile and said to Ba Tai, "What will happen if I don't pay?" Hearing this, Ba Tai sneered dismissively. "If you don't pay according to the rules of the Creator God, we cannot attack you, but once you step into a level 2 tribe, it will be the end of your tribe." Standing next to Ba Tai, a barbarian coldly said, "I advise you to pay. Our Ironwind tribe has 200 barbarians, 100 archers, and 10 giants, which you cannot possibly contend against." Su Hen was shocked. There were so many. He wore a serious expression, contemplating whether to pay or not, as not paying would mean establishing a powerful enemy for himself. First, he would ask how much they were charging. If it was only a few hundred, he would consider it a loss to avoid disaster. Su Hen regained his smile and said, "So how much resources do I need to give?" Ba Tai then looked at Su Hen with satisfaction and said, "Not much. You are a level 1 tribe, so you need to pay 1 gold coins and holy water each day. We will collect every 3 days, so you'll need to pay for 3 days up front." Su Hen's heart sank. TMD, they were charging daily. How much was his daily output? And he had to pay for 3 days worth at once. Go to hell, I won't pay. I will wait until I accumulate enough strength in the level 1 tribe, and then upgrade to a level 2 tribe. What can you do to me? The attributes of the barbarian king and the impending acquisition of the title gave Su Hen great confidence. Just as he was about to turn hostile, another group of barbarians and archers appeared. The leader of the barbarians, seeing Ba Tai from afar, sneered, "Ba Tai, it's you." Ba Tai, with a grim face, said, "We meet again, Carl." Su Hen observed the barbarian called Carl, wondering what he was here for. Ba Tai sneered, "Carl, are you also here to—" "Unfortunately, this tribe was ours first." Hearing this, Carl chuckled and said, "Just because you came first doesn't mean you're special. We need to see who this tribe is willing to pay." Su Hen was somewhat bewildered. Oh, what did that mean? Carl stepped forward with his subordinates and said leisurely, "Let me introduce myself. Oh, I am a member of the level 3 Tian tribe. Our intention is the same as Ba Tai's, to collect tribute." Carl looked at Su Hen with a teasing expression and said, "Now the choice is in front of you. Will you pay the tribute to our Tian tribe or to the Ironwind tribe?" Su Hen inwardly cursed. It turned out both groups were not good people, both here to collect tribute. And now he had to choose whom to pay. Damn it, I'm not choosing anyone. Ba Tai said expressionlessly, "Of course you can choose to pay both tribes. That would be—" Su Hen replied coldly, "If that's the case, you 2 tribes would basically drain my output. How could my tribe develop?" A barbarian mocked, "We don't care how you develop. As a level 1 tribe, your first priority should be survival. If you can't survive, what's there to talk about development?" Su Hen had already made up his mind not to pay. Damn it, these 2 groups see him as a fat sheep, thinking they have him at their mercy. Su Hen turned hostile and said, "I won't pay anyone. You can go wherever you came from. Even if I stay a level 1 tribe forever, I won't pay this tribute." Ba Tai, Carl, and the barbarians behind them all changed their expressions. Carl clapped his hands, sneering, Good, you really have guts. We'll see how long you can keep your mouth shut." Ba Tai also sneered, "Truly a guy who values money over life." Carl and Ba Tai exchanged cold snorts and ultimately left with their people. They were bound by the rules and could not attack Su Hen at this time. But once Su Hen reached a level 2 tribe, he would face the retaliation of both tribes. Moreover, it was obvious that these two level 3 tribes were mutually hostile. Su Hen coldly watched the two groups leave, heading towards the next tribe. As for whether other players would pay, Su Hen didn't care. In any case, he wouldn't pay. With these two enemies, he needed to develop his strength more rapidly. He couldn't upgrade to a level 2 tribe in a short time. Su Hen turned back to his tribe and took out the hero's certificate from his backpack. Su Hen clicked on the hero's certificate and received a prompt: please select the barbarian to be transformed. Currently, Su Hen only had one barbarian with no other options. Clearly, this barbarian, recently trained by Su Hen, still didn't have a name. Su Hen slowly said to him, from today on you shall be called Suda. Naming is hard, friends, please help with a name, and I'll change it back if it's suitable. Suda knelt on one knee excitedly, saying, thank you, chief. After using the hero's certificate, an option appeared before Su Hen, and Suda showed up in the list. Su Hen clicked on Suda, and the black rune stone of the hero's certificate suddenly shattered, emitting an incredibly bright white light, which surged towards Suda, enveloping him in a bright glow. After about 10 seconds, the light, transformed from the hero's certificate, slowly dissipated. After the baptism of the hero's certificate, Suda's appearance underwent a dramatic change. Originally, Suda was only about 1.8 meters tall, but now he stood at least 2.5 meters. His features, which once appeared somewhat crude, now radiated heroism. However, he was still bare-chested, and the sword in his hand was still the one he had as a barbarian. Although his appearance had changed, his equipment remained the same. Where were his gear and weapons as the barbarian king? Wouldn't he have to find a way to obtain them himself? What about his attributes? This was what Su Hen was most concerned about. Su Hen immediately checked Suda's current attributes. Barbarian King Suda. Health 900. 1350, Strength 80, dealing 80 points of damage with each attack. 120. Attack speed, attacks once per second. Movement speed 16. 24, Stamina 100. 150, Skills none. Note: without the throne of the Barbarian King, if the Barbarian King dies, he will die completely and cannot. Health has increased by a full 20 times and strength has increased tenfold. Ordinary barbarians and archers would be instantly killed by Suda. Seeing Suda's note, Su Hen realized that the throne's attribute was meant for resurrecting heroes. However, what other conditions were needed, Su Hen did not know at this time. However, Su Hen, being greedy, thought that compared to the Barbarian King in mobile games, Suda's power still fell short in many aspects. Nevertheless, with the Barbarian King, Su Hen truly did not believe any level 1 tribe could be his opponent. After more than half a month, the new book is finally out. In this month, there hasn't been a day when I didn't think about the new book. Initially, I wanted to set the background of the new book in the real world, that is the rewards of Clash of Clans, but after thinking it over, I decided to stick to the background of this book. To get it signed and launched before the National Day holiday, the editor worked hard in the last few days, and a lot of content hasn't been optimized. Let's leave it like this for now. Oh, I'm too tired to edit today. I'll revise it after resting tomorrow, and I'll start stable updates during the National Day holiday. Disasters come unexpectedly. Su Hen rejected the offerings requested by 2 level 3 tribes, offending both of them, and must now seize the time to develop his own tribe and strengthen his power. Su Hen upgraded the Holy Water Collector and the Gold Mine to level 2, reaching the limit of a level 1 base. The collection speed of Holy Water became 300 per hour, while the Gold Mine speed increased to 400 per hour. The Training Camp Gold Storage and Holy Water Bottle can only be upgraded once the base reaches level 2. The barracks could be upgraded, but training a barbarian requires 1,000 holy water, which takes a considerable amount of time. It would be better to train 2 barbarians instead of upgrading the barracks. Upgrading can wait until the training numbers reach their limit. In the shop, Su Hen spent 1,000 gold coins to upgrade the inferior cannon to level 2, increasing its health to 470 and doubling its attack power to 18. In contrast, the superior cannon obtained from the lottery requires a staggering 1,000 gold coins to upgrade to level 2, 10 times what the inferior cannon needs. Su Hen simply does not have that much gold to upgrade it. Su Hen could either wait for the gold mine to produce or go out to plunder. Waiting for the gold mine would take a day, but if he went out to plunder, he currently only had one Barbarian King Suda. Although Suda was strong, what if something went wrong and he died? Suda currently did not have the Barbarian throne and could not be revived, and Su Hen was reluctant to waste the hero's certificate he had painstakingly drawn. It must be understood that players without a novice protection period have all drawn rewards at the start, and there might be someone with even more outrageous items than Su Hen. Su Hen couldn't help, but Sayu developing his tribe was truly difficult. Just then a voice unlike that of the game's sprite echoed in his mind. This voice lacked the emotional richness of the game's sprite. It was a sweet female voice, but rather an electronic synthesized voice. The Clash of Clans modified system is binding with the host. Binding successful, starting up. Startup successful. Modifying infinite resources and gems. Beep modification failed. Upon detection, holy water gold coins and gems are not simple data and cannot be modified. Beep unable to modify resource data. Would you like to switch to theft? Hearing this electronic synthesized voice, Su Hen's heart raced. A modified version of Clash of Clans. Su Hen remembered that he indeed played such a version in his previous life during his leisure time. In that version, there were infinite gold, holy water, and gems allowing players to enjoy the thrill of instant building upgrades without worrying about insufficient resources for upgrades. In this version, if you upgrade too slowly, the only explanation is that your hand speed is not enough. And now this modified auxiliary system has somehow crossed worlds and landed in this divine and demonic game, descending upon him. Oh my, will using such an auxiliary tool raise suspicions of the divine beings? Would they treat him as a cheater? Not to mention the divine beings, what about his game sprite? Would it find out? Su Hen felt a shiver of fear. Beep, unable to modify resource data. Would you like to switch to theft? Without receiving a response from Su Hen, the electronic synthesized voice issued another reminder. Of course, Su Hen wanted to try this modified Clash of Clans auxiliary function, but he was afraid that speaking would alert the game sprite. That would be asking for trouble. The electronic synthesized voice spoke again, rest assured host. While I am present, the game sprite has been shielded, so you can speak freely with me. This electronic synthesized voice had echoed multiple times in his mind, and since the game sprite showed no reaction, it was likely true that it had indeed shielded the sprite. Thinking of this, Su Hen gritted his teeth. He decided to take a chance. Oh, fortune favors the bold, and who wouldn't want the opportunity to cheat? Fortune comes with risk, win, and you can dominate the world, lose, and it's hell's embrace. Su Hen boldly thought in his mind, try stealing some. Beep, stealing in progress, testing stability. Beep, after detection, the host is currently at level 1 base. The most stable theft rate of holy water and gold coins is 5,000 per hour, which cannot be detected. Exceeding this quantity poses a risk of detection. Gems are precious items. Even stealing one poses a risk of detection and is not recommended. Would you like to steal gems? Upon hearing the system's words, Su Hen dared not steal gems any longer. Being able to steal 5,000 gold coins and holy water per hour was already immensely satisfying. Su Hen said, do not steal gems, just steal gold coins and holy water. The system referred to it as theft, but Su Hen was unsure where it was stealing from. System stealing in progress. Su Hen watched as the resource data on his game panel continuously increased, with resources in the holy water bottles and gold storage visibly generating at a rapid pace. Su Hen was both delighted and worried. He never expected this modified system could really take effect in the divine and demonic game. With this stealing speed, why would he risk going out to gather resources? Staying obediently in the tribe would yield endless resources to use. Is it fun to play a game with cheats? Su Hen found it incredibly interesting, extremely so. Initially, Su Hen worried about the game sprite discovering him, but since the sprite remained indifferent, he gradually relaxed. A fiery light ignited in Su Hen's eyes. Not only was he familiar with the game Clash of Clans, but he had also acquired a cheat. In a divine and demonic game, it would be difficult not to rise to prominence. Wait a minute, Su Hen suddenly thought of a question. The barbarian king Su Da was created by him, so he might not suspect his resource source. But what about the 3 builders? They were created by the divine beings. Who would they suspect his abnormalities? System, the leader can rest assured. Except for resource gems that are not data, everything else is data. The system has modified their data to prevent them from suspecting anything. Can you modify building data? Su Hen asked. If that function existed, it would be amazing, like changing the training limit of the barracks or directly modifying the level of the base. System, sorry leader, this system did not set this function at its inception. Su Hen asked, what other functions do you have besides resource theft? The system replied, due to differences in the game environment, the only functions are resource theft, resource disguise, and map viewing. Other built-in functions are still being tested. Resource disguise hide resources, allowing the host to set the amount of resources visible to others, but it cannot exceed the host's actual resource amount. Map viewing observe which tribes are within a 10-mile radius of the host, and obtain data on their buildings, resources, and troops. The viewing range increases as the host's main camp level rises. Su Hen's eyes lit up. While resource disguise seemed of limited use, the map viewing function was extremely practical. In the Shenshur game interface, there was no option to view other players' tribes. He was completely unaware of the nearby tribes, their strengths, or resources, making it impossible to judge whether they were worth attacking. But with the system's viewing function, he could understand everything without stepping outside. To know oneself and one's enemy is to win 100 battles. In Su Hen's view, this map viewing function was as valuable as resource theft. He couldn't help but start using the map function to experience it. A large map appeared before Su Hen. In the center of the map was a prominent star labeled Yin Huang tribe, which Su Hen recognized as his own tribe. The map extended 5 miles in all directions from his tribe, displaying a multitude of tribe names. The tribe names on the map were marked in red and blue, with red indicating indigenous tribes and blue indicating player tribes. Su Hen exclaimed as he noticed many players' tribes were shrouded in a layer of fog preventing him from viewing them. What was going on? Su Hen quickly inquired with the system. The system replied, tribes covered by fog are protected tribes and cannot be viewed. Protection. Su Hen contemplated. Soon he realized that these players with fog must be those who chose the 3-day newcomer protection period. To confirm this, Su Hen checked the player tribe next to him. The Cho Tian and Tai Feng tribes did not rate him, indicating he had the newcomer protection period while his tribe was displayed as being under a layer of fog. For tribes with newcomer protection, not only could he not see their resources and troop strength, but even their names were obscured. He could only see that such a tribe existed. Su Hen counted the tribes on the map, totaling 37. Among them were 19 indigenous tribes and 18 player tribes. Of these 37 tribes, only 4 were marked as level 2 tribes while the rest were all level 1 tribes. The 4 level 2 tribes were undoubtedly indigenous. Among the player tribes, 2 could be viewed as they did not have newcomer protection, making them the ones Su Hen was most interested in. These 2 tribes were named Chunbo tribe and Jesus tribe. From its name, Chunbo tribe likely belonged to a player from the Xinzhou Empire, as players often named their tribes after their real names. Jesus is a legendary figure worshipped in the world. Su Hen reincarnated into known as the Sun Never Sets Republic, so this Jesus tribe player was likely from there. Su Hen first clicked on Chunbo tribe. The scene shifted, and he found himself looking at Chunbo tribe. The visuals were identical to those in the mobile games Tribal Conflicts. The screen displayed the available resource quantities and tribe buildings. Available resources: gold 9823, holy water 8812. There were only a few buildings: 1 builder, 1 training camp, 1 gold mine, 1 cannon, and 1 barracks. Chunbo tribe had yet to construct their holy water collector, holy water bottle, and treasury. It seemed that this Chunbo had not purchased a builder with gems, otherwise he would have already built everything. Su Hen was speechless, still no holy water collector built. What was he thinking? With such limited intelligence, how dare he forego the newcomer protection? Su Hen shook his head, thinking that Chunbo would surely be eliminated soon. It was crucial to prioritize building the holy water collector, yet he had not even realized that. He just did not know what Chunbo had drawn in the initial lottery. From the current information, it was impossible to tell. Chunbo's troop strength consisted of just 1 barbarian, but at least he knew to create troops to protect his tribe. Su Hen then checked the Jesus tribe. Available resources: holy water 5445, gold 1236. Their troop strength was also just 1 barbarian, limited by the training speed of barbarians. Everyone was the same at the beginning, unable to possess more than 1 barbarian. This Jesus tribe player, however, had 2 builders, and all their level 1 buildings had been constructed. In addition, there was 1 building under construction. Su Hen clicked to view it, and received the information: mortar low. Su Hen's eyes widened. No wonder their gold was so low. They were using it to build a mortar. Speaking of which, isn't it a bit excessive to have a mortar with a level 1 main camp? Why didn't you draw a Heavenly Eagle cannon? The mortar's range is much greater than that of a cannon and deals area damage, making it far superior in function. At this moment, the auxiliary system said, other functions have been tested and cannot be adjusted for damage. If attempted, it will be immediately detected. Only luck adjustment can be used, which can increase the host's drop rate and the probability of drawing high-level items. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Su Hen quickly asked, is the adjustment of luck stable? If it wasn't stable, Su Hen wouldn't dare to use it. Only stable hacks are good hacks. The system replied, very stable. Even if set to the highest, it will not be detected. The brave thrive while the timid starve. Su Hen immediately instructed the system to set the luck to its highest. As for the drop rate, Su Hen was still unfamiliar with it and had no idea where to obtain equipment, but he had drawn several times in the lottery. Su Hen silently complained, why didn't this hack come sooner? If it had arrived earlier, he might have already obtained the Giant's Heroes token. After scouting 2 player tribes, Su Hen began to investigate other indigenous tribes. The names of these tribes were all peculiar, such as Shanya, Baifeng, Heijing, and Yefeng. Su Hen first examined 4 secondary tribes. The various resources available ranged from thousands to tens of thousands, but without exception their military strength was at least 50 or more, with the combined number of barbarians and archers exceeding 50. The strongest Heijing tribe possessed 105 military strength. Su Hen frowned secretly. The strength of these secondary tribes completely surpassed his own, with a vast difference in military power. Even with Suda the barbarian king, he could not be their match. Suda could at most match 20 barbarians. Even a fierce tiger fears a pack of wolves. They were secondary tribes, unrestrained, capable of attacking him. What would happen if they sent troops to attack him? The only relief was that these 4 secondary tribes were somewhat distant, and for the time being, they should be unaware of his existence. Even if they attacked, they would likely prioritize other nearby tribes. It is worth mentioning that the Heijing tribe surprisingly possessed a medium-grade mortar, and since this mortar was completed, Su Hen could see its attributes. Mortar medium, level 1. Health 460. Attack 30 damage per shot firing once every range 90 meters. The mortar is a defensive structure that only Tier 3 tribes can possess. How did the Heijing tribe acquire one? The Yeshu tribe has a mortar as well, though it's reasonable for the Heijing tribe as a secondary tribe to possess one. In addition to the mortar, the Heijing tribe has 4 cannons and 2 arrow towers. A secondary base shouldn't have so many defensive structures, right? Where did the Heijing tribe get all these defensive buildings? Other secondary tribes also have varying degrees of defensive structures. Overall, the Heijing tribe is the strongest secondary tribe within a 10-mile radius. What puzzled Su Hen was that the Qiu Tian and Ba Tai tribes which had previously raided him were not shown on the map. They must be from a further distance. As for the primary indigenous tribes, the weakest had only a few members while the strongest had more than 20. Some primary tribes either had 2 cannons or an extra arrow tower. After scouting the tribes on the map, Su Hen finally understood the situation of the surrounding tribes and was no longer completely uninformed. His sense of urgency grew stronger. He needed to quickly strengthen his own power. During Su Hen's scouting process, the gold and holy water stolen by the auxiliary system exceeded 2,000. Now Su Hen's gold reached 11455, just a little short of the maximum gold resource of 11,500. The superior cannon could finally be upgraded. Su Hen immediately spent 100 gold to have Su Yi start upgrading the cannon. The upgrade from a superior cannon to a lower grade cannon requires different resources, but the upgrade time is just as his gold was about to be fully exhausted. Su Hen didn't mind. After upgrading the cannon, there was temporarily no other use for the gold. Amidst Su Hen's calls, his second barbarian was finally trained. This barbarian, like Su De, knelt before Su Hen, expressing gratitude for his creation and swearing eternal loyalty to the tribe. Struggling with naming, Su Hen did not give him a name and directly assigned him to Su De. The barbarian king finally gained a subordinate. Su Hen sighed. The training speed of this barbarian was too slow. Now that he had the auxiliary system, holy water was certainly not lacking, but the training speed of the barbarians could not keep up. Currently, Su Hen's hourly holy water production was enough to train 5 barbarians, but even at full capacity, the training camp could only train 3 barbarians in 1 hour. For now, there was no way to possess more defensive buildings. The quickest way to enhance strength was to produce more troops. However, the training speed limited Su Hen's growth and power. Su Hen also knew that the way to increase the training speed of barbarians was to build a new training camp, but a new training camp could only be obtained once the secondary base was established. Having inexplicably established 2 formidable enemies among the 3-tier tribes, Su Hen dared not upgrade to Tier 2 in the short term. He pondered whether a primary base could have 2 training camps. For example, blueprints. Currently, the only known methods for obtaining blueprints were purchasing them from the store or through lottery. However, there must be other ways, otherwise the Heijing tribe couldn't possess so many defensive structures. What could those methods be? Su Hen recalled that at the beginning of the game sprite mentioned that this world had. Could it be about defeating monsters? It seems to be a rule that monsters drop equipment and blueprints, right? This should be the only explanation. Once the barbarians arrived, he would take them out to explore. With more holy water, he could finally upgrade the barracks that he had previously hesitated to upgrade. Su Hen spent 2,500 holy water to have the builder Su Heir start upgrading the barracks. Surprisingly, upgrading the barracks to Tier 2 required 2 hours, but Su Hen felt indifferent. Even if the building was completed, he wouldn't be able to train 20 barbarians in that time. All other buildings have reached the upgrade limit of the base camp and cannot be upgraded further, leaving the construction worker Barton surprisingly idle. Su Hen felt quite bad for the construction worker Barton, but with nothing to do, he could only helplessly watch him go back to his room to sleep. Su Hen deeply regretted that he should have let Barton handle the barracks upgrades while allowing Su Heir to rest. Now that Su Hen had finally finished his tasks, he had time to study his own panel. At the beginning, Su Hen had rushed to develop as quickly as possible, leaving no time to examine his panel. First, he checked his attributes. Player Su Hen. Tribe Yanhuang Tribe. Gold 1,565. Holy water 5632. Gems 0. Food 0. Initial crops can be purchased in the shop. Livestock 0. Cannot be purchased, must be captured and raised. Tribe territory 2020. Items none. Equipment barbarian ring, rank 5. Su Hen frowned, wondering if this game had a farming system and a livestock system. In other words, not only do the troops consume holy water daily, but they also require food, unlike mobile games where nothing needs to be consumed. What use is the size of the tribe's territory? While Su Hen was pondering, Su De shyly said to him, "Chief, I'm hungry." Su Hen was taken aback. Was it time to eat? Su Hen glanced at another one of his barbarians who, although he did not speak, revealed his yearning through his eyes. Just as Su Hen was about to open the shop, he suddenly thought, could holy water be used as food? Now that his holy water production exceeded consumption, there was more than enough to spare. Should he let them drink some holy water to test it out? By the way, Su Hen suddenly remembered, how was Su De the barbarian king supposed to upgrade? Could it possibly require dark heavy oil? He only had one book now. Where could he find dark heavy oil for Suda? Could holy water replace dark heavy oil? Thinking this, Su Hen immediately instructed Suda to take a bottle of holy water and try drinking some. Su Hen's generosity delighted Suda, who exclaimed with shining eyes, "Can I really, chief?" Su Hen smiled and said, "Of course, don't hesitate, drink as much holy water as you can." Suda laughed happily and grabbed the holy water bottle, chugging it down. The barbarian little brothers nearby watched with drooling envy. At this moment, there were still 3 barbarians in line training at the training camp. Su Hen was not worried about running out of holy water for training later, as it would take an hour for these 3 barbarians to finish training. Not to mention the holy water collector, just the auxiliary system alone could siphon off 5,000 holy water. Suda gulped down the holy water, making gurgling sounds. Su Hen thought to himself, after drinking so much holy water there should be some improvement. As it turned out, after consuming about 2,000 units of holy water, Suda set down the bottle, stating that he couldn't drink anymore or his body would explode. Su Hen quickly checked Suda's attributes. If there was no increase at all, it would be a complete waste. Barbarian King Suda. Health 902. 1,353. Strength 80, dealing 80 points of damage per attack. 120. Attack speed 1 attack per second. Movement speed 16. 24. Stamina 100. 150. Only his health had increased by 2 points. With the boost from the barbarian ring, it counted as 3 points of health. Did Suda gain 2 points of health from 2,000 units of holy water? Su Hen was unexpectedly pleased. He wasn't afraid of the effect being small, just worried there would be none. If he fed Suda 1,000 holy water daily, he could gain 10 points of health in a day, which would total 300 in a month. Other attributes might not have increased because Suda had not drunk enough holy water. Perhaps drinking 10,000 could lead to an increase. However, these were just Su Hen's expectations. From what he had seen earlier, Suda was not able to drink as much holy water as he wanted. There was a daily limit, but he didn't know what that limit was. Seeing another barbarian looking at him pitifully, Su Hen couldn't help but laugh. Since he had holy water to spare, he might as well let him drink a little, especially since he would need to consume holy water daily. As a result, this barbarian only took a tiny sip from the holy water bottle and seemed completely satisfied. About 30 units of holy water had been consumed. Su Hen curiously asked, "Why don't you drink more?" The barbarian replied honestly, "If I drink too much, my body can't handle it. I'm satisfied with just a little each day." Su Hen checked his attributes, but there were no changes in health, attack, stamina, or any other attributes. Was it because he drank too little, or could ordinary barbarians only level up through the laboratory? Su Hen decided to observe further. However, what surprised Su Hen was that after drinking the holy water, Suda still complained about being hungry, leaving Su Hen speechless. It seemed that holy water couldn't solve the issue of basic sustenance. A food was still necessary. Su Hen found the so-called initial food rice among the other options in the shop. Rice can be harvested one day. After planting 1 unit of rice can sustain a barbarian's consumption for a day. As long as the rice is not destroyed, it can be harvested repeatedly. A small amount of holy water can be used to accelerate harvesting, but each rice plant can only be harvested once a day. Price 10 gold. The price is incredibly cheap. 1,000 gold can purchase enough rice for 100 barbarians, and since it can be harvested repeatedly, there are no additional costs. Is this the farming system? The simplicity left Su Hen a bit incredulous, feeling that this setting in a goddamn game was somewhat underwhelming. Su Hen directly purchased 50 units of rice to try it out. Following the prompts, Su Hen clicked to operate on a patch of vacant land in the tribe, planting a rice seed. Instantly, the rice was planted and a green seedling sprouted. However, Su Hen was astonished to find that one rice plant occupied 2 meters. Aside from various buildings in the tribe, there was only enough space left for about 40 rice plants after accounting for activity space. If rice can only be harvested once a day, even with holy water it cannot be harvested repeatedly. Does that mean he can only support 40 barbarians? Would anything beyond that lead to starvation due to insufficient food? Su Hen initially believed that with the current size of his tribe he could plant around 40 rice crops, but he soon realized he was mistaken. It was simply impossible to plant that many. In addition to various buildings, the tribal territory contained several obstacles, including weeds, bushes, and stones. Su Hen knew what these obstacles were and understood their purpose. Removing them could yield gems. Clearing obstacles was one of the easiest and most stable methods to obtain gems in tribal conflicts. However, the number of obstacles was far fewer than in the mobile game Clash of Clans. It was only because he needed to plant rice that Su Hen noticed them. These obstacles could continuously regenerate, but they required space to do so. Without space, obstacles could not generate, and Su Hen would have no way to obtain gems. Therefore, he absolutely could not plant rice everywhere in the territory. But if he didn't plant rice, there wouldn't be enough food to supply the barbarians. What should he do? After considering, Su Hen believed there were 2 methods. The first was to plant rice directly outside the tribe. Sure enough, Su Hen tried it, and found that rice could be planted outside the tribe. At that moment the game sprite sent a prompt, "Dear Chief, if food is planted outside the tribe, any level of tribe can come and steal it." Su Hen shook his head. If it was placed outside the tribe, it would not be protected by the rules. If a high-level tribe such as the Ba Tai Chiu Tian tribe came to steal it, Su Hen wouldn't dare use cannons for protection. It was evident that the game did not encourage such actions. Thus there was only one other method to expand the tribe's territory. How could he expand the tribe's territory? Su Hen tried to ask the game sprite. The game sprite replied, "The default initial area of the tribe is 20 meters, forming a square. If the chief feels that the territory is insufficient, he can choose to increase the side length of the square, but each increase must not be less than 10. Su Hen said, "So if I choose to enlarge the territory, the smallest size for the next stage must be 3030. The game sprite confirmed, "Yes, chief." Su Hen asked, "Is there no cost for this? Like gold coins?" The game sprite explained, "The chief can freely expand the area without cost, but it cannot extend into the territory of other tribes, as this would provoke war. As long as the chief can defend it, the size doesn't matter. Additionally, I remind the chief that a level 1 main camp can only expand to a maximum of 5050. If it exceeds that, it will not be protected by the rules and high-level tribes can attack you." Su Hen recalled the tribe in the opening video that was attacked. It was not merely a tribe, it was clearly a vast city. He couldn't tell whether it was a level 12 or 13 tribe. The military strength it displayed during defense was at least several tens of thousands. With that many troops requiring food, the area needed for food cultivation was unimaginable. To possess a large military force, an immense amount of food was necessary, and to have abundant food, a vast land resource was required. Land resources were limited. With so many tribes, no amount of land would be sufficient, which would inevitably lead to war, specifically a war over land. The nearest tribe was a player tribe approximately 50 meters away from him. For the sake of food production, both he and that tribe would inevitably expand their territories. If both expanded, land was limited. For food production, neither side could afford to yield to the other. Thus the options were either to fight or for one party to choose to migrate. There was no other way. Realizing this, Su Hen remembered that tribes could choose to migrate, but what were the conditions for migration? Su Hen asked the game sprite. The game sprite replied, "Migrating a tribe requires a minimum of 6 hours, depending on the distance. During these 6 hours, all functional buildings will be unable to operate, no buildings can be constructed, and buildings undergoing upgrades will be forced to restart their upgrades." Su Hen was stunned. This was equivalent to ceasing development for 6 hours. 6 hours was the minimum, and buildings undergoing upgrades would have to restart their upgrades. He wondered if that meant he would have to pay the upgrade cost again. The cost was rather steep. If given a choice, perhaps no one would choose to migrate their tribe. Besides, should he choose to expand the territory now, this required no cost. Su Hen thought for a moment. His current military strength did not require that much food. If he ran out of food, it would mean he had too many troops, and by that time he could expand his territory with confidence. Su Hen finally understood that in tribal conflicts, various races had triggered countless wars over the competition for land and resources. Su Hen did not plant all the rice he had purchased. Only 20 units were sown. Though he was uncertain how much holy water would be required to accelerate the rice's growth, its market price suggested the amount would be minimal. The game's grain mechanics were deliberately designed to incite territorial competition among tribes. There was no urgency to sow the remaining rice. Once his forces expanded, he could plant it then. For now, his auxiliary system alone generated 12 million units of holy water daily. Having temporarily abandoned plans to upgrade to Tier 2, Su Hen channeled all surplus holy water into troop production and investment in Suda, leaving more than enough to spare. The game spirit announced, "Your first rice planting will mature instantly. Subsequent harvests will occur 1 day after each collection. We advise the chieftain to harvest immediately. Delay may disrupt the next maturation cycle." At once the rice Su Hen had just sown ripened before his eyes, plump golden panicles swaying gently in the breeze. Without hesitation, Su Hen tapped harvest upon hearing the game spirit's counsel. The game spirit announced, "Chieftain, you have acquired 20 units of grain deposited into your inventory. 1 unit of rice sustains 1 unit of infantry per day. Your barbarian king consumes 20 units daily. Please take note. Grain consumption is automated based on your total troop count. No manual feeding is required. Priority is granted to elite units. Should your grain reserves deplete for an entire day, your troops will lose all combat capability." The moment the game spirit finished speaking, the 20 units of rice newly deposited into Su Hen's inventory vanished instantaneously. Suda ceased his cries of hunger and sat down contentedly. His lesser barbarian underlings, however, continued to gaze at Su Hen with pitiful, pleading eyes. Su Hen sighed wordlessly. Never had he imagined Su Da's appetite would be so immense. He had naively assumed 20 units would suffice, only to find himself grievously mistaken. According to the game spirit, a barbarian archer or goblin consumed 1 unit of grain per day, while a giant Suda as the barbarian king, a hero class unit, Consuming 20 units daily was entirely plausible. Surely one could not discard such a sovereign merely over a matter of rations. With no choice, Su Hen planted another 10 units of rice. Fortunately, space remained. After harvesting them, his barbarian underlings, now sated, gazed upon him with heartfelt gratitude. His original intention, to explore the panel shop, had been derailed by this grain crisis. Now Su Hen turned his attention back to his personal interface. Staring at his own attributes, Su Hen murmured in surprise, "Where were his hit points, attack power, and other standard stats?" He promptly queried the game spirit. The game spirit replied, "Within this realm, the chieftain draws no aggro from troops or defensive structures, suffers no damage, and cannot launch attacks, save through the use of items. Should your tribe be utterly destroyed, you shall be eliminated." A chieftain class with combat roles and vulnerability was considered, but that would transform this tower defense strategy game into an assassination simulator. Tell me, is it easier to raise an entire tribe, or to eliminate a single leader? Thus, the chieftain's item system shall incorporate elements inspired by royal clash. Su Hen nodded in sudden comprehension, and wondered what other items awaited discovery. Though the game spirit refrained from explicitly stating the consequence of elimination, death was unmistakably. Su Hen examined the achievement system, a catalog of diverse objectives closely mirroring those found in mobile strategy games like Clan Wars, save for the absence of solo mode achievements which otherwise aligned almost perfectly. Completing these feats awarded varying quantities of divine demon gems, ranging from 5 to a maximum of 2,000. The primary focus, however, lay in the shop, currently offering only 2 items, a builder hut and a herald horn. The horn came in 2 variants, player horn and world horn. Player horn broadcast your message to all players. Cost 500 divine demon gems. World horn broadcast your message to all players, and also to native tribes. Cost 1000 divine demon gems. Su Hen frowned. What exactly were divine demon gems? The game spirit explained, upon destroying a tribe you receive divine demon gems proportional to that tribe's tier. A minimum of 100,000 gems grants access to a divine demon ability, and these gems can only be obtained through tribal conquest. Su Hen murmured softly, divine demon abilities. I wonder what powers they hold. The game spirit, of course, after gaining a general understanding of his attributes, Su Hen had the upper grade cannon upgraded by Su. Health 700. Damage 40 per attack, attacking once every 0.8 seconds. Range 90 meters. A smile appeared on Su Hen's face. The upper grade cannon truly lived up to its name, its upgraded attributes far surpassing those of lower grade cannons, proving more efficient than 2 lower grade cannons combined. The upper grade cannon had reached the level cap of the base and could not be upgraded further. At this point, Su Hen had nothing else to do but wait for the training camp to produce more barbarians. As Su Hen kept a lookout for other tribes fearing an attack, while he was still weak, an hour passed. 3 barbarians were successfully trained, giving Su Hen 3 more followers. With 2 cannons and 4 barbarians along with Su Da as the barbarian king, Su Hen felt a slight sense of security, no longer fearing he would be defenseless against attacks from other tribes. Just as Su Hen was about to take out some holy water to continue enhancing Su Da's attributes, Su Da suddenly became alert, tightening his grip on the sword and scanning the surroundings with a serious expression. Startled by Su Da's demeanor, Su Hen thought, could it be that a tribe was coming to attack? He quickly turned to look outside the tribe. Not seeing any large-scale troops, Su Hen let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to ask Su Da, 2 unfamiliar creatures suddenly came into view. These creatures resembled wolves with gray fur and icy blue eyes that exuded a chilling aura. The reason Su Hen found these wolf-like creatures strange was that they were much larger than ordinary wolves. One of them was estimated to be about 2.5 meters long. The other was slightly smaller, but still over 2 meters. An ordinary wolf would be at its limit at 2 meters. Thus Su Hen felt they did not resemble wolves. Not knowing what they truly were, he tentatively considered them wolves. The 2 wolves slowly approached Su Hen's tribe, stopping about 50 meters outside. They continuously monitored the tribe with their eyes, seemingly observing. Su Hen squinted his eyes to observe them. The newcomers were definitely not friendly and seemed to harbor ill intentions. They might act like ants searching for prey separately, and if they found something they would return to call for a larger force. He absolutely couldn't let them come and go as they pleased. He had to do everything possible to keep them here. Besides, they were monsters, right? Would killing them yield equipment? Su Hen wanted to test it out. As for their imposing appearance and apparent strength, he was not worried about whether he could. After all, they were within the range of the upper grade cannon, and with Su Da the barbarian king, if they couldn't even deal with these 2 initial monsters, it would be better to give up and await death. Su Hen was confident that his current strength ranked among the top players. If he couldn't defeat them, then other players had no hope either. Su Hen had already learned that only actions attacking the tribe would automatically trigger the defense buildings to attack. If there were no attacks on the tribe, the leader had to activate the defense buildings manually. The lower grade cannon couldn't reach them, but the upper grade cannon could definitely hit. Su Hen coldly snorted at all the barbarians, saying, "Arm yourselves and prepare for battle." All the barbarians responded affirmatively, gripping their swords tightly, their gazes fixed intently on the wolves ahead. No matter the world, two-legged beings could hardly outrun four-legged ones. Even with the speed boost from the barbarian ring, the barbarians might not outrun the two wolves. Su Hen, with Su Da and 4 barbarians, gradually approached the two wolves. As the two wolves noticed Su Hen and his group closing in and attempted to retreat, Su Hen immediately activated the upper-grade cannon. The cannon fired almost instantly, hitting the largest wolf without fail. No matter how fast they were, they couldn't possibly be faster than the cannonball fired from the cannon, could they? The injured gray wolf let out a pained howl, but did not stop to flee. However, after enduring the cannon's attack, its speed drastically decreased, leaving a trail of blood as it ran. 8 seconds later, the cannon fired again, hitting the injured gray wolf. Though it was still running, its speed had become very slow, almost to a crawl. What Su Hen found regrettable was that the cannon did not attack the other gray wolf, which was still moving at its normal speed. The pattern of most defensive buildings works like this: if the target is not dead, they will continue attacking the same target unless disrupted, such as by a freezing spell. However, it seemed very concerned for its companion's safety and did not run at full speed, closely staying beside the injured gray wolf, occasionally baring its teeth at Su Hen and the others in a show of threat. After the third cannonball was fired, Su Hen was surprised to see that the injured gray wolf still wasn't dead, only that it could no longer run and had collapsed to the ground with a whimper. It should be noted that one cannonball from the upper-grade cannon dealt 40 points of damage. 3 shots totaled 120 points of damage. A single barbarian would surely die after taking 2 hits from the upper-grade cannon. From this, it was clear that an ordinary barbarian was certainly no match for a gray wolf. The fallen gray wolf whimpered something to its companion, while the unharmed gray wolf glared at Su Hen with hatred, turning away quickly and leaving. Su Hen felt a chill from its gaze, knowing he absolutely could not let it escape, or else it would bring endless trouble. After the 4th cannonball was fired, the gray wolf finally breathed its last, and to Su Hen's astonishment, a blueprint and a green gemstone burst forth from its body. Though surprised, Su Hen could not spare a moment to check. He hurriedly told Su to quickly chase after it. "We must not let it get away." It was apparent that Su Da's speed was inferior to that of the gray wolf, but regardless of whether he could catch up, they had to try. Su Hen could not keep up and could only place his hopes on Su Da. He picked up the gemstone and blueprint. The blueprint read, "Arrow Tower, lower grade." A single gray wolf actually dropped a blueprint for a defensive building and a gemstone. Indeed, blueprints could be obtained from monsters, but Su Hen hadn't expected that gemstones could also drop. Su Da has already taken 4 barbarian minions to chase the remaining gray wolf. Although Su Da is the king of the barbarians, his speed is surprisingly not much different from that of an ordinary barbarian. It is uncertain whether Su Da's speed will increase after his level rises. Indeed, 2 legs cannot outrun 4, and as Su Hen sees the distance between Su Da and the gray wolf widening, he grows increasingly anxious. If the gray wolf hadn't worried about its companion and didn't sprint with all its strength at the beginning, Su Da would have likely been left far behind. What if the gray wolf escapes and returns with its pack for revenge? It would be better if the gray wolf's pack was small, but if there are a few hundred, there is no way he could withstand them. However, wolf packs typically consist of only 10 to several tens of wolves, and it's rare to see hundreds. Seeing the gray wolf about to escape, Su Hen could only comfort himself in this way. Just as the distance between Su Da and the gray wolf grew further, an unexpected scene unfolded. The gray wolf, running at high speed, either tripped over something or slipped, suddenly leaning forward severely and crashing to the ground in a very awkward manner. The faster it ran, the harder it fell. The gray wolf momentarily was unable to get back up. The ordinary barbarians were panting after a long run, their speed decreasing, but Su Da, whose stamina was 10 times that of an ordinary barbarian, remained unfazed and unbreathing. The speed remained the same. It was evident that the gray wolf had fallen hard. After struggling to stand up, it was about to continue running, but fell back down despondently. Su Hen's eyes brightened. Indeed, heaven was assisting him, and that fall was just too fortuitous. Su Da reached the gray wolf first, and without a word raised his sword to strike at the gray wolf. Su Hen, who was rushing from behind, heard the gray wolf's piercing scream, and his anxious heart finally relaxed. The injured gray wolf would definitely not be able to run at full strength again. It had become a fish in a barrel, unable to escape. Even in its desperation, the injured gray wolf would not sit idly by. Su Da's strike did not take its life. Severely wounded, it immediately turned its head and bit down hard on Su Da's arm. Then the gray wolf began to gnaw fiercely on Su Da's arm, tearing off a chunk of flesh. Su Da's face twisted slightly, but his movements did not stop. Another strike pierced through the gray wolf's body, its eyes gradually dimming as its head began to droop weakly. From its body burst forth a small green potion and a gem. At this moment, the other 4 ordinary barbarians arrived late. Seeing the gray wolf's demise, and began to flatter Su Da profusely. After a few seconds, Su Hen finally reached Su Da's side and praised "Well done, Su Da." Su Hen then looked at Su Da's bloody arm with concern, asking, "Are you alright?" Su Da didn't even glance at his wound, nonchalantly responding, "Don't worry, Chief, I'm fine." Su Hen checked Su Da's attributes and saw that Su Da's health had dropped by 22 points. Su Hen couldn't help but gasp. This was only possible because it was Su Da. If it were an ordinary barbarian, they would have been gravely injured. Ordinary barbarians without the enhancement of the barbarian ring only have 45 health points. Moreover, this gray wolf was smaller. If it were a larger one, an ordinary barbarian would have likely been severely injured immediately. This gray wolf not only has far more health points than a barbarian, but its attack power is also beyond what a barbarian can compare. If it weren't for Su Da's attack power reaching 80, purely based on attributes, even 4 barbarians would not be able to defeat a single gray wolf. Without Su Da and the assistance of defensive structures, even if the gray wolf's speed wasn't fast with Su Hen's current forces, he wouldn't have been able to stop the gray wolf, and it could have easily turned the tables. The monsters in the divine and demon game are truly terrifying, aren't they? Thankfully, they successfully dealt with 2 gray wolves. Su Hen first cheerfully picked up the gem and placed it in his backpack. He hadn't expected the drop rate for gems in the divine and demon game to be so high, one monster yielding 1 gem. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could gather enough gems for another builder. Su Hen also picked up the green potion. Training potion small can double the training speed of 1 training camp for 6 hours and increase the daily training limit by 20. Note: can only accelerate 1 training camp individually, cannot enhance the training speed of all training camps. Item validity: 3 days. If not used within 3 days, the training potion will automatically expire. Looking at the training potion in his hands, Su Hen couldn't contain his joy. It was indeed a timely gift. Currently, what Su Hen needs most are items to increase training speed to possess more troops as early as possible, which will greatly enhance the combat strength of his forces. Moreover, this training potion can actually increase the training limit of troops. Su Hen's current barracks are level 1, allowing him to train only 20 barbarians today, but with the training potion, he can train 40 barbarians today. Once the barracks level up to level 2, Su Hen's training capacity will continue to increase. For Su Hen, this training potion is even more precious than the blueprints for the arrow tower. With a heart full of satisfaction, Su Hen returned to the tribe and immediately used the training potion on his only training camp. The training speed of the barbarians immediately skyrocketed, and the barbarian currently in training had only 2 minutes left to complete. Su Hen then took out the arrow tower blueprint and rudely pulled the sleeping Barton out of the builder's hut. Why be polite to something that never takes the initiative to work and runs off to sleep whenever it has free time, especially when it will be leaving in 2 days? Barton was very displeased and got up, refusing. "Su Hen, aren't there others who are free? Why am I the only one called? Can't you see I'm sleeping?" In response, Su Hen slapped his employment contract right on Barton's face. Su Hen said fiercely, "According to the contract, you must obey my orders. Do you want to defy me?" At the same time, Su Hen's saliva splattered all over Barton's face. Clearly, the contract held a strong binding power over Barton. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he dared not defy it. He could only wipe Su Hen's spit off his face while begrudgingly beginning to construct the arrow tower. Su Hen looked at Barton with disdain, thinking to himself, "Just you wait, I will deal with you." At the first level base camp, having an arrow tower made Su Hen feel quite pleased, as once the tower was constructed, he would possess 3 defensive structures. At this moment, the new barbarians had completed their training. After emerging, they pledged their loyalty to Su Hen, who placed them under Su Da's command. Though enhanced by the training potion, it still took 10 minutes to train a single barbarian, which felt exceedingly slow to Su Hen, who was accustomed to training them in mere seconds. However, Su Hen was already quite satisfied. Contentedly, Su Hen withdrew his gaze from the training camp and surveyed his tribe, only to be astonished to find that at some point the corpses of 2 gray wolves had been dragged into the tribe by several barbarians. As a few barbarians strained to drag the corpses, excitement was evident on their faces. Su Hen was surprised. Could the gray wolf corpses be of any use? Su Hen pointed at the gray wolf corpses and asked Su Da. Su Da laughed, saying, "Of course, Chief, this is meat." Su Hen suddenly realized that the bodies of monsters could serve as food. Immediately, excitement appeared on Su Hen's face. If that were the case, wouldn't that mean a significant increase in food supplies, allowing him to support more barbarians? But how many meals could these 2 gray wolves provide for the barbarians? Su Da scratched his head, knowing his large appetite added to the chief's burden, and he smiled awkwardly. "The larger one could feed me for 2 days. Su Hen was not surprised, but rather pleased. So the larger gray wolf was equivalent to 40 units of rice, while the smaller one could be considered 30 units of rice. Adding them up gives 70 units of rice, enough to feed 70 barbarians for a day. Su Hen nodded in satisfaction, realizing that food could be obtained not only through farming, but also by hunting. Currently both the barbarians and Su Da had eaten, and Su Hen planned to train more troops, so to save food, he decided not to let Su Da and the others eat again. But how to preserve the two gray wolf corpses? Su Hen tried to click on them, and was surprised to receive a prompt asking if he wanted to put them in his backpack. Su Hen marveled at the versatility of this backpack. He was even more astonished to find that once the gray wolf corpses entered the backpack, they automatically transformed into jerky, totaling 76 units. Unable to contain his laughter, Su Hen thought this was incredibly convenient. Su Hen stroked his chin and thought. Not only could he obtain blueprints and potions from defeating monsters, but perhaps he could also acquire equipment. Moreover, they could serve as food. It seemed he could engage in monster hunting more often as the rewards were higher than attacking tribes. Once he had more barbarians, he could venture out to hunt for more wild monsters. Ding! A sound rang out as the game's sprite announced, "Chief, your arrow tower has been completed." Upon hearing this, Su Hen hurried over to Barton to check the tower's attributes. At that moment, Barton was still angry with Su Hen, turning his head aside, unwilling to look at him. Su Hen did not mind. He just needed Barton to work diligently. It appeared that even if Barton was dissatisfied, he could not cut corners during the construction and upgrade of buildings, completing the arrow tower punctually. Arrow tower, low grade, level 1. Health 380. Damage 5. 5 damage per attack, attacking once every 0.5 seconds. Targets ground and air units. Range 40 meters. Each attack from the arrow tower deals slightly less damage than a cannon, but it has a much faster attack speed and a 10-meter greater range. Most importantly, cannons can only attack ground targets and are useless against air units. Facing aerial foes, a cannon is nothing more than a useless hunk of metal. The attributes of the arrow tower were as Su Hen had imagined, so it came as no surprise. Even if its attack was low, it was still a defensive structure, wasn't it? Even a slight increase in strength could offer Su Hen a bit of reassurance. Unfortunately, the arrow tower's level cap was one unable to be raised further. At this point, all buildings at the first level base camp had reached their maximum level except for the barracks, which was currently upgrading, leaving both Barton and Su Er with nothing to do. Su Hen waved his hand, saying, "Everyone go rest. Rest time doesn't count as work time." Su Er said nothing, but Barton shot a resentful glance at Su Hen and muttered under his breath, "I hope your tribe gets destroyed soon." Su Hen heard this but pretended not to. Did he think his words had the power to come true? In nearly an hour, Su Hen's barbarians were trained one after another. The resources siphoned by the auxiliary system and those produced by the holy water collector could not keep up with the consumption rate of training barbarians. Fortunately, Su Hen still had over 4,000 units of holy water left, so he didn't need to worry about lacking holy water for training barbarians in the next 3 hours. In that case, Su Hen naturally could not continue experimenting with holy water on Su Da. Training one more barbarian was far more beneficial than increasing Su Da's health. Now, aside from Su Da, Su Hen had 11 barbarians under his command, forming a small team of barbarians. The game sprite then announced that the barracks upgrade was complete. Barracks level 2. Health 270. Troop capacity 40. Daily training limit is 40. The game is designed so that the barracks can upgrade from level 1 to level 2. Don't argue about it. Su Hen's face brightened as he had not expected the upgrade to double the training capacity by adding 20. With this coupled with the training potions, he could train 60 barbarians today. Training 60 barbarians would require 60,000 units of holy water, which would be absolutely insufficient without the auxiliary system. If he had 60 barbarians, while they couldn't compare to the over 100 troops of the Heijing tribe within the first level base camp along with Su Da, he should be invincible, right? In previous reconnaissance, Su Hen had not seen any first level tribe with more than 50 troops. As long as he could successfully train 60 barbarians, he would be relatively safe, no longer needing to be on constant edge. Suddenly, as Su Hen was filled with joy, Su Da displayed a cautious demeanor again. In the mobile game, the Barbarian King possessed a hidden patrolling attribute, and Su Hen guessed this was why Su Da could always detect enemies in advance. Su Hen followed Su Da's line of sight to observe outside the tribe, but with a small team of barbarians, he felt less fearful than before. Not far away, a dozen barbarians were carrying wooden buckets heading towards the river. From their appearance, it seemed they were going to fetch water from the nearby river. Su Hen breathed a sigh of relief. Even if they were hostile, they were merely a dozen barbarians and not his match. As they carried the buckets, they kept a vigilant watch on their surroundings. Upon seeing Su Hen's tribe, they naturally could not ignore it. Suddenly, one of the barbarians exclaimed, "Look, that tribe actually has a barbarian king." Su Hen turned to glance at Su Da upon hearing this, as surely they were referring to Su Da. Su Da's appearance was not much different from that of an ordinary barbarian, but his physique was incomparable, making the difference immediately apparent. Su Hen did not know if ordinary barbarians would grow taller after leveling up, but it seemed the fact that he possessed a barbarian king had been exposed. If his neighbors had a barbarian king, Su Hen asked himself, would he just watch him grow and then threaten his tribe? The answer was undoubtedly no. Realizing this, Su Hen's expression turned cold. There can be no mistakes. He must not let this group of barbarians leave alive, or else the existence of Su could easily spread among the nearby tribes. This was a significant risk for Su Hen. Su Hen counted and found that there were 13 of these barbarians. Although they outnumbered his own barbarians by 1, they were certainly no match for him. Not to mention the defensive structures, just the barbarian king Suda alone could easily overpower them. With a damage output of 80 points, dealing with low-level barbarians was as simple as striking down a child with a single blow. And with the level 1 barbarian's damage output at 8 points, how many strikes would it take to kill Suda, who had a health of 1353? The barbarians outside the tribe no longer went to fetch water, but instead stopped to watch outside Su Hen's tribe, whispering among themselves. This further fueled Su Hen's murderous intent. Suddenly one of the barbarians shouted, "It's the arrow tower. Its attack range is even greater than that of the cannon. Be careful not to enter the range of the arrow tower." Another barbarian replied, "Yeah, I didn't expect this level 1 tribe not only to have a barbarian king, but also an arrow tower. Our tribe didn't have an arrow tower when we were at level 1. With the reminders from the 2 barbarians, they collectively stepped back a little. Su Hen was astonished. These barbarians were quite intelligent. However, Su Hen sneered. They probably didn't realize they were already within the range of his high-grade cannon. There wasn't much difference in appearance between a high-grade cannon and a low-grade cannon. Since they were far away, it was normal for them not to be able to tell. But if they tried to flee, relying solely on the high-grade cannon would not be enough to eliminate all of them. There would definitely be some that got away. Letting any escape would lead to more severe consequences, essentially forging a deadly feud with the tribe. From their words, it seemed they were barbarians from a level 2 tribe. If they were from a level 1 tribe, Su Hen wouldn't be worried at all. The nearby level 1 tribes had at most 50 troops. If he wiped out these barbarians in front of him, even if the remaining ones all mobilized with Su to the barbarian king present, it was uncertain who would lose and who would die. The level 2 tribe had to be dealt with. They would not allow this potential threat to grow and would surely strike. Su Hen spoke softly to his barbarians, "Take up your weapons and prepare for battle. Be careful not to show any murderous intent on your faces." The barbarians were momentarily stunned, but nodded in agreement. Su Hen led 11 barbarians and Suda out of the tribe. His actions made the opposing barbarians alert, instinctively wanting to retreat. Seeing this, Su Hen laughed heartily. "Guests who have traveled far, I am the leader of this level 1 tribe. Welcome to your passing. May I ask which tribe you are from?" Su Hen tried to sound as humble and respectful as possible to disarm these barbarians. Hearing Su Hen's words, these barbarians could not help but relax their guard. Su Hen secretly laughed. No matter how high the barbarian's intelligence was, it was still limited. As expected, one of the barbarians arrogantly declared, "We are members of the Baifeng tribe from 2 miles away, a level 2 tribe." The barbarian deliberately emphasized level 2 tribe, clearly indicating that their tribe was of a higher level than his. Su Hen felt relieved. As long as they weren't members of the strongest Heijing tribe, it was fine. Su Hen remembered that during his reconnaissance on the map, the Baifeng tribe had only about 60 combatants with over 40 barbarians and more than 20 archers. He couldn't recall the exact numbers. Su Hen smiled and said, "Not long ago my tribe lost 3 barbarians in battle, but managed to kill a gray wolf. How about you all come to our tribe to taste it?" Upon hearing about the gray wolf, the barbarians visibly swallowed hard, their eyes lighting up. Rice could only fill their stomachs and lacked flavor, nothing compared to the aroma of meat. But what Su Hen did not expect was that the leading barbarian greedily said, "No need for such trouble. Just give us the gray wolf meat directly, and our Baifeng tribe will remember your kindness." The barbarian's response left Su Hen momentarily dumbfounded. "Wow, you're really dreaming." Seeing Su Hen in a daze, the barbarian coldly shouted, "What's wrong? Didn't you say you would treat us to meat? Are you trying to trick us?" Su Hen, coming back to his senses, took out 20 units of wolf meat from his backpack and said to Suda, "Give this wolf meat to these honored guests. They are from a level 2 tribe, and we can't afford to offend them." The barbarians from the Baifeng tribe were quite pleased with Su Hen's perceptiveness, smiles appearing on their faces. Suda, however, grumbled, "Leader, I haven't eaten this meat, yet why should I give it to them?" Su Hen cursed inwardly. It wasn't just the enemy barbarians whose intelligence was low, but Su Das was also concerning. Pretending to be angry, he scolded, "Why are you talking so much? Hurry up and deliver it." Seeing Su Hen angry, Su Da was startled and dared not speak again. He obediently took the wolf meat from Su Hen's hands and began to walk towards the barbarians of the Baifeng tribe. Suddenly, the barbarians from the Baifeng tribe said, "Wait, don't let him deliver it. You come over instead." Su Hen thought to himself that it seemed the intelligence of the barbarians hadn't completely bottomed out. They still feared Su Da, who appeared very powerful as the barbarian king. At this moment, the distance between Su Hen's barbarians and the Baifeng barbarians was only 10 meters, reaching a point where they could strike. Allowing other barbarians to deliver it now would definitely raise their alertness. It was better to confront them directly. His goal had already been achieved, which was to shorten the distance with these barbarians and prevent any from escaping. All of his barbarians had been empowered by the 5-tier barbarian ring, enhancing not only their vitality, but also their speed by half. At this distance, they wouldn't be able to run away even if they wanted to. Su Hen chuckled and said, "The wolf meat is too heavy for me to carry. Since you don't want it, then forget it." Just as the barbarians from the Baifeng tribe were in a daze, Su Hen issued the command, "Charge." "Kill them." At the same time, he activated the defensive structure, and the high-grade cannon initiated its attack. By the time the Baifeng barbarians came back to their senses, Su Hen's barbarians had already taken a step forward. Boom. The first attack from the high-grade cannon struck a barbarian. The expression of the Baifeng barbarians changed drastically. "Oh no, it's a high-grade cannon. If it fires, we will all die here. Run." Before he could finish speaking, the other barbarians disregarded the wooden barrels and fled with all their might. One barbarian shouted while running, "Just wait. Our Baifeng tribe will not let you off." The barbarian hit by the high-grade cannon immediately fell into a critical state, lying on the ground, struggling to breathe, unable to run at all. Su Hen's barbarians stepped forward to deliver the final blow, ensuring his death. The barbarians of the Baifeng tribe ran while enduring the attacks of the high-grade cannon. The speed of a typical barbarian is over 5 meters per second, while Su Hen's barbarians' enhanced reach over 7.5 meters per second, covering a distance of 10 meters, would take only 4 seconds. In those 4 seconds, the cannon could fire every 0.8 seconds, resulting in a total of 5 attacks. The 5 attacks left 5 barbarians severely injured, lying on the ground, and after being caught up by Su Hen's barbarians, they were all finished off, ensuring that the cannon's attacks did not go to waste on the injured. After being pursued by Su Hen's barbarians, the barbarians from the Baifeng tribe were horrified to discover that the ones behind them were inexplicably faster. They could not understand it, but they knew it was impossible to escape. In the face of Su Hen's astonished gaze, they chose not to run anymore, turning around to grip their swords tightly, and said heroically, "Don't run, it's useless. Let's fight them. Even if we die, we'll take them down with us." Barbarians are inherently bloodthirsty, with the essence of battle flowing in their veins. This made Su Hen somewhat appreciative. However, appreciation does not mean Su Hen would let them go. As they stopped, Su De quickly caught up, swinging his sword at them. Su De growled fiercely, "You think you can fight me? Die." Su Das' sword struck a barbarian at the waist, nearly cutting him in half. The bloody battle made Su Hen feel somewhat uneasy. Su Das' attacks clearly exceeded the barbarian's capacity to withstand. With just one strike, a barbarian lost his life. At this point, of the original 13 barbarians from the Baifeng tribe, only 6 remained. Instead of being disheartened, they all raised their swords to strike at Su Da. However, their attack power was only 1/10 of Su Das, and his health was beyond their imagination. Their swords merely left faint blood marks on Su Da. Such injuries were insignificant to Su Da. Su Hen observed that it seemed one of Su Da could match 20 ordinary barbarians, which made him realize he had underestimated him. After all, he was the king of barbarians. The remaining ordinary barbarians under Su Hen did not idle either. Cooperating with Su Da and the high-grade cannon, in just a few seconds they brought all the barbarians from the Baifeng tribe down, leaving no survivors. Su Hen let out a sigh of relief, pleased that not a single barbarian had escaped, thus temporarily safeguarding the secret of Su Da's existence. However, a new problem arose. That was how to deal with the bodies of these barbarians. Would they disappear after a while, like in a game? By the way, would these barbarians drop any equipment? Su Hen approached to examine, but found nothing. The 13 barbarians dropped nothing. It would seem that one could not expect gear drops from soldier types. Su Hen pondered that if these barbarian bodies were left here unattended, they were the closest to his tribe, and it was certain that the people of the Baifeng tribe would suspect him. Su Hen asked the game sprite, will their bodies refresh automatically? The game sprite replied, under normal circumstances, bodies will only refresh if their tribe is destroyed. This posed a dilemma for Su Hen. If he burned them, forgetting whether he had the ability to create fire, even if he did, the smoke would surely attract attention. Burying them was not an option either, as the barbarians had no tools. He couldn't expect them to dig a pit with their hands or swords. Looking around, seeing no one, Su Hen gritted his teeth and had the bodies moved to a nearby tree-covered. The Baifeng tribe was 5 miles away, and by the time they noticed the disappearance of these barbarians and came to investigate, it would take several hours. By then he would at least have 30 barbarians, and with Su Da he would not be outnumbered by the Baifeng tribe. What was there to fear? Even if they knew he was responsible and sought revenge, they would only end up fighting. Who was afraid of whom? 5 minutes later, Su Hen returned to the tribe, and a new barbarian was born, which eased his expression. Su Hen began to contemplate a question: how to resolve Su Da's unordinary appearance. He would definitely need to utilize Su Da more in the future. He couldn't abandon such a high-end combat power just out of fear of being discovered. Moreover, his tribe was close to the river, and many tribes needed to fetch water nearby, making Su Da's existence easier to spot. Fortunately, this time Su Da had noticed and avoided the situation. However, he could not rely on luck. he needed to think of a solution. Su Hen recalled that the auxiliary system had a disguise feature, wondering if it could disguise Suda. The auxiliary system responded, attempting, please wait. Ding, disguise successful. Suda has been disguised as an ordinary barbarian. Su Hen couldn't help but feel delighted. This auxiliary system truly was his lucky star, solving an urgent problem. Su Hen also had the auxiliary system disguise his resources. He didn't set his resources to 0, which would be too conspicuous. He only disguised the amounts of gold and holy water to a few hundred. This way, anyone attacking him would have to consider whether it was worth it. Moreover, Su Hen brought back the wooden buckets the Baifeng tribe used for fetching water, which was just what he needed. From Su's words, he learned that builders could create some everyday tools, but they needed raw materials. 2 hours later, everything was calm. Su Hen's barbarian team had expanded by 23. Now, even if the Baifeng tribe really came, Su Hen was not afraid. However, what Su Hen did not expect was that instead of the Baifeng tribe, a pack of gray wolves arrived. There were 12 of them, and the leading gray wolf was over 3 meters long, clearly the Wolf King. They were sniffing around the spots where 2 gray wolves had died. Then they turned their gaze towards Su Hen's tribe. Su Hen was stunned, thinking, could it be that their companions did not return on time, and they tracked the scent over here? Su Hen nervously watched the wolf pack. After all, the bodies of the 2 gray wolves had been dragged into the tribe by Suda and others. Since they could smell the injured gray wolves by their scent, there was no doubt that they could follow the scent to the place where the gray wolves last disappeared, Su Hen's tribe. Su Hen held no illusions. Judging by their attitude towards their fallen comrades, they would undoubtedly seek revenge against him. Su Hen cursed under his breath, surprised that their sense of smell was so acute that they could track him down. Fortunately, they did not come immediately after the gray wolf's death, but rather 2 hours later. Compared to 2 hours ago, he had gained over a dozen barbarians. Although a single gray wolf's combat power far exceeded that of a barbarian, Su Hen was not afraid of them. Indeed, the leading Wolf King let out a mournful howl, seemingly lamenting the loss of its fallen companion. Then the pack of wolves looked at Su Hen's tribe, their eyes filled with hatred. Su Hen remained calm. This battle was indeed unavoidable. However, Su Hen had no intention of leaving the tribe. He planned to let the barbarians fight them. After all, why would he abandon the defensive structures? The first to strike has the advantage, while the last to strike suffers. At that moment, Su Hen deeply recognized the exceptional nature of the high-quality cannon. The second advantage was damage, while the first was range. The range was the greatest strength of the high-quality cannon. The range of the high-quality cannon, far exceeding that of the low-quality cannon, allowed Su Hen to seize the initiative. Currently, among Su Hen's 3 defensive structures, only the high-quality cannon could reach the wolf pack. He immediately activated the attack of the defensive structure before the wolves launched a proactive attack. With each inch of range increasing its strength, the wolf pack was over 80 meters away from Su Hen, allowing the high-quality cannon to strike them unchallenged. Of course, they could retreat slightly to exit the cannon's range, but how could that be possible? The Wolf King, over 3 meters long, was evidently shocked to see the cannon's extensive range, its eyes wide with astonishment. But soon seeing its injured companion, the Wolf King let out a roar. Upon hearing the command from the Wolf King, the pack fearlessly charged towards Su Hen's tribe. The gray wolves moved at approximately 10 meters per second, meaning they only needed 8 seconds to cover the 80 meters. Meanwhile, the high-quality cannon had an attack speed of 0. It required 4 attacks to kill a single gray wolf. Within those 8 seconds, the high-quality cannon fired a total of 10 times, combined with subsequent arrows from the arrow tower, and the low-quality cannon killing 3 gray wolves in total. The 3 deceased gray wolves each exploded with some items and gems, but Su Hen had no time to collect them. Thanks to the sacrifice of the 3 gray wolves, the remaining 9 gray wolves had already entered the tribe. Su Hen suddenly remembered that each unit type had its own attack patterns. Barbarians and archers attacked the nearest targets, meaning they would strike whatever was closest to them. Giants prioritized attacking defensive structures, but what about the wild monsters? Was it proximity, or did they target defensive structures? Su Hen quickly inquired of the game sprite. The game sprite replied, "Sorry, Chief, this requires you to explore on your own." It continued, detecting that the tribe is under attack. Defensive mode activated. Su Hen was stunned. What was defensive mode? Amidst Su Hen's shock, the 23 barbarians and Suda automatically charged towards the wolf pack without waiting for his orders. Su Hen anxiously shouted, "Don't go. Come back quickly." But no one, including Suda, listened to Su Hen. Su Hen originally planned to rely on the defensive structures to reduce the number of wolves and wait until only a few remained before using the barbarians to finish off the remaining gray wolves. But unexpectedly, the barbarians charged in directly. Before training potions, it took 20 minutes to train a single barbarian, and the holy water consumed was significant, making it quite challenging to train them. Losing 1 or 2 barbarians was bearable for Su Hen, but if too many died, he feared it would break. However, there was no choice. After the game sprite activated defensive mode, it seemed that the unit commands had been changed to the highest authority, causing them to charge forward automatically without orders. Faced with this situation, Su Hen had no way to intervene. He could only watch helplessly, hoping that fewer barbarians would perish. At that moment, the auxiliary system's voice echoed in Su Hen's mind. New function detected. You can modify the attack patterns of your units. Do you wish to modify? Hearing this, Su Hen's spirit lifted, but he first asked, is it stable? The auxiliary system replied, after testing it is very stable. Su Hen's eyes brightened, and he immediately said, then what are we waiting for? Modify it now. The auxiliary system responded, modifying now, modification successful. Upon hearing that the modification was successful, Su Hen immediately ordered Su De and the other barbarians to retreat. However, due to the auxiliary system's late notification and the time wasted in conversation, the barbarians were already engaged in battle with the wolf pack. The Grey Wolves possessed extremely high attack power, exceeding 20 points. Without the enhancement of the barbarian ring, a Grey Wolf could take down an ordinary barbarian with just 2 strikes. Even with the enhancement of the barbarian ring, 2 barbarians still fell under the claws of the Grey Wolves. The sacrifice of the 2 barbarians pained Su Hen greatly. He had watched each of these barbarians come into existence one by one. The barbarians were suffering, but the Grey Wolves were suffering even more. Su De's attack power reached 80 points, and with the enhancement of the barbarian ring, it soared to 120 points, allowing him to nearly injure a Grey Wolf with a single strike and kill one with 2. At that moment, 4 out of the 5 Grey Wolves in front of the barbarians had already perished, leaving only 1 remaining. Su Hen suddenly jolted. Wait, how were there 5 and only 4 left? Turning his head, Su Hen saw the Wolf King leading 3 subordinates attacking the high-quality cannon. Su Hen realized that the wild monsters were indeed free to attack. Without any specific pattern, they attacked whatever they wished. The Wolf King was using its body to withstand the attacks of the high-quality cannon, attacking it alongside 3 Grey Wolves. It seemed that the Wolf King understood that the high-quality cannon posed the greatest threat to the pack and prioritized destroying the defensive structure. It even knew to split its forces, sending 5 Grey Wolves to engage the barbarians. Without Su De and the enhancement of the barbarian ring, given the power disparity between the barbarians and Grey Wolves, the barbarians could indeed be held back by 5 Grey Wolves. At that moment, the high-quality cannon's health had already dropped to half under the assault of 4 Grey Wolves. The last Grey Wolf attacking the barbarians was slain by Su De. Only then did the Wolf King realize something was amiss. How could its 5 subordinates die so quickly? The Wolf King's blue pupils narrowed sharply, realizing that it was impossible to destroy this tribe. It let out a fierce howl and abruptly ceased attacking the high-quality cannon, intending to retreat. The casualties of the barbarians were far less than Su Hen had imagined. This was because the Wolf King had surprisingly split its forces, launching attacks on both the high-grade cannons and the barbarians. The Wolf King failed to realize that Su De, the king of barbarians, was the most fearsome entity, inflicting damage 3 times that of the high-grade cannons. By the time it realized this, more than half of its little brothers had already perished, leaving it powerless to turn the tide. Even if the Wolf King had recognized this early on, it would have made no difference. With over 1,300 health points, Su De was an existence it could not resolve in a short time. If it attempted to do so, it would surely be the first to fall under the attacks of the other barbarians and defensive structures. Seeing the Wolf King attempting to flee, Su Hen sneered, "Do you think this is your home? You can come and go as you please. Have you asked for my permission?" As the defensive structures attacked the remaining wolf pack, Su Hen commanded Su De to move forward and block the Wolf King. He did not allow the ordinary barbarians to join in, not because of any deep feelings towards them, but because at this moment there were not many barbarians left under Su Hen's command, and each one was a precious fighting force in the face of real danger. Sending Su De alone would incur no losses. Why not do it that way? With the assistance of the system's modified rules, the other barbarians obediently refrained from advancing. After being attacked several times by the high-grade cannons, the Wolf King sustained significant injuries. It seemed aware that there was no escape, and it howled mournfully to the other 3 Grey Wolves, as if urging them to flee. The 3 Grey Wolves displayed reluctant expressions in their eyes, but instead of choosing to fight to the death, they opted to turn and run. Su Hen was momentarily stunned. These wild creatures were too cunning, always attempting to flee when they couldn't win, even knowing to sacrifice one to buy time. Su Hen did not know if these Grey Wolves were all the members of the pack, but wolves are known for their grudges. Allowing even one to escape was a hidden danger. A single small misstep could lead to an irreparable disaster. Naturally, Su Hen did not want to let a Grey Wolf slip away. Su Hen immediately ordered Su De to chase the fleeing 3 Grey Wolves while letting the defensive structures automatically attack the remaining Wolf King. The Wolf King had not lost its attacking capabilities. Seeing Su De pursue, it bared its teeth and lunged at Su De. Su Hen cursed, "Since you want to die so soon, I'll grant your wish." Irritated, Su Hen ordered all 21 barbarians to join the fray. Even if the Wolf King attacked ordinary barbarians, losing 2 would be the limit. Su Hen also did not believe the Wolf King could withstand 2 seconds under the assault of so many barbarians Su Da and the defensive structures. Su Da's agility was not high, and he could not evade the Wolf King's bite, receiving a vicious chomp on his thigh, causing blood to flow profusely. After biting Su Da, the Wolf King did not let go, but instead clamped down with its sharp teeth to hold him in place. Su Hen snorted coldly. This was advantageous, as the Wolf King could not attack the ordinary barbarians. With the Wolf King biting Su Da, dozens of swords struck simultaneously against its body, causing it to convulse. Even so, the Wolf King did not loosen its grip on Su Da's thigh. 3 defensive structures launched another round of attacks, and with the final shot of the high-grade cannon, the Wolf King finally perished. The light in the Wolf King's eyes gradually dimmed, and its jaw slowly released its hold on Su Da. A piece of flesh from Su Da left in its mouth. It seemed the Wolf King fell easily, yet it still had around 400 health points remaining. From the Wolf King's body erupted 4 items, dropping to the ground. Su Hen saw this, but did not rush to pick them up. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the fleeing 3 gray wolves. Thanks to the Wolf King's delay, they had already moved over 30 meters away from the tribe. The high-grade cannon could reach them, but given its attacks, at most 2 gray wolves would remain, allowing one to escape. 1 gray wolf might not cause much trouble, but Su Hen, wanting to wipe them all out, was unwilling to leave even a single hidden danger. To Su Hen's surprise, one of the fleeing gray wolves seemed to trip over something and fell hard to the ground. Su Hen was dumbfounded. Having 1 gray wolf trip was already lucky, and now another one had fallen. Are you gray wolves so careless in your escape? Is it that easy to fall? After the Wolf King's death, the high-grade cannon shifted its attacks to the fallen gray wolf. Su Hen sighed. Whether the gray wolf fell or not seemed to make no difference. It was destined that 1 gray wolf. Su Hen thought to himself that if he could control the attack patterns of the troops, he would be able to direct the defensive structures to attack whichever target he desired. Could the auxiliary system achieve this? Su Hen inquired. The auxiliary system responded, yes, very stable. Would you like to modify it? There was no need to consider. Su Hen immediately made the modification. As he contemplated, the tripped gray wolf had already succumbed to the attacks of the high-grade cannon. At this moment, the high-grade cannon's attack had shifted to another gray wolf, slowing its escape speed. Seeing the last gray wolf about to escape the range of the high-grade cannon's attack, Su Hen hurriedly commanded the high-grade cannon to change its target and attack the last gray wolf. Under Su Hen's control, the high-grade cannon indeed changed its target, successfully striking the gray wolf that was about to flee. Su Hen was overjoyed and quickly dispatched all the barbarians to reap the life of the gray wolf. However, Su Da was running with some difficulty, blood trickling from his injured leg, clearly slower than the other Su Hen checked Su Da's attributes. The recent attack from the Wolf King had bitten away 52 health points from Su Da, and his health was currently decreasing at a rate of 1 point every few seconds. With 21 barbarians and a high-grade cannon, dealing with 2 injured gray wolves was more than sufficient. Su Hen decided to let Su Da rest. By the time the barbarians reached the first gray wolf, it had already died under the attack of the high-grade cannon, leaving only the last gray wolf limping away. After running several dozen meters, it was finally caught by the barbarians and fell to their blades. Thus all 12 gray wolves were annihilated. Su Hen could hardly contain his excitement as he began to clean up the battlefield. He first inspected the items dropped by the Wolf King, which naturally piqued his interest the most. The Wolf King had dropped a total of 4 items, 3 gems blueprints for a mid-grade cannon, and a holy water collector blueprint. The last item was something Su Hen had not anticipated. It was a purple invitation letter filled with mysterious patterns, the Demon God Game invitation. This invitation could be used in the real world, and upon use it could forcibly make a target enter the Demon God Game. Su Hen gazed blankly at the Demon God Game invitation, astonished that such a thing even existed. It could compel a person to enter the Demon God Game without the target's consent. Su Hen furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering how to use this invitation to the Demon God Game. Is it necessary to know the name, or to see it with his own eyes? Where would the invitee appear? Is it random, or based on my will? Su Hen explored the invitation to the Demon God Game in his palm, inadvertently noticing a line of text on the back. This invitation to the Demon God Game is of low grade, and must be used after seeing the target with one's own eyes. The target will randomly appear in the Demon God Game. This small print answered all of Su Hen's questions. Su Hen placed the invitation to the Demon God Game into his backpack, shaking his head. He felt that this invitation was not as valuable as the blueprint for a mid-grade cannon. It was of no use to him. Moreover, the Demon God Game is so perilous one could die at any moment. Pulling someone into it would not be a kindness. If someone were to oppose him, he might as well drag them in. But what Su Hen did not expect was that once the invitation to the Demon God Game spread, in reality countless ambitious individuals waved their cash, hoping to enter the game, fantasizing about gaining powerful abilities, opportunities for immortality, and the slim chance of acquiring divine powers. This time the wolf pack's revenge seemed to have been won by Su Hen at a very low cost, but that only applied to him. Su Hen had the barbarian king Su de mid-grade cannons, more than 20 barbarians, and the support of the level 5 barbarian ring, who among other players had so many trump cards. With the damage of the low-grade cannon provided by the level 1 base, it would take about 20 attacks to kill an ordinary gray wolf. As for the wolf king, it would take a whole minute just to shoot at it while standing still. In that minute, the wolf pack could have destroyed the tribes of ordinary players twice. An ordinary gray wolf is equivalent to 3 level 1 barbarians. If ordinary players faced this wolf pack, they would undoubtedly perish with no chance of survival. Temporarily pulling his thoughts away from the invitation to the demon god game, Su Hen collected all the items dropped from the 12 gray wolves and stored their bodies in his backpack, obtaining a total of 830 pieces of jerky. Upon checking the information on the jerky, Su Hen noticed a note stating that the jerky would rot and become inedible after 72 hours. Su Hen was speechless, not expecting the jerky to have an expiration date. What about the rice? Does it have an expiration date? Upon checking, he found that the rice also had one, but it lasted much longer than the jerky, 1 month. It seems that the wolf meat jerky needs to be consumed first. Combined with the previous jerky, he now had over 900 pieces. If he ate 300 pieces a day over 3 days, that would require 300 barbarians to consume it all. Can I train 300 barbarians in a day? Originally, Su Hen was worried about a lack of food, but now he was concerned that the food would rot before he could finish it. The shift happened too quickly. Aside from the Wolf King, the 11 ordinary gray wolves dropped a total of 8 items and 10 gems. The 8 items included 2 minor training potions, 2 blueprints for low-grade cannons, 2 blueprints for low-grade arrow towers, 1 barbarian card, and 1 fragment of the archer's ring, first rank. Most of the items Su Hen recognized, but what were the barbarian card and the archer's ring fragment? Barbarian card, level 1. After using this card, you can summon 10 level 1 barbarians to assist you in battle. It can be reused, but the barbarians cannot be replenished until all 10 are killed. Su Hen's eyes lit up. This item is quite good equivalent to directly adding 10 barbarians, and these barbarians should not require food. Archer's Ring first rank fragment increases the life, attack, stamina, and attributes of archers by 10 and precision by 1. Note 10 fragments can be combined to form an archer's ring, and 2 level 1 archer's rings can be combined to form a level 2 archer's ring. I understand the previous increases, but what does precision mean? Su Hen shook his head. This ring is not useful for him at the moment, since he has no archers. Once the attributes of archers are revealed, he will naturally understand what the precision attribute means. He solemnly placed the 2 items and 10 gems into his backpack. Currently, Su Hen already possessed 15 gems. His eyes sparkled as he looked at the pile of blueprints before him. Now he need not worry about the builders having nothing to do. With the mid-grade cannon dropped by the Wolf King, Su Hen suddenly had 5 additional defensive structures, 3 cannons, and 2 arrow towers. Additionally, with 2 training potions, he could continue to produce more troops. Su Hen did not expect that resource facility blueprints could also be dropped. The Wolf King provided the blueprint for the Holy Water Collector. Although the resource blueprints are not particularly useful for him, Su Hen certainly did not mind having more. Even the lowest level 1 Holy Water Collector produces 200 units per hour, which could provide nearly 5,000 units of holy water for Su Hen in a day. Though these 12 gray wolves did not drop an item each like the previous 2, Su Hen was already very satisfied. Su Hen was puzzled. The drop rate in the Demon God game seems too high, shockingly so. It's incredible that merely encountering a pack of wild wolves resulted in so many drops. Su Hen quickly realized something was amiss. It couldn't possibly be so high. If it were the tribes he scouted earlier would each have several defensive structures. But clearly the few level 1 native tribes only had a pathetic single initial low-grade cannon. Su Hen suddenly remembered that the auxiliary system had adjusted his luck to the highest level. The drop rate in the Demon God game could not be so high. It must be the extraordinarily high luck attribute that allowed him to obtain items from almost every gray wolf. Luck is a hidden attribute, and Su Hen did not know what his exact luck was, but at this moment he deeply realized the power enhancement brought by adjusting the luck value. Originally, Su Hen thought that resource theft was the strongest function of the auxiliary system, but now he knew he was wrong. Adjusting the luck value was the most powerful feature. As long as luck is on your side, anything is possible. Even the most invested players cannot compete with the extraordinary luck of a fortunate one. The 2 gray wolves that tripped were not normal occurrences. Running is a beast's instinct. How could they trip so easily? Was it still due to 2 consecutive encounters with him? Now Su Hen finally understood it was all due to his luck value at work. Unable to contain himself, Su Hen burst into laughter. Come on, let the luck come even more fiercely. While Su Hen was excited about his maxed out luck value, the game sprite surprised him once again. Game sprite, congratulations, Chief. You have defeated a formidable opponent and achieved a victory in a defensive battle, earning 30 trophies and a chance for a bronze level lottery draw. Game sprite, You just experienced a battle, but due to the zero destruction rate of your clan and minimal troop losses, we are unable to grant you a shield. Su Hen was taken aback. He was not surprised to receive trophies for a defensive victory even against wild monsters. But he did not expect that winning would also grant him a chance for a lottery draw. Can the winning side of a war really receive a lottery draw chance? The game sprite mentioned a formidable opponent. The wolf pack was indeed terrifying for an ordinary level 1 clan, but for Su Hen, it was a piece of cake. The reason Su Hen did not receive rewards for killing the barbarians of the Bifeng clan earlier was either because that did not count as an attack, or because those barbarians were too weak. Su Hen tried to inquire further with the game sprite. Some questions were answered while others were not. Game sprite. Only battles against or defending clans will yield trophies and lottery draw chances provided that the target clan's level is not lower than ours. If it is lower, no rewards can be obtained. Su Hen reflected on the sprite's words. In summary, the game of deities and demons does not encourage attacking clans of lower levels. To earn rewards, one must attack clans of equal or higher levels. Su Hen asked, will there be more rewards for battling higher level opponents? Game sprite. Yes, battles between clans of levels 1 to 3 will only reward a bronze lottery chance. Depending on the clan's level, the value of the bronze lottery rewards will vary. If you engage in higher level battles, you will receive a silver lottery chance. Su Hen shook his head. While the rewards for higher level battles were appealing, they were not easy to achieve. Game sprite. Would you like to start the bronze lottery? If you do not start it, we will consider it a forfeit. Su Hen would never forfeit and immediately initiated the draw. He had already experienced a Nalavel lottery, a gold level draw, and an epic level draw. This was his first bronze level draw, but he could imagine that the quality of the items drawn would certainly be lower than before. The bronze will spun rapidly before Su Hen's eyes. Though it was a bronze level lottery, Su Hen still observed the prizes available, further understanding the game of deities and demons. Gems, holy water, gold coins, blueprints, and equipment were all present. Finally, Su Hen clearly saw 50 gems, training potion, minor, 0 holy water, and a goblin card. Game sprite, congratulations, you have obtained 50 gems. A smile appeared on Su Hen's face. Receiving such a good reward from a bronze level draw should be attributed to his exceptionally high luck value. In a short time, he had amassed 65 gems. Ending his conversation with the game sprite, Su Hen immediately began to arrange for 3 builders to start construction. He had just obtained blueprints for 5 defensive buildings and a holy water collector. The 3 builders, including the time spent on the lottery, took less than an hour to upgrade these 6 new buildings to their maximum level. At this point, Su Hen had 8 defensive buildings, 5 cannons, 1 high quality, 1 medium quality, 3 low quality, and 3 low quality arrow towers. Medium quality cannon level 2. Hit points 550. Attack deals 15 damage per shot, attacking once every 0.8 seconds. Range 50 meters. The low quality cannon has a range of 30 meters, the medium quality 50 meters, while the high quality reaches 90 meters. It seems that the jumps between each quality level are quite significant, or I wonder how far the top grade cannon's range would be. In the meantime, Su Hen also obtained 6 more barbarians. Since he lost 2 earlier, he now has a total of 27 barbarians. Notably, due to the large number of defensive buildings Su Hen had, the territory of his clan was not sufficient for construction. He had to expand the clan's area to 30 by 30 to accommodate more buildings. If Su Hen's buildings increase further, he would need to expand again. Su Hen happily looked at how even at level 1 he had so many defensive buildings. As long as the Heijing clan did not attack, he feared no one. Su Hen found it strange that after such a long time the Bifeng clan had not noticed that their barbarians had not. Unable to resist, Su Hen checked the map and was taken aback. The Bifeng clan had vanished from the map. He searched several times, but could not find the Bifeng clan. Had they moved off the map? That would waste a lot of development time. How could they migrate for no reason? Su Hen examined the map and found that the Heijing clan was also missing. No, it wasn't that they were missing, rather he could not access any information about the Heijing clan. The Heijing clan remained in its original position, but now it was shrouded in a layer of fog, preventing any information from being viewed. The Heijing clan was protected by a shield. It was unlikely that the Heijing clan had been destroyed and that a new clan had come to its position, right? Then how did the Heijing clan obtain a shield? Su Hen recalled what the game sprite had said earlier. Since you recently experienced a battle, the destruction rate of the clan is 0 and the troop losses were minimal, we cannot grant you a shield. If the Heijing clan had attacked the Bifeng clan and destroyed it, they would have received a shield due to significant loss. With this speculation, Su Hen felt that everything made sense. In mobile games, destroyed clans receive shields, while in the game of deities and demons, destroyed clans permanently disappear and the attacking clans instead gain shields. Su Hen thought the design of the game of deities and demons was quite reasonable. When clans of the same level engage in battle, even the winning side often suffers heavy losses, greatly reducing their strength. If no opportunity for recovery is provided, who would dare to wage war? It was likely that the Heijing clan wanted to upgrade to a level 3 headquarters, which prompted the attack, and the Baifeng clan was the weakest among the 4 level 2 clans, making it the chosen target. Su Hen pondered why the Heijing clan did not attack level 1 clans to combine 2 level 1 headquarters blueprints into a level 2 headquarters blueprint. By eliminating 4 level 1 headquarters, they could have obtained a level 3 headquarters blueprint. Su Hen speculated that high-level clans attacking low-level clans would not drop headquarters blueprints. Of course, this was just his guess. He was uncertain about its accuracy. In any case, with the Baifeng clan's demise, Su Hen no longer had to worry about them causing trouble for him. Although he was not afraid of the Baifeng clan, he certainly disliked trouble. Su Hen learned from the words of the game sprite that the Divine Demon game discourages attacking tribes that are lower in level than oneself. If one attacks, they may only receive resource rewards from the tribe. This approach benefits lower-level tribes, preventing higher-level tribes from recklessly attacking them. Only by attacking tribes of equal level can one receive substantial rewards, with even greater rewards for engaging in battles across levels. Su Hen thought for a moment that while he was still at a level 1 base, he should attack several level 1 tribes, ideally eradicating all nearby level 1 tribes. Once he reaches level 2, there will be little reward left for attacking. What Su Hen needs to do now is to train hordes of troops, acquiring enough barbarians to crush other level 1 tribes with overwhelming force. He had just obtained a fragment of a level 1 archer's ring, and it surprisingly required 10 fragments to synthesize a complete level 1 archer's ring. How many fragments would be needed for a level 5 archer's ring? Su Hen deeply realized how precious his level 5 barbarian ring was. It seemed that even without the auxiliary system, he had great luck with the 3 draws he had before. Currently, the auxiliary system siphons 5,000 resources per hour, and with 2 level 2 holy water collectors producing 300 each per hour, the total comes to 5,600. Due to having training potions, Su Hen can train 6 barbarians per hour, which requires 6,000 holy water per hour, just barely sufficient. With some potions left over from before, it was enough to support Su Hen's continuous troop training. After an hour, the number of his barbarians reached 33. Suddenly, Su De became alert again. Seeing this, Su Hen quickly observed outside the tribe. He saw 5 barbarians carrying wooden buckets heading to the river to fetch water, passing by Su Hen's tribe. Su Hen wondered, do these tribes have such confidence that they are not afraid of encountering mishaps while fetching water, thereby suffering unnecessary losses? If losses occur, they might not even know who is responsible. These barbarians were not completely unguarded. Su Hen noticed that when they passed his tribe, they deliberately kept a distance of several dozen meters, likely aware of the range of the defensive structures and avoiding it. Su Hen's heart stirred. Should he take this opportunity to eliminate all these barbarians, thereby weakening the strength of other tribes, allowing him to better achieve his goals? Killing these barbarians near his own tribe would indeed be much easier than attacking them within their own territory. Su Hen did not know which tribe they belonged to, but they definitely were not from the Heijing tribe, as the Heijing tribe was currently within their shield, and sending troops outside would reduce the protection time of the shield right. Even if they were from the Heijing tribe, having just experienced a fierce battle, they must have suffered significant troop losses. As for other tribes, Su Hen had even less to fear. Level 1 tribes would certainly not be his match. Would a level 2 tribe take the risk of suffering heavy losses? If he had several thousand resources each, there might be a chance, but seeing that he only had a few hundred resources, would they still dare to act? The risk clearly outweighs the reward. Su Hen felt fearless provided they were aware of their actions. With that thought, Su Hen's gaze turned cold. He would not hesitate to be ruthless in the Divine Demon game. Su Hen activated the defensive structures, but only the mid-grade and top-grade cannons could reach them. Boom, boom. The 2 cannons of different grades simultaneously launched attacks, accurately striking 2 barbarians. The mid-grade cannon's attack directly caused 1 barbarian to lose half his life, while the top-grade cannon pushed another barbarian into a dying state. Had it not been for Su Hen's control, the 2 cannons would have attacked the same target, but to prevent any escaping, Su Hen directed the cannons to attack other barbarians. Su Hen couldn't help but marvel that controlling the targets of defensive structures and troops was something every Clash of Tribes player dreams of, and now he had achieved it with the help of a cheat. Just this one point made him far ahead of countless other players. 2 more barbarians fell, and the last barbarian collapsed under the attack of the top-grade cannon. The cannon's attack left the 5 barbarians injured and dying, unable to flee. The cannon began to finish them off, and the 5 barbarians met a tragic end. Su Hen ordered his barbarians to place these corpses next to the corpses of the barbarians from the Baifeng tribe. The entire process went very smoothly. Su Hen believed he was undetected. Su Hen decided that if any more barbarians came to fetch water, as long as he could ensure that none escaped, he would eliminate them all, further weakening the strength of other tribes. Su Hen's short-term goal was to eliminate all tribes within a 10-mile radius of the map. However, within 10 minutes, Su Hen was astonished to discover over 40 barbarians and more than 20 archers appearing near his tribe. Is a level 2 tribe trying to attack him? Hey, his disguised resources are only a few hundred. Not to mention whether they can defeat him, how much troop strength would they waste, even if they could? Are they really that reckless? Su Hen was puzzled. However, the archers stood 50 meters away, coldly gazing at Su Hen's tribe temporarily, making no move. A native, neither a barbarian nor an archer dressed similarly to Su Hen, slowly approached him. He first looked at Su Hen's 30 barbarians and 8 defensive structures with suspicion, his eyes filled with astonishment. Su Hen speculated that he must be the leader, as leaders are not harmed and attacks are useless against them. Su Hen broke the silence, first smiling warmly and asking, "May I know which tribe this leader is from? What is the purpose of surrounding my tribe with such great fanfare?" Su Hen's tone turned cold at the end, expressing his dissatisfaction with the encirclement of his tribe. The native leader snorted coldly, "I am the leader of the Shangye tribe. Are you the leader of the Yanhua tribe?" The Shangye tribe is one of the 4 level 2 tribes. Su Hen should be. The gaze from Shangye was icy, as if he wanted to devour Su Hen, gritting his teeth. "My barbarians went out to fetch water. Why did you kill them?" Su Hen was taken aback. So those 5 barbarians just now were from the Shangye tribe, but how did they know he was the one who killed them? Su Hen emotionally retorted, "On what basis do you accuse me? How could I have killed your barbarians without—" Su Hen, with an excited expression, exclaimed, "On what grounds are you accusing me? Why would I randomly kill your— The game spirit told me that it was your Yin Huang tribe that killed my 5 barbarians. How can you deny it?" Su Hen was shocked. What? Not only the players, but these natives also have game spirits. But the game spirit actually told Shang Yi that those barbarians were killed by themselves. Su Hen cursed inwardly. Wasn't this deliberately provoking a war? The news about the previously killed by Feng tribe barbarian must have reached them, but due to the destruction by the He Jing tribe, they naturally couldn't come looking for trouble. There was no denying it now. Su Hen argued, "I did not kill your barbarians without reason, but your barbarians appeared near my tribe, threatening my safety, which is why I acted." Shang Yi remained silent, but Su Hen received a notification from the game spirit. The game spirit said, "The Shang Yi tribe has scouted your resources and shown hostility towards you. You may retaliate." It turned out that not only could he scout a tribe's resources, but other tribes could do so as well. However, he could scout a tribe's resources from afar on the map, while other tribes seemed to only be able to do so by getting close. Moreover, this scouting would be reported back by the game spirit, while his own scouting on the map would remain unknown to others. Shang Yi discovered that the Yan Huang tribe had only 433 gold and 236 holy water, which immediately made him reconsider his attack. Attacking the Yan Huang tribe would only lead to heavy losses without any gains. Upon hearing the game spirit's notification that his tribe's 5 barbarians had been killed by a level 1 tribe, Shang Yi flew into a rage. Who had such audacity? If the Yan Huang tribe was not destroyed, how would others perceive it? Shang Yi immediately gathered all his forces, preparing to destroy the Yan Huang tribe to intimidate other level 1 tribes. The amount of resources gained was irrelevant. The main goal was revenge and establishing authority. But Shang Yi did not expect this level 1 tribe to have over 30 barbarians and 8 defensive buildings. What kind of level 1 tribe was this? It was hardly different from his own level 2 tribe, which only had 5 defensive buildings. Shang Yi regretted not bringing his defensive buildings along. Even if he had brought his defensive buildings, destroying this tribe would still lead to heavy losses, causing his strength to plummet. How would he face other tribes then? There was no choice. Shang Yi sighed heavily in his heart. He couldn't act on impulse, and could only choose to endure for now. If he knew that Su Hen also had a barbarian king, he would probably have retreated without a second thought. Upon hearing Su Hen's response, Shang Yi coldly snorted, "They'll let you go this time, but if there's a next time, I won't be so lenient." To Su Hen's astonishment, Shang Yi actually began to return to his forces. Su Hen's mind raced as he considered whether to leave Shang Yi's forces and attack the Shang Yi tribe to earn rewards for surpassing level. He believed that with 8 defensive buildings and Suda, he could achieve this with minimal casualties. But the premise was that the Shang Yi tribe did not withdraw from their defensive range. If they chose to retreat, his superior cannons would hardly inflict much damage. After some thought, Su Hen decided to give up. There was no rush. He would wait until he developed a bit more. His food supply would definitely be sufficient, and he would have enough resources. He would deal with it after he had 100 barbarians. With the blessing of the level 5 barbarian ring, his barbarians were far stronger than those of other tribes. The start was smooth, and he just needed to stabilize his development to avoid unexpected events. Seeing the Shang Yi tribe retreat with their forces, a smile appeared on Su Hen's face. Indeed, as long as one is strong and has sufficient resources, no one wants to expend effort against them. What does it matter if they are a level 2 tribe? I killed your barbarians, and you can only swallow your anger. Continue to kill. Weaken the strength of other tribes. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. With such little resources revealed, you fear being ungrateful by attacking me. This time Su Hen felt unlucky. Among so many tribes, the barbarians he killed were from a level 2 tribe. Su Hen was not mindless. He had confidence in what he was doing. Although Su Hen was currently a level 1 tribe, he was stronger than all the level 2 tribes nearby. Even if a tribe went mad and attacked him, Su Hen was confident he could defend himself. After defending, he wouldn't have to worry about heavy losses because he had a shield. Su Hen also killed 2 barbarians fetching water. The game spirit announced, "You have killed the barbarians of the Qiyu tribe. You have offended the Qiyu tribe." The game spirit continued, "Since you previously killed the barbarians of the Shangyi tribe, you have actively offended 2 tribes. Both tribes have received notifications, and according to the rules can join forces to attack you. Please be cautious. 2 tribes joining forces to attack me." Su Hen couldn't help but feel furious. "Why didn't you warn me earlier?" The game's spirit fell silent. Su Hen cursed. Wasn't this clearly setting him up for failure? "If you had warned me earlier, would I have acted this way?" Su Hen initially thought that the divine and demon game would be like Clash of Clans where tribes could only battle on Yenon. He never expected that 2 tribes could actually unite. Although this alliance seemed to have limitations. The Qiyu tribe was a level 1 tribe. Now Su Hen could only be thankful that the barbarian he had just killed was from a level 1 tribe. If it were a level 2 tribe united against him, he would truly be at a loss. Killing more water-fetching barbarians would probably lead to even more tribes joining forces to attack him, wouldn't it? In that case, it would undoubtedly be a dead end. Qiyu is also a native of the tribe. Upon learning that his barbarians were killed by the Yanhuang tribe leader, Qiyu immediately decided to take his 20 or so barbarians to scout the strength of the Yanhuang tribe. If their strength was lower than his own, he would certainly seek revenge. However, Qiyu soon received a prompt indicating he could unite with the Shangye tribe. After some thought, he decided to join forces with the Shangye tribe. Though this would mean that the majority of the resources gained would go to the Shangye tribe, the casualties would be significantly lower, and most importantly, he would get his revenge. The Qiyu tribe was not far from the Shangye tribe, and Qiyu quickly arrived to meet Shangye. Under normal circumstances, Qiyu would not dare to approach the Shangye tribe as it would be seen as scouting for information and would invite hostility from them. But with a valid reason, Qiyu could approach Shangye openly. Not daring to get too close, he called out to Shangye and met him. Qiyu explained his intentions, expecting Shangye to join him in action. To his surprise, Shangye shook his head and said no, attacking them would come at too great a cost. Without any information about his own tribe, Shangye generously provided Qiyu with information about the Yanhuang tribe. Reluctantly, Qiyu replied, "Are we just going to let them go like this? Training a barbarian is no easy task." Shangye squinted and said, "That kid knows no bounds. Let's wait a bit longer until he draws the anger of many, and then we can all join forces to attack him." Having already realized he would provoke widespread anger, Su Hen dared not continue killing barbarians and instead settled down to develop more peacefully. Other tribes' forces needed water, and naturally, Su Hen's forces needed it as well. Before long, Su Hen's barbarians began to request water. Su Hen thought, will my barbarians be attacked while fetching water? Surely no one would be that malicious. To be safe, Su Hen instructed the barbarians to carry the 20 buckets of water, preparing to fetch enough for several days. Suda accompanied them for protection. Just as they left the tribe, Su Hen suddenly thought, what if someone attacks my tribe while I'm away? A tribe without soldiers for protection, relying solely on defensive structures, is very vulnerable. Su Hen asked the game spirit, what if I go out and another tribe attacks my tribe? The game spirit replied, rest assured, leader. If you are not within the tribe, other tribes cannot attack your tribe. If they do, you can choose to instantly return to the tribe within 12 hours. If it exceeds 12 hours, I will forcefully return you. In tribal conflicts, a leader cannot be attacked while at home, but in the divine game, a leader cannot be attacked when not at home. Su Hen found this rather peculiar. The subsequent settings are likely to prevent players from using this to evade attacks on their tribes. Since the game spirit assured him, Su Hen felt at ease and took Suda and the other barbarians to fetch water. Su Hen's tribe was already among the closest to the water source. At that time, in order to develop rapidly, Su Hen had made the choice to establish the tribe on the spot. After walking 400 or 500 meters, Su Hen successfully reached the riverbank. The sunlight shining on the river created a beautiful scene, but Su Hen spotted a deer-like creature by the river, which was significantly larger than any deer in reality. From its 2 antlers, it was evident that it was a male deer, a wild monster. Su Hen was thrilled, wondering what loot he might gain from killing it. Su Hen recalled that there was an attribute for livestock, but it was not available in the shop and had to be captured. The corpse of a dead wild monster would turn into jerky with a shelf life, but a living wild monster could be eaten at any time, making it free from expiration. Raising more livestock would ensure his food supply. Su Hen decided to try capturing this male deer to see if he could succeed, unsure of the conditions needed for a successful capture. However, as Su Hen approached the male deer, it became instantly alert. Upon seeing Su Hen and the others, it immediately bolted and quickly disappeared from sight. Fortunately, this time it did not trip. The male deer was too fast, at least 10 meters per second. Even with the enhancement of the barbarian's ring, his barbarians couldn't catch it. Su Hen had no choice but to give up. The retrieved wooden buckets were approximately 40 centimeters tall and 20 centimeters wide. If the 20 buckets were filled, they would be enough for the barbarians to drink for at least 3 days, of course, assuming the number of barbarians had not increased. Returning to the tribe, without any unusual encounters, Su Hen began to develop in peace. He neither provoked trouble, nor did anyone come looking for it. He used the training potions one after another, without saving them, as he could fully utilize their effects at this stage, without wasting them. 6 hours later, 36 barbarians completed training, bringing Su Hen's forces to 69. Su Hen felt that he had amassed enough strength and could attempt to attack a level 1 tribe. One of his barbarians could match 1.5 of another's. Plus, with Su De, he could control the barbarians to prioritize attacking defensive structures, ensuring minimal casualties, while eliminating a level 1 tribe. The more Su Hen thought about it, the more eager he became, and he finally couldn't resist choosing a level 1 tribe to test his skills. He selected the closest native level 1 tribe, as he couldn't attack a player tribe with a shield. Su Hen knew that defensive structures could participate in the attack, so he chose to bring them along as well. The game spirit said, "I remind you, leader, that once you take defensive structures outside the tribe, if they are destroyed, they will be completely destroyed and cannot be restored. After the battle, they must be returned to the tribe, and you will need to rebuild them at the cost and time consistent with upgrading the current level of the defensive structure. While building the defensive structures will not be effective, defensive structures outside the tribe cannot utilize the holy water underground as energy. Each attack requires you to consume holy water equal to damage multiplied by 2. Defensive structures can only deal damage to units, not to buildings. The above points must be acknowledged." Su Hen was dumbfounded. He had no idea there were so many restrictions on defensive structures participating in battles. No wonder the Shanya tribe hadn't brought theirs along. They would have to rebuild them afterward. How many resources would that consume? With limited resources, he truly didn't dare to take defensive structures into battle. It wasn't about fighting, it was about money and resources. Take the top-grade cannon as an example. Its damage is 40, which means it consumes 80 holy water. Even if used sparingly, it would need to be rebuilt when returned to the tribe, wasting time, resources, and the labor of builders. It costs money, time, and effort. Today I can't write about Ye Tianlu anymore, I'll write about it tomorrow. Let the author off easy. Oh, I've written over 10,000 words today and feel dizzy. If there was no cost or a minimal cost for carrying defensive buildings out of the tribe, Su Hen would choose to do so without hesitation. However, the cost is indeed significant. At this moment, Su Hen's production speed of holy water just meets the demand for training troops. Excessive consumption of holy water would affect the training of the barbarians. After a brief consideration, Su Hen shook his head, dismissing the idea of carrying out the defensive building. Against a regular level 1 tribe with Su Hen's current strength, it was unnecessary. Carrying defensive buildings would only serve as an embellishment. Su Hen checked the map again, looking at the level 1 tribe, Dongli tribe, that he was about to attack. The Dongli tribe had 18 barbarians and 2 low-grade level 2 cannons, with available resources totaling 659 gold and 458 holy water. Since the Dongli tribe was very close to Su Hen, he had previously checked the tribe. At that time, the Dongli tribe only had 15 barbarians and 1 level 1 cannon. It seems that not only Su Hen, but also the indigenous tribes are developing. The growth rate of the Dongli tribe is quite normal. In 8 to 9 hours, they have only increased their military strength by 3. If players do not have any extraordinary encounters, a normal growth rate is similar. Their training camp's training speed is the same as Su Hen's speed without training potions, but their production of holy water is insufficient. It takes about 3 hours to produce enough holy water to train 1 barbarian. They can't train 6 barbarians in just 1 hour like Su Hen. After scouting again, the changes in the Dongli tribe's strength were inconsequential to Su Hen. They are all weaklings. Su Hen alone could withstand the damage of 2 cannons and destroy the entire Dongli tribe, not to mention, he still had 69 strengthened barbarians, prepared and set to go. Since the Dongli tribe is the closest to Su Hen, they encountered no other tribes along the way. Soon Su Hen and his group arrived at the Dongli tribe in a grand manner. Su Hen was too lazy to scout the information of the Dongli tribe, as he already had a complete understanding from the map. The leader of the Dongli tribe was at home, ready to be attacked. Without further ado, Su Hen ordered Su De to charge in first, with the other barbarians following behind. Su De could take on the front and sustain some damage as he could recover. Su Hen had observed that after Su De got injured, he could recover a bit of health in 1 minute, and any loss of several dozens of health points could be recovered in an hour. Even if he lost a few hundred health points, it wouldn't affect Su De's combat power. If an ordinary barbarian took the front, they would likely suffer some losses. This was something that Su Hen, who cherished his troops, would not easily accept. Upon seeing so many troops from Su Hen, the leader of Dongli Dong, Li was completely stunned. He had just received a prompt from the game spirit, the level 1 tribe Yanhuang tribe is attacking you. Dong Li could not fathom how a level 1 tribe could be this powerful. With so many barbarians attacking his tribe, there would be no significant losses, and he absolutely could not defend. Dong Li hurriedly shouted to Su Hen, "I am protected by the level 3 tribe, Iron Wind tribe. You cannot attack me, or the Iron Wind tribe will not spare you." As if to validate Dong Li's words, the game spirit issued a prompt: "The Dong Li tribe has paid tribute to the Iron Wind tribe. Your attack on the Dong Li tribe will incite hostility from the Iron Wind tribe." Su Hen was shocked. Paying tribute could allow a high-level tribe to protect a low-level tribe. He immediately ordered Su De and the barbarians to halt. Su Hen was uncertain whether attacking the Dong Li tribe would provoke the Iron Wind tribe, a level 3 tribe, to break the rules and attack his level 1 tribe. He quickly inquired of the game spirit. The game spirit responded, "No, only when you advance to level 2 will the Iron Wind tribe receive a prompt and have a high probability of attacking you." Su Hen let out a long breath. Su Hen remembered that previously the Iron Wind and Aoqian 2 level 3 tribes had come to demand tribute from him, but he had refused. The Iron Wind and Aoqian tribes had made threats stating that when Su Hen's tribe reached level 2, they would come to annihilate it. It was because of offending these two tribes that Su Hen was determined not to advance to level 2 until he reached the peak of level 1. Having already offended the Iron Wind tribe, why fear further? Attacking a tribe protected by the Iron Wind wouldn't allow them to break the rules and attack him, so what was there to fear? Su Hen sneered and ordered Su De to begin the attack again. Dong Li looked at Su Hen in disbelief, having informed him that he was under the protection of the Iron Wind tribe, yet he still dared to attack. Seeing his barbarians about to perish under Su Hen's barbarians' swords, Dong Li gritted his teeth, as if making a decision. Dong Li despondently said, "Please don't attack. I am willing to pay you and the Iron Wind tribe the same tribute daily, 100 gold and holy water. I beg you not to destroy my tribe." Su Hen was taken aback. "Is this possible?" The game spirit responded, "The Dong Li tribe, fearing your might, requests to surrender. They will offer you 100 gold and holy water daily. Do you agree? For 10 days they cannot violate their promise unless their tribe is destroyed. 10 days means 100 gold and 100 holy water. Even if Su Hen destroyed the Dong Li tribe, he would never obtain that many resources. Agreeing to their surrender would definitely yield higher benefits than destroying them, and there would be no casualties. He could gain high rewards without shedding blood. However, he would not receive trophies, lottery chances, divine demon stones, or level 1 main camp blueprints. If it were any other level 1 tribe, the Dong Li tribe would never surrender so easily, but Su Hen demonstrated overwhelming strength, leaving the Dong Li tribe with no choice. The 2 level 3 tribes, Iron Wind and Aoqian, had previously allowed Su Hen to choose whom to pay tribute to, and he could even choose to pay both, indicating that tributes can be given to multiple tribes as long as one can afford it. However, this implies that the tribes paying tribute will lack resources for development. The more tribes they pay, the poorer they become. Is 100 gold and holy water a lot? It's just the production of Su Hen in 2 hours. Moreover, this 100 resources are given daily. An additional 100 resources may be acceptable for other tribes, but for Su Hen, it is hardly sufficient. Su Hen eagerly wanted to know how many divine demon stones could be obtained by destroying a tribe. Additionally, he could receive trophies and lottery chances. Given Su Hen's luck, the rewards from the draw would definitely outweigh the 100 resources. Most importantly, attacking his tribe would incur no losses, only some health points lost by Su De. Su Hen no longer wished to waste words with Dong Li and ordered Su De to commence the attack. No matter how Dong Li pleaded for mercy, there was no possibility of stopping now. Seeing this, Dong Li in despair erupted in curses and activated the cannon fire against Su De at the front. Previously, Dong Li had hesitated, unwilling to take the initiative, but with the enemy already at his doorstep, could he just wait for death? Dong Li knew he could not hold out, but he would not allow Su Hen to have it easy either. With Su De at the front and ordinary barbarians behind, their speeds were synchronized. When Su De was 30 meters away from Dong Li's tribe, 2 low-grade cannons began their assault. Each level 2 cannon dealt 18 damage, totaling 36 damage, as they simultaneously attacked the nearest Su De. However, Su Hen did not order Su De to prioritize attacking the cannons. Instead, he commanded Su De and all the barbarians to eliminate the barbarians of Dong Li's tribe, who had come to confront them. Su De dealt a staggering 120 damage, instantly killing a barbarian. The other 69 ordinary barbarians dealt 12 damage, each averaging 4 barbarians attacking one of Dong Li's tribe, which meant a total of 48 damage. A level 1 barbarian only had 45 hit points. The overflow damage also resulted in instant death from the barrage of blades. In just one encounter, all 18 barbarians of Dong Li's tribe fell. Afterwards, Su Hen had Su De lead the barbarians to destroy the 2 low-grade cannons. With hundreds of hit points, the cannons were swiftly destroyed under the assault of the 69 barbarians and Su De. At this point, all defensive forces of Dong Li's tribe were completely obliterated, leaving them with no means to attack Su De and his allies. The chief had no attacking capabilities besides items. Su Hen did not believe Dong Li had any. If he did, he would have used them long before losing troops and defenses. Su Hen couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Although Su De was disguised, the ability to kill a barbarian in one strike couldn't be concealed. Moreover, since his barbarians prioritized attacking defensive structures, would Dong Li the native send any data to the gods or demons? Although the auxiliary system claimed stability, Su Hen couldn't shake off his worries. If discovered, it would mean the auxiliary system replied, "Rest assured, host, I won't let you use anything unstable." Hearing this, Su Hen felt somewhat relieved. Indeed, Dong Li showed no signs of concern regarding these anomalies. In despair, Dong Li promised to offer all resources to Su Hen, but Su Hen ignored him and ruthlessly destroyed all of Dong Li's tribe's buildings. After the destruction of Dong Li's tribe, he transformed into a phantom and slowly vanished. Su Hen mused that the disappearance of the native was simply the data fading away, but the destruction of a player's tribe meant true death. Game Spirit, congratulations, Chief, you have destroyed Dong Li's tribe and acquired all of its resources, 659 gold coins and 458 holy water. You have gained 29 trophies. You have received a bronze level lottery chance. You have obtained blueprints for a level 1 base. You have received 20 demon stones. Hearing he had acquired 20 demon stones, Su Hen's eyes lit up. This was the first time he had obtained demon stones. In the resource panel, the previously 0 demon stones had turned into 20. If a level 1 tribe could provide 20 demon stones, then if I remained at level 1 tribes and focused on destroying them, I could accumulate 1 demon stones by destroying 5 level 1 tribes and gain the power of the demons. Moreover, while I am at a level 1 tribe, I would always be safe. But soon Su Hen shook his head with a smile. As he developed, other tribes would develop too. How could he remain at a level 1 tribe forever? In about 10 days to half a month, he feared he would no longer see level 1 tribes. In this battle, while there were no losses in troop strength, Su De endured 9 attacks from each of the 2 low-grade cannons, losing over 300 hit points, requiring 5 hours to fully recover from the injuries. Game Spirit, do you wish to start the bronze level lottery? If not activated for a long time, it will be considered forfeit. Su Hen replied, let's begin. The bronze will spun again. In the end, Su Hen saw the prizes 1 holy water, 10 gems, a low-level beast control ring, and worker potion miner. What is a low-level beast control ring? Is it used to capture wild monsters? Game Spirit, congratulations, Chief, you have obtained 5 healing potions miner. Healing potion miner instantly restores the hit points of troops and heroes, with each bottle capable of healing up to 300 hit points, and can be used separately. Note, can only be used in a non-combat state. Su Hen's eyes brightened. With this, he could quickly recover Su De's injuries, but unless a battle was imminent, it was best to let Su De recover automatically. Although Su Hen refused Dong Li's surrender and would no longer receive his offerings, he felt that the rewards from destruction were far greater than accepting his surrender. There was no choice. After all, Su Hen had high luck, and he always drew good items in lotteries. Having tasted the sweetness, Su Hen decided to continue attacking the next level 1 tribe. This time the target was a neighboring level 1 tribe, the Beishan tribe. This tribe only had 1 level 2 low-grade cannon and 13 barbarians, significantly weaker than Dong Li's tribe. To Su Hen's surprise, this Beishan tribe was under the protection of the Chotian tribe. But so what? Was Su Hen afraid of the Chotian tribe? With no worries about debts, Su Hen felt indifferent. After all, they could not attack him now. Ignoring the support and surrender offered by Beishan, Su Hen decisively eliminated the Beishan tribe. Su De lost another 128 hit points, but the rewards were equally bountiful: 25 trophies, a bronze level lottery chance, blueprints for a level 1 base, and 20 demon stones. In this lottery, he surprisingly drew 5 healing potions miner again. Su De's hit points had nearly fallen to half, affecting his speed. Faced with the choice of continuing to let Su De take damage or losing a few barbarians, Su Hen opted to use a healing potion to restore Su De's hit points. This way, it equated to gaining the reward of destroying a tribe at the cost of using 1 healing potion each battle. Although the healing potion was good, could it compare to this? Su Hen immediately realized that even if he exhausted all the healing potions, he would still destroy several level 1 tribes to gain more lottery chances and demon stones, while other tribes had yet to develop significantly. The next tribe is also a first-level tribe called the Guhua tribe, but this tribe is quite strong, boasting 35 barbarians and 2 low-grade cannons along with a low-grade arrow tower. Of course, this strength is relative to other first-level tribes. For Su Hen, destroying it would be effortless, but it would come with considerable losses. A strong tribe does not necessarily have more resources, they may even have less. As long as it is a first-level tribe, the rewards offered to Su Hen would be the same, so why not target a weaker one? The next tribe surprised Su Hen, but it was because of its weakness. He actually pledged fealty to both the Chotian and the Tieshing tribes, simultaneously resulting in a lack of resources for development, leaving him with only a pitiful 5 barbarians and a low-grade cannon. Su Hen cursed under his breath. these two are truly vampires, and it seems that all the first-level tribes in this area have been drained by them. He wondered if the second-level tribes would also pay tribute to these two third-level tribes. Even if a tribe contributes little, just 1,000 a day, if dozens of first-level tribes contribute at the same time, it becomes quite a substantial amount. This also leads to the strong becoming stronger, while the weak may not become weaker. The gap will only widen. There is no way around it, or lagging behind means being beaten and strength is respected. For Su Hen, he does not need any tribute. The resources siphoned by his auxiliary system are temporarily sufficient for his development. What he desires most are still lottery opportunities and divine demon stones. Su Hen hopes to gather 100,000 divine demon stones as soon as possible to gain the abilities of the divine demons. He doesn't know how long it will take, but he will keep trying. If he could gain the powers of the divine demons, would he be fearless in reality? Su Hen waited with anticipation. He did not care how many tribes were protecting the current tribe. He would simply destroy it. Game Spirit. Congratulations, Chief, you have obtained 20 trophies. Congratulations, Chief, you have gained a chance for a bronze level lottery. Since the Chief has obtained 2 first-level main camp blueprints, you can no longer receive this reward and will instead receive 40 divine demon stones. With this, Su Hen's plan to use the first-level main camp blueprints to synthesize a third-level main camp blueprint has fallen through, but that's fine. He can attack second-level tribes when he upgrades. For now, it's not urgent, and Su Hen is not in a hurry. Gaining 20 more divine demon stones is also not bad. Su Hen has already obtained 80 divine demon. It might be because Su Hen's trophy count is higher than that of this first-level tribe, and since this tribe is quite weak, this time the trophies only amounted to 20. This time the lottery yielded 500 holy water, which made Su Hen very satisfied as he no longer had to worry about the barbarians lacking holy water for training. Using a healing potion brought Su Da's health back to nearly full, and Su Hen continued searching for a weaker first-level tribe. Su Hen successively destroyed the 9 weakest first-level tribes within a 10-li radius, with only one tribe leader possessing an item who summoned 10 goblins using a card. It was utterly useless, merely a dying struggle. On the map, there are a total of 19 indigenous tribes, with the Baifeng tribe destroyed by the Heijing tribe, leaving 18 indigenous tribes remaining. Among these 18 indigenous tribes, there are 3 second-level tribes and 15 first-level tribes. The relatively weaker 9 first-level tribes have all been completely destroyed by Su Hen. Su Hen's count of divine demon stones has reached 320. The other 6 lottery draws yielded 2 draws of 50 stones, 1 minor worker potion. Worker Potion Miner doubles the construction upgrade speed of all builders for half an hour. 1 draw yielded 5,000 holy water. 1 draw yielded 5,000 gold coins. 1 blueprint for a medium-grade arrow tower. Medium-grade arrow tower level 1. Health 450. Damage 10 per attack every 0. Attacks every 5 seconds. Range 80 meters. Su Hen was also quite satisfied with these rewards. Su Hen's trophy count has reached 189. The higher the trophy count, the less the number of trophies gained from attacking weaker tribes, and Su Hen is not particularly concerned about his trophy count at this moment. In destroying these 9 first-level tribes, Su Hen's only cost was the consumption of 7 healing potions, and he did not lose a single barbarian. Su Da's health is now nearly full. Su Hen smiled broadly. Indeed, plundering is faster than developing. In a short time, it has been a significant. Being able to destroy these first-level tribes at such a low cost is largely due to Su Da's exceptional health and high attack power, which are simply beyond what the current tribes can resist. With the healing potions as a means of recovery, Su Da can sustain perfectly. Since he has gained so much, it is certainly time to continue attacking other first-level tribes. At this point, there are no weaker first-level indigenous tribes left, and Su Hen turned his gaze to the player tribe, the Jesus tribe. He currently has only 12 barbarians, a low-grade cannon of level 2, and a high-grade mortar. This high-grade mortar was unexpectedly obtained from the tribute lottery after abandoning his protection period. The high-grade mortar has now been constructed. Su Hen checked its attributes. High-grade mortar. Health 8. Damage 70 per attack, attacks every 5 seconds, and pushes the target back 2 meters. Damage range 66. Range 8,150 meters. Su Hen was secretly astonished. The range of this high-grade mortar is quite far, reaching a full 150 meters. To deal with the Jesus tribe, only Su Da can approach. Other barbarians would be harmed by the mortar's area damage. Although the high-grade mortar has high damage, its attack speed is too slow. The mortar's strength lies in its long range and wide damage area. If it's just Su Da alone, the damage range would be of little effect. The other player, Chin Bo tribe, has only 11 barbarians and a low-grade cannon of level 2, which appears much easier to deal with than the Jesus tribe. However, Su Hen did not know what he might obtain from the lottery. The unknown is what is most terrifying. If it were some outrageous item, Su Hen would probably spit blood. Thus, Su Hen chose the Jesus tribe. Approaching the Jesus tribe, he brought only Su Da close. while Jesus saw that Su Hen only had Suda with him, who appeared to be just an ordinary barbarian. Jesus felt no threat, but still warned Su Hen not to come closer. Jesus should be from the sun never sets republic, but at this moment what he said sounded to Su Hen like the language of the Xinzhou Empire, likely automatically translated by the divine demons. Jesus shouted from afar, "What do you want? If you come any closer, I will attack." Su Hen smiled broadly and said, "I am also a player. I think we should discuss this game. Perhaps it would be a good harvest for both of us." Hearing this, Jesus' eyes lit up, but he still cautiously said, "Then just speak from 10 meters outside the tribe. Do not enter." Su Hen smiled in agreement and stepped closer with Suda. As soon as Suda entered the 10-meter range of the Jesus tribe, Su Hen suddenly launched an attack. Suda charged towards the Jesus tribe with all his might. Jesus was startled and quickly activated 2 defensive buildings. The mortar's original range of 150 meters was not utilized, as Suda was now only 50 meters away from the high-grade mortar. Suda braved the damage from the mortar and cannon, not attacking the blocking barbarians, but instead made his way within 8 meters of the mortar. Suda did not attack the mortar because he had now entered the blind spot of the mortar, which could not target Suda at all. The mortar has a serious flaw. Once you get extremely close, its attack cannot be fired horizontally, rendering it completely ineffective, even inferior to a low-grade cannon. Since the mortar was ineffective, Suda naturally ignored it. Of course, all of this was orchestrated by Su Hen. Suda began to turn around and attack the 12 barbarians. With 1 strike per barbarian, his overwhelming attack power meant he did not waste time on a single barbarian. Under the astonished gaze of Jesus, all 12 barbarians fell in battle. Jesus looked on in horror as all 12 of his hard-trained barbarians were slain. With bloodshot eyes, he gazed at Su Hen as if he wanted to devour him. If a glare could kill, Su Hen would probably have died countless times. Whatever Jesus said, or how he looked at Su Hen paid no mind. After all of Jesus' barbarians were dead, Suda then braved the cannon's attack and quickly demolished the mortar. In just 7 strikes, the high-grade mortar with 800 health fell at Suda's hands. After that, Suda did not hesitate to turn towards the last offensive, building the cannon. At the same time, Su Hen sent out the barbarians hidden behind. 1 minute later, the Jesus tribe was destroyed and Jesus' figure faintly faded away, disappearing without a trace. Su Hen coldly observed, since he entered this game, he had long since cast mercy out of his mind. It is either you die or I die. Why choose Jesus? Because Su Hen felt that eliminating him would be much easier than destroying other first-level tribes. In destroying the Jesus tribe, Suda paid a price of over 700 health points, but this was within Su Hen. The game spirit sent a notification. Su Hen initially thought it would be the same as before, but after hearing the game spirit's message, he immediately erupted in curses. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Su Hen cursed, "Are you freaking scamming me? Why didn't you say this earlier? Just kill me directly." What did the game spirit chief? Because you have continuously destroyed 10 first-level tribes in a very short period, your strength is extremely formidable. To maintain balance in the game, all third-level tribes can now attack you. Su Hen was now struggling to control himself, utterly frantic. Why didn't this damned game sprite say something soon? If it had been mentioned earlier, Su Hen would never have destroyed 10 tribes in succession. Was it really due to his overwhelming strength? If that were the case, the game sprite would have spoken up when Su Hen had 69 barbarians. Su Hen chuckled at his own naivety, previously foolishly hoping to destroy 5,000 level 1 tribes to gather 100,000 demon stones. Could the abilities of demons and gods be so easily obtained? There was no time to blame the game sprite any longer, nor to be frantic. The urgent matter was how to face the impending level 3 tribes. He had already offended the Qiutian and Typhon tribes. The 10 tribes he had just destroyed were mostly under their protection, further aggravating the situation. Previously, he had been invulnerable because they couldn't attack him, but now the game sprite had clearly stated that they could. Forcing himself to calm down, Su Hen asked the game sprite, "Can they team up to attack me?" If they could join forces, he would have no chance to defend himself. Just the Typhon tribe alone had hundreds of soldiers. The game sprite replied, "That won't happen." Hearing this, Su Hen let out a sigh of relief. There was still hope. Su Hen instructed the game sprite, "Initiate return to the city." The game sprite responded, "You are currently not in battle mode. You can use return to the city." Returning now. 5 seconds later, Su Hen was back in his own tribe. The Typhon and Qiutian tribes were likely already on their way to attack him. Su Hen needed to quickly bolster his strength to face the upcoming battle. How to quickly enhance his strength? Naturally, by leveling up. Originally, Su Hen wanted to accumulate enough strength to level up to level 2, but now he had no choice. Since level 3 tribes could already attack him and broke the rules, what meaning did it have to remain at level 1? This was not a voluntary upgrade to level 2 for Su Hen. He was purely being forced. Fortunately, all 3 construction workers were available. Su Hen first combined 2 level 1 main camp blueprints into a single level 2 main camp blueprint, thus fully meeting the conditions for upgrading to a level 2 main camp. Su Hen clicked on the main camp and chose to upgrade. The game sprite announced, would you like to spend 100 gold to upgrade to a level 2 main camp? The required upgrade time is 6 hours. 6 hours to upgrade to a level 2 main camp. Su Hen was a bit surprised, but the previous construction times had already prepared him mentally. Su Hen immediately confirmed. Of course, he couldn't just sit and wait for 6 hours while the construction workers upgraded slowly. 6 hours later, it would be too late. Su Hen chose to use gems to instantly complete the upgrade of the main camp. The game sprite stated to complete the upgrade of the main camp instantly requires 36 gems. Do you confirm? Thanks to his exceptionally high luck, Su Hen currently had 168 gems, more than enough. However, Su Hen originally intended to use these gems to gather enough for 250 to purchase construction workers. Now facing a serious threat to his life, he had no choice but to use them. In Clash of Tribes, there is nothing that gems cannot achieve. If there is, it must be due to insufficient gems. Su Hen said impatiently, confirm. The main camp gleamed with light. There was no change in its exterior, but it had already been upgraded to level 2. The game sprite congratulated him. Congratulations, leader, on upgrading to a level 2 main camp. The shop has unlocked gold mines, elixir collectors, cannons, training camps, arrow towers, and walls. Su Hen immediately purchased all the new blueprints in the shop. Then he instructed the 3 construction workers to prioritize building the training camp, cannons, and arrow towers. Su Hen did not use the just acquired worker potion to speed up the construction workers' building speed. Doubling the speed was still too slow. Instead, he planned to use gems for instant upgrades. Su Hen had calculated that 1 gem could save 10 minutes of construction time. The buildings that the construction workers were currently building could all be completed in 10 minutes. Su Hen spent 3 gems to complete them instantly. Then Su Hen directed them to continue upgrading the mid-tier cannons, high-tier cannons, and to build the mid-tier arrow tower he had received from the lottery. He also used gems for instant completion. Upgrading 2 high-tier cannons to level 3 required 2 hours, each totaling 24 gems for instant completion. Facing the impending battle, Su Hen was all in. Wait, Su Hen suddenly thought if he spent all his gems on instant upgrades of defensive buildings, he might not have enough gems left to instantly train barbarians. Training a few more barbarians was far superior to the minor damage gained from upgrading a defensive building. Moreover, he had the barbarian ring that could amplify the barbarians. With a new training camp completed, the time to train a single barbarian, which originally took 20 minutes, was reduced to 10 minutes, and with the training potion, it became 5 minutes. The training potion's acceleration did not directly change the barbarian's training time from 10 minutes to 5 minutes. It merely sped up the progress bar to complete within 5 minutes. Thus, the training speed of barbarians was still 10 minutes, requiring Su Hen to spend 1 gem for instant completion. He had just won 100 elixir and 500 gold from the lottery, so he had more than enough elixir. Su Hen had a level 2 barracks, which meant a training cap of 40 barbarians. With 3 training potions, each potion increasing the cap by 20, the total was 100. Su Hen had already trained 69, leaving only 31 slots. Su Hen spent 300 elixir to fill these 31 slots, and immediately spent 31 gems for instant completion. Su Hen no longer had any training slots left. He attempted to use gems to increase the training cap, but was shocked to find it was impossible. Wait, can gems really not achieve everything? The troop cap in the game also cannot be increased using gems. A full barracks can only hold 280 soldiers. Try adding 1 more. Currently, Su Hen only knew that training potions could increase the training cap. If only there were more. Su Hen recalled that he had not yet used the lottery opportunity obtained from destroying the Jesus tribe, placing his hopes on the lottery. Su Hen prayed, hoping that Lady Luck would smile upon him once more. Su Hen activated the lottery. The game sprite announced, congratulations, leader, you've received 3 training potions minor. Su Hen was filled with ecstatic joy. Indeed, as long as his luck was high enough, anything was possible. He immediately used them, spending 60 gems and 600 elixir to instantly complete the training of 60 barbarians. At this point, Su Hen had amassed 160 barbarians. Su Hen knew he could now train archers, but with a level 5 barbarian ring, barbarians would gain a significant boost. Overall, barbarians were still the better choice. With the remaining 13 gems, Su Hen chose to upgrade 1 mid-tier arrow tower and 1 low-tier arrow tower to level 2, spending 12 gems. After finishing, Su Hen was left with only 1 gem and could no longer instant upgrade any buildings. Su Hen's total combat power was: the Barbarian King Suda, 160 barbarians, 1 high-tier cannon level 3, 1 mid-tier cannon level 3, 4 low-tier cannons, 3 at level 2 and 1 at level 1. 4 low-tier arrow towers, 3 at level 1 and 1 at level 2. 1 mid-tier arrow tower level 2. 1 barbarian card that can summon 10 barbarians. Many defensive buildings had not yet reached their limits, but Su Hen dared not upgrade them. During the upgrade, defensive buildings could not attack, and Su Hen had no idea when the level 3 tribes would come. He also lacked gems to instant upgrade them. Su Hen made the utmost effort to prepare for the impending attack from the level 3 tribes. He did not forget the walls that will be written in the next chapter. The 7-day protection period for newcomers now feels a bit long. It will be changed to 3 days. At the moment Su Hen was ready, the auxiliary system spoke in his mind. The host's main base has been upgraded to level 2, increasing resource acquisition speed to 20,000 per hour and expanding the map viewing function to a radius of 20 miles. Su Hen felt a stir in his heart. Previously the map could not detect the 2 tribes Taifeng and Shoutian. Now that the reconnaissance range had expanded, could he see them? Looking at their activity range, they should not be very far from him. If he could scout them and learn their detailed strength, it would help him be more prepared. Su Hen activated the map. Indeed, he could see the Taifeng and Shoutian tribes on the east and west sides respectively. The Taifeng tribe was to the east, and the Shoutian tribe was to the west, while the nearby tribes were positioned right between these 2 level 3 tribes. On the map around the Taifeng tribe were 2 level 2 tribes and 8 level 1 tribes. Surrounding the Shoutian tribe were 3 level 2 tribes and 7 level 1 tribes. Su Hen did not see any higher level tribes. He was not interested in how many player tribes there were, and quickly checked the strength of the Taifeng tribe. He could acquire 12000 holy water and 16000 gold coins. Troop strength 204 barbarians, 104 archers, and 12 giants. Defensive buildings 6 low-grade cannons, 5 low-grade arrow towers, and 1 low-grade mortar. Compared to what the Taifeng tribe mentioned before, their military strength had increased. Su Hen was not surprised, as the Taifeng tribe was also developing. Next he shifted his focus to the Shoutian tribe. He could acquire 8000 holy water and 15000 gold coins. Troop strength 189 barbarians, 123 archers, and 14 giants. Defensive buildings 5 low-grade cannons, 1 medium-grade cannon, 4 low-grade arrow towers, and 1 low-grade mortar. The strength of the 2 level 3 tribes was quite similar. Su Hen contemplated that their defensive buildings were about the same as his, but their troop strength was nearly double his. If they were to attack him with all their might, he might not be able to hold out. But would they incur significant losses for relatively insignificant gains? Thinking of this, Su Hen felt somewhat reassured. Calming his mind, Su Hen remembered that there was still a wall to be built. However, the level 2 tribe had very few blocks, hardly enough to protect his entire tribe, and enemy troops could easily bypass the wall to attack him. But since he had nothing else to do, he thought he might as well develop while the 2 level 3 tribes had not arrived. His current gold coin limit had risen to 21500 due to the upgrade of his main base, yet he had a total of 6500 gold coins. The 500 coins obtained from the lottery were considered a special case, and the game's spirit allowed him to temporarily exceed the limit. Under normal circumstances, Su Hen's gold coin amount could not continue to grow. He had to spend below the limit to gather gold coins from the mine. However, to Su Hen's surprise, the resources stolen by the auxiliary system actually ignored the gold coin limit, causing his gold coin amount to rise rapidly. After the upgrade, the speed of resource acquisition by the auxiliary system surged fourfold. Under normal conditions, Su Hen would no longer face a shortage of resources. While in the shop, Su Hen did not find the wall and was puzzled about how to build it. He asked the game spirit. The game spirit replied, "Walls do not require blueprints, the builders can construct them directly." Since that was the case, Su Hen directly commanded Su Heir, and Barton to start building. Su and Su Heir had no complaints, but Barton grumbled, "Building a wall is really hard labor. I hope my 3-day hiring period passes quickly." The initial level 1 wall only required 50 gold coins per block, but Su Hen was astonished to learn that it took an hour to build each wall. However, to Su Hen's surprise, he learned from the game spirit that there was no limit to the number of walls that could be built. As long as he had enough gold coins and his builders had the time, he could build as many as he wanted. Su Hen sarcastically noted that a single builder could do nothing else but build walls, working only 12 hours a day, which was only enough to construct 12 walls. But all 3 builders were currently idle, and Su Hen did not dare to let them upgrade defensive buildings. He could only have them start constructing walls. Suddenly, Su became alert. Su Hen's heart skipped a beat. Were they coming? The first to arrive was the Taifeng tribe, a massive army quickly surrounding Su Hen's tribe. Su Hen observed that the Taifeng tribe had brought all their forces. Initially, he thought they might have underestimated him and brought only a portion of their troops. Su Hen smiled wryly. Leading troops into battle incurred no additional costs, so naturally, they could bring as many as they had. When the leader was away from the tribe, there was no need to worry about their lair being attacked by other tribes. If it were Su Hen, he would also bring all his forces. Fortunately, it seemed that the cost of bringing defensive buildings was too high, and the Taifeng tribe did not carry any with them. Su Hen saw Ba Tai from before, but he was currently respectfully standing before a leader-like native. Ba Tai was just a barbarian, not a leader, so this leader must be Taifeng. Now was not the time to show weakness. In the face of a powerful enemy, when there was no way to avoid confrontation, he had to display his strength. Su Hen directly expanded the area of his tribe to 100 by 100, the maximum size that would prevent level 4 tribes from attacking. Expanding the area allowed 160 barbarians to form a formation, otherwise with the previous size the barbarians would have been crowded. The Taifeng tribe did not attack. Immediately Taifeng stepped out of the crowd and approached Su Hen incredulously saying, I heard from Ba Tai that you didn't even have a single barbarian this morning, yet you've developed so quickly with so many barbarians and defensive buildings. How did you manage that? Hearing Taifeng's words, Su Hen was overjoyed. It seemed his display of strength had made Taifeng wary. Su Hen coldly replied, What does it matter to you how I did it? Taifeng narrowed his eyes and said, If I'm not mistaken, you gave up your rookie protection period and obtained gems from the lottery, using the gems to develop so quickly, right? The natives also had game spirits, so Su Hen was not surprised that Taifeng knew about the lottery at the start. Moreover, Taifeng assumed that Su Hen had drawn gems and used them for rapid development. Since Taifeng thought this way, Su Hen played along saying, Looks like you guessed correctly. Taifeng wore a look of realization. But is this your confidence to dare to destroy the tribe under my protection? Taifeng coldly replied, Do you know how many resources I lose daily because of your destruction? Do you think only your low-level tribes need to submit tributes? Let me tell you, I also have to submit to higher-level tribes. Su Hen thought to himself that the world of tribal conflict was indeed a layer of exploitation, and the lower tribes had nothing left to be exploited. The gap between them and the higher-level tribes would only grow larger. At this moment, another large army arrived, which was the Tian tribe. The Tian tribe also brought all their forces and did not carry defensive buildings. The leader of the Tian tribe, Tian, was as shocked as Taifeng, not expecting a tribe that had just upgraded to level 2 to be so powerful. The number of defensive buildings was surprisingly close to theirs, and their troop strength was immense. Taifeng casually said to Tian, This kid is just lucky having drawn who knows how many gems, which is why he developed so quickly. Tian realized and asked Taifeng, 3 of the tribes I submitted tributes to have been destroyed by him. How about you? Taifeng gritted his teeth and replied, I lost 5. Tian laughed, saying, Then leave the destruction of this tribe to you. I promise not to attack you while you are weak. I swear in the name of the Creator God, so rest assured. Taifeng coldly laughed, saying, Then I also swear in the name of the Creator God that you will attack. The two men began to argue about who would attack Su Hen. Finally Taifeng roared, Are we just going to let this kid go? You swear in the name of the Creator God, and also give me 1 gold coins and 1 holy water, and I will go back and bring defensive buildings to attack him. Su Hen was shocked. Could resources be traded between tribes? The game spirit replied, As long as it meets the criteria of being reasonable, trades can occur. If it violates reason, it will be erased. Gems and divine gems cannot be traded. What reassured Su Hen was that Tian bargained, saying, Even if those 3 tribes were not destroyed, I would only gain 3 resources in 10 days. Besides, if I give you that much resource, where would I get resources to develop? At most, I can offer you 1 gold coins and holy water. Taifeng coldly replied, Then I will give you 2 and you will attack. Su Hen suddenly had an idea. Could he use resources to resolve this crisis? Being tough when necessary, but also being weak at the right times, being able to bend and stretch, is the right path. At a rate of 20,000 per hour stolen by the auxiliary system, though not as absurd as infinite resources, it was still an amount that Su Hen could not exhaust at this moment. Instead, it would be better to use these resources to resolve this crisis. Moreover, it needed to be done quickly. If they waited until both parties agreed on a satisfactory price, it might be too late. Su Hen immediately exclaimed, I have a proposal. Why don't you listen to me first? Hearing this, Taifeng and Tian, who were arguing, paused. Taifeng sneered, Now you know fear. It's a bit late for that. Tian coldly replied, Your rate of development is too rapid. We cannot allow you to remain. Otherwise, you pose too great a threat to us. There are already 2 level 3 tribes in the vicinity, and we cannot afford to have another. Su Hen's heart sank. He hadn't expected his rapid development to make them wary. He said solemnly, I have a method that can compensate you while ensuring I do not pose a threat to you. Without waiting for the two to respond, Su Hen directly stated, I will destroy the tribes you protect. I deeply regret it now, and I am willing to compensate you for your losses with 5,000 resources paid to each of your tribes daily. This way, not only would I compensate you, but my lack of resources would also prevent me from developing. What do you think? Each tribe would contribute 5,000 gold coins and holy water daily, totaling just 10,000, merely the amount the auxiliary system could steal in half an hour. Su Hen felt that such a large quantity of resources was simply too much for him to expend. Moreover, after establishing a level 2 base, the level and quantity of resource facilities could be upgraded. Even without the auxiliary system, Su Hen could easily accomplish this. Tai Feng and Xiu Tian's eyes lit up. Tai Feng said in a deep voice, that won't work. Even so, you still have a large amount of resources available for development every day unless you hand over all your resources. Xiu Tian thought of something and shook his head. No way. Who knows how many gems he has drawn from the lottery? If he has a large number of gems, he can develop regardless of having resources or not. Xiu Tian's reminder made Tai Feng realize as well, and a fierce light returned to his eyes. The reconnaissance of the tribes could only reveal the quantity of holy water and gold coins, but not the number of gems. Su Hen did not expect that the two would have such concerns. He wondered whether he could show them the number of gems he possessed. Su Hen asked the game sprite. The game sprite replied, yes, you can voluntarily display it, and the other party will know the number of your gems. Su Hen hurriedly displayed his meager gem count to Tai Feng and Xiu Tian. Tai Feng laughed heartily. This kid has used all his gems for rapid development. Without gems, even if he wants to develop, he can't. Xiu Tian also let go of his worries and chuckled. Tai Feng's expression changed slightly as he coldly said, fine, since that's the case, you will equally distribute all the resources you produce to us daily. Remember, this was your initiative, we didn't bring it up. Su Hen cursed inwardly. These two were indeed greedy, leaving nothing for himself. But did it really matter whether it was voluntary or not? Su Hen pretended to be serious, saying, no way. If I give you all my resources, my army still needs to consume holy water daily. If I give it all to you, won't they starve? Besides, if all my resources are handed over to you, it's equivalent to me stopping my development for 10 days. After 10 days, my progress will lag severely behind the other tribes. At that point, I will also be doomed. It would be better to fight hard now. A hint of madness appeared on Su Hen's face. Tai Feng and Xiu Tian exchanged glances. At this moment, they felt that Su Hen was no longer a threat. Without gems, he was destined to be unable to continue rapid development. By exploiting most of his resources, his growth rate would certainly not be as fast as theirs. Destroying Su Hen's tribe would only yield a few hundred resources, but making him pay a 10 tribute would be a different matter. Moreover, neither of them wanted to waste their strength on Su Hen, as that would indirectly benefit the other party. It was exceedingly thankless work. Destruction was not the goal. The most direct aim was to gain benefits. As long as they could maximize their profits, the outcome didn't matter. In this situation, as long as Tai Feng and Xiu Tian were not completely insane, they should know how to choose. In the end, through Su Hen's earnest arguments, a resolution was reached where he would pay 1,000 gold coins and holy water daily to Tai Feng and Xiu Tian's tribes, resolving the crisis amicably. Without gems and lacking resources, Su Hen was no longer seen as a threat in Tai Feng and Xiu Tian's eyes. For Su Hen, this was merely the amount the auxiliary system could steal in an hour, an amount he couldn't possibly exhaust, so it was of no concern. The game sprite said, since you initiated the tribute, you cannot unite with other tribes oppressed by Tai Feng, and you have reached an agreement with Xiu Tian and Tai Feng's tribes. I will automatically deduct the required tribute from the resources you produce daily. Su Hen was shocked. It turned out that this oppression of other tribes could also lead to the possibility of those tribes uniting. Although level 3 tribes were strong, they couldn't possibly contend with dozens of level 1 tribes, right? Su Hen thought to himself, forget it. I can't possibly exhaust my resources, so there's no need to think about such. Watching Xiu Tian and Tai Feng leave with satisfied expressions and their troops, Su Hen sneered, when my strength increases, I will use your tribes as stepping stones to upgrade to level 4 tribes. Having resolved this crisis, Su Hen finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he had escaped danger. Next time he undertakes something, he should consult the game sprite. If it doesn't respond, he must act cautiously, as there are pitfalls everywhere. Now Su Hen wanted to increase his military strength, but found he had exhausted his training limits, and there were no training potions left. Should he attack some level 2 tribes? Su Hen shook his head, deciding to wait until tomorrow to develop further. The game sprite said, today's game time has ended, you will return to reality. Please prepare. Without giving Su Hen time to think, he felt a shift in the scene, and found himself back in his own living room. Ye Tianlu and Su Qingshui, Su Hen's mother, were college classmates. Su Qingshui was elegant and beautiful, exuding an otherworldly charm, while Ye Tianlu was exceptionally talented and charming. Ye Tianlu learned of Su Qingshui's background, discovering she was the beloved little princess of the enormous Su group. After 3 long years of pursuit, he finally succeeded. However, he faced the inevitable opposition from the entire Su family. How could a poor boy smoothly be? By chance, Ye Tianlu obtained crucial business intelligence from Su Qingshui that was extremely important to the Su family. Utilizing this information, he allied with several other groups to successfully strike against the Su group. Ye Tianlu gained immense rewards, acquiring over 500 million in wealth, giving him the capital to start his own business. Meanwhile, the wealth of the Su family was halved in just half a month. With such a significant move, Ye Tianlu had nowhere to hide from the shadows behind the scenes. Yet he was unbothered. With the protection of several groups, he was not afraid of the severely weakened Su family. Knowing that her actions had led to this outcome, Su Qingshui could not face her family, and chose to give birth to Su Hen in a remote place. Ye Tianlu embarked on his entrepreneurial journey, and his guilt towards Su Qingshui quickly faded amidst the continuous retaliation from the Su group. Despite the Su family's significant injuries, they were still not a match for Ye Tianlu. His path to entrepreneurship was incredibly arduous, only beginning to alleviate after he connected with the daughter of a high-ranking official from Longjing. As the years passed, Ye Tianlu's career flourished, while the Su family continued to decline each year. Their positions had reversed. Under the pressure of Ye Tianlu's Tianlu group, the Su family could only gasp for breath. What made Ye Tianlu grit his teeth was the unknown assailant who had been sent to assassinate him. Although he managed to evade them, he lost a vital ability as a man. The Su family was his prime suspect, but lacking evidence, he could only intensify his oppression against them. What further shattered Ye Tianlu was that his son Ye Wenhao, born of Longjing's high official's daughter, fell from a height while pursuing a school beauty. Heaven knows how despondent Ye Tianlu felt upon hearing this news. When the doctor declared that Ye Wenhao had become a vegetable with a recovery chance of less than 1 in 10,000, Ye Tianlu felt darkness envelop him. His son, whom he had nurtured for nearly 20 years, was thus rendered incapacitated, and having lost his manhood, he could never have another child. Ye Tianlu muttered to himself, was he to become extinct? Meanwhile, the upper echelons of Tianlu Group were increasingly anxious about who would inherit the company in the future. It was only at this moment that Ye Tianlu remembered he had another son. He had never met Su Hen. When Su Qingshui had just left, Ye Tianlu had sent someone to investigate and learned of Su Hen's existence. However, amid the constant retaliation from the Su family, his guilt towards Su Qingshui had turned into hatred, leading him to selectively forget about her and their child. In a moment of desperation, Ye Tianlu began to plan to reclaim Su Hen. When Ye Tianlu saw Su Hen, he felt a surge of joy as he found a reflection of his younger self in Su Hen, who was even more handsome than he had been at that age. However, Ye Tianlu's plan to acknowledge his son did not go smoothly, as Su Hen rejected him. Ye Tianlu believed Su Qingshui had told Su Hen about their past, but he did not give up repeatedly visiting Su Hen's home. Confidently, Ye Tianlu thought, how could a son not want to acknowledge his father? With his immense wealth, reclaiming his son would mean a lifetime of unending riches. Indeed, during this visit, Su Hen softened. Although he did not directly agree, his attitude was markedly different from before. At that moment, however, a voice echoed in Ye Tianlu's mind, congratulations, you have been selected to enter the Divine Demon game, becoming one of 100 million players. You will soon enter the game, please prepare yourself. Subsequently, Ye Tianlu was pulled into the world of the game. The introductory video was somewhat confusing to him, but he carefully observed and studied it. He did not understand the types of troops in the video, but found it strange that many troops chose to attack harmless buildings instead of focusing their fire on the weapons that were constantly attacking. With such doubts in mind, Ye Tianlu entered the game. Faced with the choice of a lottery or a new player protection period, the adventurous Ye Tianlu opted for the lottery. Game Sprite, congratulations, you have drawn the Archery Queen's Grand Package. Archery Queen's Grand Package, Archer Hero Certificate, Archery Queens, Throne X Crossbow, Primitive Queen's Outfit. Ye Tianlu's starting lottery was even more outrageous than Su Hen's. He directly obtained all items belonging to the Archery Queen. A remarkably intelligent Ye Tianlu quickly grasped the game's mechanics and rules. In the initial trial based on the starting video and the goblins' behavior, Ye Tianlu deduced that goblins would not directly attack defensive buildings, otherwise no one could pass the nightmare level test. As a goblin who would prioritize attacking resource facilities, Ye Tianlu began to set up formations. His formation was identical to the one Su Hen had set up previously, but he did not spend 500 gems to purchase 2 builders like Su Hen did. This caused the goblins to take slightly less time on other buildings, leading to their attack on the cannon and inflicting some damage. Ye Tianlu was shocked to find himself tied for second place with 12 others. Although he guessed correctly, he was not in first place. What had gone wrong? It quickly dawned on Ye Tianlu that the reason he was in second place was due to lacking a builder. Was there really someone who boldly spent all their gems on builders right at the start? Could it be that they drew gems in their lottery, allowing such reckless behavior? Game Sprite, congratulations, you have earned a golden level lottery. Game Sprite, congratulations, you have drawn 1 million holy water. Born into a circle of level 1 camps, Ye Tianlu's luck surpassed even Su Hen's. Leveraging the Archery Queen's formidable power, he swiftly destroyed 6 tribes. The revival of the Archery Queen came at a cost. Destroying a tribe would significantly reduce her health. Without healing potions, Ye Tianlu had to pause and strike occasionally, but this also allowed him to avoid the attacks from higher-level tribes. It was not until Ye Tianlu amassed 60 barbarians that he exited the game. Chapter 37. Su Hen, why did you leave so soon? I was still waiting to inherit your fortune. Su Hen exited the game at that moment. Meanwhile, Ye Tianlu's hand remained resting on Su Hen's shoulder. Su Hen looked up and saw the clock on the wall, 3:10 p.m. on August 27th. The bright light outside the window indicated it was 3 in the afternoon, not 3 in the dead of night. Su Hen was shocked, vividly recalling that he had packed his bags around 3 o'clock, but he could not remember the exact minutes. The date was also August 27th. In the Divine Demon game, a whole day had passed. How long had it been in reality? It certainly had not been just a few minutes. Unbeknownst to him, the game sprite seemed to have sensed Su Hen's thoughts and spoke in his mind. Game sprite, at the beginning of the Divine Demon game, real time will be paused. Tomorrow's game time is at 10 o'clock in the evening. Please be aware. If you wish to exchange resources from the game to reality, you may summon me. After saying this, the game's sprite fell silent. Su Hen sensed that Ye Tianlu's hand resting on his shoulder had retracted. He turned to find a look of shock on Ye Tianlu's face. Su Hen was puzzled. Why did Ye Tianlu have such an expression? When Ye Tianlu noticed Su Hen's gaze, their eyes met. Just as they made eye contact for less than a second, a commotion suddenly erupted outside Su Hen's home. A bodyguard of Ye Tianlu clad in a black suit stumbled in through the door. Indeed, he was staggering. The elite bodyguards of Ye Tianlu, worth billions, should not exhibit such a demeanor. Ye Tianlu frowned, dissatisfied, and asked, "Xiao Yang, what happened? Why the panic?" The bodyguard, referred to as Xiao Yang by Ye Tianlu, stammered, "Yi Zong Xiao Zhou He He." Xiao Yang was so agitated that he could not articulate his thoughts. Finally, he managed to explain. "Yi Zong Xiao Zhou just suddenly disappeared in front of me." Su Hen's face showed astonishment. Disappeared? Ye Tianlu rebuked. How could a perfectly fine person just disappear? Xiao Yang, seeing that Ye Tianlu did not believe him, flushed and said more emphatically, "This is true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Lu Ge." Before Ye Tianlu could inquire about the Lu Ge, Xiao Yang mentioned several other bodyguards rushed in, corroborating Xiao Yang's claim. Ye Tianlu was astonished and with a serious face asked, "How did Xiao Zhou disappear?" Xiao Yang, having calmed slightly, explained, "Xiao Zhou was right opposite me. The moment I blinked, he vanished before my eyes. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe such a bizarre incident could happen in this world. Believe me, Yizong, what I'm saying is true." Xiao Yang urged the other bodyguards, "Did you also witness Xiao Zhou's mysterious disappearance? Please tell Yizong." The others nodded with complicated expressions. The well-trained bodyguards looked rather grim at that moment. Su Hen pondered, there are no ghosts or deities in this world. No, the existence of the Divine Demon game proves that there are indeed ghosts and deities in this world. Suddenly, Su Hen realized, could it be that the bodyguard named Xiao Zhou was eliminated in the Divine Demon game, causing him to vanish from reality? No other explanation came to Su Hen's mind. He looked down only to notice a golden ring on his hand adorned with a vividly carved smiling barbarian. Su Hen was astonished. It was the barbarian ring. Just as its attributes claimed, he had indeed brought it in. The barbarian ring was too conspicuous. Su Hen wanted to remove it discreetly, but found it impossible. With Ye Tianlu right beside him, Su Hen dared not pull too hard. Ye Tianlu calmly said, "All right, I understand. We'll discuss Xiao Zhou's matter when we return." Ye Tianlu turned to a middle-aged man standing in casual clothes, the only one not clad in a black suit, and said, "Lao Lu, you took a bullet for me back then, and the injury has yet to heal. I have a bottle of divine medicine. Give it a try." Lao Lu, referred to by Ye Tianlu, appeared composed and tough, yet his complexion was slightly pallid, indicating some hidden ailment. Lao Lu asked curiously, "Divine medicine? What divine medicine?" Ye Tianlu, with a calm demeanor, took out a crystal container filled with about 100 milliliters of purple liquid. Su Hen's expression changed to, "What was this?" Ye Tianlu was looking at Lao Lu, so he did not notice the shift in Su Hen's expression. Yet Lao Lu's face changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Holy water." Upon realizing he had misspoken, Lao Lu quickly closed his mouth, nervously glancing at Ye Tianlu. Both Su Hen and Ye Tianlu's expressions also shifted. Su Hen was shocked. Was this Lao Lu also a player in the Divine Demon game? Otherwise, how could he know that this purple liquid was holy water? If it was merely a guess, it would be too much of a coincidence. Su Hen's gaze intensely focused on the holy water in Ye Tianlu's hand. There was no way Ye Tianlu had prepared it in advance, otherwise he wouldn't have taken it out at this moment. Could it be that Ye Tianlu was also a player in the Divine Demon game, having exchanged some holy water into reality to test its effects? The game sprite never mentioned that the existence of the Divine Demon game should not be revealed, right? Ye Tianlu asked, "Do you know what this is? Then you should also know its effects. If you drink it, it can heal your injuries." Would Ye Tianlu truly be so kind as to offer precious holy water to others? He probably wanted to experiment with the effects of the holy water. Su Hen observed everything without speaking, as he too wanted to see how effective the holy water was. Lao Lu's expression was conflicted. His thoughts mirrored Su Hen's as he felt Ye Tianlu was using him as a test subject. He was indeed a player in the Divine Demon game and knew what holy water was. Now he faced a choice to drink or not to drink. Instinctively, Lao Lu felt fear towards the Su Hen was unaware of Lao Lu's inner turmoil, but he saw Lao Lu grit his teeth and gulp down the holy water in one go. After drinking, Lao Lu closed his eyes. Su Hen and Ye Tianlu stared intently at him. Miraculously, Lao Lu's complexion visibly reddened and his appearance seemed to rejuvenate slightly. 10 seconds later, Lao Lu opened his eyes. Ye Tianlu hastily asked, "How do you feel?" Lao Lu felt unprecedented comfort and ease in his body without any discomfort. Lao Lu replied honestly, "I feel that the hidden ailment in my body has improved significantly." Upon hearing this, Ye Tianlu stood up and laughed heartily. Indeed, the holy water could heal all ailments, even extend life. If there were enough holy water, wouldn't one achieve immortality? To live eternally in this world, what need was there for offspring or heirs? With this thought, Ye Tianlu's desire to reclaim Su Hen diminished significantly. After repeatedly rejecting me, I no longer need you." Ye Tianlu turned around and shot a cold glance at Su Hen, leaving him perplexed. Finally, Ye Tianlu said to Su Hen, "Take care of yourself." With that, he left Su Hen's home. Su Hen was stunned. What did he mean by take care of yourself? Wasn't he supposed to acknowledge me? Why did he leave? I was still waiting to inherit your fortune. At first, Su Hen was somewhat puzzled by Ye Tianlu's sudden departure and the drastic changes, but he quickly came to his senses. Could Ye Tianlu have gone to retrieve the holy water to save his son, who had become a vegetable? With the main account being unsealed, there was naturally no need for a secondary account. Su Hen shook his head with a cold smile. Ye Tianlu, oh Ye Tianlu, I didn't know how to deal with you before, but now with the divine demon game, just wait until I gain the powers of the divine demons. Oh, I wonder how you'll react. Familiar with the advantages of Clash of Clans and equipped with powerful hacks, Su Hen couldn't think of how other players could surpass him. If he couldn't remain invincible all the way, he thought he might as well find a piece of tofu and use it to end his life. However, the fact that Ye Tianlu was also in the divine demon game was surprising. Within a small house, Su Hen discovered 4 players from the divine demon game. Himself, Ye Tianlu, Old Lu, and a deceased Xiao Zhou. Perhaps among Ye Tianlu's bodyguards there were others who entered the divine demon game, but had not revealed themselves. In a world with over 10 billion people, with only 100 million players in the divine demon game, it was quite a coincidence that 4 of them appeared right in front of him. Looking at Ye Tianlu, it seemed he had acquired quite a bit of holy water in the game, as he was willing to exchange it. Su Hen muttered to himself, "What is the name of your tribe, Ye Tianlu? I hope I don't run into you." Seeing that Ye Tianlu and the others had already driven away, Su Hen tightly closed the door and pulled all the curtains shut. In the dim light, he summoned the game sprite. "I want to exchange for the abilities of units in the game. How do I do that?" Currently, you have only unlocked the barbarian. You can only exchange for the barbarian's abilities. It turns out that it wasn't just a matter of exchanging for whatever he wanted. He needed to unlock the unit types in his training camp. Su Hen currently had 100,000 gold coins, which he couldn't possibly spend all in the game, so he might as well use it all to exchange for the barbarian's abilities. By the way, what abilities do barbarians possess? It seemed to be just a strong body. Exchanging for a level 1 barbarian requires 10,000 gold coins. Oh, would you like to proceed with the exchange? Su Hen's eyes lit up. If it only required 10,000 gold coins, what was there to consider? He spent 10,000 gold coins to exchange for the abilities of a level 1 barbarian. Beginning transformation of the leader's body. Current leader attributes are as follows. Life 16, Strength 9, Endurance 8, Agility 8, Mental Power 10. Note the average attributes of a middle-aged man. Life force is twice that of endurance. Transforming. Su Hen felt mysterious power flowing into his limbs, which was quite pleasant, making him unable to suppress a groan. Su Hen's previously weakened body miraculously became stronger, with muscles slightly bulging, but not to the extreme extent of a barbarian. If he did turn out like that, he would surely cry, or it would be too ugly. Transformation complete. After transformation, the leader's attributes are as follows. Life 36, Strength 19, Endurance 18, Agility 8, Mental Power 14. Both strength and endurance increased by 10, and life became 36. Strength and life had more than doubled. Su Hen knew the attributes in parentheses were due to the level 5 barbarian ring's bonus, but he was somewhat dissatisfied because the barbarian ring only enhanced strength, while the other attributes remained unchanged, unlike how all attributes of barbarians were boosted in the game. His strength was now equivalent to 3 times that of an adult male. Just how much was that? Su Hen was eager to find someone to test it out. The barbarian's abilities only increased endurance and strength, which Su Hen expected, as that seemed to be all the barbarian was capable of. However, the 14 points of mental power surprised him. Could it be due to his experiences in 2 lifetimes? Since he only spent 10,000 gold coins so far, if he could continue to level up, of course, he would continue to do so. But his barbarians in the game were all at level 1, and he didn't know if he could exchange for level 2 barbarian abilities. Exchanging for level 2 barbarians requires 5,000 gold coins. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Su Hen was delighted. He could exchange, and immediately confirmed. Transforming. The familiar sensation returned, and Su Hen's body began to strengthen further. Transformation complete. The leader's attributes are as follows. Life 66. Strength 34. Endurance 33. Agility 8. Mental power 14. Both strength and endurance attributes skyrocketed again, and due to the barbarian ring, the strength attribute increased the most, reaching 5 times that of an adult. Without asking, Su Hen knew that based on this increase, it was impossible for the exchange for level 3 barbarian abilities to cost less than for level 2. Although he couldn't strengthen further now, tomorrow the auxiliary system's plundering speed would soar to 2 per hour, allowing him to accumulate over 500,000 gold coins daily. If he couldn't spend it all, he could set it aside specifically for exchanging abilities. No, tomorrow he would unlock the archer and see what attributes the archer had. Su Hen approached the mirror by the wash basin to check his current appearance. He hoped he didn't show any barbarian traits. Turning on the light, Su Hen gazed into the mirror. A boy with sword-like brows and starry eyes with distinct features appeared. He was extremely handsome, inheriting the excellent genes of Su Shui. Su Hen's skin was also very fair, giving him a somewhat delicate appearance. However, the boy in the mirror had a very aloof demeanor, exuding an air that discouraged strangers from approaching. Having lived under Su Shui's cold face for 18 years, Su Hen, naturally, had rarely shown a smile, leading to the formation of a habit of indifference on his face. Su Hen breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he did not have the brutish features of a barbarian. He was quite satisfied with his appearance in this life. Returning to sit on the sofa, Su Hen had lost the desire to pack his belongings. Su Hen had already experienced the effect of the gold coins, but what about the holy water? Just as he was about to exchange for the holy water to test its effect, his somewhat worn-out mobile phone rang. This phone was specifically bought for Su Hen by Su Shui. After leaving the Su family, Su Shui's financial situation worsened, and to facilitate communication with Su Hen regardless of whether Su Hen was satisfied, he bought a second-hand phone for him. Fortunately, the phone was functioning normally. The screen lit up with the words Auntie. Su Shui's younger sister, visited Su Shui and Su Hen once or twice a year. Su Shui could be said to be the only member of the Su family that Su Hen had ever seen. He vaguely knew that Su Shui was not Su Shui's biological sister, but rather someone adopted from an orphanage when Su Shui was still favored in his childhood. Su Shui was still with the Su family, and her life there was likely not easy. Thinking of Su Shui softened Su Hen's expression a bit. Over the 18 years, only Su Shui had ever brought him some warmth when she visited. Su Hen answered the call, and Su Shui's clear voice came through. She sounded somewhat nervous. Su Hen, confused, replied, "What's wrong, Auntie? What could possibly happen to me?" Su Shui noticeably sighed in relief and changed the subject. "When are you coming to Longjing? I'll come to pick you up." Su Hen thought for a moment and said, "The day after tomorrow, I guess." Su Shui fell silent for a moment and then said, "Xiao Hen, do you have enough money?" After Su Shui passed away, the money he left allowed Su Hen to pay his college tuition, but only 2,000 remained. Before Ye Tianlu appeared, Su Hen planned to study while looking for part-time work. Su Hen could not help but glance at the black card still on the coffee table. After Ye Tianlu left, he hadn't taken this card. Would he still be short on money? Su Hen certainly would not say, like some characters in TV dramas, "I would rather die than use your filthy money." The money left by Ye Tianlu was money that could be spent without guilt, and Su Hen felt no burden about it. But could he tell Su Shui about this? Who in the entire Su family did not hate Ye Tianlu with a passion? Clearly he could not reveal anything about Ye Tianlu to Su Shui. Su Hen smiled and said, "I'm planning to find a part-time job when I go to college to support myself." Su Shui became anxious. "No way, you're still so young and should focus on your studies. I'm not at ease with you working. Don't worry about money, I'll find a way." It seemed someone was looking for Su Shui. She hurriedly hung up, leaving behind a message, "We'll talk when you come." After hanging up, Su Hen felt a bit troubled, feeling that although he clearly had enough money, he couldn't tell his aunt and had to let her worry about his living expenses. Su Hen sighed and shifted his focus back to the holy water. The game sprite asked, "May I ask if the leader will be using it personally or for someone else?" Su Hen was taken aback. "Is there a difference?" The game sprite replied, "Using the holy water yourself incurs no service fee, but giving it to someone else requires a 10-fold service fee. If you give someone 10,000 holy water, it deducts 100,000 from the game." Su Hen could not help but ask, "Then does using gold coins to enhance someone else's body also require a service fee?" The game sprite responded, "Using gold coins does not require one." Su Hen had not expected there to be such restrictions on giving the holy water to others. He asked, "Then what are the specific effects of the holy water?" The game sprite answered, 1,000 holy water can extend a person's lifespan by 1 year. 100,000 holy water can cure all ailments or extend life by 10 years. The amount of holy water needed for every additional 10 years will double. Su Hen calculated that extending life by 20 years would require 300,000 holy water, 30 years would need 700,000, and 40 years would require 1,500,000 holy water. It was impossible to achieve immortality through holy water. The amount required would become increasingly outrageous, and even with Su Hen's auxiliary system extending his life by 100 years would be difficult. Su Hen wanted to test the effect of the holy water himself, in exchange for 10,000 holy water. A pocket-sized holy water bottle appeared in his hand, and he was not worried about any issues with this holy water. The previous road had already been verified. Moreover, if the divine demons truly wanted to kill you, would they need such elaborate methods? The holy water slowly flowed into Su Hen's body, and he felt a warm sensation. Every cell in his body was rejoicing and felt extremely comfortable. Su Hen could not help but burp. He presumed that his lifespan had already increased by a year. Wait, Su Hen suddenly remembered that this amount of 10,000 holy water seemed to match the quantity that the previous road had consumed, but that was at a tenfold cost, because it was being used for someone else, meaning it required 100,000 holy water. Su Hen was astonished. How could Ye Tianlu possibly have that much holy water? Given his appearance, he didn't seem to care, which meant that Ye Tianlu had a considerable amount of holy water. Where did he get it from? If Ye Tianlu wanted to save Ye Wen Hao, he would need 1,000,000 holy water. Did he have that much? Furthermore, even if he did, would he be willing to spend it on Ye Wen Hao? Su Hen did not believe it. He mused that Ye Tianlu seemed to be doing well in the divine demon game, but even he was reluctant to spend 10,000 holy water just for a verification. A secret is something known to one person, but if 100 million people know it, can it still be called a secret? Su Hen did not know how many people had been eliminated in the divine demon game, but merely from the initial trial more than 100 million people had been eliminated, meaning at least that many had vanished from the world. What kind of uproar would this cause? Su Hen browsed through the news. Sure enough, the news reported a large number of mysterious disappearances flooding the media. It was not only in the Xinzhou Empire, but other countries were also reporting similar cases. Moreover, soon the existence of the divine demon game was leaked by an unknown source, and more people echoed the sentiment, claiming they had entered the divine demon game. The game sprite had never said that the existence of the divine demon game should not be disclosed. In fact, numerous forums about the divine demon game were established in a short period. In the time that followed, Su Hen constantly browsed through these forums. Unfortunately, the vast majority had chosen the rookie protection period, isolated by shields, and could hardly observe the outside world. What little understanding they had of the divine demon game seemed like a joke to Su Hen. Su Hen was already aware of all the information revealed by players who chose to draw lots at the beginning. Su Hen showed disappointment, not gaining any useful information, but he continued to browse as he had nothing else to do, hoping to uncover some unknown news. Gold coins and holy water could be traded, and unsurprisingly, every forum began to see a surge of people starting to buy resources with cash. At first, someone tried to collect gold coins at a 1:10 ratio, but they were met with ridicule. It was impossible to collect them. To Su Hen's astonishment, the ratio of gold coins skyrocketed to 50-1, with 50 yuan in cash buying one gold coin. This meant that 500,000 cash could acquire the ability of a level 1 barbarian, but there were very few sellers, hardly any at all. If one sold their gold coins, how would they develop in the game? Would someone die in the game because of real-world currency? The ratio for holy water was even more outrageous. Due to service fees, it reached 700-1, meaning 7 million cash to extend life by 1 year. For the poor, exchanging 1 year of life for 7 million cash meant they might as well exchange for 20 years. A reader said they would break my legs if I did not offer a discount, to which I replied, come at me if you're willing to pay. But for the rich, not to mention 7 million, even 70 million would be acceptable. For those wealthy individuals nearing death, they would pay anything for more life. The exchange ratio for holy water once exceeded 1,000-1. The wealthy went crazy for extending their lives and curing ailments. Su Hen never expected that the divine demon game would be exposed worldwide in such a short time, and people were going mad for gold coins and holy water. It wasn't until midnight that Su Hen finally moved away from the computer. Although he had gained the abilities of a barbarian, he still needed sleep. Are gods and demons also involved in the game? Hearing this voice, Su Hen, who was originally lying in bed and deep in slumber, was immediately startled awake and sat up. The sudden words startled Su Hen. He breathed slightly heavier in the dark room. What does it mean? Su Hen struggled to recall the voice that spoke these words, but he could not remember anything else, only leaving this phrase in his mind. However, this time the tone of the voice was noticeably different from yesterday's. The phrase about gods and demons being in the game had weakened. It seemed there were more words to follow, but the speaker had already lost the strength to continue. What came next was something Su Hen could not guess at all. Was it the gods and demons continuing to convey messages to players? Did other players of the gods and demons game also receive this message? Su Hen climbed out of bed, opened his computer, and once again browsed the forums related to the gods and demons game. He quickly scanned through a multitude of posts, but Su Hen did not find any posts regarding this message, not even after half an hour. Su Hen muttered to himself, could it be that only I heard it? Or is it that I imagined it, and this phrase never existed? Su Hen shook his head. It couldn't be. This message had left a profound imprint in his mind. It couldn't be just an illusion. Su Hen could not understand why it seemed that only he had received this message, and he began to ponder the meaning of the phrase that gods and demons were also in the game. Su Hen began to contemplate what identity the gods and demons would have in the game. Would they exist as something akin to a GM observing the game, or something else? If that were the case, this phrase seemed somewhat redundant. As game developers, they would surely monitor the game. There would be no need to specifically remind players. Then what could it be? Could it be that they were also in the game as a tribal leader? Su Hen began to think from his own perspective. If he were a god or demon, what kind of beginning would he choose? Would he pursue fun developing from a level 1 base camp like the players, or would he choose the ultimate 13th level tribe? Su Hen smiled wryly, realizing he was foolishly attempting to guess the thoughts of gods and demons from a mortal's perspective. How could that be possible? Just like he could not comprehend why gods and demons would create such a game, nor what their purpose was. Unable to figure it out, Su Hen simply stopped thinking and continued browsing various forums as he had no intention of sleeping. Suddenly, a post caught Su Hen's attention. The poster had the ID by Yuan. What is the invitation letter for the gods and demons game? Does anyone know? Mr. Chi Yuanhong, the gambling king, mentioned in his post that he is willing to pay a staggering 100 million for this item. Beneath the post were numerous replies discussing this item, but no one could accurately describe its properties. They could only guess based on the literal meaning, and their guesses were surprisingly accurate. Su Hen immediately opened the Weiyu website and found Chi Yuanhong's post. This social networking site resembled Su Hen's previous life's Weibo very much. Chi Yuanhong, over 80 years old this year, had a life full of legendary tales, transforming from a destitute youth to the billionaire gambling king of Blue Island. Chi Yuanhong's influence around Blue Island was immense, and no one dared to provoke him. On top of his post, there was a pinned message. I have heard that there exists an item called the invitation letter for the gods and demons game, which allows entry into the game. I wonder if anyone possesses such an item. I am willing to purchase it for 100 million, and if the price does not satisfy, we can negotiate, or you may propose a request within my capability. Friends may contact me via the phone number I leave below, or come to Blue Island personally. I will be sure to welcome you. Su Hen frowned. Where did Chi Yuanhong get this information? How did he know about the gods and demons game invitation letter? Why not enjoy a peaceful retirement with his wealth? Purchasing sacred water to extend his life for decades should not be a problem. Does he not want to live long enough? Su Hen happened to possess a gods and demons game invitation letter, but he had no intention of selling it to him. Su Hen was not short of money. He only needed enough to live comfortably. Selling it would mean exposing the fact that he was also a player of the gods and demons game. In the game, Su Hen was fearless, but in reality, he had to be cautious and not act recklessly. Would Chi Yuanhong agree if he offered the gods and demons game invitation letter in exchange for eliminating Ye Tianlu? Absolutely not. Thus, Su Hen had no intention of selling the gods and demons game invitation letter. He might as well let it gather dust in his inventory. After finishing this thought, Su Hen returned to bed, but found himself unable to sleep, idly playing with his phone while waiting to see if anyone would transmit information to him in his mind again. It was not until dawn that Su Hen finally dozed off. He slept until noon, and after washing up, he left his community and had a casual meal at a nearby diner. During the meal, Su Hen overheard two young men at the next table discussing the gods and demons game. He was surprised to hear them say that all the gods and demons forums had been closed, with only one forum established by the Zhangzhou Empire government remaining. However, this forum could only be accessed by players of the gods and demons game. Ordinary people could no longer browse it. Moreover, players had to report to the local government to gain entry qualifications. Additionally, the Zhangzhou Empire was recruiting players of the gods and demons game nationwide. They had to do nothing and could receive a monthly subsidy of 30,000 from the government. Su Hen frowned. Where in the world could such good fortune exist? The government must have their own intentions behind such actions. Su Hen lost his appetite and hurriedly finished eating, preparing to verify the news from the two young men. Upon returning home and opening his computer, Su Hen discovered that all the gods and demons forums had indeed been closed, and all the web pages had vanished. Not to mention that he currently had no qualification to access the Zhangzhou Empire forum. He didn't even know its URL. If he went to the local government to report, it would be equivalent to directly exposing himself as a player of the gods and demons game. But if he did not report, how could he obtain the information from other players in the forum? To report or not to report? Su Hen shook his head. Regardless of what happened in the future, he did not want to expose this matter for now. Ordinary players would certainly not give up such a source of information. They might find useful news or strategies in the gods and demons forums, which could save their lives in critical moments. But for Su Hen, it was of no concern. He could not have imagined that in just one night the Zhangzhou Empire had acted and made such moves. Su Hen let out a self-deprecating smile. Now he couldn't browse the Divine Demons forum, and even if he wanted to, he couldn't. Actually, there wasn't much to prepare, just some personal clothing. Su Hen planned to buy the rest after arriving in Longjing. After packing, Su Hen conducted a thorough cleaning of his home, not knowing when he would return next. Suddenly Su Hen felt a surge of urgency. The 31st was the reporting day, and today was already the 28th. It wouldn't be too early to go to Longjing today. In fact, it could be considered late. Staying in this desolate home was pointless. It was better to go to Longjing early and familiarize himself with the city where he would live for the next few years. In theory, since Su Hen had entered the Divine Demons game and had no parents to oversee him, whether he attended school or not was inconsequential. Yet one must find something to occupy their time while alive. At Su Hen's age, would he not go to school, but work instead? Thinking it over, he took out his phone to check if there were any flights to Longjing in the afternoon. Originally, Su Hen had planned to take the high-speed train and had already booked the ticket. However, now that he had money, he naturally chose the more efficient and convenient plane. As for the booked train ticket, Su Hen couldn't be bothered to cancel it. If it was wasted, so be it. Just in time, there was a flight to Longjing at 3 o'clock, and Su Hen quickly booked the ticket. Plans had changed, but Su Hen was already prepared. 10 minutes later, he stood at the door, gazing complexly at the portrait of his mother Su Qingshui in the living room. In her last moments of life, she proved with her very existence that she loved him. Su Hen clenched his fists and silently vowed, "Don't worry, I will soon seek justice for you. I will bring Ye Tianlu down to the ground, leaving him with nothing." Lastly, Su Hen glanced around the house. Although it appeared simple and cold, it was where he had lived for 18 years, and he had developed a certain attachment to it. Now, as he prepared to leave, it seemed he would not return for a long time. 5 minutes later, Su Hen hailed a taxi at the community entrance, beginning his journey to the airport. The driver proactively asked, "Hey handsome, are you heading to the airport for school?" Su Hen remained silent, simply nodding coldly. Seeing that Su Hen had no interest in chatting, the driver wisely closed his mouth. Su Hen didn't play on his phone either. He simply took in the sight of the city he was about to leave behind. An hour later, after paying the fare, Su Hen entered the airport. If it weren't for the 10 million left by Ye Tianlu, just the taxi fare would have made Su Hen feel pained. He had arrived quite late. The flight was scheduled to depart at 3:10 p.m., and he only reached the airport by 2:40. After checking in and going through security, Su Hen planned to board the plane. Just as he turned around, he caught a whiff of a fragrance reminiscent of orchids as a pair resembling a mother and daughter walked past him. The scent seemed to be emanating from the young woman. He saw that the woman was dressed in a simple, elegant white long dress. Under the sunlight, her black hair shimmered, cascading down to her waist, and her exposed skin was smooth and fair. Just by looking at her profile, Su Hen felt an overwhelming sense of beauty. Since Su Hen was only 2 or 3 meters away from them, he could hear their conversation. The mother seemed to be complaining, "We could have just taken the high-speed train. Oh, why take a plane? How much more will that cost?" The young woman softly replied, "Mom, taking the high-speed train to Longjing would mean arriving tomorrow. Your health isn't great, so it's better to avoid staying up late. Besides, we only take planes occasionally, not all the time." The mother sighed. "Well, you bought the tickets, what can I say?" The young woman linked arms with her mother and walked toward the boarding gate, chatting and laughing. Suddenly, the mother seemed to feel unwell, using one hand to hold her head, closing her eyes in pain. Her body swayed noticeably, and she began to fall backward. When the young woman noticed, she hurriedly reached out to support her mother, but it was too late. Her mother had already... Su Hen, who was just behind them, reacted swiftly, taking 2 steps forward to shield the elderly woman from falling, and steadied her with both hands. Su Hen softly asked, "Are you all right?" The elderly woman had actually regained her composure. Just before falling, she was simply unable to control her body. She shook her head slightly, and coming to her senses, thanked Su Hen, saying, "Thank you, young man. If it weren't for you, this old bone of mine would have suffered." Seeing her mother saved by Su Hen, the young woman sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you so much. I can't even imagine what would have happened otherwise." At this moment, Su Hen clearly saw the young woman's face, and his mind momentarily blanked. What a breathtakingly beautiful face it was, with skin as flawless as the finest jade. Su Hen couldn't believe that a person's skin could be so perfect. Coupled with her stunning and elegant features, he couldn't help but feel his heart race. The young woman, filled with concern, said to her mother, "Mom, you really scared me. Are you feeling any discomfort now?" The elderly woman, no longer feeling unwell, smiled reassuringly, saying, "It was just a sudden headache earlier, but I'm fine now. See, I'm doing well, aren't I?" The young woman observed her mother, and seeing that she indeed showed no further signs of distress, finally felt relieved. She thanked Su Hen again. "Thank you so much, classmate." The young woman extended her long fair hand towards Su Hen, saying, "My name is Ye Tianlu." Seeing this, Su Hen also reached out his hand, feeling a slight warmth and smoothness pass between them, causing his heart to skip a beat. "My name is Su Hen." Hearing the names Su Hen, Tianlu, and Yunmu were somewhat astonished. How could someone use the word hate? As Yunmu couldn't help but ask, "How could your parents give you such a name?" Tianlu gently nudged Yunmu. "Mom, how can you say that?" Su Hen smiled helplessly. Since childhood, he had grown accustomed to the peculiar glances and ridicule from others due to this name. Yunmu, realizing her mistake, smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, Su Hen. Where are you headed?" Su Hen patiently replied, "I'm on a flight to Longjing." If it were an average person he encountered, Su Hen would likely have chosen to leave immediately after rescuing them. However, with the extraordinary beauty Yun Qingyue present, his patience naturally improved. Su Hen was puzzled. Yun Qingyue appeared to be around 24 or 25, while Yun Mu looked lined and aged, as if she were in her 60s. Yun Qingyue's delicate lips parted slightly, showing a hint of surprise. Yun Mu exclaimed joyfully, "What a coincidence we are two." At that moment, the airport announcement chimed sweetly. Passengers of flight H2630 to Longjing may begin boarding. The announcement was repeated 3 times. Yun Qingyue said, "Mom, let's board." She turned to Su Hen with a charming smile. "Since it's such a coincidence, let's go together." Su Hen felt a flutter in his heart due to Yun Qingyue's presence. As Su Hen had bought a last-minute ticket, the regular economy seats were sold out. He had purchased a first-class ticket while Yun Qingyue and her mother had bought economy tickets, leading them to different boarding gates. Su Hen felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed impossible to coincidentally sit together with Yun Qingyue now. He mocked himself for becoming flustered over a girl he had just met. However, Su Hen couldn't deny that Yun Qingyue was exceptionally outstanding. Whether it was her looks, figure, or temperament, she was impeccable, especially her skin, which was as flawless as jade, captivating anyone who gazed upon her. The first-class seats had a bit of spacing. Next to Su Hen sat a middle-aged man who appeared to be a business elite. He showed no inclination to converse with Su Hen, and naturally Su Hen felt no need to engage either. The airplane began to take off. Su Hen, seated by the window, gazed out at the shrinking city, gradually calming. After nearly 5 hours of flight, Su Hen closed his eyes on the plane, pondering the matters of the divine and demonic game, considering how to develop within the game. The plane began to descend slowly, arriving at Longjing Airport. It was already 8 in the evening, yet under the bright lights of the airport, it was still bustling with activity. Su Hen's luggage consisted of just a backpack and a small suitcase. Following the smiling prompt of a flight attendant, he disembarked the plane. "Hi, Su Hen, over here." Yun Mu, spotting Su Hen from a distance, called out to him. Su Hen turned to see Yun Qingyue smiling at him under the glow of the streetlight. Su Hen walked over. "Auntie, what's the matter?" Perhaps because Su Hen had saved Yun Mu, she held a good impression of him. Yun Mu asked, "Where are you headed? Is someone picking you up?" Su Hen shook his head. "I'm going to Tsinghua University to check in, but it's getting late, so I plan to find a hotel tonight and report tomorrow." Yun Qingyue appeared somewhat surprised. "You're a new student at Tsinghua University?" Su Hen nodded, noticing her expression. "Oh, was she also a student at Tsinghua University?" But looking at her age, it didn't seem likely. Was she a senior? Yun Mu's smile broadened. "I never expected such a coincidence. My daughter Qingyue is a lecturer at Tsinghua University. We live nearby. Since you have no one to pick you up, why don't we go together?" This time it was Su Hen who was surprised. He hadn't expected the young Yun Qingyue to be a lecturer at Tsinghua University. Although not a professor, that was still quite remarkable. One must know that Tsinghua University is one of the top universities in the Xinzhou Empire, and for someone as young as Yun Qingyue to be a lecturer, there was indeed very rare. Su Hen couldn't help but glance at Yun Qingyue. In the light, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and flashed. Yun Qingyue's smile nearly caused Su Hen's brain to crash again, but thankfully, he quickly regained his composure and avoided embarrassment. The three began to leave the airport, preparing to find a taxi. On the way, Yun Mu eagerly inquired about Su Hen's major. Su Hen's major was Chinese, which further surprised both Yun Mu and Yun Qingyue, as Yun Qingyue was a lecturer in the Chinese department. Yun Mu chuckled. "Qingyue, I didn't expect Su Hen to be so well matched with us. You must take good care of him at school." Yun Qingyue nodded with a smile. She took out her phone from her backpack and smiled at Su Hen. "Su Hen, let's exchange contact information. If you have any questions at school, you can ask me." Su Hen had no reason to refuse, so he took out his old phone to add Yun Qingyue's contact. UU was the mainstream social communication tool in the Xinzhou Empire. What puzzled Yun Qingyue was that although Su Hen could afford a first-class ticket, his phone was so outdated. Fortunately, the three quickly found a taxi. The airport was not far from Tsinghua University, and it was only about half an hour's journey. In the car, Yun Mu occasionally struck up a conversation with Su Hen, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, while Yun Qingyue smiled at them from the side. Su Hen noticed that the driver occasionally glanced at Yun Qingyue through the rearview mirror, which made him worry about safety, prompting him to cough as a reminder. When Yun Mu asked about Su Hen's parents, he calmly replied, "They have both passed away." In Su Hen's heart, Ye Tianlu and the dead were no different. Yun Mu looked at Su Hen apologetically, her eyes filled with sympathy for someone so young who had lost both parents. This topic dampened the atmosphere in the car. Upon getting out of the car, Yun Qingyue took the initiative to pay the fare. Su Hen did not argue, it was unnecessary. Yun Mu warmly suggested, "Su Hen, why don't you come to our house for a visit?" Su Hen smiled and politely declined, realizing that it was just a courteous offer. It was late, and it wouldn't be convenient. Yun Qingyue's home was indeed very close to Tsinghua University, and along the way Su Hen saw the spacious and impressive entrance of Tsinghua University. Yun Mu glanced at the departing figure of Su Hen. This kid seems quite nice. The age difference between Yun Qingyue and Su Hen naturally did not lead to any matchmaking thoughts. After Su Hen left, he followed Yun Xingyu's suggestion to a nearby hotel of decent quality. The receptionist, upon seeing the extremely handsome Su Hen, couldn't help but blush. Su Hen took out his identification and the card left for him by Ye Tianlu to check into a room. Seeing the black card Su Hen pulled out, the receptionist's eyes lit up. She recognized it as the VIP black card from Xinzhou Bank, a card held only by the wealthy. The handsome man before her was not only good-looking, but also a wealthy heir. However, the receptionist informed Su Hen that the card had been frozen. Astonished, Su Hen asked the receptionist to try again, but it was still frozen. Unbeknownst to Su Hen, the receptionist had already imagined that he was a runaway heir and that his relatives had frozen his bank card to force him to admit his mistakes. The room Su Hen had just tried to book was 880 per night. Apart from the card Ye Tianlu had given him and the over 100 spent on the taxi, Su Hen's total assets had dwindled to 1,900. How could he afford to stay if he used his own money? With no other choice, Su Hen had to leave the hotel. Was it Ye Tianlu who froze this card? Unwilling to give up, Su Hen went to an ATM at a bank and found that it was indeed frozen. Suddenly, Su Hen laughed. Ye Tianlu, you really are something. You've managed to do this so thoroughly. The accommodation costs nearby were too high. With only 1,900 remaining after tuition, Su Hen dared not. As it was almost 10 o'clock and he needed to enter the divine and demonic game, Su Hen had no place to go and could only sit down on a bench by the street. As the summer approached September, the streets were slightly chilly at 10 o'clock at night. However, after enhancing with coins, Su Hen felt no cold at all. Being treated this way by Ye Tianlu, Su Hen felt no anger, he only found it amusing. Su Hen had never had any feelings for Ye Tianlu, so how could he be sad or disappointed? Game sprite, it is 10 o'clock, you will enter the game now. Su Hen's consciousness was once again pulled into the world of the demon and god game. The construction workers continued their previous task of building the city wall. As soon as the 160 barbarians saw Su Hen, they expressed their hunger. Su Hen took out the wolf meat jerky and let them help themselves, as the jerky had only a 3-day shelf life, and wasting it would be a shame. Suda had the largest appetite, consuming 20 pieces of jerky while drinking 500 holy water, while the ordinary barbarians only consumed 25 holy water. Su Hen didn't care. After all, it was not like he could run out of resources. Besides, 500 holy water was not enough for Suda. Drink as much as you can. Drinking a large amount of holy water could increase Suda's health points. After consuming 2,000 holy water, his health points increased by 2, reaching 904, while other attributes remained unchanged. After 3 construction workers completed a city wall, Su Hen directed them to upgrade the 2 training camps and other defensive buildings that had not been upgraded before. With the departure of the Iron Wind and Shotian tribes, the crisis was temporarily lifted, allowing for upgrades to the defensive buildings. On a new day, Su Hen's troop training quota was restored to 40. After upgrading all defensive buildings, Su Hen had the construction workers upgrade the barracks. However, Su Hen did not plan to train barbarians first. He decided to train an archer as a test. The setup allowed for training archers at level 2. The upgrade of the 2 training camps also reduced the archers' training time to 10 minutes. Training an archer surprisingly cost 2,000 holy water, but fortunately Su Hen had plenty of holy water. Level 1 archer. Health points 20. Attack 7 damage per attack, attacking once per second. Stamina 5. The archer consumes 0.1 stamina for each arrow shot. Range 20 meters. The range of the archer must be reduced, otherwise they would hit the defensive buildings without being harmed, which is unacceptable. Note the archer's attacks are not guaranteed to hit. A precision of 5 ensures the archer can hit targets within a 10-meter radius. Increasing precision can enhance the archer's long-range hit rate. Unlike in games, archers do not have a 100 hit rate. Su Hen recalled the archer's ring he obtained from the Grey Wolf, realizing that precision enhances the archer's hit rate. 1 point of precision equals 2 meters. In terms of both attack power and health points, archers are inferior to barbarians, especially those enhanced by Su Hen's barbarian ring. The only advantage was range and the ability to attack airborne targets. Su Hen pondered, remembering that in the opening video the archer's attack range exceeded 20 meters, indicating that upgrading the archer's level could increase range. Having only barbarians in the team felt too monotonous. In some special situations, archers could destroy certain buildings without taking damage, so training a few was still necessary. Su Hen spent 400 holy water to train 20 archers, and after upgrading the barracks, he directly filled the training camp with 40 barbarians. While waiting, Su Hen cleaned up obstacles in the tribe. If Su Hen's resources were insufficient, he would not have cleared these obstacles in the early stages. The gems obtained from clearing obstacles are random, but somewhat pseudo-random. One cannot consistently get 6 gems, nor can one consistently get 0. On average, 2 to 3 gems are obtained. At this time, there were a total of 13 obstacles in the tribe, far fewer than the initial count in mobile games, and Su Hen had little expectation. However, he did not expect that the obstacles in the demon and god game were truly random, not pseudo-random. Under Su Hen's exceptionally high luck, he obtained at least 4 gems from the 13 obstacles. The others yielded either 5 or 6 gems, with 6 being the most frequent. The 13 obstacles provided Su Hen with 69 gems, and combined with the one left over from before, he had exactly 70 gems. If rice was planted throughout the tribe's territory, the obstacles wouldn't grow at all. A large number of buildings would also occupy considerable space. After some thought, Su Hen decided to plant only 100 rice seeds to prepare for the upcoming troop surge. Once all buildings reached their limits, Su Hen could only instruct the construction workers to build city walls. The level 1 city wall is made of wood, yet it still has a durability of 300. A section of the wall is approximately 3 meters long and 1.5 meters high. The current side length of Su Hen's tribe is 100, which is the maximum for a level 2 tribe to avoid being attacked by a level 4 tribe. They are about to make contact with the neighboring tribe. To fully protect the tribe with walls, at least 120 sections are needed. Each wall takes half an hour to construct, which totals 60 hours. With 3 construction workers, each would require 20 hours, and since construction workers can work a maximum of 12 hours, they need rest. Without building other structures, this would take 2 days. With no further upgrades available, Su Hen could only have the construction workers build the walls. What to do next? Su Hen had already contemplated this in reality. Attacking a level 1 tribe would only yield the opponent's resources. There would be no rewards of demon and god gems or lottery rewards. Resources alone are of no use to Su Hen. For level 2 tribes, the troop strength is at least 50, along with several defensive buildings. It is impossible for Su De to destroy them without any losses. There will definitely be casualties. Although Su Hen had reached a tribute agreement with the Chotian and Iron Wind tribes, this does not mean that these 2 level 3 tribes cannot attack Su Hen. Su Hen decided to develop for 2 days before attacking several surrounding level 2 tribes. After all, they are there and cannot escape. The remaining known quick development method is to hunt monsters. It is impossible to develop quietly. Something must happen. With 200 barbarians and 20 archers, Su Hen was filled with confidence. Even when facing the pack of wolves he had encountered before, he believed he could easily slay them without any defensive structures. How wonderful it is to encounter wild monsters. Killing one is like winning a lottery. Su Hen's only concern was that the wild monsters would flee upon seeing him. If they really intended to run away, the barbarians would be unable to catch up. Su Hen's gaze shifted to the superior cannon. Among all the defensive structures, the superior cannon had the longest range. Taking it along would allow for long-range attacks on the wild monsters, injuring them and slowing them down. As for the resources and time required for rebuilding, Su Hen felt it was worth it compared to the potential rewards. With this thought, Su Hen attempted to have a few barbarians push the superior cannon out of the tribe. The game spirit said carrying out defensive structures requires rebuilding. Are you sure, Chief? Su Hen confirmed. For small rollers appeared beneath the base of the cannon, allowing the barbarians to smoothly. Su Hen set off with the barbarians. He was not worried about other tribes seizing the opportunity to attack while he was away from the tribe. To the west, there were many tribes and a mountain, but Su Hen planned to cross the river to the east to search for wild monsters. Last time he had encountered a stag by the river, confirming that wild monsters would appear there. The 4 barbarians pushing the cannon naturally slowed down their pace, but Su Hen was not in a hurry. He had plenty of time. After 5 minutes of travel, Su Hen successfully arrived at the riverbank. The grassland ahead was vast, and in the distance, Su Hen could vaguely see the outlines of several tribes on the opposite side. His target was not them, but the wild monsters. After spending some more time, Su Hen circled around the river. The game spirit warned, Chief, you are about to leave the novice area. Entering the grassland greatly increases the chance of encountering beast packs. Please be careful. Seeming to understand Su Hen's intentions with the cannon, the game spirit added, outside the tribe, the damage dealt by defensive structures to beasts is only 1/3. The consumption of holy water remains unchanged, and if you attack wild monsters, regardless of the losses, you will not receive shield compensation. Novice area. The numerous restrictions made Su Hen furrow his brow, but since he had come this far, he had no intention of giving up easily. With 220 troops and Su De, what was there to fear? Even if there was danger, Su Hen wanted to give it a try. Waiting patiently for development was no different from those players who chose the novice protection period. Su Hen's gaze swept across the grassland. Soon his eyes brightened as he noticed some figures moving not far ahead. Su Hen hurriedly approached with the barbarians. These figures seemed unaware of Su Hen and his group remaining still in place. Su Hen did not immediately fire the superior cannon. He planned to shoot only when they began to flee. It wasn't until he was within 10 meters of them that they seemed to notice and started to scurry away. Su Hen also got a clear look at their appearance. They resembled porcupines, nearly 2 meters long, with their bodies overall in gray, but covered with numerous long and thin white quills that looked extremely sharp. There were 4 porcupines in total. Their speed was quite slow, barely reaching 5 to 6 meters per second. Uncertain of their damage, Su Hen activated the cannon's attack. the holy water consumption was negligible for him. The superior cannon upgraded to level 3 had a damage output of 65 points, enough to kill a barbarian in one hit, but weakened it now dealt less than 22 points. The cannon's attack struck the porcupine, eliciting only a grunt from it, as it continued forward seemingly unfazed. As the porcupine moved, Su Hen ordered the cannon to follow and shoot on the move. But the game spirit said when a defensive structure is carried out of the tribe and attacks, it cannot adjust its position for 1 minute. Su Hen was left speechless in that case. He decided to let the archers shoot instead. The archers' attacks felt more like tickling to the porcupines, which couldn't even be bothered to grunt. Su Hen could only have the barbarians block the porcupines. Empowered by the level 5 barbarian ring, the barbarians exceeded the porcupines in speed. They formed a circle successfully surrounding them. To Su Hen's amusement, upon seeing this, the porcupines curled up, resembling hedgehogs, tucking their bodies beneath their sharp quills. These wild monsters were simply too comical, utterly non-threatening. They didn't even realize they were under attack. Was this what the game spirit referred to as danger? Su Hen ordered the barbarians to begin their assault. The porcupines offered no resistance, allowing the barbarians to attack. The porcupines appeared to have high defenses. The barbarians' attacks merely left faint marks on their bodies without causing any bleeding or injury. But no matter how high the defense, without retaliation, they would eventually be worn down by the surrounding barbarians. Each porcupine was encircled by a dozen barbarians. After being attacked by so many barbarians for just a few seconds, the porcupines began to howl incessantly. As Su Hen contemplated whether to keep them as pets, an unexpected change occurred. The 4 porcupines seemed to have made a pact. Their spines began to thrash wildly, shooting out like rain needles towards the surrounding barbarians. The barbarians encircled around them were instantly struck by a multitude of quills, turning them into porcupines themselves. Each barbarian was pierced by at least a dozen quills and ended up dead. Su Hen's face darkened. Previously, none of his barbarians had died, yet over 30 had perished at the hands of these inconspicuous porcupines. How absurd that he had once thought they posed no threat. These creatures were far more dangerous than gray wolves. No matter what loot they dropped, Su Hen felt that it could not compensate for his losses. Su Hen no longer harbored any thoughts of keeping them alive. He wanted nothing more than to tear them apart. Without their quill protection, the porcupines had lost their means of attack and were slaughtered by Su Hen's order. Even so, Su Hen was not satisfied. He first counted the fallen barbarians. A total of 32 had perished, with 8 lightly injured and 4 severely wounded. If it weren't for the barbarian ring's protection, those 4 severely wounded would surely have died. Only then did Su Hen check what loot the porcupines had dropped. 1 healing potion, 1 blueprint for a low-grade arrow tower, 1 fragment of a level 1 barbarian ring, and 4 gems. This meager haul could hardly compensate for Su Hen's losses. He felt it was a significant loss. Just 4 unremarkable porcupines had caused Su Hen to suffer such heavy losses, leaving him utterly After collecting over 100 pieces of jerky provided by the porcupines, Su Hen felt disheartened. The game spirit did not deceive him. Just 4 porcupines had led to such losses, and if he encountered any strange wild monsters again, he would continue to suffer. If he could not recover the lost forces, how could he defend against attacks from other tribes? Su Hen was already considering returning home. At this moment, Su Hen just wanted to focus on developing steadily. However, as he tried to leave, something did not want him to go. In the distance, a group of figures coming from who knows where quickly ran towards Su Hen. Su Hen's eyes narrowed. What was that? They seemed to be moving very quickly, and in large numbers, at least dozens of them. Should he run? It was impossible. The barbarians were not fast, and would eventually be caught up by them, wasting his stamina. Su Hen could only quietly stay in place, waiting for their arrival. It seemed they were indeed the beast pack the game spirit mentioned. Why had he never seen such a large number of beasts in the tribe? Su Hen speculated it was due to being in the novice area. The novice area restricted the activity range of large beast packs. It seemed that even without the protection period for newcomers, the Divine Demon game would not let players fall into a situation where they were bound to die. The premise was not to act recklessly like Su Hen. As they got closer, Su Hen clearly saw their appearance. They were none other than his old friends, the Grey Wolves. 1 Grey Wolf was at least equivalent to 2 barbarians that he had enhanced. Putting aside whether he could defeat them, even if he could, it would still result in significant losses. But he could not run. Gritting his teeth, Su Hen could only choose to fight. If he got through this challenge, he vowed he would never easily venture out to look for wild monsters again. Soon around 50 Grey Wolves arrived in front of Su Hen. Among them, 1 enormous Grey Wolf at least 4 meters long with silver-white fur stood out. It should be the Silver Wolf King. This Silver Wolf King looked extraordinarily majestic. The Wolf King he encountered before was not worthy of the title in its presence. As Su Hen appraised the wolf pack, they were also sizing up him. If a battle truly broke out, both sides would suffer heavy casualties. Yet the wolf pack was unwilling to let go of the tempting prey before them. Thus both sides remained in a standoff. Su Hen did not wish to engage in battle either. The losses would be too great. and it was better to avoid fighting if possible. Therefore Su Hen did not take the initiative to attack. However, it seemed the wolf pack had been hungry for too long. After a minute of stalemate, the Silver Wolf King howled to the sky, and the wolf pack launched their attack. Gritting his teeth, Su Hen realized that since he could not avoid it, he would have to fight. Fortunately, he had brought out the high-grade cannon. Although its damage was low, continuous fire could at least kill a few gray wolves. The ratio of barbarians to gray wolves was nearly 3-to-1, giving Su Hen a high chance of victory. Moreover, he also had 20 ranged archers on his side. The sight of over 50 gray wolves charging at once was somewhat terrifying. Not a single barbarian flinched. Bravely, they charged forward, and Su De even led the charge. Su Da's health was over 1,300, making him hard to kill in a short amount of time. Su Hen planned to summon him back once his health dropped below a critical level. Anyone could die, but Su De must not. Su De struck a gray wolf with his blade, and empowered by the barbarian ring, he severely injured one with a single blow, while several nearby barbarians added a few more hits. Thus one gray wolf fell. Meanwhile, the other barbarians engaged in battle with the gray wolves, 3 barbarians attacking one gray wolf, putting the latter at a disadvantage. Originally, the archers aimed to attack the gray wolves they could reach equally, but under Su Hen's control, it became 20 archers focusing their attacks on a single gray wolf. Each archer dealt 7 damage, so 20 archers collectively inflicted 140 damage, capable of quickly slaying a gray wolf. The benefit of concentrated attacks was to rapidly diminish the number of gray wolves, allowing the barbarians to endure less damage. As the barbarians and archers battled the gray wolves, the Silver Wolf King could not remain idle. However, it did not engage in close combat, but instead stood back, mouth open, gathering magic. Suddenly, a nearly transparent wind blade shot from its mouth, swiftly targeting a barbarian. The barbarian could not evade this attack. Already wounded by a gray wolf, he was struck by the wind blade, which tore a long gash in his body, resulting in a torrent of blood as he fell dead. The wind blade did not stop there. It spun and attacked the nearby barbarians. It struck 3 barbarians before finally losing its force and dissipating. The other 2 barbarians did not die, but they were severely injured and fell. If not for the health boost from the barbarian ring, they too would have met the same fate as the first barbarian. The second wind blade followed closely behind. The Silver Wolf King was almost slaughtering ordinary barbarians far more efficiently than Su De killing gray wolves. Su Hen's expression changed. The Silver Wolf King was not relying on physical attacks, but on magic. He could not allow this continued slaughter of the barbarians. Each death felt like a dagger to his heart. Su Hen immediately ordered Su De to take 10 barbarians to kill the Silver Wolf King. Regardless of success, he needed to ensure the Silver Wolf King could not freely unleash wind blades. Upon seeing Su De approach, the Silver Wolf King unleashed a wind blade, and all its power was absorbed by Su De alone, causing him to lose nearly 80 health points. This was barely within Su Hen's tolerable range. Facing Su Da's advance, the Silver Wolf King, having released the wind blade, did not engage with Su De, but quickly distanced itself to a safe location before continuing to unleash wind blades. Although the Silver Wolf King was massive, its speed was frighteningly agile. The cumbersome Su De could not reach it, and was merely being toyed with. Su Hen was furious. As the Silver Wolf King approached the archer's range, he disregarded whether they could accurately attack it, and immediately redirected their target to it. However, the Silver Wolf King opened its mouth, creating a whirlwind that surprisingly blew the arrows shot by the archers backwards, causing them to fall to the ground. No, he could not continue wasting time on the Silver Wolf King. The longer he wasted, the more ordinary barbarians would suffer casualties. Su Hen instructed Su De to approach the Silver Wolf King alone, bearing its damage to prevent it from slaughtering the ordinary barbarians. The 10 barbarians and 20 archers that Su De brought continued to attack the ordinary gray wolves. Kings against kings, minions against minions. Now it was a matter of who could withstand the losses. 3 barbarians attacking 1 gray wolf required 4 collective attacks to take it down, while the gray wolves were cunningly focusing on attacking 1 barbarian. With the archers' attacks added in, it seemed that for every gray wolf killed, a barbarian would also fall. Watching the barbarians die one after another, Su Hen felt heartbroken. The barbarians are not having it easy, and the gray wolves, which are far fewer in number than the barbarians, are suffering. Su Hen attempted to pull the barbarian who had been attacked by gray wolves twice out of the battlefield, allowing other barbarians to take the damage. However, the severely injured barbarian was no match for the speed of the gray wolves, which preferred to kill the wounded barbarian rather than take on others. The intelligent Silver Wolf King understood Su Da's intention and decided to abandon the attack on Su De, turning instead to target the ordinary barbarians, releasing a wind blade, and then moving to another spot to release another one. Seeing the concentrated fire from the archers, the Silver Wolf King began to attack them. Under 2 wind blades, 6 archers fell. Although Su Hen was truly angry, he had no way to deal with the fast-moving Silver Wolf King. The archers could not outrun it. Grinding his teeth, Su Hen ordered Su De to start attacking the gray wolves, thinking he would see how his little brothers would fare when they were all dead. The speed at which the barbarians were dying increased once more, but Su Da's involvement also hastened the demise of the gray wolf pack. In less than 20 seconds, the entire gray wolf pack, except for the silver wolf king, was dead, leaving behind a ground littered with items. Various potions, blueprints, and cards sparkled, dazzling Su Hen's eyes. The frequency at which the Silver Wolf King released wind blades was not constant. It gradually decreased, starting at 2 or 3 seconds apart, eventually extending to 5 seconds. Su Hen's losses were also severe, with all 20 archers killed by the Silver Wolf King and 72 barbarians lost. Adding to the previous 32 barbarians who had perished at the hands of the porcupines, he had lost more than half of his forces in under half an hour. Gritting his teeth, Su Hen realized that if it were anyone else, they would have been completely wiped out by now. Now only the Silver Wolf King remained, and as Su Hen was about to seek revenge, the Silver Wolf King sensed danger and turned to flee. At its speed, what could Su Hen do to stop it? Unwilling to give up, Su Hen fired a high-grade cannon at it, but the attack merely left a dent on its body, failing to slow it down. Such a boss surely had defenses that were not lower than those of the porcupines. The Silver Wolf King even stopped, intermittently glancing back at Su Hen's direction. Su Hen cursed under his breath. "Damn it, you wait here and see if you can catch me." Knowing he couldn't catch up, he began to gather the items scattered on the ground. At this moment, only the scattered items could soothe Su Hen's wounded spirit. He needed to quickly convert these items into combat power, otherwise he would be in danger due to the significant loss of troops. 6 training potions minor. 9 blueprints for low-grade cannons. 7 blueprints for low-grade archer towers. 2 barbarian cards. 1 archer card. 1 goblin spear thrower. 8 healing potions minor. 1 fragment of level 1 barbarian ring. 2 worker potions minor. Barbarian Attribute Enhancement Scroll. The Barbarian Attribute Enhancement Scroll randomly greatly enhances 1 attribute of a barbarian. 2 Bronze Beast Taming Rings. Bronze Beast Taming Ring used on bronze-level beasts has a certain chance to tame a bronze-level beast. The lower the beast's grade, the higher the success rate. It is ineffective on higher-grade beasts. 47 gems. That was all of Su Hen's haul. After picking everything up, his mood improved slightly. He needed to return to the tribe quickly to replenish his forces. If another pack of wolves came, he might not make it out alive. Su Hen looked in the direction of the Silver Wolf King and saw it still gazing at him. From a distance, Su Hen raised his middle finger at it, and the Silver Wolf King responded with an angry roar. At that moment, a massive golden figure suddenly leaped behind the Silver Wolf King, knocking it to the ground. Su Hen looked closely and saw that it was a golden leopard approximately 3 meters tall. Its entire body shone with a dazzling golden hue with smooth lines. It had approached the Silver Wolf King and Su Hen without either of them noticing. The Silver Wolf King struggled violently in shock, but was firmly bitten by the golden leopard on its neck. The Silver Wolf King unleashed a wind blade, but the golden leopard did not evade. It allowed the wind blade to strike, while it furiously tore at the Silver Wolf King's vital points. Before long, the Silver Wolf King stopped struggling, its body devoid of life. After the prey died, the golden leopard coldly glanced at Su Hen, then picked up the Silver Wolf King in its mouth, and began to move forward step by step. Su Hen felt a chill run down his spine at its gaze, not daring to intervene. If the Silver Wolf King could die so easily at its hands, what chance did he have? Su Hen muttered to himself, "Damn, this place is too dangerous. I need to return to the newbie area, back to the tribe." The golden leopard showed no interest in Su Hen and quickly vanished from his sight. Su Hen hurried to the spot where the Silver Wolf King had fallen, checking for any dropped items. His luck yielded nothing. No items dropped, indicating that the battle between wild monsters did not yield loot. Seeing this, Su Hen decided not to linger any longer and prepared to head back to the tribe. He sped back to the tribe with the remaining barbarians. After walking for 3 minutes, a light yellow tent suddenly appeared not far from Su Hen. In front of the tent was a red carpet, and beside it were 2 ceramic jars, 1 large and 1 small. Standing next to the tent was a bald man with dark skin, dressed in a green short shirt and carrying a pouch. Su Hen was startled. Who was this person? He clearly hadn't seen him when he arrived. Most importantly, was he friend or foe? Su Hen, feeling somewhat nervous like a startled bird, couldn't help. "Game spirit, congratulations, chief. You've fortuitously encountered a merchant in the wild. Hurry and see what magical items he has for sale. He might surprise you." Merchant. Surprise. Su Hen suddenly remembered that this person indeed resembled the merchant from the game Clash of Clans. The merchant should be neutral and wouldn't attack him, right? Since the game spirit said so, Su Hen boldly approached. The merchant smiled broadly upon seeing Su Hen and said, "Hello there, young chief." Su Hen replied somewhat awkwardly, "Hello." The merchant smiled and said, "Meeting is fate. On our first meeting, let me give you a gift." Gift. The merchant handed Su Hen a magical item filled with green potions. Su Hen received it overwhelmed with joy. Training Potion Large increases the training speed of all training camps, siege machinery training speed, spell creation speed, and hero recovery speed to 10 times for 5 hours, and increases the daily training troop limit by 300. Note this item has a limit of 5. If not used within 3 days, it will automatically disappear. Damn, this merchant is incredibly generous. Giving away such a training potion is equivalent to 15 minor training potions. The game spirit was right. The merchant indeed had surprises waiting for him. Su Hen also discovered that low-level wild monsters like gray wolves would only drop minor training potions with a low drop rate. For players with low luck, it would be impossible to obtain anything at all. The merchant gave Su Hen a large training potion as a meeting gift, something he could never acquire. If used, Su Hen's troop strength would increase by 300, whereas his total troop strength was only 220 before. Su Hen's eyes sparkled as he looked at the merchant. Can you give me another one? The merchant looked at Su Hen speechlessly, truly a greedy leader. He shook his head, saying, you can purchase other magical items from me using gems. Su Hen became very interested. What magical items did the merchant have? Were there only 3 types of magical items for sale each day, like in mobile games? The merchant displayed a product list to Su Hen in projection form. Resource Potion Large doubles the production speed of all resources for 1 day, priced at 300 gems. Worker Potion Large increases the construction speed of all workers by 10 times for 2 hours, priced at 300 gems. Barrier Ring can directly upgrade any level of wall, priced at 20 gems. Book of Low-Level Buildings can instantly upgrade any building below level 7, priced at 500 gems. Hero's Book Small upgrades a hero below level 10 by 1 level without resource cost, priced at 200 gems. Level 1 Barbarian Ring increases all attributes of barbarians by 10%, priced at 300. Su Hen felt a bit disappointed. He didn't need the resource potion at all, couldn't use the worker potion for now, and didn't have that many gems. The Barrier Ring and Book of Buildings were also unneeded, and while he wanted to buy the hero's book, he simply didn't have enough gems. What Su Hen wanted most was the training potion, which could greatly increase his troop strength. To Su Hen's surprise, the merchant was also selling equipment. A level 1 Barbarian Ring required 300 gems. How much was his level 5 Barbarian Ring worth? For a moment, Su Hen couldn't calculate, only knowing it was extremely expensive. It turned out that the most valuable item he had was the Barbarian Ring. Su Hen awkwardly smiled. Sorry, I can't afford even one. The merchant smiled faintly, not surprised. After all, he was just a leader of a level 2 tribe, so it would be a surprise if he could afford it. The merchant said, do you have any magical items or equipment you don't need? I can buy them back, of course. I will only offer 80 of the selling price. Su Hen's first thought was his level 5 Barbarian Ring. If he sold it to the merchant, he would be in a great position. However, having experienced the benefits the Barbarian Ring brought, how could he possibly sell it? If he sold it, acquiring it again would be difficult. Currently, he didn't have many barbarians, and their level wasn't high. The boost from the Barbarian Ring wasn't very noticeable yet, but in the later stages, the true power of the Barbarian Ring would be evident. What other magical items and equipment did he have? Would healing potions count? Su Hen took one out to try, but the merchant laughed and shook his head. This is a spell potion, and its level is very low. It's not worth anything, and I won't buy it. It was clear that the merchant didn't value it at all. Su Hen took out a fragment of the Barbarian Ring and 2 fragments of the Archer Ring. These items were temporarily useless, so he might as well see how many gems he could exchange for them. These low-level ring fragments failed to impress the experienced merchant. For the 3 ring fragments, the merchant offered a price. I can buy them back for 72 gems. Su Hen felt somewhat disappointed. It was a bit low. Even if he sold everything and added his 119 gems, he still couldn't afford the small hero's book. Su Hen, unwilling to give up, said, can I exchange this for a training potion? The large one. The merchant chuckled. Young leader, do you have enough holy water to train that many troops? You must know that the training holy water has a time limit. If not used within 3 days, it will disappear. Su Hen wasn't quite clear why only the training potions seemed to have a time limit, but he could vaguely guess. It was probably to prevent leaders from mass-producing troops at a moment's notice. Su Hen said, you don't need to worry about that. Just say whether you're selling it or not. The merchant pondered for a moment and said, very well, you are the first player leader to trade with me. I can make an exception this time and sell you 2 bottles of training potions, but the price will be doubled, priced at 50 gems each. If you don't agree, then forget it. Is 50 gems for a large training potion worth it? Su Hen thought it was absolutely worth it. With 3 large training potions, he could directly increase his troop strength by 900. At that point, he could easily destroy the Chotian and Tieshing tribes. Within a 20-mile radius, he would be invincible. How could it not be worth it? The gems he spent could easily be obtained thanks to his high luck value. If he missed this merchant, acquiring large training potions again would be almost impossible. The 3 ring fragments would be useless to him for a long time, so he might as well sell them for gems and buy another work. Su Hen exchanged 3 ring fragments along with 28 gems for 2 large training potions, feeling immensely happy. He wanted to try to buy more training potions, but the merchant refused to sell anymore. At this time Su Hen remembered his demon god game invitation. He wondered if the merchant would accept it. The merchant shook his head. This item is completely useless to me. I won't take even one gem for it. Su Hen disappointedly retracted the demon god game invitation. Indeed, what would an NPC want with such a thing? He wanted the hero's book, but he couldn't afford it. Looking at the merchant who appeared unarmed and lacking combat power, Su Hen suddenly felt an urge to rob him. With no one around, no one would see. Su Hen quickly abandoned the thought, better not to court death. Leaving aside whether he could kill him or steal his magical items, if something terrible happened he would regret it. The merchant, unaware of Su Hen's internal struggle, said with a smile, "Since the leader has nothing left to trade, I will take my leave." Su Hen hurriedly asked, "If I want to find you again, how can I do that?" If he could buy one training potion from the merchant every day, he wouldn't have to worry about troop consumption. The merchant replied, "If you can level up to level 8, I will automatically visit your tribe once a day. Until then, if you want to encounter me, it will depend on luck." After finishing his words, the merchant suddenly vanished from Su Hen's sight, as if he had never appeared. Su Hen patted his chest, relieved that this miraculous vanishing act didn't lead to him being robbed. It turned out that before the 8th volume, encountering merchants was a rare random event other players could not even. Once again marveling at his own luck, Su Hen returned to the novice zone. Back in the novice zone, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Although he had gained a lot, the experience was terrifying. Su Hen dared not venture out of the novice zone so casually as he did today. Having returned to his tribe smoothly, he immediately used a large training potion. After going out, he had lost over 100 troops and needed immediate replenishment. After using the training potion, Su Hen's troop training limit increased by 300 for the day. Su Hen frantically clicked on the barbarians in the training camp, aiming to train 300 barbarians first. What originally took 10 minutes per barbarian now took only 1 minute each. Su Hen's troop numbers began to rapidly increase. The small training potion could only double the training speed and could not be stacked. Although 15 small training potions and the large one provided the same troop increased, the training speeds were completely different. Barbarians were being produced one after another, and Su Hen's holy water was rapidly depleting. If it weren't for the auxiliary system reaching level 2 and the speed of collection increasing dramatically, the effects of the training potions would have been wasted back in the first volume. At this moment, Su Hen had just over 200 holy water, and the training potion lasted for 5 hours. Training 300 barbarians required 300 holy water. Su Hen's holy water was just keeping up with the training speed of the barbarians. In just 2 hours, the number of his troops had completely surpassed the count before he went out. The number of barbarians continued to rise. Meanwhile, Su Hen also instructed the builders to start constructing the defensive buildings he had acquired. Of course, defensive buildings took priority over walls. A total of 16 low-quality defensive buildings were constructed, each taking 10 minutes. 3 builders took nearly an hour to complete them all. After finishing the buildings, Su Hen instructed the builders to continue upgrading these level 1 defensive buildings. During the construction process, Su Hen's tribe area surprisingly became insufficient. All the empty land had been used up and obstacles could no longer grow. Even this was not enough. Su Hen had to clear out some rice paddies to make some space. Without rice paddies, Su Hen did not worry. The recently exterminated wolf pack along with the jerky he had stored meant he had a total of 3725 pieces of jerky. Within 3 days, he would definitely not lack food. As for what to do after 3 days, he would deal with that later. 3 hours later, the acceleration effect of the training potion ended, and all 300 new barbarians were fully trained. At this point, Su Hen had a total of 396 barbarians. He did not train archers since each archer required 200 holy water, which was better spent on training 2 barbarians. Now Su Hen had just over 100 holy water, which he never thought he would be worried about. Using a training potion now would be a waste as he had no resources. Half of the game time for today had passed, and with his holy water collector, even in the remaining time, he could not gather enough for 30,000 holy water. Moreover, not only Barton, but even Su Yi and Su Heir had also stopped working, lying on the ground with exhaustion. Barton complained with extreme dissatisfaction, "You are indeed a heartless leader, cruelly exploiting us like this." Ignoring him, Su Hen approached Su Yi and Su Heir with a beaming smile, saying, "We're just a few defensive buildings away from reaching full level. How about we push ourselves to finish today?" Su Yi shook his head. "No way, chief. We're already very tired, and due to the rules, we can't continue working unless you use gems to make us work overtime." Su Yi's statement indicated that even with high favorability, it was not enough. Overtime pay had to be paid. Su Hen asked, "How many gems do you need?" Su Yi replied, 1 gem per person for 1 hour. It didn't seem expensive, but a worker works 12 hours a day for 365 days, which amounts to 250 gems. The overtime pay of 1 gem per hour was multiplied by who knows how many times. Forget it, Su Hen didn't want to use gems. With his 27 defensive buildings and 396 barbarians, who was he afraid of? Akita and Iron Wind tribe, if they dared to fight to the death, let them try. Having completed all the work today, there would be nothing to do tomorrow. Su Hen shot a glance at Barton. Tomorrow was his last day of employment. Su Hen decided to let him build the remaining 6 buildings by himself, and let Su E and Su Heir rest. Let him show off. After finishing the buildings, he would continue to repair the walls. Su Hen was not in a hurry to attack the level 2 tribes. He would wait until tomorrow to use another training potion and break through 700 troops, destroying all nearby level 2 tribes with overwhelming power. The day after tomorrow, he would train another 300 barbarians to destroy Akita or Iron Wind tribe and obtain a silver level lottery. As the game time was about to end, Su Hen used a small training potion, spending 400 holy water to train 20 archers. The total troop count reached 416. The number of troops had already surpassed the Iron Wind and Akita tribes. The game sprite announced today's game time is up. As soon as the game sprite finished speaking, Su Hen's consciousness returned to reality. A cold wind blew by, yet Su Hen felt no chill. Even on the bustling streets, a smile involuntarily surfaced on Su Hen's face. If all goes as expected, his strength would soon experience a surge. At that time, even a level 3 tribe would pose no fear to him. Whether he would eradicate them would depend on his mood. What does it matter if he is a bit down on his luck in reality? It's all temporary. Now with 420 gold coins, he could further enhance his physical body in the real world. Game Spirit. Would you like to spend 100 gold coins to gain the abilities of a level 3 barbarian? Su Hen confirmed. Enhancement successful. Health 106. Strength 54. 81 stamina 53. Agility 8. Mental power 14. With 330 gold coins left, he would continue enhancing. Being a bit poorer didn't matter, as self-defense was essential. Game Spirit. Would you like to spend 200 gold coins to gain the abilities of a level 4 barbarian? He confirmed again. Health 166. Strength 84. 126. Stamina 83. Agility 8. Mental power. His vitality was 16 times that of an ordinary adult, and his strength was 12 times. Su Hen wondered if his physical prowess could be considered superhuman. The level 5 barbarian ability seemed to require 400 gold coins, and with only 130 coins left, he couldn't continue enhancing. He had unlocked the archer class. Could he now possess the abilities of an archer? Would he be unable to possess 2 abilities at the same time? Fortunately, Su Hen worried too much. Game Spirit. Would you like to spend 100 gold coins to gain the abilities of a level 1 archer? The archer ability only slightly increased Su Hen's strength, stamina, and agility, but it granted him a new talent. Precision. Your vision has improved, and any object you throw within 20 meters will accurately hit the target. Su Hen picked up a small stone from the ground and attempted to throw it at a lamp post 20 meters away. A strange feeling washed over him, as if this throw was the result of countless hours of practice. With a thud, the small stone hit the post accurately. Naturally, Su Hen did not dare to throw with full force. With his current strength, even a small stone could potentially injure someone severely. The increase in attributes from the archer ability was minimal, but the accompanying skills still satisfied Su Hen. He then spent 500 gold coins to enhance to level 2 archer. Health 192. Strength 87. 130. 5 stamina 86. Agility 11. Mental power 14. His vision improved again, and the precise shooting range extended to 30 meters. With the remaining gold coins insufficient for further enhancement, Su Hen began to ponder where to spend the night. He couldn't possibly sleep on the streets. An internet cafe would be a good place. Su Hen planned to spend the night playing on the computer. He felt an inexhaustible amount of energy coursing through him. Even 3 days and nights without rest would not leave him fatigued. This area was close to the university, so there would certainly be no shortage of internet cafes. Just as Su Hen was about to get up to find one, his phone vibrated with a text message. Aunt, Xiao Hen, what time will you arrive in Longjing tomorrow? He'll come pick you up. Su Hen then remembered that he had not informed his aunt about his early arrival in Longjing. Su Hen replied with a message. Aunt, I arrived early. I'm already near Longjing University. Soon his aunt sent another message. Where are you? I want to see you. Su Hen felt troubled. He couldn't tell his aunt that he was on the streets. He replied, Aunt, don't come, it's too late today. I need to check in tomorrow morning. If you're free at noon, we can have lunch together. His aunt did not respond, but sent a video invitation through Yu. It was impossible not to answer. Doing so would only make her worry more, so Su Hen reluctantly accepted the video call. On Su Hen's phone screen appeared a woman in her 30s with a beautiful face. She was his aunt Su Qingxue. In the video, Su Qingxue was not indoors, but walking in what seemed to be a community garden. As a smile appeared on Su Qingxue's face, she was taken aback by the environment Su Hen was in. Xiao Hen, why haven't you found a hotel to stay in? Su Hen smiled and said, I just got off the high-speed train and haven't had time to find a hotel yet. Ooh, I just received your message. Su Qingxue's expression turned serious. Where are you? I'm coming to find you now. Su Hen could only tell her a nearby landmark. Su Qingxue said, "Wait for me there," before hanging up the video call. Su Hen felt a bit anxious. His aunt wouldn't know that he was out of money, would she? He decided that if necessary he could spend a few hundred to find a hotel. Compared to worrying his aunt, this little money was insignificant. After waiting for half an hour, a taxi stopped not far from Su Hen, and his aunt Su Qingxue got out of the car. Su Hen stood up and called out, "Aunt, I'm over here." Su Qingxue hurriedly paid the fare and rushed to Su Qingxue anxiously said, "Xiao Hen, are you out of money? Why haven't you found a place to stay?" Su Hen casually replied, "No, I still have some money. I just got off the high-speed train and haven't had time to look for a place." Su Qingxue with red-rimmed eyes said, "Don't lie to me, I checked. The last high-speed train to Longjing was around 7 o'clock. How come you still haven't found a place to stay? If I hadn't sent you a message, would you have spent the night on the street?" Looking at Su Hen dragging his luggage on the street at night, trying to save money, and ending up on a bench, it was hard to distinguish him from a homeless person. He was the son of her sister. How could this be? Su Qingxue's nose turned sour, and tears began to flow. With the lie exposed, seeing her aunt cry, Su Hen felt utterly helpless. Su Hen couldn't help but curse Ye Tianlu. Would it kill you to unfreeze the bank card a little later? He regretted not withdrawing a bit more money from Ye Tianlu's bank card, otherwise things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Su Qingxue thought of something and took out a card from her pocket, placing it in Su Hen's hand. "There's 800 yuan in this card, and the password is your birthday. Use it first, and if it's not enough, let me know." Su Hen refused, saying, "No need, and I really have money." Seeing Su Hen refuse, Su Qingxue, a bit agitated, said, "If you have money, why haven't you found a place to stay?" With tears streaming down her face, Su Qingxue said, "Xiao Hen, please listen and accept it, and don't let your aunt worry, okay?" From childhood to adulthood, Su Hen had never had many friends, and the only family he had was his mother. The appearance of Su Qingxue brought a glimmer of light into Su Hen's life. For this little aunt whom he had not interacted with much, Su Hen did not hold her in the same regard as his mother. However, when Su Qingxue tearfully pleaded with him not to worry, a string within Su Hen seemed to be struck. At that moment, Su Hen had only one thought in his mind. It turned out he was not alone in this world. He still had. Su Hen decided to accept the money that Su Qingxue offered him, not because he needed it, but because, as Su Qingxue said, if he did not accept it, his lack of money would make her worry. Unable to help himself, Su Hen pulled Su Qingxue into his embrace, devoid of any romantic feelings, and softly said, "Auntie, don't cry, I'll accept it." Upon hearing Su Hen's acceptance, Su Qingxue finally smiled through her tears, saying, "Study hard in college, don't think about finding a job, just enjoy your university life." Looking at Su Hen, who was taller than her, Su Qingxue couldn't help but praise, "My nephew is truly handsome. I can't imagine how many girls he will charm in college." Su Hen didn't know what to say, and just smiled awkwardly. Su Qingxue reached out to hold his hand, and asked, "Are you?" Su Hen shook his head with a smile. Suddenly Su Qingxue sighed, "Your sister has such a cruel heart to give you a name with the character Hen. Now that she has passed away, how about you change your name? It's quite strange to carry such a name." Su Hen shook his head and smiled, saying, "It's fine, Annie, I've gotten used to it." Su Hen suddenly remembered that all the wages Su Qingxue earned from her job were given to the Su family. When his mother passed away, it was only then that Su Qingxue took out 1,000 yuan from her own pocket to help with the funeral expenses. She must have been out of money back then, but now, after more than a month, how could she suddenly have so much money? Su Hen curiously asked, "Annie, where did you get 80,000 yuan? Su Qingxue clearly would not lie. Facing Su Hen's question, she hesitated and replied, "Don't worry about this, I earned it playing games." Su Hen's expression changed dramatically as he blurted out, "Is it from the God Demon game? Did you make money by selling gold coins?" He had never heard that Su Qingxue was a gaming expert. The only explanation could be the God Demon game. Su Hen looked grim and said, "How can you sell gold coins? Without gold coins, how will you develop? If you can't..." Su Qingxue fell silent, appearing like a little girl who had done something wrong, too afraid to look up. Suddenly Su Qingxue reacted, grabbing Su Hen's arm and anxiously asking, "How do you know so much? Have you entered the God Demon game too?" In this world, nearly 100 million people had become players in the God Demon game, a vast number. Being a player was not a secret. Su Hen just took precautions, and not reporting to the government wouldn't have much impact even if it was exposed. Su Hen did not distrust Su Qingxue, but telling her he was also a player would only make her worry. "Oh, what other you?" Su Hen shook his head and said, "No, I just learned about the game when the God Demon forum first opened." Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue let out a long sigh of relief, patting her chest and saying, "That's good, you almost scared me to death." Su Hen stared at Su Qingxue and asked, "Annie, did you really enter the God Demon game?" Unable to hide it, Su Qingxue nodded and replied, "Yes." Su Hen reproached her, "So this 80,000 really did come from selling gold coins or holy water?" Su Qingxue forced a smile and said, "Yes, I sold 1,000 gold coins for 50,000. The remaining 30,000 was reported to the government, which gave it to me." Su Hen breathed a sigh of relief. If it was only 1,000, the impact would not be significant. He said seriously, Annie, you must never sell gold coins again. Ooh, I absolutely don't want any money from that. Su Qingxue laughed and said, little hen, you don't need to worry so much. This game isn't as dangerous as you think. I'm at a level 2 base now, and I can earn over 20,000 holy water and gold coins every day. I've discovered a rule: as long as I stay at level 2 and continuously develop my strength, tribes of the same level attacking me will incur great losses, and high-level tribes won't gain much from me, so I will always be safe. I checked the forum, and most players think the same way as I do, so you don't have to worry. Su Hen's thoughts were somewhat similar to Su Qingxue's. While Su Qingxue wanted to remain at level 2 forever, Su Hen planned to accumulate enough strength to upgrade to level 3. However, hearing Su Qingxue say this, he felt something was off. Would the God Demon game really overlook such an obvious loophole? Would they allow players to play the game so passively? Su Hen felt that it was absolutely impossible. Su Qingxue continued, once I reach the limit of the level 2 base, I will sell gold coins and holy water. Little hen, you have no idea how many people in reality want to buy gold coins and holy water. The demand is enormous, and I won't have any trouble selling them. Su Qingxue expressed some regret, saying, I sold that 1,000 gold coins when the price was at 50. Ooh, I sold too low. If I could have sold them at 70, I could have made an extra 20,000. Su Hen advised, you should really stop selling gold coins. With this 80,000, it's enough for my expenses for 4 years. Su Qingxue dismissed his concerns, saying, really, little hen, you don't understand this game. According to my plan, there won't be any danger. I can sell a little bit of resources every day, and within a month, they'll have enough for you to buy a house in Longjing. After buying the house, I will use gold coins to strengthen your body and holy water to extend your life. As Su Qingxue spoke, her expression became somewhat dreamy, envisioning the moment when she bought a house for Su Hen and seeing his happy expression. With a beaming smile, Su Qingxue said, I want to upgrade for now. Oh, I barely have enough gold coins to spend. Tomorrow, I'll accumulate some more gold coins and spend 10,000 to give you the ability of a barbarian in the game, making your body stronger. A boy needs to be fit when he goes out. If he isn't strong enough, he can't protect himself. Su Qingxue mused, what is the ability of a barbarian? After I strengthen your body tomorrow, little hen. Despite saying so much and wanting to sell resources, Su Qingxue showed no thought for herself, instead planning to spend all the money she obtained on Su Hen. Su Hen, however, looked furious and said angrily, enough, auntie. You absolutely must not sell any more resources from the God Demon game. I don't want a single cent from that. Su Qingxue looked astonished at the angry Su Hen. Su Hen absolutely did not believe that the God Demon game would allow players to exploit such loopholes to benefit from game resources. The God Demon game would not be so kind. They would certainly change this situation sooner or later, and it definitely wouldn't take long. Su Hen placed both hands on Su Qingxue's shoulders and said with an extremely serious expression, Annie, promise me never sell resources from the game of gods and demons again. I don't need you to strengthen my body either. Su Hen continued almost word by word. If I find out that you are selling again, I will never acknowledge you as my aunt again. I am absolutely not joking. Su Hen had already guessed that the gods and demons would never allow a group of miscreants to easily obtain resources in the game and bring them to reality. To prevent his aunt from continuing to sell resources, he needed to make her aware of the seriousness of the situation. Su Qingxue looked at Su Hen somewhat dazed, not expecting him to be so adamant and stopping her, even mentioning severing their relationship. Su Qingxue worriedly said, but I want you to have a good life. Relying solely on yourself, it will take at least 10 years to buy a house and settle down in Longjing. Su Hen felt both touched and speechless. Touched because Su Qingxue was selling resources entirely for his sake, and speechless because in her eyes did she really see him as so incapable. Su Hen's expression remained serious. Promise me, okay, auntie. Don't make me worry about you. After a long while, Su Qingxue finally nodded. Okay, I promise you. A cool breeze blew by, and Su Hen felt nothing, but Su Qingxue shivered slightly. Seeing that it was already close to 11 o'clock, Su Hen said, Auntie, it's very late now. You should go back early or get a couple of rooms at a nearby hotel. Su Qingxue refused, saying, no, I'll go back. I have to work tomorrow, and getting another room would cost quite. Su Hen felt complicated. His aunt handed him 80,000 yuan without blinking, yet felt pained over a few hundred yuan for accommodation. Su Qingxue dragged Su Hen's suitcase, and although he wanted to carry it himself, he couldn't compete with her strength. The two walked towards the hotel where Su Hen had planned to stay. On the way, Su Hen asked, Annie, what do you report to the government? Su Qingxue thought for a moment and answered, it's just to register your tribe name, where the tribe is located, and some personal information. How would I know where my tribe is? I didn't dare choose any starting lottery, and I chose the newcomer protection period, which is blocked by a layer of shield. I don't even know what the outside of the tribe looks like. Also, if resources are sold, they can be sold to the government. The staff who helped me register said they could buy the resources we have at market price, which I think is quite good. It's much better than selling to those with unknown backgrounds. At least the government has some credibility. Su Hen pondered, could this be the purpose of the government, to collect resources? It was quite possible. Su Qingxue asked in confusion. Why are you asking these questions? Su Hen pretended to be nonchalant and said, nothing, just curious. The two entered the hotel. The receptionist at the hotel brightened upon seeing Su Hen. She didn't expect to see this handsome man so soon again and immediately flashed a sweet smile. However, Su Hen had no time to pay her any attention. He turned to Su Qingxue and said, Auntie, you should go back now. Su Qingxue nodded, straightening his somewhat disheveled clothes. Take good care of yourself and let me know if anything happens. Su Hen smiled and nodded. Su Qingxue glanced at him and said, then I'll be leaving. Su Hen looked at the dark night outside and felt uneasy about his aunt going back alone. He placed his luggage at the hotel front desk and hurriedly told the receptionist to keep an eye on it, not waiting for her response before rushing to catch up with Su Qingxue, who was about to leave the hotel. Seeing Su Hen chasing after her, Su Qingxue asked in confusion, what's wrong? Su Hen smiled and said, Annie, let me walk you back. Su Qingxue smiled back at him, not refusing. Su Hen suddenly thought, since his aunt gave him money, did she still have any left for herself? Given her character, if she encountered difficulties, she probably wouldn't ask him for help, and she might even secretly sell resources. Su Hen asked, Annie, do you still have money to spend? Su Qingxue replied, it's okay, my salary is about to be paid. This implied she had little money left, at most just some living expenses. Su Hen took Su Qingxue's hand and went to the bank's ATM. He withdrew 20,000 yuan from her card, knowing she wouldn't take more than that. Without giving her a chance to refuse, Su Hen pressed the money into Su Qingxue's hands. Auntie, I don't want you to worry, and you should not make me worry either. Can you have some money for yourself? In the end, Su Qingxue reluctantly accepted 10,000 yuan. Su Hen hailed a taxi for her and noted down the license plate number in front of the driver. Watching Su Qingxue leave, a warm current flowed through Su Hen's heart. She was probably the only family he had left in this world. Su Hen returned to the hotel and paid the room fee and deposit from the 10,000 yuan he had just withdrawn. After dragging his belongings into the room, he first took a shower. After washing up, Su Hen lay on the bed but found he couldn't fall asleep. He realized that after strengthening his body, being overly energetic was not necessarily a good thing. He simply couldn't sleep. But with it being so late, what else could he do besides sleeping? Su Hen sighed and couldn't help but start to worry about his aunt. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the gods and demons began to clean up some of the miscreants. How would his aunt cope then? Where was her tribe located? If only it were nearby, he could take care of her. But then Su Hen bitterly smiled. Even if he knew where her tribe was, what could he do? In the game of gods and demons, trading was allowed, but it couldn't exceed reasonable limits. For instance, exchanging 100 holy waters for 1,000 gold coins was absolutely prohibited. If discovered, one would be eradicated. He also couldn't donate any troops or resources to his aunt. Su Hen contemplated he could pass on some of his gaming experience to her, allowing her to avoid some pitfalls. Of course, he couldn't reveal his identity to her. He needed to find a way to inform her secretly. Unable to sleep, Su Hen idly played on his phone, yet the more he played, the more he found himself unable to rest. Not only was he sleepless, but by 1 o'clock in the morning his stomach also felt uncomfortably hungry. If it were just a slight discomfort, Su Hen would have endured it, but he truly couldn't bear it any longer. Reluctantly, he stepped out of his room to see what restaurants were still operating outside. Fortunately, this hotel offered late-night snacks. Under the astonished gaze of the staff, Su Hen managed to fill his stomach with 4 large bowls of beef noodles. Su Hen thought to himself, could it be that acquiring the abilities of the barbarian also increased his appetite? He used to only eat 1 bowl of beef noodles at most. After paying, he returned to his room. Deciding not to play on his phone anymore, Su Hen began to compile a strategy for his aunt, so she could survive more smoothly in the demon and god game. He carefully recalled the demon and god game in his mind, considering the points that required attention, and started writing the strategy on his phone. 1. Do not waste gems recklessly. Accumulate enough gems to purchase builders. The speed of tribe development depends on 2 factors: the amount of resources and the number of builders. Both are indispensable. 2. Never hesitate to exploit the builders. Make sure to extract every drop of their sweat. They must work for 12 hours without rest. If there are no buildings to upgrade, have them build walls. Under no circumstances should they be allowed to idle. I wonder if the builders would jump out of the game to hit me. 3. Since there is a newbie protection period, let's first upgrade the resource facilities to their maximum level. Each time a resource facility levels up, the daily output will increase significantly. 4. Do not clear obstacles in the tribe. The gems obtained cannot enhance your strength in a short time and would waste your limited early resources. 5. Try to plant more rice. The cost of rice is very low, and early planting leads to early production. If you want to create a large army, food is essential. 6. If there is enough holy water, be sure to use up all the daily training slots. Each additional soldier means more strength. 7. Do not leave the newbie zone. The beasts outside the newbie zone are unimaginably terrifying. If you must go, at least not now. 8. Barbarians and archers prioritize attacking the nearest targets rather than what you might think are defensive buildings. The attacking targets of early defensive buildings are also prioritized based on proximity. 9. After the newbie protection period, Ins do not casually kill the forces of other tribes unless you intend to go to war with them. Killing the forces of other tribes will alert their game spirits. 10. Most importantly, in the demon and god game, steadily developing is absolutely not as fast as plundering the development of other tribes. If you believe you have a good chance, you can try attacking tribes of the same level. Don't fear losses. After winning a battle, you will continue to receive shields. Su Hen didn't care whether his aunt would know. He wrote down everything he knew. Looking at the 10 points above, Su Hen began to ponder if there was anything else to add. He thought for a moment about the possibility of destroying 10 tribes in a short period would attract the ire of higher-level tribes, but decided not to mention it. Besides himself, who possessed a cheat-like ability, he believed others couldn't achieve that. How should he send this strategy to his aunt? Su Hen thought for a moment, registered a new UU account, filled in a female profile, and sent the strategy to his aunt's email. As for whether his aunt would suspect it was him who sent it, Su Hen didn't care. If she really found out, he could just admit it. After clicking send, Su Hen let out a sigh of relief. With this strategy, his aunt's chances of survival had greatly increased. Lying in bed, he still felt no sleepiness and idly read novels from this world on his phone. At 8 in the morning, Su Hen, who had not slept all night, was still full of energy. His phone vibrated, and a message popped up from an ID named Yu Dan Yunxing on Yu. Su Hen, are you there? Yes. Su Hen quickly replied. Yu Qingwei sent a smiley face. I'm just going to school. Do you need me to help you get familiar with the school? Su Hen certainly wanted to, but he messaged back, that sounds too troublesome. I already found out where Qingwu University is yesterday. Yu Qingyue, alright, don't refuse. You saved my mom yesterday, and I haven't properly thanked you yet. The school won't start arranging registrations until 9, so wait for me at the school gate at 9. Since Yu Qingyue said so, Su Hen agreed. Thinking that he would soon meet Yu Qingyue, he felt his heart inexplicably start to flutter. Did I not mention earlier that my aunt was almost terrified to death when she thought Su Hen was also a player? What good did telling her about the players do other than worry her? Is there any logic in this? If you can point out a single benefit of telling my aunt the truth, I will immediately have the protagonist confess. After Su Hen checked out of the room with his luggage, he received a message from Yun Qingyue. Yun Qingyue, I'm sorry, Su Hen, I have something urgent and can't go to school. I'm really sorry. Su Hen. Su Hen felt a bit disappointed, but soon self-deprecatingly smiled. Su Hen, oh Su Hen, what are you thinking? You can't stop thinking about a beauty you've only met once. In terms of age, she is 5 or 6 years older than you, and in terms of status, she is very likely to become your teacher. The two of you are not meant to be, and she might already have a boyfriend. Su Hen recalled as saying all instances of love at first sight are merely lust at first glance. Shaking his head, Su Hen decided to cast Yun Qingyue out of his mind and focus more on the game. The hotel is less than a 10-minute walk from Qingwu University. Due to its proximity, the hotel also housed other students arriving to enroll. Soon Su Hen arrived at Qingwu University. The previous night, he had only taken a hasty glance at the university gate, thinking it quite expansive. Now during the day, he saw that it was more grand than any university gate from his past life, with the characters Qingwu University beautifully carved in dragon and phoenix motifs on the green bricks and white pillars. At the entrance, a constant flow of people moved about, predominantly students coming to enroll or returning to school. As soon as Su Hen entered the gate, a senior girl responsible for welcoming new students with large eyes and an attractive appearance brightened up and approached him. Ignoring the chubby guy in front of Su Hen, she walked straight toward him and smiled. Are you here to enroll? Su Hen gave the senior a polite nod after sizing her up slightly. The senior smiled and asked, which major are you in? He'll take you to enroll. At this moment, the chubby guy in front of Su Hen complained, hey senior, I was clearly in front of him. Why aren't you? The senior ignored him and without replying turned to a bespectacled guy behind her and said, Li Ran, can you attend to him? It was evident that him referred to the chubby guy. Li Ran, the bespectacled guy, approached the chubby guy with a wry smile. Through self-introductions, Su Hen learned the senior's name was Zhao Zi. With Zhao Zi's enthusiastic guidance, Su Hen completed his enrollment. While filling out the forms, Zhao Zi surprisingly stared wide-eyed and did not shy away from watching him fill them out. Upon seeing Su Hen's name, Zhao Zi praised it as a unique name. After paying the tuition and receiving the receipt, Zhao Zi led Su Hen to the assigned dormitory. Qingwu University is indeed vast. If not for Zhao Zi's guidance, Su Hen would have found it quite challenging to locate the male dormitory. Along the way, Zhao Zi found various topics to chat with Su Hen, who only responded briefly. If it weren't for Zhao Zi being called away by a phone call, Su Hen would have had a headache. After checking in at the dormitory management, he received a set of bedding and, following the dormitory manager's directions, arrived at room 305 on the 3rd floor. The dormitories at Qingwu University come in single, double, and quadruple configurations. As an ordinary freshman, Su Hen could only be assigned to a quadruple room. Upon entering the dormitory, Su Hen discovered that someone had already arrived before him. A young man, slightly handsome and slender, was sitting on the lower bunk by the window reading. As soon as the young man saw Su Hen, he stood up and smiled. "Hello, I'm Wu Jiang. You're in this dorm too, right?" Su Hen nodded and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Su Hen." During self-introductions among classmates, failing to respond isn't being aloof, it's a lack of manners. After a round of introductions, Su Hen started setting up his bed, declining Wu Jiang's offer of help. Su Hen found Wu Jiang quite pleasant, at least very friendly. After he finished setting up, the third dorm member arrived, and it was surprisingly the chubby guy he met at the school gate. Now Su Hen took a closer look at him. He wasn't particularly fat, and his fair round face actually had a comical charm. The chubby guy exclaimed upon seeing Su Hen, "It's you." Wu Jiang was confused. "How do you two know each other?" The chubby guy angrily recounted what had happened at the school gate, and continued, "Do you know what's the most annoying part? The most annoying part is that senior actually said you wanted to be welcomed by the senior girl. I was hoping to be welcomed by a beautiful junior sister myself." The chubby guy sighed. What a world that judges by looks. After self-introducing, Su Hen learned that the chubby guy's name was Meng Hao, and he seemed quite easygoing. After putting down his luggage, Meng Hao lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Is anyone here a player of the Wu Jiang shook his head, having put down the book he just picked up, saying, "I'm not. I heard that game is extremely dangerous, and over 100,000 people have disappeared from this world." How could Su Hen possibly admit it? The only thing that could reveal his identity as a player was the barbarian ring, which he found impossible to remove, forcing him to keep it on his hand. The game sprite said it could only be removed while in the game. It would then come off in reality. Naturally, if he didn't wear it, the barbarian ring's effects wouldn't apply in reality. Su Hen was speechless. So what kind of absurd setting was this? With no other choice, Su Hen had to find something to cover the ring. In the scorching summer, he couldn't use gloves. That would look too strange, so he found a black finger sleeve to put over the barbarian ring. Upon hearing Wu Jiang's words, Meng Hao scoffed. "That's their own fault. I find that as long as you stay at a low level, there's basically no danger." Meng Hao waved his hand dismissively. "If you're not divine demon players, you wouldn't understand." Wu Jiang was clearly very interested in the divine demon game, and asked Meng Hao many questions. Meng Hao also showed off by explaining to Wu Jiang. At noon, the three casually grabbed a meal at the school cafeteria, and in the afternoon, they toured Qingmu University together. Initially reluctant, Su Hen couldn't shake off Meng Hao's persistence. Not wanting to seem unsociable right after arriving, he had no choice but to accompany them. The last dorm member did not show up. That night, lying on his dorm bed, Su Hen logged into Yu, the email service, for sending messages to his aunt to check if she had received the email. Not only had his aunt received the email, but she also replied with a single line, "Who are you? Why are you telling me this?" Su Hen chose not to reply. It was enough that his aunt had seen it. Game sprite from now on, game time will be unified at 10 o'clock in the evening. Prepare to enter the game. After entering the game, Su Hen immediately asked the game spirit if knowing a person's tribe name would reveal the location of their tribe. If he could find out where his aunt's tribe was, Su Hen could try to search for it. He never expected that his aunt had also entered the game, which left him quite worried. Game spirit: "Sorry, Chief, that's not possible." Su Hen was mentally prepared, and then asked the auxiliary system. Within the map reconnaissance range, players without shield protection can be searched using their tribe name. Su Hen was speechless. The map only spanned 20 miles, and he could see it without searching. Moreover, most players were still under protection, and today was the last day of that protection. The tribe castle surprisingly was empty at this moment, and he was unaware of its functionalities. If alliances could be formed in the future to protect players within, Su Hen would definitely bring his aunt in right away. Without wasting time, Su Hen immediately used a major training potion, which raised the training limit for his troops to 360 for the day. Barbarians began to spawn once again at the rate of 1 per minute. Once today's troops were fully trained, Su Hen decided to eradicate all nearby level 2 tribes. Tomorrow he would use another training potion to challenge either the Taifeng or the Qiutian tribe. After that, Su Hen ordered 3 builders to upgrade the defensive structures that weren't completed yesterday. He couldn't let Barton do it all by himself, otherwise Su Yi and Su Heir would be left idle. Once the buildings were finished, they would start constructing the walls, which could be built infinitely, leaving no time to be idle. Today was also Barton's last day. If he left, the tribe's development efficiency would slow down. Su Hen needed to find a way to gather enough gems to buy another builder. Su Hen wasn't worried. According to his plan, and with his luck, it would only take a couple of days. 5 hours later, Su Hen had trained 280 barbarians, bringing his total to 676 barbarians and 20 archers. He took out the wolf meat jerky for them to pick up themselves. Su Hen was speechless. With so many troops, the tribe could no longer accommodate them. They couldn't stand on the rice fields or climb the defensive structures, leaving some barbarians to remain outside the tribe. If he could train nearly 400 troops tomorrow, Su Hen could already imagine that scene. It didn't matter that not all troops were trained. Dealing with a few level 2 tribes was not a problem. Su Hen set off with his mighty army of barbarians. On the first day, when Su Hen destroyed a level 1 tribe, he tried to avoid other tribes to prevent misunderstandings. But now Su Hen boldly walked past the entrances of other level 1 tribes heading to find the level 2 tribe. Do you dare to attack my barbarians? I will destroy you even if I gain nothing. The leaders of all tribes that Su Hen passed by looked on in fear, unable to fathom how a tribe of this level could possess so many barbarians. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to activate defensive buildings. They even kept their own barbarians hidden behind buildings, afraid to let them show themselves to avoid misunderstandings with Su Hen. Su Hen was too lazy to waste time on them. Attacking them would yield only a meager amount of resources, and excessive attacks might trigger some rules. There were originally 4 level 2 tribes nearby, but the He Jing tribe had destroyed 1, leaving 3 remaining. Additionally, the protection period for the He Jing tribe had ended. Su Hen planned to take them all out. He wasn't concerned about the order. He would attack whoever was closest. Coincidentally, the Weno tribe with whom Su Hen had passed grievances was the closest. Su Hen had scouted the map and found that the Weno tribe had 75 barbarians, 10 archers, 4 low-grade cannons, and 2 low-grade arrow towers. The Weno tribe had walls, but not many, about a dozen, which were insufficient to protect the tribe. In fact, whether the Weno tribe had walls or not made no difference to Su Hen. Upon arriving at the Weno tribe, Weno was startled and exclaimed, "It's you. What do you want?" Weno still vividly remembered Su Hen, the barbarian who had killed him while fetching water. In less than 2 days, Su Hen had amassed such a large number of barbarians which left him utterly astonished. Su Hen sneered, "Yes, it's me. What do you think I'm here for?" Seeing Su Hen's unfriendly demeanor, Weno panicked. Even if he had several times the troops, he couldn't fend off Su Hen. Su Hen's troops from a level 2 tribe were even greater than those of the 2 nearby level 3 tribes, possibly rivaling a level 4 tribe. Even if he brought out the Tai Feng tribe that he had to submit as tribute, it wouldn't intimidate Su Hen. It would only complicate matters. Weno directly pleaded for mercy. "I am willing to pay you 500 gold coins and holy water every day. Please don't attack my tribe." Even if it were 500, Su Hen wouldn't accept it. Not to mention 10 resources, he was more interested in knowing what rewards came from destroying a level 2 tribe for the bronze level lottery. Although the rewards for destroying level 1 to level 3 tribes were all bronze level lotteries, the value of each level's bronze lottery gradually increased. Su Hen stopped wasting words with Weno and divided his 676 barbarians into 4 directions, simultaneously attacking the Weno tribe. He couldn't rely on the old method of having Su to take the brunt of the attack by himself. Weno was different from level 1 tribes. With so many troops and defensive structures attacking, if Su bore it alone, he would be heavily injured if not dead. Previously, Su Hen had fewer troops and tried to save whenever possible, but that was no longer the case. The tribe had no place for the barbarians to stand. As long as the losses of the barbarians were under 50, Su Hen could bear it. Game Spirit, the Weno tribe, is under the protection of the Tai Feng tribe. If you attack, you will incur their hostility. Not only am I not afraid of just the Tai Feng tribe's protection, but even if the Chiu Tian tribe were involved, Su Hen would still not be scared. The barbarians began their assault with Su following closely beside them, while the archers stayed at the rear. In despair, Weno activated the defensive structures. What would it look like for nearly 700 troops to attack a level 2 tribe? In any case, when Su Hen looked around, it was almost entirely his own barbarians with only little yellow-haired figures in sight. Though the Weno tribe's barbarians were scared, they did not retreat. Pitifully weak and helpless, Su Hen's 200 barbarians faced off against Weno's 75 barbarians first. Su Hen's barbarians had attributes 50 higher than Weno's, and they were essentially 3 against 1. Aside from being hit by a few arrows from Weno's archers, Weno's barbarians barely managed to swing their swords before being overwhelmed and knocked to the ground by Su Hen's forces in an instant. They were too weak. The vast disparity in troop strength put them in entirely different leagues. After all Weno's barbarians were slain, the archers followed suit. The lives of archers were even more fragile. All it took was 20 barbarians, each delivering a strike, to take them all out. None of Su Hen's barbarians perished, though a few lost half of their health. The 6 defensive structures of Weno were scattered in the 6 corners of the tribe, and since they were all level 2 and had attacked the same barbarian, 12 of Su Hen's barbarians fell to their attacks. But that was the end of it. In less than half a minute, the Weno tribe was destroyed. Su Hen achieved victory with the loss of 12 barbarians, demonstrating overwhelming superiority. Su Hen had so many barbarians that many of them didn't even get a chance to swing their swords before the battle ended. The game spirit said, "You have destroyed the Shangye tribe and achieved victory in battle. You have obtained 23 trophies, 60 divine demon stones, and acquired the blueprints for a level 2 base and 1 bronze level lottery opportunity. Would you like to start the lottery? Congratulations, you have obtained the blueprint for an invisible spring trap. The blueprint for the invisible spring trap allows the construction of 2 invisible spring traps. Invisible Spring Trap occupies an area of 11, launching all ground targets within range into the air with a current maximum launch capacity of 10 and a launch delay of 0 seconds. 5 seconds, ineffective against certain troop types hero units, and some beasts. Construction cost is 2,000 gold coins. Note: please be cautious, this trap does not distinguish between friend and foe. After construction, avoid having your troops enter the range of the invisible spring trap. Su Hen was speechless. Does this mean that if my barbarians enter the spring trap's range they will also be? The 10 troop capacity is merely theoretical. In rare cases, can such a number be launched? If the opposing force is not substantial, often only 1 or 2 can be launched. In the Clash of Tribes, troops launched by the spring trap die instantly. Once triggered, there is no possibility of survival. The specific effects must be learned through experimentation. Drawing the spring trap took Su Hen by surprise, as it was not the gem he desired the most. Additionally, the divine demon stones obtained from destroying a level 2 tribe are 3 times that of a level 1 tribe. He wondered what the yield would be from a level 3 tribe. Currently, Su Hen has 233 trophies and 420 divine demon stones. The ease with which he destroyed the Shanya tribe was expected by Su Hen. It was the difficulties that surprised him. The loss of 12 little yellow-haired troops was insignificant compared to Su Hen's vast army, thus he would not incur any shield. Su Hen set off towards the next level 2 tribe, the Yefeng tribe. Su Hen had checked the map, noting that the Yefeng tribe was even weaker than the Shanya tribe, having only 2 cannons and 2 arrow towers, all of which were of inferior quality. It could be said to be the weakest level 2 tribe. However, upon arriving at the Yefeng tribe, Su Hen discovered that it was under attack by another tribe. The conflict between the 2 tribes left the Yefeng tribe shrouded in fog, and Su Hen could not discern the nature of the battle. Is observation not allowed? Su Hen inquired of the game spirit. The game spirit replied, to protect the privacy of the 2 tribes, observation is not permitted. What about the auxiliary system? Would you like to activate the observation feature? A smile crept onto Su Hen's face. This was indeed possible. Upon activation, he found himself in a godlike perspective from high above, and the battle was nearing its conclusion. The 60 barbarians and 5 archers of the Yefeng tribe were riddled with arrows and could not be more dead. The forces of the Yefeng tribe had been completely annihilated. Were they collectively shot to death by numerous archers? Training barbarians in the early stages is much more cost-effective than training archers. The training cost for archers is double that of barbarians. Who would train so many archers? Moreover, Su Hen did not see a single archer on the battlefield. Checking the combat information for both sides left Su Hen in astonishment. Su Hen initially thought the attacker of the Yefeng tribe was the Blackwell tribe, which had just finished its shield period, or a level 3 tribe, but unexpectedly discovered it was the Chunbo tribe. Aside from Su Hen and Jesus, the remaining tribe was the Chunbo tribe, which had no new player protection period. Su Hen had checked the map, and it was still a level 1 tribe. He actually attacked a level 2 tribe, while still at level 1. Chunbo's forces also surprised Su Hen, boasting a total of 80 barbarians, which was quite impressive. Under normal circumstances, he should not have so many barbarians. It is likely that he either obtained them through the opening lottery, or during the initial trials with holy water, enabling him to train so many barbarians. However, with 80 barbarians, thinking he could destroy the Yefeng tribe, which had over 60 troops and defensive structures, was highly likely to result in failure. But the situation on the ground was that the Chunbo tribe still had nearly 60 barbarians left. From the corpses of the Yefeng tribe's barbarians and archers, Su Hen surmised that Chunbo must have used some kind of item. Was it a rain of arrows? As Su Hen pondered, the battle had already concluded. Just as Chunbo, who was preparing to return, saw Su Hen's horde of barbarians, his pupils contracted. Seeing this, Su Hen walked over to Chunbo. He did not conceal his curiosity. Impressive, a level 1 tribe attacking a level 2 tribe. How did you manage that? Chunbo did not respond, but cautiously retorted, who are you? Su Hen narrowed his eyes and replied, it doesn't matter who I am, just tell me how you did it. Su Hen's demeanor made Chunbo uneasy, but recalling that he currently had a day of shield time, he slightly relaxed his tense expression. Chunbo feigned calmness. Why should I answer you? I have a shield now, you cannot attack me. Su Hen then remembered this detail. Indeed, he could not attack him at this moment. But Su Hen sneered, is your shield permanent? If you don't tell me now, once your shield expires it will be your end. Let me be clear, I am a level 2 tribe. Regardless of whether you upgrade your base, I can attack you. Su Hen glanced at his barbarian army. The threat in his gaze was unmistakable. The shock in Chunbo's eyes was evident. Who was this person, a player or an indigenous? How could he have so many barbarians? How did he manage this when he was still a level 2 tribe? After a fierce internal struggle, Chunbo gritted his teeth and presented a card covered in arrows to Su Hen. Rain of arrows strikes all targets within a 1010 range, with damage increasing based on the player's base level. Current damage is 115, with damage to buildings reduced by 50%. Currently available, uses 23. Cooldown time can be used again after 30 seconds following. Indeed, as Su Hen suspected, it was a Rain of Arrows card, and surprisingly, it was not a one-time item. It could be used 3 times. The one used that was missing was likely used against the Yefeng tribe. Given Su Hen's barbarians' health, being attacked by Rain of Arrows would surely mean death. Only Su De could withstand it. If Su Hen's barbarians were clustered together, a single Rain of Arrows could easily kill over 100 barbarians. If pushed into such a corner, Chen Bo would have used Rain of Arrows to destroy Su Hen if he could, but even if he could use it consecutively twice, he would still be the one to perish. Chen Bo gritted his teeth and said, "Don't provoke me, otherwise I will make sure you suffer, even in death." Chen Bo indeed had this capability, as showcasing the card was not only a response to Su Hen's pressure, but also a demonstration of his own strength. After saying this, Chen Bo cast a deep glance at Su Hen and activated the return to base. Su Hen stroked his chin and glanced toward the direction Chen Bo had vanished. An item called Wanjian Shifa, a barrage of countless arrows, was indeed thoroughly vexing. If his force was small, they could not overpower him in attack. If large, Chen Bo could unleash Wanjian Shifa and wipe out numerous targets. Only if Su Hen were willing to expend a great number of barbarians on him, likely no fewer than 100, could he prevail. Eliminating him would not be difficult for Su Hen, it was merely a matter of willingness. He shook his head. Missing the chance to strike one more level 2 tribe felt rather regrettable. Su Hen advanced toward the last nearby level 2 tribe, the Heijing tribe. Heijing had originally fielded 105 troops. They lost some attacking the Baifeng tribe, but after a day's recuperation their numbers had recovered to 103. Not everyone grew stronger, as Su Hen's forces did. Unlike the last time he had checked, Heijing now possessed an additional mortar, although it was low grade. Had they obtained it when assaulting the Baifeng tribe? In any case, Heijing now had 4 cannons, 2 arrow towers, 1 low-grade mortar, and 1 mid-grade mortar. Low-grade mortar health 400. Damage deals 20 points per attack, fires every 5 seconds, affecting an area of 2 by 2. Range 50 meters. The mid-grade mortar dealt 30 damage, affected a 4 by 4 area, and had a range of 90 meters. Although only 1 rank higher, its power was considerably greater. The high-grade mortar at the Yesu tribe that Su Hen had destroyed before boasted a range of 150 meters. The presence of 2 mortars surprised Su Hen somewhat, but it did not deter his resolve to destroy them. A vast swarm of little yellow-haired barbarians could be seen from a great distance by anyone not blind. The barbarians entered the mid-grade mortar's range, yet Heijing did not dare strike first. They assumed it must be a passing force from a level 3 or even level 4 tribe. If the passing force truly was merely passing through, launching the first attack would invite certain ruin. Even as Su Hen's barbarians closed to within 30 meters of Heijing's settlement, Heijing still clung to a sliver of hope and refrained from attacking. Heijing knew they could not hold. They could only wish that the approaching horde had other intentions. Su Hen shook his head. Such was the sorrow of the weak. Even when the danger was plainly directed at them, they dared not strike first. Not only Heijing, Su Hen himself, when faced with an irresistible invasion, would hesitate to activate his defensive installations. Once those defenses were engaged, it would mean there was no room left for negotiation. Heijing bowed respectfully to Su Hen and said, "Esteemed sir, I do not know your intent. If you have any request I can fulfill, I will certainly comply." Heijing assumed Su Hen to be the chieftain of a level 3 or level 4 tribe, entirely unaware that Su Hen, like him, was only a level 2 leader. Su Hen smiled and said, "I wish to borrow something from you." A trace of wariness flickered in Heijing's eyes as he asked in puzzlement, "What could I possess worthy of your eminence's personal request?" "To borrow your second-level headquarters blueprint for a moment," Su Hen said, and immediately ordered his barbarians to begin the assault. The distance had closed, there was no time for further parley. The game sprite gave no indication that Heijing was under the protection of any other tribe, which eased Su Hen's mind. Heijing watched the innumerable little yellow-haired throng bearing down on him. Panic writ large across his face. He hurriedly activated his defenses. Even then, Heijing clung to delusions, offering terms in a bid to make Su Hen desist. No matter what he proposed, Su Hen remained unmoved. With a thunderous roar, Heijing's 8 defensive structures opened fire simultaneously. Su Hen directed part of his force to assault Heijing's barbarians and archers while ordering Su De to lead a group of barbarians in a direct strike on the 2 mortars. Mortars inflicted area damage and posed the greatest threat to Su Hen. To reduce casualties, they had to be neutralized first. Heijing's forces had already fixated their hostility on Su Hen's initial wave. Unhindered, Su De charged to the mid-grade mortar with 20-odd barbarians, and within only 2 seconds destroyed it. The pressure on the barbarians pressing up behind eased immediately. Not that there had been much pressure to begin with, but it did curtail some of the casualties. Even so, the mortar managed to fire twice, and 16 barbarians fell to its blasts. There was no need for Su De to assault the low-grade mortar, for by then all of Heijing's forces had been slain. Under Su Hen's command, the barbarians fanned out to strike every defensive installation. When Heijing was completely destroyed, half of Su Hen's barbarians still remained outside, unable to squeeze in. There was simply no space for such numbers. This battle exacted relatively heavy losses. 29 barbarians died, and dozens more suffered injuries of varying severity. The sole thing that puzzled Su Hen throughout the fight was that a common barbarian had only 45 health points. Su Hen's barbarians dealt 8 damage per strike, which with the aid of the barbarian ring rose to 12. By rights it should have taken 4 strikes to fell a Heijing barbarian. Su Hen's barbarians required 5, not just occasionally, but across the board. Why was that? The game sprite announced, "You have destroyed the Heijing tribe and achieved victory in battle. You have received 26 trophies, 60 Shenma gems, a blueprint for a second-level headquarters, and 1 bronze-tier lottery chance. You have obtained the Chieftain Heijing's equipment, a level 1 barbarian ring. Would you like to open the lottery?" Su Hen was astonished Heijing had possessed a barbarian ring, albeit level 1. He was even more surprised that destroying a tribe could yield its leader's equipment. Su Hen asked the game sprite. The sprite replied yes. By destroying a tribe you obtain all of the opposing leader's equipment. Such a rule existed. So equipment could be acquired by means other than lotteries or wild monsters. If he were killed, would his opponent obtain his own level 5 barbarian ring? If that were so, then no matter how meager his resources, should word leak that he possessed a level 5 barbarian ring, others would surely spare no effort to attack him. Had Su Tian or Heifeng known he owned such equipment at the time, they might have attacked recklessly. In an actual battle, the unusual power of his barbarians would inevitably be noticed. The only good news was that for now no one knew. He would have to keep the secret. Only the highest level barbarian ring could take effect, multiple rings could not stack. Su Hen did not know when he might elevate his level 5 barbarian ring to level 6. Given the drop rates, it was destined to be exceedingly difficult. The level 1 barbarian ring was of no use to Su Hen at present. If he encountered a merchant selling, it would be a sin. Placing the level 1 barbarian ring into his backpack, Su Hen began the lottery draw. The game sprite announced, "Congratulations. You have drawn the blueprint for the bronze level weapon, the Gulen Shield. Gulen Shield blueprint, when given to a builder, it can create a Gulen Shield costing 10 gold coins per shield with a crafting time of 20 minutes. Gulen Shield, after equipping, physical and magical damage taken is reduced by 2. Can units really equip items? The attributes seem quite impressive. The damage of a regular level 1 barbarian is 8. If the opponent wears the Gulen Shield, it can only deal 6 points of damage. If 2 ordinary barbarians were to fight, one could kill the other, but without the barbarian ring's boost, it would take 6 strikes. However, if the opponent has the Gulen Shield, it would take 8 strikes. A good item, but it consumes too much gold and takes too much time for the builders. Not to mention the gold cost. A builder can only craft 36 shields in a day. Should I craft it or not? If Su Hen had more builders, he would, but right now he doesn't even know when the walls to protect the tribe will be finished, so he hesitated. Forget it, he'll just stash it in the backpack and deal with it later. All nearby level 2 tribes have been destroyed. Should I go eliminate the level 2 tribes near the Taifeng and Qiutian tribes next? The troop losses are minimal. Destroying a few level 2 tribes probably won't trigger any rules allowing the level 4 tribe to attack me. Today's gains have not met expectations, so Su Hen decided to continue attacking level 2 tribes. But at that moment the game sprite alerted him, the Taifeng tribe is outside your tribe preparing to attack you. Please return to your tribe quickly. Is it because I attacked the Shanya tribe? But as long as I'm not in the tribe, the Taifeng tribe can't attack me. Perfect, I will first eliminate those level 2 tribes before returning to my tribe. The game sprite said you are currently in a special state. Until you resolve the crisis brought by the Taifeng tribe, you cannot engage in war with other tribes. Su Hen cursed lightly, surprised by this limitation. In that case, he could only return and deal with the Taifeng tribe. Su Hen activated the return to the tribe. As soon as Su Hen returned to the tribe, he saw Taifeng looking furious. Taifeng, with a menacing expression, was about to question Su Hen about why he dared to attack the Shanya tribe under his protection when he spotted the 600 barbarians following closely behind. Taifeng's expression shifted from fierce to astonished. He doubted his own eyes. How could the Yanhuang tribe possess such a large force? Looking back at his own forces, Taifeng realized that his level 3 tribe actually had fewer troops than Su Hen's level 2 tribe. Originally, upon hearing the game sprite announced that the Yanhuang tribe had destroyed the Shanya tribe, Taifeng was furious. After learning that the Yanhuang tribe had no shields, he hurriedly led his troops out, intending to teach Su Hen a lesson. Destroying Su Hen wouldn't be worth it since the gains would be too little and he would miss out on the offerings for the next. But with Su Hen's return, the fog surrounding Su Hen's tribe dissipated. Taifeng was shocked to discover that not only had Su Hen's defensive structures doubled, but his troop numbers had also surged several times. Taifeng instinctively took a few steps back, his face darkened as he asked, "Don't you know that the Shanya tribe is under my protection? Why did you destroy it?" Taifeng himself didn't realize he sounded somewhat lacking in confidence, trying to bluff. Su Hen scoffed. When he had only 160 barbarians and 11 defensive structures, Tai Feng didn't dare attack him. Now that his strength had skyrocketed, he would have directly destroyed Tai Feng if he weren't worried about losses and wanted to wait for tomorrow's barbarian training to finish. Su Hen lazily replied, "I'm short on resources, otherwise why would I bother attacking him?" Tai Feng wanted to continue speaking harshly, but looking at Su Hen's power, he couldn't muster the words. Tai Feng incredulously asked, "In just over a day, how have you managed to increase your strength so much? Didn't you say you were out of resources and gems? Moreover, defensive buildings cannot be purchased even with money." Su Hen coldly smiled. "What do you think?" Tai Feng almost spat blood from anger at Su Hen's words. But even if the defensive buildings didn't contribute, he feared they would be no match for Su Hen now. Su Hen's development in strength was simply beyond his comprehension. Tai Feng found himself in a dilemma. Continuing to speak harshly was pointless as Su Hen showed no signs of fear. Leaving in disgrace felt too humiliating. However, Tai Feng soon gritted his teeth, deciding to return and devise a strategy. But Su Hen didn't want to let him go so easily. Tai Feng had no defensive buildings, now presenting a great opportunity to weaken his strength. If Tai Feng's forces were entirely left here, Su Hen could directly destroy Tai Feng's tribe afterward. Su Hen immediately ordered all 27 defensive structures to attack Tai Feng's troops. Tai Feng had initially entered the attack range of Su Hen's defensive buildings with confidence, but he never expected Su Hen's strength had already surpassed his daring to strike first. A series of thunderous sounds erupted as multiple defensive buildings targeted the same enemy, causing Su Hen's attack to strike the first 14 barbarians and 4 giants of Tai Feng's tribe. Seeing his troops under attack, Tai Feng roared, "How dare you?" Su Hen mocked, "What is there that I wouldn't dare?" Tai Feng coldly glared at Su Hen, unwillingly saying, "Return." In the next moment, apart from the targets struck by the defensive buildings, the rest of Tai Feng's forces vanished from Su Hen's sight. Those troops that did not return fell one after another beneath Su Hen's defensive buildings. Wasn't the battle state supposed to prevent retreats? How did Tai Feng manage that? Su Hen asked the game sprite. The game sprite replied, "In a siege battle, the attacking side can bring back any undeployed or unattacked troops to their tribe. So it's like when everyone is gathering resources thinking they don't need to deploy or knowing they can't when the remaining undepended troops can be brought back." Su Hen felt it was a pity to only have eliminated over 30 of Tai Feng's troops. Watching Tai Feng retreat with his troops in disarray, Su Hen couldn't help but smile. Now it was Tai Feng's turn to live in dread. Once the training elixirs ran out tomorrow, he would strike. Tai Feng would be his first target. With the immediate crisis averted, Su Hen prepared to march toward the vicinity of Tai Feng's tribe and dismantle the 2 level 2 tribes stationed there. This time the expedition would take him far beyond his previous campaigns. Su Hen sighed. Wasting so much time on the road was tedious. How convenient it would be if tribal conflicts allowed real-time linkage, just like battlefield synchronization. It took Su Hen over 20 minutes to reach the outskirts of Gushan tribe, the first level 2 tribe on his path. En route, he passed Tai Feng's tribe, the first level 3 tribe he had ever seen outside the map interface. Su Hen's tribe had already reached its current maximum expansion limit, 100 by 100 units. Any further growth would render it vulnerable to assault by level 4 tribes. In contrast, Tai Feng's territory appeared nearly 4 times larger. Tai Feng's tribe already boasted nearly 3 sides of fortified walls, with 3 construction workers actively engaged in their erection. The outermost zone was densely planted with rice, no fewer than 400 or 500 stalks, while the central area teemed with troops and defensive structures. Su Hen's barbarians were impossible to conceal from Tai Feng. Spotting Su Hen from afar, Tai Feng assumed this was retaliation and shouted across the distance, "Yin Huang, do not push your advantage too far." Su Hen smiled. Tai Feng was truly afraid. Otherwise, he would never have spoken so defensively. From a distance, Su Hen retorted, "I am pushing my advantage. What of it?" His words convinced Tai Feng that Su Hen intended full-scale assault. Clenching his teeth, Tai Feng immediately activated his defenses. Yet only the lowest-tier mortar possessing the longest range could reach Su Hen. A mortar shell exploded amidst Su Hen's barbarian ranks. Instantly, 7 or 8 warriors staggered backward, blood trickling from their mouths, each sustaining 20 points of damage. Fury surged within Su Hen. He nearly launched an all-out assault, yet paused, restraining himself. Tai Feng now commanded nearly 400 troops backed by numerous defensive installations. Su Hen, however, had brought no defensive structures of his own. A direct confrontation would yield victory, but at an unacceptable cost. Once the training elixirs were exhausted, mass recruitment would become exceedingly difficult. Su Hen cast a cold, unblinking gaze upon Tai Feng. "Tomorrow will be your end." As Su Hen's forces withdrew, Tai Feng's mortar fired another shell. Yet once Su Hen retreated beyond range, Tai Feng lacked the audacity to pursue. Su Hen chose to suppress his fury, for now, and redirected it toward Gushan tribe. Its strength roughly matched that of Shangyi tribe, and, unsurprisingly, it fell under Tai Feng's protection. Yet if Su Hen feared neither master nor overlord, why should he fear a mere vassal? What did surprise him, however, was Gu Shan tribe's possession of a colossal bomb. Its devastating blast instantly killed 8 of Su Hen's barbarians, a loss that stung deeply. By battle's end, Su Hen had sacrificed 23 warriors, nearly matching the toll exacted by He Jing tribe. The game spirit chimed, "You have destroyed Gu Shan tribe." Rewards granted: 20 trophies, 120 divine demon gems, and 1 bronze tier lottery draw. Owing to Su Hen's possession of 2 level 2 stronghold blueprints, this reward included an additional 120 divine demon gems. His trophy count now stood at 279, his divine demon gems at 600. Initiate lottery draw. And congratulations! You have obtained a medium tier archer enhancement scroll. A medium tier archer enhancement scroll randomly enhances 2 attributes of a single archer. Seeing the scroll reminded Su Hen of the barbarian enhancement scroll he still carried, unrealized until now. Could it be used on Suda? If so, Suda would certainly be its first beneficiary. The game spirit replied, "Apologies, Chief. The scroll cannot enhance heroes." Fortunately, Su Hen had anticipated this and felt little disappointment. Retrieving the barbarian enhancement scroll from his inventory, Su Hen applied it to one of his warriors. The game spirit announced, "Congratulations. You have enhanced the barbarian's speed attribute. Speed doubled." The barbarian's base speed had been 16, approximately 5 meters per second. After enhancement, it surged to 10 meters per second, and with the added boost of the barbarian ring reached 15 meters per second. In sheer velocity, this warrior now surpassed all others on the field. He was no longer ordinary. He deserved a name. Given his defining trait, speed, Su Hen named him Su Pao Pao. Overwhelmed with joy, Su Pao Pao knelt before Su Hen and exclaimed, "Thank you, Chief, for bestowing me a name." Su Hen found Su Pao Pao's elation oddly endearing. He then proceeded to apply the Archer Enhancement Scroll, eagerly anticipating its dual attribute boost. Selecting an archer whose bearing struck him as particularly auspicious, he activated the scroll. The game spirit responded, "Congratulations. You have enhanced the archer's range and vitality attributes." Post-enhancement, the archer's range increased by 20 meters, precision rose to 10, doubling its prior value, as did vitality. Yet, even doubled the archer's vitality remained fragile, making this particular enhancement curiously ineffectual for ranged combatants. Should he grant her a name? Struggling for inspiration, Su Hen settled on Gong Yi. In truth, the author himself had run dry of names. Suddenly, Su Hen realized Gong Yi's newly extended range now exceeded even that of a low-tier cannon, enabling her under precise conditions to dismantle such artillery without suffering return fire. Yet what practical use was there in that? A single low-tier cannon held little strategic weight. Su Hen felt the lottery draw had been disappointing. Then it struck him. He'd glimpsed Tai Feng's rice fields earlier. Was grain not also a plunderable resource? The game spirit clarified, "Untrodden rice yields 1 unit of grain per stalk." Su Hen frowned at the trampled, ruined rice fields, now utterly unfit for harvest. Surely he could not order his barbarians to skirt around every stalk. To launch an assault while deliberately preserving enemy crops was absurd. Such restraint would cost lives, and many rice stalks grew directly along unavoidable paths. Su Hen queried the game spirit. It replied, "Upon expiration of the newcomer protection period, destroying an enemy tribe will grant access to all grain stored within their inventory." Su Hen cursed inwardly. Why delay this function? It felt deliberately tailored to thwart him. In truth, he alone fretted over grain scarcity, while other players faced no such constraint. After annihilating Gu Shan tribe, Su Hen immediately turned to its neighboring level 2 counterpart. This second assault unfolded without incident, costing him only 13 barbarians. The game spirit announced, "You have destroyed Lu Ling tribe." Rewards granted: 18 trophies, 120 divine demon gems, and 1 bronze tier lottery draw. Congratulations. Your lottery draw yielded 100 gems. This outcome pleased Su Hen greatly. His gem count now stood at 191, just 59 short of the 250 needed. Once combat concluded, returning home proved effortless. Su Hen activated recall and reappeared instantly within his tribe. Destroying 10 level 1 tribes triggered a system rule. How many level 2 tribes would trigger it? 10, or merely 5? Uncertain, Su Hen opted for caution. He would refrain from further assaults for the next 2 days, ensuring absolute readiness before advancing to Tier 3. Though no level 4 tribes had yet revealed themselves, Su Hen revised one fundamental rule: grain cultivation must occur exclusively within tribal boundaries, a necessary correction to earlier oversight. Having destroyed 4 secondary tribes in succession, Su Hen reaped considerable rewards, but also lost 77 barbarians, with some still not having fully recovered their health. After observation, Su Hen noted that ordinary barbarians recover only 10 health points per hour, far slower than his own recovery speed. The effect of the training potion had long since worn off, and the barbarians began training again at a rate of 1 every 10 minutes. As Su Hen checked the information on the cannon, he realized with surprise that during the upgrade to his secondary base his cannon could have been upgraded to level 3, but only one high-quality cannon had reached that level while the others remained at level 2. Well, then the builders should stop upgrading the walls and focus on upgrading the cannons instead. In the short term, enhancing the defensive structures would boost strength faster. In fact, it was the author's oversight. Upgrading a level 2 cannon to level 3 requires 4,000 gold coins, and with 2 hours left and 15 cannons needing upgrades, it was impossible to finish today. Su Hen sighed. There simply weren't enough builders. Merchant, where are you? I have equipment to sell you. 4 hours later, the builder Barton completed the upgrade of 2 cannons and threw his hammer onto the ground, declaring it. Su Hen was about to pull out the contract and slap it on Barton's face when Barton coldly remarked, the 12 hours for today are over. You have no right to order me around. Gems won't help, though I don't want to stay in your tribe any longer. After saying this, Barton entered the builder's cabin, and not long after the cabin vanished from Su Hen's tribe. Su Hen was left speechless. Su Yi and Su Heir also stopped working. Reluctant to part with gems to make them work overtime, he could only send them back to rest. Tomorrow Su Hen would face the dilemma of having one less builder. By the end of the day, he had regained 689 barbarians and 20 archers. Su Hen planned to save the last large training potion for tomorrow, gathering enough holy water to train in one go to attack the Typhone tribe. One reason Su Hen had refrained from destroying other tribes was that he now possessed 297 trophies, and attacking any tribe would easily push him past 300. In the clan clashes, opponents matching at high trophies had higher base levels as well. Su Hen was uncertain if having such a high trophy count in the game would trigger another rule, so he remained cautious. The game sprite announced today's game time is over. You will return to reality. His consciousness returned to the real world. As soon as Su Hen opened his eyes, he heard Meng Hao's cheerful voice from the bunk below. I withdrew 100 gold coins of 5,000 is coming in, ha. Come on, Su Hen, Wu Jiang, let's go out for barbecue. It's on me. Meng Hao excitedly patted Su Hen's and Wu Jiang. What do you mean 5,000 is coming in? Wu Jiang asked, puzzled. It's gold coins from the game. They aren't used much, but many people collect them in reality. 100 gold coins equal 5,000, which is roughly a month's salary for a white-collar worker, easy as pie. Hearing this, Wu Jiang showed a strong expression of envy. Su Hen, however, frowned. While the use of gold coins was minimal for the first and second bases, a large amount would be needed after reaching the third base. Su Hen initially intended to advise against it, but after some thought he decided against it, as Meng Hao wasn't selling much, just 100. Although reluctant to go out, Su Hen was indeed hungry and couldn't resist Meng Hao's enthusiasm, so he went out with Meng Hao and Wu Jiang. Currently, Qingmu University was not very strict with new student management. The dorm manager only told Su Hen and the others to return before midnight. The guard at the school gate smoothly let them pass. The three inquired briefly and spent 10 minutes reaching a barbecue shop not far off campus. Meng Hao waved his hand, directly ordering around 300 yuan worth of barbecue. Wu Jiang stopped him, saying, Meng Hao, isn't that too much? We won't finish it. Meng Hao, unconcerned, replied, I just made 5,000, so eat up, it's on me. Just call me Haozi. Meng Hao pulled out his phone, tapping away, suddenly cursing, why has the price of gold coins dropped? It's only 45 now, damn it, I lost 500 yuan. Su Hen thought for a moment, and wasn't surprised. When at the first base the production of gold coins was low, but as everyone upgraded their bases the output increased, naturally lowering the price. This also meant that the money needed to acquire a barbarian's abilities had decreased. What puzzled Su Hen was why holy water required 10 times the use for others, yet gold coins did not. Meng Hao looked at his phone and said, I think the price of gold coins will keep falling. I need to withdraw more gold coins and sell them soon. Su Hen thought Meng Hao was a decent person and didn't want to see him meet his demise in the game, so he advised, I think it's better for you not to sell, as the creators of this game didn't design it for you to profit. Meng Hao retorted, are you a player too? Su Hen shook his head. I read some posts on the forum the first day it was up, so I know a bit about the game. Meng Hao didn't take Su Hen's words seriously. Everyone is selling, so why should I be afraid? Unfortunately, I need to keep the holy water for training barbarians. If I had more, I'd sell it too. Su Hen had already warned Meng Hao. If he didn't listen, there was nothing Su Hen could do. When the barbecue arrived, Meng Hao ate while staring at his phone, seemingly browsing the forum created by the Shenzhou Empire. Su Hen had a thought. Could he get a chance to browse the forum through Meng Hao? He casually said, Haozi, could I also take a look at this forum? I'm quite curious about the game. Wu Jiang also chimed in, indicating his curiosity about the game as well. Meng Hao glanced at the two. The staff who reported said that ordinary people can't browse it. My account is linked to my phone and other phones can't log in. But he didn't say there would be penalties for showing it to others. If you want to use my phone while I'm sleeping, just don't tell anyone else. Su Hen did not expect things to go so smoothly. The barbecue Meng Hao ordered was barely enough for Su Hen, but to avoid making Meng Hao and Wu Jiang feel uncomfortable, he had to endure. Su Hen sighed. It was necessary to keep some food in the dormitory. After Meng Hao settled the bill, the three of them stood up and left the barbecue restaurant. However, Su Hen was still not full and wanted to find another place to eat something. If he didn't eat enough, he would suffer from hunger at midnight. Meng Hao and Wu Jiang intended to go together, but Su Hen insisted on wandering alone for a bit before returning, so he sent them back to school. As Su Hen wandered around, he quickly discovered a hamburger shop that was still open. Su Hen walked and glanced at the menu at the counter and directly ordered 4 hamburgers and 3 cups of milk tea, 2 of which were for Wu Jiang and Meng Hao. The hamburgers were freshly made. After Su Hen paid, he waited at his seat for 3 minutes. When the server called his number, Su Hen stood up to collect his order. As Su Hen stood up, a remarkably beautiful girl with a cool demeanor walked into the hamburger shop. In terms of looks, she seemed to slightly surpass Yinxing Yue, whom Su Hen had encountered before. When Su Hen stood up, he merely noticed someone entering the hamburger shop and didn't pay attention to who it was. As Su Hen reached out to take the food, the girl behind him addressed the server at the counter saying, "Is my order ready?" The server was a boy who appeared to be a student working at a nearby school. He seemed to have anticipated the girl's arrival, eagerly handing over the packed milk tea and hamburgers at the counter. Su Hen and the girl simultaneously took their food from the counter, their hands almost touching. Su Hen wore a black finger sleeve on his middle finger, while the girl sported a delicate white finger sleeve on her slender fair middle finger. It's not unusual for someone to wear a finger sleeve, but it was strange that 2 people would coincidentally wear one on the same finger at the same time. Su Hen wore the finger sleeve to conceal the barbarian ring. Such a coincidence instinctively made him glance. The girl seemed to feel the same way and turned to look at Su Hen. At that moment, Su Hen noticed her stunning beauty and wanted to discern something from her expression. Su Hen had an instinct that the girl's purpose for wearing the finger sleeve was similar to his own, to conceal her ring. He couldn't explain why he felt this way. Their gazes locked. Under normal circumstances, when 2 strangers' eyes meet, their expressions would reveal. It would convey a message of, "Why are you looking at me? What do you want?" However, Su Hen did not see such expressions on the girl's face. Instead, there was an inexplicable depth. Su Hen knew he was handsome, but he clearly wasn't so attractive as to draw the attention of this breathtaking girl. The server looked at the 2 staring at each other in confusion, feeling a pang of envy. Being handsome has its perks, allowing him to catch the goddess' eye a few more times. At that moment, a graceful lady outside addressed the girl, saying, "Yubing, is it not ready yet? It's quite late." Only then did the girl referred to as Yubing shift her meaningful gaze away from Su Hen, take her food, and leave him with a beautiful silhouette as she departed with the lady. Su Hen vaguely heard the lady outside say, "Yubing, why has your appetite improved recently? You should eat less at night." Su Hen felt that this girl named Yubing was also a player in the realm of gods and demons, and like him, had received a ring, though he had no idea what kind of ring it was. Moreover, the fact that he was also a player in the realm of gods and demons was somehow known to this girl. There was no need for evidence, just an instinct. Su Hen's feelings were somewhat complex as he retrieved his food and found a seat to fill his stomach. The hamburger shop, which had been quiet due to the girl's presence, resumed its slight chatter. 2 male students not far from Su Hen were discussing something. "Do you know who that girl was just now?" "Who?" "She's really beautiful. Oh, I've never seen anyone this pretty in my life. Her name is Nangong Yubing. Ooh, she was the school belle in my high school." Su Hen learned the girl's name and silently repeated it in his mind, Nangong Yubing. Another boy from the same school lowered his voice and said, "Do you remember why Ye Wenhao, the son of Ye Tianlu, fell from a height 2 months ago and became a vegetable? I heard that it was while pursuing Nangong Yubing that he fell for some unknown reason." The other boy exclaimed as that, although their conversation was quiet, Su Hen heard it clearly. He hadn't expected Ye Wenhao's condition to be closely related to Nangong Yubing. The rest of their conversation provided little substance. Su Hen expressionlessly finished his 4 hamburgers, quickly finally feeling satisfied, and picked up his milk tea to head back to the dormitory. Back at the dormitory, he divided the milk tea between Wu Jiang and Meng Hao. Meng Hao was playing a game on his laptop, while Wu Jiang was looking at his phone. Su Hen tried not to appear too eager. After midnight, an exhausted Wu Jiang placed Meng Hao's phone on the desk beside the bed. With both of them already fast asleep, Su Hen quietly got up and took Meng Hao's phone. Through the browsing history, he found the Realm of Gods and Demons forum. Although it was unlikely to contain any useful information, Su Hen still wanted to take a look. Some posts were collecting holy water and gold coins, and compared to the first day, the prices had stabilized. Gold coins were 1 to 45, while holy water was 1 to 800. Everyone was using holy water to train their troops. It would be great if they could sell gold coins for money, as there were many more gold coins available. This led to the price of holy water rising compared to gold coins. Most posts discussed what to do after the new player protection period ended tomorrow. The responses were mostly about staying low profile, avoiding leveling up, and just going with the flow. With the protection period ending tomorrow, Su Hen estimated that the gods and demons would definitely take action. One post caught his attention: "How many defensive buildings do you all have, and what are their names?" Although the internet is virtual, one's ID can be traced, and no one is foolish enough to expose their in-game details, which could cause trouble in reality. Su Hen shook his head. After looking for so long, he found not a single useful piece of information. Even if someone knew a strategy who would generously share it for free with everyone, getting stronger would only weaken their own advantages. The next day the dormitory became lively as most new students completed their registration while Su Hen's last roommate had yet to arrive. During the day Su Hen explored Longjing alone, and upon returning at night, he chatted with his aunt for a while. At 10 o'clock, Su Hen entered the game. The first words from the game sprite confirmed Su Hen's earlier guess. Game sprite, the new player protection period has completely ended. The peaceful mode has concluded, and players still in the first tier after 3 days will be eliminated, while players in the second tier will be eliminated after 10 days. New book Clash of Clans I Have a Super Account has been published. 10 days later will all the second tier players be eliminated. If I don't upgrade to the third tier by then won't I also be eliminated? This move is truly ruthless. You want to upgrade your base, will you? Then it will force you to upgrade. Want to remain at a low tier forever? Dream on. The game sprite did not specify when all third tier players will be eliminated, but Su Hen estimates it is only a matter of time. Game sprite, Daily Victory Star feature added. Destroying a level 1 tribe grants 10,000 gold and holy water. Destroying a level 2 tribe grants 30,000 gold and holy water, and destroying a level 3 tribe grants 100,000 gold and holy water. Only when attacking tribes of equal level can one receive the Daily Victory Star reward. Attacking tribes below your level will not yield rewards, while defeating higher level tribes will grant a 100% bonus. Furthermore, after destroying a tribe of the same level, 50% of the lost troops can be directly resurrected. For higher level tributes, all lost troops will be resurrected. These rewards can only be obtained once daily and cannot be accumulated. Game sprite. After upgrading the base to prevent players from being attacked by stronger tribes of the same level during this phase, strength and resource yield bonuses will be provided. Taking the third tier as an example, upgrading a level 2 base to a level 3 base takes 1 day. Strength bonus during the first day while defending the tribe's troop attributes increase by 50%. During the second day, troop attributes strengthen by 30%, and on the third day, troop attributes strengthen by 10%. Resource yield bonus. The proportion of bonus time is the same as the strength bonus. Note, strength bonuses only take effect during tribe defense and are invalid in any other situation. Game sprite. All tribes will have the suffix of the empire they belong to. In reality, your tribe name will be recognized as the Yanhuang tribe player of the Xinzhou Empire. Game sprite. In 6 hours, the first strongest player competition will be held with the first place player receiving a chance for a legendary level lottery, while players in other rankings will receive different rewards. Game sprite. More game content will be announced after the strongest player competition concludes. Su Hen found it hard to speak. The Divine Demon game was not only forcing players to upgrade, but also encouraging them to do so. The strength and resource bonuses alleviated the concerns players had just after leveling up. Just at the third tier, there are 3 stages of strength bonuses, each lasting a day. For higher levels, the duration will be longer, and the bonuses for the 8th and 9th tiers might last a month. With such a direct 50% strength enhancement, who would want to attack a tribe that has just leveled up? Most importantly, tribes are reluctant to attack each other due to fears of losing their strength. Now it's great that at least half of the lost troops can be resurrected. Wars between tribes are likely to become extremely frequent. The strongest player. Is there anyone stronger than oneself? Su Hen does not believe it. A legendary level lottery. Su Hen remembers that the epic level lottery included the hero's certificate of the Titan King. One can hardly imagine what one could win in a legendary level lottery. Su Hen is determined to win this legendary level lottery. Consequently, Su Hen must adjust his plan. Originally, Su Hen intended to attack the Iron Wind tribe after using up the training potions for his main account, but now he has decided to prepare fully for the strongest player. Taking a day off is not for other reasons, but to consider the setting issues more thoroughly for fear of ruining the plot, gathering suggestions for appealing tribe names. Any good settings from competition type games you think might be helpful can be shared with me. After today, I won't take another day off this month. Su Hen began preparing for battle. He immediately used a large amount of training elixir, having saved 300,000 holy water yesterday, enough to support the creation of all 300 troops. He decided to create barbarian warriors, as 2 of Su Hen's barbarian warriors would definitely be more effective than a single archer. Then he ordered Su Yi and Su Heir, the 2 builders, to upgrade the cannon. He constructed walls, as having insufficient walls was meaningless. Su Hen took out jerky for the barbarian. Su Hen felt a bit worried. All the jerky would expire tomorrow. How would he continue to supply such a large force? Currently, he only had 75 rice plants, barely enough for 1/10 of the barbarian warriors. The stored rice was only 240 units. If he were to raid, he was afraid he wouldn't get much. The low-level tribe had limited territory and couldn't cultivate much, and whatever they planted would likely be for their own troops. Would he have to venture out of the novice area to hunt monsters again? Last time he only had a bit over 200 troops. This time, after using the training elixir, his troops would exceed 1,000, so encountering large groups of wild monsters should not be a problem, right? With this thought, Su Hen decided that after the strongest players were dealt with, he would head to the wild area to try his luck. Once the novice protection period ended, all players' shields would disappear. He could observe these players. Among the 18-player tribes, 17 were level 2 tribes, and one was a level. This tribe was even a level higher than Su Hen's. The tribe was called the Longjing tribe, which had only 62 barbarian warriors, and its defensive structures were just one more mortar than a typical level 2 tribe. As a level 3 tribe, it was still far inferior to the Typhon and Shotian tribes. Upgrading to a level 3 tribe recklessly without accumulating sufficient strength while allowing his development speed to be slightly faster than other players also brought him great disaster. Su Hen's eyes lit up. Destroying this tribe would be much easier than taking down the Typhon or Shotian tribes. If he destroyed it, it would count as a level-up destruction, and he could earn a silver lottery right. He had never obtained one before. There was no need to wait for the barbarian warriors to be trained to destroy it. If he could draw something good from the silver lottery, it would ensure his position as number 1 among the strongest players. Su Hen directly organized his troops and headed straight for the Longjing tribe. On the way, all the players whose shields had just ended were shocked at the sight of Su Hen's massive army. After the novice protection period ended, an information banner appeared above Su Hen's head, visible to other players. It read, Ye Tianlu tribe player from the Xinzhou Empire. The players found it hard to believe that he was actually a player. How did he manage to gather such a large force? They had only about 50 troops, and if they had drawn holy water during the initial trials, they might have had a few more. However, due to the daily troop training limit, they could only have a maximum of 120 troops, which was nowhere near Su Hen's numbers. As Su Hen strode past their tribe with great confidence, they dared not have even a sliver of ill intent. Su Hen's interest in them was far less than in the Longjing tribe. He would deal with the latter first. The power boost that the Longjing tribe received from just upgrading to level 3 was nothing but a joke in Su Hen's eyes. With a level 5 barbarian ring, his barbarians would match the combat power of those from the Longjing tribe. This also demonstrated the extraordinary nature of the barbarian ring. Although the Longjing tribe had reached level 3 and had more training slots than a level 2 tribe, they had just upgraded and did not have enough holy water to support their training. Some ordinary players who drew holy water during their initial trials had troops that exceeded his. With a smile, Su Hen arrived in front of the Longjing tribe, but his smile froze. Someone had attacked the Longjing tribe before him. It was the Shotian tribe. The frustration in Su Hen's heart was indescribable. The silver level lottery had just vanished. Coldness flashed in Su Hen's eyes. The Longjing tribe he viewed as a fat piece of meat had actually been snatched away by someone else. The meager strength of the Longjing tribe could never be a match for the Shotian tribe. In fact, this was the case. Su Hen observed the battle through the auxiliary system. The Longjing tribe was utterly incapable of resisting the Shotian tribe's attack and was completely destroyed in less than 2 minutes. As the mist cleared, the smiling, old face of Shotian appeared. Upon seeing Su Hen, the smile on Shotian's face disappeared. This was the first time Shotian had seen Su Hen since their last meeting, and at this moment he was shocked to realize that Su Hen's troop count was actually half again as large as his. How could this be possible? Since the Longjing tribe had been destroyed by Shotian, Su Hen decided to shift his target to Shotian. Shotian had just suffered minimal losses, which should not be enough to earn a shield right. With the setting that recovering losses during a level-up battle was guaranteed, Su Hen no longer had to worry about the losses from destroying a level 3 tribe. It didn't matter whom he fought. He would simply miss out on one silver-level lottery. Shotian's expression darkened as the joy of just obtaining the daily victory star reward vanished, replaced by the immense pressure Su Hen brought. Shotian, looking displeased, said, "How did your troop count surge so dramatically? Even with gems, that's impossible." Su Hen scoffed, "You don't need to worry about that. You should be more concerned about yourself." Currently, Shotian's barbarians, archers, and giants totaled over 400, nearly 300 fewer than Su Hen, making him completely vulnerable. Game Sprite, the Shotian tribe has just undergone a battle at the same level and has received a 12-hour shield. Unless he takes the initiative to attack, first you cannot attack him. Su Hen, puzzled, asked, "Wasn't it said that if troop losses are minimal, a shield would not be granted?" Game Sprite, once the novice protection period ends, if the losses are minimal, a 12-hour digestion time will be granted. If losses are significant, a shield time of up to 3 days will be awarded based on the severity of the losses. Su Hen cursed, inwardly feeling as if he was being deliberately targeted. Even with a 12-hour shield, the resources Shotian tribe gained would at most increase his troop count by 100, far less than what he would gain later. For now, let him survive for 12 more hours. With the ability to recover 100 of his troop count from a level-up battle, losing a bit more troops didn't matter. Su Hen attempted to provoke Shotian with words, hoping he would strike first. However, Shotian ignored him, his expression fluctuating as he initiated a retreat. Su Hen's expression also soured. He had come with excitement and hope only to face such a result. His gaze swept over the other level 2 player tribes as Su Hen pondered whether to destroy these tribes first or head for the Typhone tribe. Destroying anyone is the same. Let's start with something simple. There are a total of 17 secondary tribes, far exceeding the initial number. Su Hen doesn't care which country they belong to, he will eliminate them all. However, there must be a limit to this process. Absolutely no more than 10 can be destroyed in succession. It is not an absolute rule, but even a 4th level tribe would likely hesitate to tackle Su Hen, a porcupine covered in spikes. There isn't much meat to gain, and it's difficult to manage. Let's first see if exceeding 300 trophies triggers any rules. Su Hen will have to test it sooner or later. He can't just avoid destroying other tribes as he struggles to find a way to make the trophies drop. First, target the weaker players with fewer troops. The troops of these players roughly fall into 2 categories. One group has around 60 troops, varying by a few, distinguished by whether they have archers. Archers require double the holy water, which means fewer troops. These players did not draw holy water in their initial tests, and even if they obtain training potions, they have no extra holy water to train their troops. The second category consists of those with 100 to 180 troops, likely having drawn holy water during the initial tests. There are 4 such player tribes. Su Hen plans to deal with these 4 tribes last, as taking them down would require a bit more troop expenditure. It's best to save resources before facing the strongest players. Su Hen begins to clear the tribes in order of distance. Their strengths are quite similar, and the initial trials have given them some trump cards. There's no need to consider the nightmare difficulty. With only 12 people in total, it wouldn't be that easy for them against Su Hen. The normal difficulty will likely yield only a bit of holy water or standard defensive building blueprints. Su Hen's first destination is a secondary tribe called Mo Chung. This is a player from the Xinzhou Empire. Su Hen will not show mercy just because they belong to the same country. Mo Cheng's entire strength consists of 55 barbarians, 3 archers, 2 low-grade cannons, and a low-grade arrow tower. Mo Cheng nervously looked at Su Hen and asked, "What are you going to do?" Su Hen remained expressionless and silent. Talking to a dying person is pointless. Watching the terrifying number of barbarians approach, Mo Cheng's fear grew. He anxiously pleaded, "Don't attack me. Why are you doing this to me? Why attack him?" Su Hen felt a bit sorry for Mo Cheng, who uttered such childish and ridiculous words. It's been 3 days. Even in the game, he should have understood the situation, and in the real world, he should know what's happening on the demon forums. Such a person is destined not to live long. Better to benefit oneself than others. In less than a minute, Su Hen destroyed the Mo Chung tribe at the cost of just 3 barbarians. The frontmost few barbarians did suffer some minor injuries. Game Spirit, you have destroyed the Mo Chung tribe, earning 120 demon stones, 18 trophies, and a bronze level lottery opportunity. You have gained 35 units of food from the Mo Chung tribe. Congratulations. You have received the daily victory star reward of 300 gold and holy water. You cannot earn the victory star today. Congratulations. You have won 100 gems in the lottery. The resources and food obtained from destroying the Mo Chung tribe are negligible, but the 100 gems from the lottery delighted Su Hen. A great start. The current number of gems has reached 291, and he can buy a builder when he returns. Moreover, Su Hen's trophy count has reached 315, surpassing 300, without receiving any notification from the Game Spirit. It seems that at least before reaching 400 trophies, no rules will be triggered, allowing Su Hen to confidently attack a few more. As for the difference in victory star rewards between attacking secondary and tertiary tribes, Su Hen doesn't care. While attacking these secondary tribes, the vast difference in troop numbers means that Su Hen's barbarians will only lose a few when under attack from the opponent's defensive structures. Whether the demon game compensates for the lost troops is completely irrelevant to Su Hen. Game Spirit, you have destroyed the Yi tribe, earning 120 demon stones, 17 trophies, and a bronze level lottery opportunity. You have gained 37 units of food from the Yi tribe. Congratulations. You have drawn a low-level migration order. Low-level migration order, your tribe will be exempt from 12 hours of migration time. Su Hen remembers that migrating tribes will incur varying migration times based on the distance. The farther the distance, the longer the time required. During this period, all functional facilities, such as resource facilities and training camps, will cease to operate. What use does this token have for Su Hen? He has no intention of migrating. This place is just fine for him. He is practically invincible here and wouldn't even dare to attack the 2 tertiary tribes. Migration is impossible, at least until all secondary and tertiary tribes are eliminated. Su Hen has no plans to migrate. The 3rd tribe he destroyed rewarded him with a low-grade mortar. This is also good. Su Hen currently doesn't have any mortars, only cannons and arrow towers. When Su Hen arrives at the 4th tribe, he finds that the Typhone tribe is confronting his troops in front of a secondary player tribe, the Shuayu tribe. From a distance, Su Hen hears a woman's voice scream tribute. Pay 500 gold and holy water daily. Unable to gain anything from the secondary tribe, Typhon has reverted to old habits, forcing people to pay tribute. Once this female player signs the agreement with Typhon, she must pay up for the next 10 days with the game spirit directly deducting from her resource output. Either the Typhon tribe must be destroyed or her tribe must be destroyed to break the agreement, otherwise there is no other way. Although Su Hen is much stronger than Typhon, now he still has to adhere to the agreement and pay on time. Typhon coldly said, "You can refuse to pay, but the consequence of that is me destroying you." Just as Shuayu was in a difficult position, Su Hen approached from a distance, smiling playfully. "Did you ask for my consent to collect tribute?" Only then did Typhon notice Su Hen instantly paling with fear. He dared not linger with Shuayu and retreated immediately, leaving behind a threatening remark, "Yin Huang, wait for me." Su Hen was speechless. Was this a mouse encountering a cat? "Final wait for you." Shuayu stared blankly at the retreating Typhon. Had a tertiary tribe been scared away? "Is this Yin Huang here to help her?" As Su Hen approached, Shuayu gratefully said, "Thank you. Otherwise I would have lost a lot of resources. That Typhon tribe is truly despicable." Shuayu didn't realize that the one who just left was a wolf, and the one who was now approaching was a hungry tiger. Typhon only wanted a bit of her resources, but Su Hen wanted her life. Su Hen looked at Shuayu expressionlessly and realized that the female player appeared in the game as a female leader. Of course it was not her real appearance, but a randomly generated facade. Su Hen said lightly, "You thanked me a bit early." Su Hen did not show any mercy simply because she was a woman. After all, Shuayu might very well be an 80-year-old lady in reality. Su Hen also did not wish to converse much with Shuayu, fearing that he might soften his heart. "You thanked too early, what does that mean?" Shuayu was quite taken aback. Before taking action, Su Hen needed to verify the situation once more. Su Hen surprisingly forgot to ask what his aunt's tribe was called in reality. After logging out this time, he must find out the name of his aunt's tribe, otherwise if he mistakenly harmed her he would regret it for a lifetime. Shuayu was also a player from the Xinzhou Empire, so there was a slight possibility that she could be his aunt. Su Hen slowly asked, "What is your surname in reality?" Upon hearing Su Hen's question, Shuayu instinctively became alert. Why was Yin Huang asking this? However, she thought that merely revealing her surname would not lead Yin Huang to track her down. After hesitating for a moment, Shuayu replied, "My surname is Gao." Without saying another word, Su Hen took a step back and began to order the barbarians to attack. Shuayu looked in terror at the approaching barbarians, her heart filled with an extremely ominous feeling. It seemed that Yin Huang wanted to destroy her tribe. Realizing that she would die if her tribe was destroyed, Shuayu let out a terrified scream. Why did this Yin Huang turn against her so readily? A level 3 tribe like the Typhon tribe had already been frightened away by him. How could she possibly contend with him? Thinking quickly, Shuayu hurriedly said, "Don't attack. I'm willing to offer you tribute of 5,000 resources every day." Su Hen remained indifferent as if he hadn't heard anything. Shuayu raised the offer to 10,000 and then 15,000, but Su Hen still showed no emotion. The barbarians had already destroyed all of Shuayu's forces. In despair, with tears streaming down her face, she knelt before Su Hen and pleaded, "Please don't attack. I am willing to be your woman in reality. I am very beautiful. You can have me however you want. I beg you, spare me." Su Hen looked down at Shuayu beneath him and said, "Since you entered this game, you must be prepared for death. Perhaps one day, I too will face such an end. To avoid that fate, one must tread upon the corpses of others and grow stronger." Shuayu's words reassured Su Hen even more. His aunt would never be someone who would offer her body to survive. Seeing that the tribe was about to be completely destroyed, Su Hen could not hold back in her despair. Shuayu's face twisted as she began to curse Su Hen with the most venomous words. Su Hen did not care. On the contrary, such words only made him feel more justified in destroying Shuayu's tribe. Her figure slowly faded away. Game Spirit, you have destroyed Shuayu's tribe and received 120 demon stones, 16 trophies, and a chance for a bronze level lottery draw. You have gained 34 units of food from Shuayu's tribe. Congratulations. You have won 3 bronze level beast taming rings in the lottery. Su Hen shook his head. These were not the stones he desired most. He needed to find an opportunity to test the effectiveness of the beast taming ring in the wild. If it could solve the issue of raising livestock, the food crisis could be greatly reduced. Having continuously destroyed 4 tribes, the trophy count rose to 361, and the demon stones reached 1,200. At this rate, by the time he reached the 7th or 8th book, he might gather 100 demon stones and gain the abilities of a demon. Would demons easily allow him to gain such power? He decided to destroy 2 more level 2 tribes, while keeping the trophy count under 400. There was no rush regarding the Typhon issue. He would deal with the strongest player afterwards. He destroyed 2 more level 2 player tribes. Game Spirit, you won 100 stones in the lottery. Game Spirit, you won 2 worker potions minor in the lottery. Su Hen was quite satisfied with these 2 lottery draws. Once he had a few more builders, he could use them. Using a potion for just 2 workers was simply too wasteful. With the trophy count at 391, attacking any level 2 tribe would exceed 400. Su Hen decided to take a break. Even if the rules were triggered allowing level 4 tribes to attack him, Su Hen was not afraid. However, it was better to be cautious. He did not want to create trouble before dealing with the strongest player. Returning to the tribe, Su Hen immediately spent 250 stones to purchase a builder. Since there were already Su Yi and Su Heir, he would name this one Su San. Su Hen realized that no matter how good their favorability was, they would never work for free for even a second longer. He had to pay them what they called overtime. However, Su Hen did not speak coldly to Su San as he had with Barton. He instructed Su San to upgrade the cannon. The barbarians continued to spawn at a rate of 1 per minute. For hours later, the effect of the large training potion ended, and 300 new barbarians joined Su Hen's tribe. He first fed them some jerky and holy water, then commanded them to stand outside the tribe as punishment. There was no choice. The position of the tribe was truly insufficient. Half of the barbarians needed to stay outside the tribe to reside. Now Su Hen's total military strength reached 985 barbarians and 20 archers. With a few small training potions left, Su Hen decided to use them to train some archers this time. After clicking through the training camp, Su Da stood up and gazed warily at the sky. Following Su Da's gaze, Su Hen's pupils constricted as he saw 2 red-hot air balloons flying. Apart from 2 skeleton soldiers with no flesh and blood, there were 2 figures in the hot air balloons. Su Hen could not see clearly and did not know who they were. They were balloon soldiers, a type of unit that could only be trained at a level 4 base, commonly referred to as balloons. Su Hen wondered if these balloon soldiers could also deploy units or carry people. It seemed that the balloon soldiers were heading towards his tribe. In less than a minute, the red balloon soldiers flew over Su Hen's tribe. Su Hen recognized the newcomers. Typhone from the Typhone tribe was actually above, along with the not-so-low status Batai. Was this balloon from the Typhone tribe? The Typhone tribe was a level 3 tribe. It was impossible for them to have balloon soldiers. Furthermore, Su Hen did not see any castles in the Typhone tribe. Without a castle, they could not request reinforcements, right? The hot air balloon did not land. Typhone looked down at Su Hen from above, sneering. Yin Huang, I told you to wait. Where did Typhone get these balloon soldiers? However, with him swaggering above his tribe, did he really think Su Hen would not dare to attack him? Su Hen was about to order the arrow towers and archers to attack the 2 balloon soldiers. Even if they were both level 9 balloon soldiers, they would still fall under the onslaught of Su Hen's numerous arrow towers, let alone these seemingly low-level balloon soldiers. Game Spirit, the balloon soldiers belong to the level 4 Qiushan tribe. Attacking them will allow the Qiushan tribe the right to attack you. Do you confirm the attack? Su Hen certainly couldn't be sure. Since Qiushan was a level 4 tribe, he couldn't attack him at this time. But what were the balloon soldiers from Qiushan doing? Typhone coldly smiled as he spoke, and the skeleton soldier on the balloon opened its mouth, speaking in a slow, hoarse voice. I come on the orders of Chief Qiushan to warn you that the Yin Huang tribe and the Typhone tribe are under the protection of our Qiushan tribe. If you dare to attack them, we will destroy you immediately after you upgrade to level 3. It turned out that Typhone was afraid of Su Hen attacking him and had summoned his backing to threaten Su Hen. Su Hen mocked Typhone. How did you, a level 3 tribe chief, get your position? You have to bring out your backing to threaten a level 2 tribe. How embarrassing is that? Hearing Su Hen's words, Typhone wished he could spit out a mouthful of old blood on Su Hen's face. You, a level 2 tribe, have had such a surge in military strength in just 2 days, more than the combined forces of Mai and Xiu Tian's 2 level 3 tribes. How can you still call yourself a level 2 tribe? If it weren't for the fact that Typhone didn't have the term cheating in his vocabulary, he would have blurted it out. Typhone's old face turned red. Tell me, are you just an ordinary level 2 tribe? Typhone glanced at Su Hen's military strength and was shocked to discover that the Yin Huang tribe had gained several hundred more troops. With so many troops, which level 3 tribe could withstand it? At this moment, Typhone could only hope that his backing would make Su Hen wary. Su Hen touched his nose. Are you done? If you're done, you can leave. The skeleton soldier spoke again. The Typhone tribe is here to help our Qiushan tribe collect tributes. You are absolutely not allowed to attack them. Furthermore, since you can train a large number of troops, you must have a special resource source. You need to pay 300 gold coins and holy water to our Qiushan tribe every day. Su Hen sneered. It turned out he was not only helping Typhone, but also came to ask for tributes from him. He wondered how many troops this Qiushan tribe had. If it wasn't many, he might consider attacking them. According to the rules, attacking 2 levels higher would give a golden level reward. The Typhone tribe was one he had to attack. Since that was the case, he would inevitably offend the Qiushan tribe, so whether to pay or not was the same. Su Hen chuckled. Is that it? You can leave now. 10 days later, the level 2 tribes would be eliminated. He still had 10 days to buffer. By then, would he still fear a level 4 tribe? Typhone laughed loudly upon hearing Su Hen's words, pointing at Su Hen and saying, You're finished. You really don't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. The strength of a level 4 tribe is something you cannot contend with. By saying such things, Su Hen had effectively offended the Qiushan tribe. Even if it wasn't his own matter, the Qiushan tribe would not let the Yan Huang tribe off the hook. The balloon soldier was indeed furious. Then you must not upgrade to level 3, otherwise you will regret it. Watching the balloon soldier leave, Su Hen curled his lips at the boring threat. Game Spirit, the strongest player will begin shortly. Would you like to participate in the strongest player competition? Su Hen certainly wouldn't refuse. Game Spirit, to participate in the strongest player competition, you must undergo a test. You can successfully register after passing the test. Game Spirit, your trophy count is currently 391, which exceeds 100. You are exempt from the test and can register directly. Su Hen was speechless. The trophy count required to bypass the test was really low. Game Spirit, please wait. After the registration test ends, the competition will officially begin. During the competition, the game will be paused so players need not worry about their tribes encountering danger during the process. Su Hen glanced at his 989 barbarians and the archers he had just increased to 32. What kind of opponent would be able to win against him? Even if the opponent had a Sky Eagle cannon, as long as he spread out his troops, it would be impossible for them to defeat him, right? By the way, has any player really drawn a Sky Eagle cannon? That can't be possible, right? If it really existed, wouldn't it be invincible? It would severely disrupt the balance of the game. Just like Suda, a normal barbarian king at level 1 has 3,600 health, but Suda was nerfed to 900. Even if someone did draw a Sky Eagle cannon, the manufacturing cost of over 10 million is something no player could possibly afford. Game Spirit, the registration test has ended with a total of 258745 players successfully registering. Su Hen was astonished. Out of nearly 100 million players, only this few passed the registration. It seemed the difficulty of this registration test was far greater than he had imagined. Unfortunately, he was a player who directly maintained his rank and had no idea what this registration test was like. After the game ended, he could learn about it through the Demon God Forum. Game Spirit. Now I will explain the competition rules. Players will be paired against each other until the top 16 are determined. To ensure players can exert their full strength and relieve their concerns, all items, equipment, and troops will be reset to the state at the time of registration before and after each match. Go all out. The competition mode involves two players' tribes facing each other from 300 meters away. The only victory condition is to be the first to destroy the opposing tribe. In other words, if the opponent destroys his tribe, even if his barbarians are still standing, he would lose. Only troop types can destroy buildings, so there's no need to worry that someone has a long-range defense building to destroy. Game Spirit, the match begins. We are currently matching your first opponent. From 300 meters away, Su Hen couldn't see the opponent's specific strength. Can the auxiliary system play a role at this time? Auxiliary system, would you like to enable the reconnaissance function? It can scout the opponent's troops and buildings, but cannot detect equipment and items. Su Hen was already very satisfied with this function. He checked the opponent, which was the Bai Qiu tribe, a player from the land of the rising sun, and a level 2 tribe. They had 180 troops with defense buildings that were average, consisting of 2 cannons and 1 arrow tower. The 180 troops were presumably the key to his passing the test. To prevent him from having any similar long-range items, Su Hen ordered all troops to push all defense buildings, dividing into 5 groups to approach the opponent first. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it must use its full strength. Su Hen was determined to win the legendary level draw and would not allow any failure. In fact, Su Hen was overthinking. Besides the 180 troops, this player had no other means. Bai Qiu believed that his 180 troops were already the limit. He had never seen anyone in the Demon God Forum with more troops than him. Confidently, Bai Qiu registered for the competition and successfully signed up. In the first match, he encountered Su Hen, whose troops were nearly 6 times his. Bai Qiu exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god. How could the Yanhuang tribe, also a level 2 tribe, have so many?" Game Sprite, you can converse with your opponent during the battle. Is there such a feature? However, what could Su Hen possibly discuss with this monk? This monk merely drew the holy water and trained his troops to full capacity for 3 days, which is why he has such a force. Su Hen presumed that the monk was also a player who had chosen the newcomer protection period. The monk sent a message asking Su Hen how he possessed such a large army. Su Hen smiled faintly, gave no answer, and directly destroyed the monk's tribe. Game Sprite, you have achieved victory in battle and are being matched with your next opponent. Game Sprite, your next opponent has been generated, and the opponent is the Fearless Tribe, Star Flag Nation. Su Hen observed that this Fearless Tribe had 80 troops, 3 cannons, and 2 arrow towers, making it a level 2 tribe. The strength of the Fearless Tribe must be more than this, otherwise they wouldn't have reached this point. Su Hen decided to take the initiative regardless of their strength and crush them. In fact, Su Hen felt he didn't need to worry too much about large area spell cards, as these spell cards couldn't attack over a large area, and also had cooldown limitations. If defensive buildings couldn't participate in sieges, then Su Hen entering another's tribal territory would certainly be at a disadvantage. However, if defensive buildings could move, then the balance between attack and defense would actually be consistent. What kind of visual experience is it to have 28 defensive structures and over 1,000 troops? Su Hen didn't know, but the fearless tribe experienced it and felt a chill run through them. Although he had a trump card summoning the lightning mage, even if Su Hen's troops stood still, the lightning mage wouldn't be able to eliminate so many troops, let alone face this opponent named Yin Huang, who had a terrifying number of defensive structures. There are no penalties for losing a match, and it wouldn't consume card usage. The fearless tribe wouldn't simply concede. The fearless tribe used the lightning mage card. A sudden thunderclap appeared in the originally clear sky. The power of the lightning seemed not very strong, but it was quite abrupt. After the lightning, a wizard with black eyebrows and a goatee appeared in a very flashy manner among the troops of the fearless tribe. This wizard was surrounded by blue electric arcs. At this time, Su Hen's troops and the fearless tribe's troops had already engaged in close combat. However, over 100 of Su Hen's barbarians suddenly stopped moving, caught in a brief moment of dizziness, allowing the fearless tribe to attack. Fortunately, this dizziness effect lasted only a fleeting moment. The lightning mage extended both hands, simultaneously releasing 2 direct lightning bolts, and Su Hen's enhanced barbarians were instantly killed. At the same time, a dozen barbarians around these two were also caught in a brief moment of dizziness. Is this the trump card of the fearless tribe? There are no such troops in Clash of Clans. Is this from Clash Royale? Su Hen only had a slight understanding of although the lightning mage's damage was astonishing, with only 1 lightning mage's attack speed and efficiency were not high. At this level, it would only slightly delay Su Hen's victory. What good is the accompanying dizziness effect? If you have the capability, create a long-lasting area-wide dizziness. The lightning mage remained standing while the fearless tribe's 80 troops fell in mere seconds. Su Hen initially thought the lightning mage's body would be quite fragile, but to his surprise, the lightning mage's health was even higher than that of a level 1 giant. Even after being struck 3 times by a dozen barbarians, he didn't die, ultimately falling to one of Su Hen's cannons. As for the remaining defensive structures from the fearless tribe, there was no hope of turning the tide. The fearless tribe sent the same message as the previous monk, asking Su Hen how he possessed such a large army and defensive structures. Su Hen remained unresponsive. Game Sprite, congratulations on your victory. Starting to match with the next opponent, you have matched with the Winden tribe Russian Empire player. 65 troops along with a barbarian king. Indeed, just like Su Hen possessing a barbarian king, and similarly this barbarian king had no equipment. Su Hen had no interest in letting Su De battle this barbarian king unknown. He directly crushed him with a troop advantage. Even as a hero facing Su Hen's massive army, he would have to die in despair. Su Hen felt that the lightning mage from the last match was stronger than the current barbarian king. In the 4th match, Su Hen encountered an opponent with 150 troops and special defensive structures. This special building resembled a mortar, except its barrel was surrounded by several rings of yellow copper. This defensive structure was also from Clash Royale. The auxiliary system surprisingly couldn't probe it, stating that it could only detect buildings from Clash of Clans, and those from Clash Royale were beyond its capability. To appropriately weaken the system, invincibility remains, but it shouldn't be, without any twists and turns. Su Hen didn't care much about this building. No matter how impressive it was, it couldn't be better than the Eagle artillery. However, after condensing for 5 seconds, this defensive structure fired an incredibly terrifying laser cannon, which was faintly surrounded by electric currents. This attack coincidentally hit Su De, who was at the front. After being struck by this attack, Su De fell into a near-death state, with a terrifying wound exposed on his chest. Su De only had 10 health points left. Had it not been for the enhancement of the barbarian ring, he would have been dead immediately. The barbarian next to Su De was evaporated along with his body by the laser cannon. Su Hen was stunned, his jaw dropping. Su De, as the barbarian king, with 10 health points, just like that fell to his knees. This single attack power was so high that Su Hen couldn't believe it. Even the Hell Tower and Eagle artillery couldn't inflict such damage instantly. The only drawback was its slow attack speed, similar to a mortar. Mortars had a longer range than it, but its damage. Although Su De was almost taken down instantly, Su Hen still won easily due to his terrifying troop and defensive structure advantage. Su Hen proactively sent a message, "What is this defensive structure?" The opponent replied, "You first tell me how you possess such a large army and defensive structures, and I will tell you." Su Hen scoffed, dreaming they might as well give this defensive structure to him. Knowing its appearance, power, and pros and cons, its name was actually irrelevant. In the 8th match, the opponent's troop and defensive structure numbers were mediocre. However, they summoned over 1,000 skeletons. These skeletons were only half a meter tall with low attack and health, but their numbers were overwhelming. Ordinary players would likely be defeated. Unfortunately, he encountered Su Hen, whose 1 barbarian could take down 2 skeletons. Both sides employed a swarm tactic, but Su Hen's barbarians were far stronger than these small skeletons. Su Hen had lost count of how many battles he had experienced. He had encountered a myriad of spell cards, summoning cards, and various defensive structures. As the competition progressed, the opponents grew stronger, yet none had posed a challenge that made Su Hen feel pressured. All these opponents without exception inquired about Su Hen's methods of obtaining defensive structures and building a large army. The most impressive one was a player who summoned 5 digging miners. This player placed the digging miners right in front of Su Hen's base for a sneak attack, but his tribe was the first to fall before Su Hen's barbarian troops. What use is that? Even if he destroys the main base, it wouldn't matter. Su Hen's defensive structures must be destroyed to count as a complete victory. While Su Hen found it laughable, he couldn't help but feel cautious and reminded himself not to be careless. The game sprite announced the top 16 tribes have been decided, and they are as follows. The Wanruochensi tribe. Shenzhou Empire player the Yanwang tribe. Shenzhou Empire player the Tiandao tribe. Shenzhou Empire player the Sky City tribe. Shenzhou Empire player the Yinyu Liqing tribe. Shenzhou Empire player the Dio tribe. Shenzhou Empire player the Longyuan tribe. Rising Sun player the Seraph tribe. Rising Sun player the Flame tribe. Rising Sun player the Godslayer tribe. Rising Sun player the Divine Domain tribe. Starflag Nation player the Dark Knight tribe. Starflag Nation player the Statue of Liberty tribe. Starflag Nation player the Xinghai tribe. Tsarist Empire player the Tsar tribe. Tsarist Empire player the Bear Dominator tribe. Tsarist Empire player. There are 6 tribes from the Shenzhou Empire, 4 from the Rising Sun, and 3 each from the Starflag Nation and the Tsarist Empire. These are the only 4 nations in this world. The game sprite asked, do you agree to allow other players to spend 1 gem to watch your battle? If you agree, you will be rewarded gems based on your ranking after the match, with 2,000 gems for first place and 500 gems for 16th place. If you disagree, the game will block the visual of your battle and you will not receive any gems. This should be considered a benefit for entering the top 16, provided all players agree to watch. Su Hen thought for a moment and agreed. Even if players knew his strength, they still couldn't find his weaknesses. There's a saying in martial arts, while everything else may have flaws, speed is invincible. In the game, it translates to only overwhelming forces being unbeatable. However, the game collected hundreds of thousands of gems, and the total gems shared among the 16 players barely exceeded 10,000. It truly felt unfair. The game sprite continued, the battles among the top 16 will proceed one by one, not simultaneously. Do you wish to spend 1 gem to watch other players' battles? What more is there to think? Su Hen would willingly spend 100 gems. The game sprite announced, the first match is Wanruochensi tribe versus Godslayer tribe. Su Hen focused, eager to see what strategies these top 16 players employed. The scene shifted and Su Hen watched the first battle from a god's perspective. The Wanruochensi tribe was on the left, while the Godslayer tribe was on the right. Su Hen's attention was immediately drawn to a predominantly white defensive structure that vaguely resembled an eagle. Su Hen's face twitched uncontrollably. WCNM, they truly brought out the Sky Eagle cannon. Not only did they bring it out, but they also managed to build it. As if the Sky Eagle cannon wasn't enough, they also had over 500 troops. Su Hen felt that the Wanruochensi was truly cheating. Su Hen seriously questioned his life. Who can withstand this? As soon as the battle began, the Sky Eagle cannon emitted an alarm. The activation rule for the Sky Eagle cannon is that it engages when encountering a large-scale force. Su Hen wasn't sure if the 200 troops of the Godslayer tribe counted as large-scale in this demonic game, but it had already activated. The sound of BU echoed. The large-scale artillery shells from the Sky Eagle cannon fell, causing damage over an area approximately 10 by 10. With an enormous attack range, the damage was terrifying. The deafening sound of the cannon fire struck, and half of the Godslayer's lined-up barbarians instantly vanished. Su Hen estimated that the Godslayer must have been utterly bewildered at this moment. They couldn't see the Sky Eagle cannon of the Wanruochensi, and surely didn't understand its destructive capability. Concentrating their forces led to their merciless slaughter. However, Su Hen felt that the attack range of this Sky Eagle cannon was much smaller compared to the one shown in the introductory video. Whether it was smaller or not, having a Sky Eagle cannon at the 3rd level was no longer something that could be described as, if not for the need to rebuild defensive structures when carrying them out of the tribe, it would be utterly invincible. Nevertheless, it still ensured that the Wanruochensi could withstand any tribe's attack. Su Hen cursed, inwardly wondering what kind of luck it took to have over 500 troops, not to mention how they managed to achieve that. The Godslayer's trump card was 5 Valkyrie War Gods. 1 Valkyrie War God was equivalent to 1 Su Da, who hadn't been enhanced by the Barbarian Ring, and Su Da's kill efficiency couldn't compare. Valkyrie War Gods are high health, high attack units, and most importantly, they deal area damage. Yet they were no match for 500 troops. After the Sky Eagle cannon activated again, it wiped out all of the Godslayer's forces. The 3rd attack from the Sky Eagle cannon reduced the injured Valkyrie War God to critical health. The battle concluded and the Wanruochensi emerged victorious without a doubt. Su Hen felt somewhat heavy-hearted. He had thought victory was assured, but he never expected such an overpowered opponent to appear in the very first match. The second match was Xinghai tribe versus Yanyu Liqing tribe. The Xinghai tribe possessed an X-crossbow with an enormous range and a firing rate that dealt significantly more damage than arrow towers. Su Hen remembered that a level 1 X-crossbow only dealt a meager few points of damage, but its attack speed was so fast that it could fire 8 times in 1 second. However, this X-crossbow seemed a bit different. The Yanyu Liqing tribe had an angel guarding their troops from the This angel was different from the regular angel units. Ordinary angels have 2 wings, but this one had 4. Su Hen wondered, is it a hero of the angel race? Both sides had around 100 troops with 3 defensive structures, each making it quite ordinary. Their entry into the top 16 was likely due to their X-crossbow and the angel race hero. The Xinghai's X-crossbow began firing, and Su Hen was speechless to see that this X-crossbow was actually a 3-headed one, meaning it could fire 3 bolts with each attack. A modified X-crossbow. Such a modified crossbow could probably match the power of 3 ordinary X-crossbows. Under normal circumstances, Xinghai's single X-crossbow could eliminate 4 barbarians from Yanyu Liqing every second, and it would be even more effective against archers. However, the victor was the Yanyu Liqing tribe because this angel race hero provided such powerful healing that as soon as the Liqing troops were injured, the angel cast a large area healing spell restoring their health. The X-crossbow attacks nearby units first. If it prioritized attacking the angel, there might have been a chance for victory. Unfortunately, the X-crossbow always targeted the frontmost barbarian. If the X-crossbow's damage could one-shot the barbarians, it would have been possible to prevent the angel from healing. But that wasn't the case. By the end of the battle, the Liqing tribe astonishingly won without losing a single soldier. Some say the system is too weak, but I find it rather strong. Even if there are 10 million players starting with a lottery, there must be a few fortunate ones, right? Writing them all as colorful characters makes the battles meaningless. Invincibility is one thing, but there cannot be a lack of excitement. You don't allow the protagonist to not be number 1, and neither will I. And why name the tribe that draws the Tianyin cannon as Wanruochensi? Returning to the reality of this player's identity, Su Hen would understand. Moreover, these players don't necessarily have to be enemies. What if they are allies or the female protagonist? Indeed, they are strong. The 4-winged angels of the angel race possess an astonishing healing capacity, providing large-scale healing. By the end of the battle in Yanyu City, not a single soldier was lost. Is Star C weak? Not at all. The modified X-crossbow would not lose so badly when meeting the top. If Yanyu City had encountered the previous god slaying, the martial god's damage could have instantly killed the barbarians. The 4-winged angels could not keep up with the healing, and the barbarians could not kill the martial god in a short time. If Yanyu City faced the godslayer, it would likely result in a defeat for Yanyu City. One can only say that the modified crossbow of Star C is severely countered by the 4-winged angels. If Su Hen encounters Yanyu City, he has at least 3 methods to utterly defeat them. Su Hen's high-quality cannon and Su De can both eliminate the barbarians. Su Hen can also control the arrow tower to directly attack the 4-winged angels, killing her or preventing her from healing the troops. Moreover, he can choose some barbarians to hold back the troops of Yanyu City while the other troops directly attack the buildings of Yanyu City. Su Hen is unaware of the existence of hero gift packages and is very curious about how Yanyu City obtained the 4-winged angels before unlocking them. Game Sprite: in the next match you will battle the Seraph tribe. Is it finally my turn? After observing, Su Hen no longer dares to concentrate all his troops together. Instead, he spreads them around the tribe. Su Hen examined the Seraph on the opposite side and found that he only had 100 barbarians and 20 archers with 2 low-quality cannons and 1 low-quality arrow tower as defensive buildings. It is absolutely impossible for the Seraph to have come this far so easily. As soon as Su Hen's over 1,000 troops and 28 defensive buildings appeared, all the players who had spent gems to watch gasped in surprise. In the first match, Wanruochensi's 500 troops had already amazed many players. This Yanhuang not only has double the troops of Wanruochensi, but its defensive buildings are also alarmingly numerous. The Seraph also saw Su Hen's troops and defensive buildings, his mouth twitching. Without hesitation, he directly used a green potion, sprinkling it over his troops, instantly doubling their numbers. It was a cloning potion, perfectly duplicating all of his troops. But even so, the disparity in troop numbers between him and Su Hen remained vast. Su Hen cautiously sent out 200 barbarians and moved the defensive buildings to the front, beginning to attack the Seraph's troops. The Seraph remained still. Just as Su Hen's troops were about to reach a range, lightning storm suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Su Hen's gaze turned cold. It was a lightning spell. This Seraph surprisingly has 2 spell potions. This cannot possibly be manufactured by a spell factory. It must have been obtained through a lottery. Does he have other spells? Since Su Hen's barbarians were relatively spread out, the lightning spell only killed about 40 of Su Hen's barbarians. Su Hen's defensive buildings had begun attacking, and a high-quality cannon directly killed a barbarian with a single shot. The two armies had already clashed. A sudden frost rose, freezing around 50 of Su Hen's barbarians. The frozen barbarians could neither move nor attack, merely watching as the Seraph's troops assaulted them, unable to fight back. A swarm of bats appeared on the battlefield, numbering around 100. These bats also joined the fray. Frost spells and bat spells. This Seraph surely has a variety of spells. Were it not for the match, the Seraph would never waste his lottery-acquired spells like this, but in a competition, he used. Bats are airborne troops that can only be attacked by archers and arrow towers. If encountering a player without archers, the Seraph can win solely with a bat potion. But he encountered Su Hen, who had 11 arrow towers, each capable of killing a bat every second. Soon all the bats were slain, and the 200 barbarians at the front collapsed under the Seraph's forces. The Seraph was not doing well either. He lost 70 of his troops. Su Hen's barbarians exceeded his expectations. Gritting his teeth, the Seraph knew he had to first eliminate Yin Huang's defensive structures. The hope of winning was slim. This Yin Huang was simply too monstrous. Regardless of whether he could win, the Seraph would not give up easily. A pink light descended, revealing a speed potion. As the Seraph's troops passed through the pink light, their speed surged, and in the blink of an eye they were about to rush in front of Su Hen's defensive buildings. Naturally, Su Hen could not allow this. 200 barbarians charged into battle once more. From the Seraph's performance, Su Hen speculated that he likely had poison spells, berserk spells, healing spells, and more. Sure enough, the Seraph released a poison spell, and the barbarians under the poison spell rapidly lost health. In just 2 seconds, 50 or 60 barbarians fell. A group of half-meter-tall skeletons crawled out from the ground, numbering nowhere near the skeletal legion's card, probably only around 100. A purple glow enveloped the Seraph's troops, and with the enhancement of the purple light, their movement speed and attack power surged even fiercer than Su Hen's barbarians, enhanced by the ring. While battling, a cream-colored glow surrounded the Seraph's troops, continuously healing them. Su Hen felt the ground tremble, and several defensive buildings lost 100 health due to the shaking. Indeed, he seemed to have every kind of spell. The Seraph's potions should be one of each type, who if he had more he would have used them long ago. Unfortunately, even with all those potions, he only managed to eliminate 400 of Su Hen's barbarians, leaving Su Hen with over 600 troops, and all his defensive buildings intact. After the Seraph's troops were annihilated, the remaining 3 defensive buildings continued to attack, but were soon destroyed. Game Sprite, congratulations, you have won and advanced to the top 8. The Seraph sent a message: I did my best, but I still lost. You are too strong. Su Hen did not respond. A complete set of spell potions allowed the Seraph to use them without hesitation, only because it was a match. If the Seraph could not create an advantage with these potions, he would likely fade into obscurity once they were exhausted. The Game Sprite announced the next match is the Sky City Tribe versus the Flame Tribe. Both tribes are at level 2. The Sky City Tribe has one more low-grade arrow tower compared to the Flame Tribe. The troop strength of both sides is roughly similar, around 100 each. This is the normal standard. To train more units, both training potions and holy water are essential. Sky City boasts a female mage clad in a colorful robe adorned with a delicate golden crown atop her head and wielding a staff embedded with various colorful gems. It seems that several words are engraved on the golden crown. Su Hen looked closely and read Elemental Empress. This name is truly impressive. Looking at Su's plain, unadorned appearance and the ordinary weapons of the barbarian, Su Hen couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow. Why is there such a vast difference even among heroes? The Elemental Empress is stunningly beautiful, though her expression is somewhat cold as she glances disdainfully at the Flame Tribe opposite her. Is this truly a mage hero? Shouldn't a mage hero be a Grand Guardian? Su Hen knows what a Grand Guardian looks like. The two began to battle. However, the Elemental Empress stood arrogantly, still surprisingly, not taking action immediately. The Flame Tribe launched their first attack, unleashing a barrage of arrows. The high damage and extensive range quickly eliminated around 50 of Sky City's barbarians. The Flame Tribe did not target the Elemental Empress. As a hero, the damage from the barrage would certainly not be enough to take her down in one hit. The Elemental Empress was at a distance from the troops, and using her abilities would not cover the other units. In the blink of an eye, Sky City was left with only about 50 troops. Meanwhile, the Flame Tribe played another card, the Skeleton Giant. A skeleton giant standing 4 or 5 meters tall positioned itself at the forefront of the Flame Tribe, marching straight towards Sky City's forces. The Skeleton Giant has extremely high health. The damage from ordinary barbarians feels like mere tickles to it. In contrast, the Skeleton Giant's attacks, though slow, can kill a barbarian with each strike. Finally, the Elemental Empress took action, swinging her staff, causing frost to emanate from it, which surprisingly froze the Skeleton Giant. Then the Elemental Empress began to showcase why she is called the Elemental Empress. Massive snowballs, fireballs, hurricane spells, and lightning spells were unleashed in quick succession, killing all of the Flame Tribe's troops in just a matter of seconds. This was over 100 troops eliminated just like that by the Elemental Empress. This wasn't even her limit. If pushed to her maximum, the numbers could easily double. Such spellcasting left the Elemental Empress slightly panting, indicating a significant consumption of magical power. The dazzling array of spells prompted gasps from the onlookers. The confident smile on the Flame Tribe's face froze. The Elemental Empress began to attack the skeleton giant. Su Hen was somewhat puzzled. Shouldn't heroes have a priority in battle? Just like Su, who would attack nearby targets if not using cheats, the Elemental Empress ignored the skeleton giant and prioritized attacking the barbarians and archers. It wasn't a matter of proximity. If considering threat levels, she should have prioritized the skeleton giant. The Elemental Empress began attacking the skeleton giant, and with the combined onslaught of numerous barbarians, the skeleton giant unleashed a devastating explosion, instantly killing 30 barbarians surrounding it. The Flame Tribe lost all means of attack except for their defensive structures, while Sky City still had 10 archers and the Elemental Empress. The archers autonomously targeted the defensive structures, but their damage was insufficient, resulting in their downfall before the defenses. The Elemental Empress, however, raised a barrier of earth, shielding herself from the attacks of the defensive structures. This shield was quite sturdy, helping her absorb a significant amount of damage. As the last arrow tower stood, the Elemental Empress exhausted her magical power and retreated from the attack range of the tower. With both sides lacking the means to continue attacking, could this result in a draw? The game sprite declared Sky City wins. It has been determined that if this drags on, the Elemental Empress will slowly regain her magic and eventually destroy the Flame Tribe. Su Hen guessed that the Flame Tribe wouldn't accept this judgment, but the game sprite had made a ruling that he could not contest, and he found no venue for complaint. Although the Elemental Empress is formidable, her early-stage magical power is limited, and the troops she can eliminate are few. If Su Hen encounters Sky City, he could easily overpower her simply by virtue of troop strength. Yet even so, the Elemental Empress is far superior to Su. Su Hen estimated that Su's current limit would be dealing with 50 barbarians. The game sprite announced the next match is the Heaven's Path Tribe versus the Divine Realm Tribe. The Heaven's Path Tribe has an archer empress equipped with weapons and boasts over 400 troops. The Divine Realm, on the other hand, has a card for a baby dragon. This baby dragon surprisingly has area attack capabilities, launching fireballs that can explode and damage 4 to 5 barbarians at once. Barbarians cannot attack flying baby dragons, allowing the baby dragon to wreak havoc freely. Unfortunately, the Heaven's Path Tribe has no archer empress. Relying solely on their 100 archers, they could shoot down the baby dragon. Su Hen speculated that Heaven's Path must have found a large training potion from somewhere, and he has no idea where they got such an abundance of holy water to produce so many units. Without a doubt, Heaven's Path Tribe emerged victorious. The ensuing battles made Su Hen shake his head. These people could only maintain their positions thanks to some cards. If the cards in the competition were one-time use, they wouldn't still be smiling now. The game sprite announced in the first match of the top 8 you will face the Smoke and Rainly City Tribe. Su Hen proactively sent a message, "Where did you get the hero transformed from angels?" This was something Su Hen was very curious about. Lee City fell silent, and just as Su Hen was about to give up, Lee City replied, "I don't know what you mean. My four-winged angel came directly from a gift pack. It doesn't require any angel transformation. Directly from a gift pack. No need for unit transformation." Su Hen was speechless. He thought his luck was good, but compared to these lucky players, he was still lacking. Then the Elemental Empress from Sky City must have also come from a gift pack. Lee City asked, "Where did you get so?" Su Hen pondered for a moment and replied that she would also need a chance to obtain training potions along with holy water. Lee City inquired, "What about the defensive structures?" Su Hen replied, "Sorry, I owe you one question, and I have the right to refuse to answer it." "Yin Liqing, you can ask me one more question." Su Hen, "Sorry, I'm not interested in any other questions." Game sprite, battle begins. If Yin Liqing only has one four-winged angel, then Su Hen is guaranteed to win this match. In the game of gods and demons, the heroes are not like those in Clash of Clans, possessing infinite stamina and magic power, as evidenced by the battle of the Elemental Queen. The four-winged angel cannot permanently heal the troops. Su Hen is contemplating which method to use to defeat Yin Liqing. Attacking the four-winged angel directly with arrow towers or controlling the barbarians to attack Yin Liqing would expose his ability to freely control troops and defensive buildings. After some thought, Su Hen decided to use the most straightforward method to wear down Yin Liqing. "Let's see if your four-winged angel can provide infinite healing." Su Hen took the lead, deploying all his defensive buildings, while Yin Liqing remained cooped up in the tribe. Su Hen smiled, "Let me show you the range of my premium cannon and mid-grade arrow tower. I can hit you, but you can't hit me. Let's see if you come out." Su Hen realized that the grade of the defensive buildings was incredibly important. The higher the grade, the further the range. Having a high-grade defensive building is extremely crucial. Game sprite. Your troops must enter the opponent's tribe for the defensive buildings to start attacking. Is there such a setting? Su Hen helplessly thought that this was probably a restriction on tribes with high-grade defensive buildings, who otherwise a top-notch mortar could bombard from afar, and the opponent would be finished. In this way, the advantage of high-grade defensive buildings can only be fully realized when defending one's home. Restrictions are restrictions, it doesn't matter to Su Hen. Su Hen's barbarian army began to advance. To prevent Yinyu Liqing from having a wide range of spell cards, Su Hen only sent 200 barbarians to take the lead. In fact, Yinyu Liqing had no other trump cards. The two sides' barbarians clashed while Su Hen's 28 defensive buildings attacked simultaneously. The premium cannon and Su De struck one after another, leaving the four-winged angel unable to heal. The health of Yinyu Liqing's troops plummeted only to be quickly restored by the four-winged angel's healing. The health of Yinyu Liqing's troops fluctuated back and forth, but their numbers continued to dwindle. Su Hen's barbarians were also decreasing, but Su Hen could afford the losses, while Yinyu Liqing could not. The damage Su Hen dealt to Yinyu Liqing's troops far exceeded the damage caused by Xinghai to her, forcing the four-winged angel to expend a large amount of magic power to heal. Gradually, the amount of healing from the four-winged angel began to noticeably decrease. Even the fallen barbarians were completely revived. After the white light dissipated, the four-winged angel also vanished. The four-winged angel achieved this effect through a sacrificial. Even the fallen barbarians were completely revived. After the white light dissipated, the four-winged angel also vanished. The four-winged angel achieved this effect through a sacrificial act at the cost of her own life. Su Hen was surprised. Can you really do that, reviving troops? However, you can only do this in a match. I don't believe you would dare to sacrifice the four-winged angel's life in ordinary times. To Su Hen, it was merely a desperate struggle. Without the healing of the four-winged angel, Yinyu Liqing's tribe was quickly destroyed by Su Hen. Game Sprite, congratulations, you have won and advanced to the top 4. Yinyu Liqing made it to the top 8, but there was an element of luck involved. Compared to the others, her strength was still somewhat lacking. Yinyu Liqing, why is the damage from your barbarian so high? How can one strike kill a barbarian? Yinyu Liqing was referring to Su De, who after being disguised by the support system, looked no different from an ordinary barbarian, yet the damage output was impossible to conceal. Su Hen, it's a secret. Yinyu Liqing. Game Sprite, next match Tiandao tribe vs. The Tiandao tribe has over 400 troops plus the Bao Queen, while the Sky City tribe has only around 100 troops and an Elemental Queen. Unlike the previous match, the Elemental Queen unleashed her full firepower from the start. Various dazzling spells directly eliminated around 150 troops from the Tiandao tribe, which was a result of their deliberate formation separation. After exhausting her magic, the Tiandao tribe began to command the Bao Queen to shoot down the troops of Sky City. However, the Elemental Queen surprisingly used her last bit of magic to raise an earth shield bracing against the arrow attacks, and utilized wind acceleration to attempt to approach the Bao Queen. Unfortunately, the Tiandao tribe had 100 archers, and the Elemental Queen's earth shield was not thick enough, collapsing midway, and resulting in an explosion among the crowd of archers. The damage from this explosion was surprisingly comparable to that of the previous skeleton giant self-detonation. The astounding blast killed 40 to 50 archers. The Tiandao tribe still had 200 troops, and the Bao Queen winning through their numerical advantage. Whether it was the Elemental Queen or the previous four-winged angel, their contributions in battle were far stronger than Su Das, and they also had sacrificial methods. The competition allows them to unleash all their methods without hesitation. Exposing one's trump cards has both disadvantages and advantages. The advantage is showing one's strength. After the competition, if any player wants to attack them, they will have to think carefully. There isn't much to say about the other matches. The top 4 emerged. They are Wanruachensi tribe, Tiandao tribe, Yanhuang tribe, and Anya tribe. The matchups are Wanruachensi tribe vs. Yanhuang tribe, Anya tribe vs. Tiandao tribe. First up is Su Hen against Wanruachensi. Su Hen wants to secure first place, and Wanruachensi is an unavoidable obstacle that he will encounter sooner or later. Although Wanruachensi's Skyhawk cannon is incredibly powerful, Su Hen already has a way to deal with it. How will Su Hen deal with Wanruachensi? Readers are invited to share their thoughts below. The Eagle Artillery is the most terrifying defensive building in Clash of Clans for dealing with large-scale troops, without exception. In the game, the length of the clan is 44 squares, while the attack range of the Eagle Artillery is 50 squares, capable of striking across the entire map. No other defensive building can achieve this. The range of the mortar is considered long, but it is only 11 squares, lacking even a quarter of the Eagle Artillery's range. While it may have a long range, it also has a massive area splash damage, dealing exceptionally high damage. Once targeted by the Eagle Artillery, it will not miss moving units like mortars do, where the likelihood of missing is significantly high. Even the Archer Queen's skill, the Cloak of Invisibility, is ineffective. The Eagle Artillery can only be unlocked at Town Hall level 11, and a clan with the Eagle Artillery is completely different in strength from one without it. However, this does not mean the Eagle Artillery is without flaws. Firstly, its attack speed is relatively slow, only slightly faster than that of a mortar, and the time from locking onto a target to firing is quite lengthy. Secondly, the Eagle artillery has a blind spot in its attack range similar to that of a mortar, but with a much larger blind spot. Once troops enter its blind spot, it becomes ineffective. If Wanruo built walls outside the blind spot of the Eagle artillery, Su Hen would have a headache, but she didn't, allowing Su Hen's troops to reach their destination unimpeded. Su Hen would not concentrate her forces together. Instead, she planned to disperse them widely so that the Eagle artillery could only target a few troops at most. Thirdly, this could be considered a weakness. The troops that trigger the Eagle artillery must reach a certain scale. If they do not meet that scale, it cannot be triggered. Wanruo, your strength is quite impressive, but my Eagle artillery counters you perfectly. Su Hen, where did you get the Eagle artillery? Even if you have the blueprints, you lack the gold to build it right. Wanruo, guess. Su Hen scoffed, I guess you have no clue. Wanruo, if you tell me how you obtained so many defensive buildings, I'll tell you. Su Hen, do you think I will tell you? Wanruo, do you think I will guess? Wanruo, it doesn't matter if you don't say, oh, I'll find out soon enough. Su Hen did not know whether Wanruo was male or female, but judging by her playful words, she should be quite young. But what did she mean by saying she would know soon? Game sprite battle begins. Su Hen immediately used the auxiliary system to probe the attributes of Wanruo Eagle artillery, which could not be viewed during the previous observation. Eagle artillery, low-grade sealed state. Health 2000. Attack central damage 200, peripheral damage 20, damage range 1010. Attack speed, fires 3 times every 10 seconds. Attack range 50 meters, 300 meters. Automatic trigger condition, detects over 100 troops. It can also be directly activated. Su Hen smiled. No wonder this Eagle artillery was not as powerful as in the starting video. It was in a sealed state. The gods likely thought letting people have the Eagle artillery early was too unbalanced, much like heroes limiting its power. However, this Eagle artillery can actually be activated directly without needing a trigger condition, but this does not affect Su Hen, as she did not plan to send troops out one by one. What effect can a small number of troops have in front of Wanruo over 400 troops? To deal with Wanruo, Su Hen must reveal the secret of being able to freely control her troops, otherwise she would undoubtedly lose. Su Hen couldn't help but worry, under the watchful eyes of everyone would she be detected. Auxiliary system host, don't worry, it is absolutely stable. The auxiliary system is Su Hen's greatest reliance. To achieve victory, she must also trust the most terrifying aspect of the Eagle artillery is its large area AoE damage, but if only one or a few barbarians are within its damage range, it is not much different from cannons or mortars. Troops must never concentrate together. Su Hen did not bring any defensive buildings, leaving 300 troops to guard the clan home, while spreading the rest widely, ignoring Wanruo troops, and heading straight for the Eagle artillery. The distance between the two clans is 300 meters, and the maximum deployment distance for troops is 150 meters in the middle, significantly reducing the distance between the Eagle artillery and Su Hen's troops, allowing for minimal losses. Wanruo also knew the weaknesses of the Eagle artillery, directly establishing a defensive line in the blind spot 50 meters away, preparing to confront Su Hen's troops. Under normal circumstances, both sides' troops would spontaneously clash in battle, allowing the Eagle artillery to exert its strength. However, Su Hen's troops were taking an unconventional route, charging straight at the Eagle artillery from 3 directions, ignoring both Wanruo troops and other buildings. 3 days have passed in the divine game, and almost no one is foolish enough not to be aware of the attack patterns of barbarians. Barbarians attack the nearest target and would never intelligently target the Eagle artillery. Even the leader would find it impossible to control. Su Hen's barbarians' abnormal behavior surprised everyone. Of course, during the process of running, the barbarians were not without taking damage. Su Hen had tried to keep the barbarians spread out, but the Eagle artillery's attack range was too large, resulting in 5 or 6 barbarians dying each time. But Su Hen didn't care. How many times could you attack during the entire battle? When Su Da appeared, it triggered another rule of the Eagle artillery, prioritizing targets with higher health. Su Hen simply let Su Da stop and instructed the other barbarians to keep their distance from Su Da. Compared to other heroes, Su Da's only advantage is durability. It can take attacks continuously, requiring 7 hits to bring it down, while the Eagle artillery would take at least 20 seconds to unleash its 7 attacks. Some barbarians were held up by Wanruo troops, with many dying halfway, totaling around 300. However, the remaining 400 troops of Su Hen safely reached the blind spot of the Eagle artillery. Ignoring the other defensive buildings, they bypassed them and directly attacked the Eagle artillery. Each barbarian could inflict 12 points of damage on the Eagle artillery, but due to positioning, only a little over 30 barbarians were able to attack it. The other barbarians began to destroy buildings. Wanruo troops couldn't help but scatter to snipe Su Hen's troops, completely ignoring reinforcement. Her troops do not follow her commands, but act according to their own rules. Su Hen smiled. Ever since the barbarian army reached the blind spot of the Eagle artillery, this round was secure. Next, the most probable opponent would be the Tiandao clan, but they posed no threat. This time the strongest player would undoubtedly be her. Barbarians that could not reach the Eagle artillery destroyed other buildings. The moment the Eagle artillery was destroyed, the other buildings were almost all eliminated. Su Hen still had 300 troops at home guarding with none deployed, and all 28 defensive buildings were utterly useless, easily securing victory. One can only say that being able to freely control troops is truly powerful. Breaking free from rigid mechanics allows troops to unleash tremendous power. After the battle, Wanruo Chengxi still had over 300 troops left, but what use is that? Her clan has been completely destroyed. The victory condition is simply to destroy the opponent's clan. Game Sprite, congratulations, you have won and advanced to the finals. Wanruo Chengxi, send a message you Su Hen, then go report it. Su Hen, then you can go report it. Wanruo Chengxi immediately reported to her game spirit, this barbarian, Yan Huang, is suspicious. He does not follow the rules. He must be cheating. I want to report him. Game spirit, after detection, all data for player Yan Huang is normal. The Divine Demon game absolutely does not allow cheating methods. Please do not report casually. If you report recklessly, you will face punishment. Wanruo Chengxi was dumbfounded. Not only did her report fail, but reporting again would also lead to punishment. Wanruo Chengxi, I reported him, but it was useless. Though Su Hen felt nervous when Wanruo Chengxi said she would report, he finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing her words. He could use hacks with peace of mind from now on. Wanruo Chengxi, what method did you use? In Wanruo Chengxi's view, being able to freely control troop targets is much more important than Su Hen having a large number of defensive buildings. Su Hen's answer made Wanruo Chengxi spit blood. Su Hen, guess. Wanruo Chengxi, fine, just wait for me, don't regret it. The series of shows Wanruo Chengxi's exasperation. Su Hen didn't care. What could she do to him? Game spirit, the next battle is Tiandao tribe versus Ye tribe. As expected, Su Hen's next opponent was the Tiandao tribe. Ye drew a high-quality cannon in the opening lottery. He was also one of the 12 players who passed the nightmare-level opening trial and drew a golem card. The golem is the most resilient ground unit besides heroes. Even if it is killed, it can continue to split into several small stone golems. With the barbarian's 8 points of damage, a single barbarian would need to attack 1,000 times to defeat it. A single golem can endure a massive amount of damage. However, Ye encountered Tiandao with over 400 troops and an archer queen. The archer queen's attacks cannot be weaker than Su Hen's. Coupled with defensive buildings and troops, Tiandao killed the golem in just 20 seconds. Although during this time Tiandao also lost over 100 troops, they still had 300 left. The disparity in troop strength made this battle a foregone conclusion. The Tiandao tribe emerged victorious. Game spirit, the finals will see you face the Tiandao tribe. Although the finals had not yet begun, Su Hen was already confident of victory. Judging by Tiandao's performance, he was undoubtedly the first. Tiandao's strength consisted of an archer queen, over 400 troops, 3 low-quality cannons, and a low-quality arrow tower. Without any other trump cards, there was absolutely no chance of winning. Tiandao proactively sent a message. Yan Huang, you trained that many troops using high-level training potions, right? But where did your defensive buildings come from? The first place was about to be awarded, allowing for a legendary level lottery. With the help of the assistance system, he would definitely draw something good. Su Hen felt quite pleased and replied to Tiandao. Many people say that compared to what other players draw, what I got is too rubbish, but the previous lottery main character didn't have a system, did they? Su Hen, do you think I would tell you? Tiandao, let's make a deal. You tell me how to obtain defensive buildings and freely control troops, and I will give you 1 billion. Just give me your account, and I will transfer the money to you once you return to reality. Unlike other players who asked Su Hen, Tiandao attempted to obtain the method from him using enormous wealth. 1 billion is truly astronomical for an ordinary person. It's certainly not a small amount for anyone. But Su Hen was not swayed. Money was enough for him, and giving out an account would mean exposing his real-world identity. It was fine when he was not famous, but now that he was gaining recognition among the strongest players, anyone who entered the Divine Demon game would find it hard not to know his name. Su Hen couldn't help but be grateful that he hadn't gone to the government to report anything. Who once reported his identity would be directly exposed, likely leading to endless trouble, even death. Su Hen, 1 billion is equivalent to 10 million holy water. Do you think these methods are worth 10 million? Tiandao quickly sent a message. The price is negotiable. Money is not an issue. Just give me a number, and I will transfer the money to you after you log off. You can reveal the method to me after verifying it. Such a big talk. How dare he transfer money first with so much money? However, with his financial power, his identity in reality must be extraordinary. If he actually accepted the money and dared to default, Tiandao would definitely track him down. Su Hen, sorry, I am not interested. Tiandao, then let's make another deal. Oh, let me win this match, and I will give you 1 billion. Su Hen was already too lazy to talk to Tiandao. Even giving him 100 billion would be useless. Seeing Su Hen's silent Tian Dao surprisingly sent a message: if you agree, everyone will be happy. If you don't, I'm afraid you won't be able to enter the game tomorrow. Except for the dead, any player must be forced to enter the game. The threat in Tian Dao's words was unmistakable. Temptation and threat were applied simultaneously. Su Hen sneered, I didn't report anything. How can you find out my identity? Is this the only tactic you have? What identity does this Tian Dao have in reality to dare speak such words so arrogantly? Su Hen was indeed very curious. Su Hen, the identities we report are strictly confidential by the state. What identity do you have that allows you to Tian Dao? As long as there is money, nothing is impossible. As for my identity, I don't mind telling you. Do you know Tianlu Group? I am the chairman of Tianlu Group. The chairman of Tianlu Group is none other than Su Hen's stepfather, Ye Tianlu. Su Hen was completely shocked. Previously, Su Hen knew that Ye Tianlu had also entered the Divine Demon game, but did not know his position or name. Now the Tian Dao threatening and enticing him was actually Ye Tianlu. Tianlu. Tian Dao. It is certain that the Tian Dao in front of him is undoubtedly Ye Tianlu. Remembering how Ye Tianlu froze his bank card, causing him to fall on the streets, Su Hen felt a surge of anger. After arriving in Longjing, where is the villa you promised to arrange for me? Where is the villa? Truly seeking something that is hard to find yields results effortlessly. Ye Tianlu actually came to him. Su Hen confirmed, are you Ye Tianlu? Tian Dao, that's right. Ye Tianlu did not report to the country. With his status, he had no fears. He could browse the divine and demon form directly, using his confidant Lao Lu's account. Even if someone knew Tian Dao was Ye Tianlu, so what? He was different from Su Hen. In reality, he had enough power to protect himself. Upon receiving Ye Tianlu's affirmative response, Su Hen couldn't help but laugh wildly in his heart. Ye Tianlu, oh Ye Tianlu, you probably never expected that Yan Huang is me. If I can't deal with you in reality, can I still handle you in the game? It doesn't matter if I temporarily don't know your tribe's location. Once I know your name, we will eventually cross paths. Want to win the championship? Dream on. Su Hen, 2 billion is too little. I want 100 billion. Tian Dao, no problem. As long as I get the championship, any amount is fine. You can send me your account, and I'll transfer the money as soon as I return to reality. Su Hen, no need. They'll find a way to contact you when I return to reality. Su Hen was obviously toying with him, letting him enjoy it for a while. Ye Tianlu was indeed overjoyed. The wealth in reality was insignificant compared to the power in the divine and demon game. As long as he grasped enough power, any amount of wealth in reality was within reach. Moreover, once he had the identity of Yan Huang in reality and controlled him, even if he did pay, he could still extract it back. Game sprite, battle begins. Tian Dao, you should just surrender. Su Hen, not in a hurry, let's fight for a while. To prevent Ye Tianlu from having any tricks up his sleeve, Su Hen ordered Su Da to lead 500 barbarians to charge directly. The remaining troops and defensive buildings were to guard the base. In Ye Tianlu's view, he thought Su Hen was just going easy on him. In battle, the power of Ye Tianlu's defensive buildings was insignificant compared to such a large number of troops. Ye Tianlu's barbarians were far inferior to Su Hen's barbarians, enhanced by the barbarian ring, and their combat power was not even on the same level. Su Hen's forces were already more than Ye Tianlu's. Not long into the battle, Ye Tianlu's side began to show signs of defeat. Though the Bao Queen was powerful like Su Da, she was a single-target attacker with the same attack efficiency. Ye Tianlu realized that his barbarians were vastly inferior to Su Hen's, puzzled as to why the combat power of the same type of barbarians could differ so greatly. Tian Dao, how come your barbarians' attributes are much higher than mine? Su Hen casually fabricated, my barbarians are level 2, 1 level higher than yours. Tian Dao, how did your barbarians level up to 2? Su Hen, I can't tell you that unless you pay. Tian Dao, sure, just say how much and I'll transfer it to you after I log off. Su Hen, just casually add 10 billion, I'll explain the method after your money arrives. Before long, under Su Hen's onslaught, Ye Tianlu's 400 troops were wiped out except for one Bao Queen. But Su Hen only lost 200 barbarians, not only because he had 100 more troops, but also because his barbarians had high health and strong attacks. Su Hen wasn't in a hurry to destroy Ye Tianlu's tribe. He wanted to play slowly. If it went too quickly, it wouldn't be interesting. Su Hen ordered the barbarians to start attacking the Bao Queen. However, the Bao Queen retreated while attacking. The Bao Queen could actually kiting. Su Hen discovered that the elemental queen of the Sky City and Ye Tianlu's Bao Queen had awakened their intelligence and could perform freely in battle, unlike Su Da. What caused them to act so freely? Was it due to their equipment? Su Hen, why can your heroes fight so free? Tian Dao, because of the crown. The crown's function allows heroes to fight freely. Ye Tianlu, in showing sincerity, did not hide this. So that's how it is, but Su Hen didn't need it. He could just use hacks. The Bao Queen's movement speed was faster than Su Da barbarians and archers, and Su Da and the others couldn't reach her, only able to be mercilessly kite. The Bao Queen's attack range was about 30 meters, and Su Hen's archers couldn't reach that range. Though Su Hen's forces were numerous, they could only watch helplessly as the barbarians were ruthlessly slaughtered by the Bao Queen. Compared to other heroes, Suda was still too weak, being useful only for his high health. Su Hen wasn't anxious. He simply ordered the barbarians to stop. Let them kill if they could go ahead, and see how many they could kill. Even if they really wiped them out, he still had 500 troops waiting. Su Hen had no way to deal with the Bao Queen, whose defensive buildings could severely restrain her. In terms of range, the high-quality cannon far surpassed the Bao Queen. Once locked on, unless the Bao Queen unlocked her skills, she would definitely be hit. Su Hen leisurely watched the show as the Bao Queen shot out countless arrows one by one, not knowing how much stamina she had consumed. When Su Hen's barbarians were down to 50, the Bao Queen was already exhausted and could no longer shoot arrows. Tian Dao, can I surrender now? Su Hen, don't rush, wait a bit longer. Tian Dao, how long is that? Su Hen, soon. Suda with the resting barbarians began to head towards the Bao Queen, whose speed had diminished due to massive stamina consumption and was no longer as fast as Suda. Before long, Suda blocked the Bao Queen. The Bao Queen barely shot out one arrow. Su Hen directly ordered Suda to duel the Bao Queen. In close combat, the Bao Queen was no match for Suda, especially since she had lost stamina. What surprised Su Hen greatly was that after defeating the Bao Queen, Suda actually leveled up. Indeed, it was a level up with health increasing by 100 points and attack rising by 5 points. Previously in the battle against Ye Tianlu city, the four-winged angel had self-destructed, not killed by Suda, so Suda had no changes. It turns out that the way heroes level up is by killing other heroes. Can dark heavy oil be used? Or in the divine and demon game, is it only by killing heroes that they can level up? However, this method of leveling up is really difficult. Low-level tribes rarely have heroes, and finding a tribe with a hero is truly hard. Even if one is really found, it may not be a tribe that Su Hen can deal with. Ye Tianlu had no idea how many messages he sent to Su Hen urging him to surrender, but Su Hen's answer was always soon. The base was about to be destroyed, and Ye Tianlu was furious. Didn't we say you would surrender? Su Hen, don't. Despite Ye Tianlu's continuous urging, Su Hen didn't stop until the tribe was completely destroyed. Only then did Ye Tianlu realize that this Yin Huang was playing him. Tian Dao, you dare to play me? Su Hen, sorry, I just believe that the championship in the game is more important than wealth. Don't worry, I will definitely tell you how to obtain defensive buildings and control troops. Trust me. Ye Tianlu suppressed his anger, deciding to return to reality and settle accounts with this Yin Huang. Game Sprite, congratulations, you have won the championship of the first strongest player. You have received 2,000 gems, 5 million gold coins, and holy water, along with a chance for a legendary draw with the possibility of obtaining legendary equipment. Would you like to start the legendary draw? Su Hen's heart was racing. What could he draw with the help of the supports? Su Hen confirmed. The legendary draw wheel was dazzling, with 7 colors resembling a rainbow. The rainbow will spun rapidly. Su Hen's heart raced along with the wheel. As the rainbow wheel's speed began to slow down, Su Hen's heart beat. The names of the final few prizes became clear to Su Hen. 10,000 gems. A rainbow-colored gift package, divine and demon blessing. Hell Tower Premium, directly on, no construction needed. Hero Destruction Dragon gift package. What kind of race is the Destruction Dragon hero? Dragon baby. Is it a dragon or a thunder dragon? What about the big gift package? As the pointer of the wheel was about to land on the Destruction Dragon gift package, Su Hen's heart was about to leap out. But the Destruction Dragon gift package on the wheel suddenly vanished, and a plain black iron crown appeared. This crown was very simple and looked quite ordinary. Name the crown of you. The name was shockingly simple. Su Hen was about to curse. It was obvious the pointer had already stopped at the Destruction Dragon gift package, yet this piece of junk suddenly appeared. Game Sprite, can't you play fair? If you can't, just say so. You see me drawing good things, and you pull a stunt. Game Sprite, sorry, this draw included an item not in the draw range. Please redraw. After saying that, without caring whether Su Hen agreed or not, they directly began to redraw. Su Hen felt deeply frustrated. Having just drawn a valuable item, he was now forced to redraw. He longed to shout, no need to redraw. Just give me the Doom Dragon Grant Pack. Yet the rainbow spin wheel began turning again, utterly beyond his control. The wheel gradually slowed. The final prizes revealed were Giant's Ring, Tier 7, Hero's Crest, Queen of Witches. The Tome of Omnipotence, 5000 gems. The pointer crept steadily toward the 5000 gems, and at that speed it could not possibly veer onto the next prize. Though 5000 gems were no small reward, they paled in comparison to the Doom Dragon Grant Pack. With Su Hen's luck, amassing 5000 gems would not be particularly difficult, but the Doom Dragon Grant Pack was another matter entirely. Missed this chance, and he had no idea whether he'd ever draw it again. Damn the game spirit, it was clearly rigging the draw. Su Hen could only console himself. Well, 5000 gems aren't bad after all. Then unexpectedly the prize beneath the pointer shifted. 5000 gems vanished, replaced in an instant by a pitch-black crown. Use crown. Game spirit, have you no shame? You won't even part with 5000 gems, yet you hand me this. This time Su Hen watched closely. The pointer had locked firmly on 500 gems. Yet the prize itself changed without warning. What else could this be but rigging? Do you take me for blind? The game spirit replied, apologies. The draw has yielded an item outside the valid prize pool. Please redraw. The wheel spun once more. Su Hen sensed something deeply amiss. Once might be coincidence, but twice drawing the same item defied all probability. He had studied legendary tier draws thoroughly. None of the prizes were worthless. Each held value, though their rarity varied widely. Yu's crown was unlikely to be junk. If it were, the game spirit would simply have awarded it outright. Instead, it triggered a redraw. What did that imply? It implied the game spirit refused to grant it. What then was Yu's crown? So extraordinary that even the Sky Eagle fire cannon was deemed less worthy than this one item. Why then had he drawn it twice? Su Hen sensed profound significance. And when the third draw landed, again, on Yu's crown, his suspicion hardened into certainty. The game spirit spoke, apologies. An anomaly occurred during the draw. Should you forfeit this attempt, compensation will include 100 gems, 3 divine demon blessings, 3 of every magical artifact, 1 hero grand pack of any race, 5 million gold coins, and 5 million vials of holy water in the real world. Had Su Hen been eating or drinking at that moment, he would have choked and spat it all out. Had the game spirit lost its mind, or gone utterly deranged? Setting aside everything else, even the 1000 gems alone made his mouth water. Faced with such irresistible enticements, how could he remain unmoved? He was moved, profoundly so. Accepting the compensation would render him invincible among peers. Who then could possibly stand against him? His current tier was too conservative. Even a 2 or 3 tier leap forward seemed plausible given time to integrate these advantages. What then was Yu's crown? So extraordinary that the game spirit would pay such a staggering price to withhold it. A fierce inner struggle flared in Su Hen's eyes. Surrender, or persist. Yet what was this divine? He asked the game spirit directly. The game spirit responded instantly. Each divine demon blessing contains 1 million gold coins, 1 million vials of holy water, 1 freely chosen defensive structure, 1 of every magical artifact, 1 hero's crest of choice, and 1 tier 7 troop ring of choice. Su Hen wiped sweat from his brow. Damn, this divine demon blessing is absurdly powerful. I wonder if anyone's ever drawn it. The game spirit had placed before him a choice that tore at his resolve. Such abnormal generosity proved beyond doubt that Yu's crown was no ordinary artifact. Su Hen closed his eyes, pondered, and then snapped them open. Yu's crown must possess unparalleled value. Under normal circumstances, it is simply unobtainable. The game spirit itself confirmed it lies outside the draw pool. All other rewards could be acquired through alternate means, but Yu's crown? Absolutely not. Its attributes remained unknown. Rejecting the compensation was for Su Hen a monumental gamble. Yet he chose to risk it. Even without those extras, his auxiliary system already rendered him peerless among equals. These were mere luxuries. His curiosity about Yu's crown's attributes burned too fiercely to ignore. He resolved to stake everything. I refuse compensation. I claim only what the draw granted me. The game spirit fell into rare silence. Then after a long pause, Yu's crown cannot be sealed. Should you choose it, defeating peer-tier settlements will yield no rewards, only resources. Choose wisely. The game spirit's hesitation only deepened Su Hen's conviction. Finally, it declared, you have obtained Yu's. The game spirit truly regretted it. Normally, it always offered congratulations upon acquisition. This time it omitted the greeting entirely. Su Hen, impatient, immediately inspected the crown's attributes. Yu's crown rankless. Effect: I daily troop training capacity increases by 500, training camp spell factory hero recovery, and siege workshop speeds double. Effect 2, all troop tiers increase by 1, all heroes gain 5 levels. Effect 3, all resource production facilities operate 50 faster, resource caps no longer apply. Effect 4, full command over troops and defensive structures. Privilege: I summon merchants at will. Privilege 2, in the real world, holy water consumption limits are lifted tenfold, gold coin costs halved. Privilege 3, once per day, identify any player's real-world identity, or locate a real-world target's in-game name. Privilege 4, transport any target into the Divine Demon game, setting their arrival location freely. Innate skill: I, Soul Devour. Upon slaying any target, absorb its death energy to upgrade any. Upon slaying a hero, collect its soul. Spend gems to resurrect it as your own hero. Only 1 soul may be held at a time. Resurrection cooldown 7 days. Innate skill 2. Divine Authority: temporarily immobilize a target, rendering it unable to move or attack. Duration scales with the target's strength, from 5 seconds to permanent. Cooldown 1 hour. Yu's crown is one component of Yu's set. Assembling the full set unlocks synergistic attributes. This item may be carried into the real world and concealed. Real-world effects remain undefined, focused exclusively on resolving the protagonist's real-world safety concerns. The protagonist seems too weak when they don't draw good items, yet if they draw something powerful they are deemed too overpowered. It's a bit difficult for me. The protagonist's opponent, I never imagined it would be a player, especially someone who is easy to guess. The accompanying skills all have cooldown limitations. You can check the last part of the previous chapter. This attribute is already a result of my adjustments. Health 1000, mana 1000, agility 50. Manifestation: you can spend divine magic stones to bring units or heroes from the game into reality. Shield: you can create an absolutely invincible shield, which will consume 1 divine magic stone for every second it exists. Passive: divine might targets that harbor hostility towards you will have their attributes reduced by 80% when facing you. The other parts of the set are Yes Staff, Yes Mask, Yes Ring, and Yes Armor. Currently obtained Yes Crown. Su Hen looked at the seemingly ordinary Yes Crown, astonished by its extraordinary attributes far beyond his imagination. A series of functions and privileges left Su Hen in shock. Su Hen had never seen legendary level equipment before and was unsure about its attributes, but it surely couldn't compare to Yes Crown. Who exactly is you here? Why has he drawn it multiple times in the lottery? The pointer on the wheel clearly stopped at another prize, but suddenly switched to this one. It feels as if something in the void has specifically designated this for him. Game Sprite: the strongest player has concluded and all rewards have been distributed. You will return to the game now. Su Hen returned to his tribe. Compared to before entering the competition, he now wore an iron crown on his head. After carefully examining the attributes of this crown, Su Hen was still immersed in shock. This crown can reveal the real identity of players in reality, and Su Hen immediately wanted to try it out. The true identity of the Tiandao tribe is Ye Tianlu, and Su Hen already knows it's unnecessary to waste time on him. Who is Wanru Chensi? Wanru Chensi mentioned to wait, and he would soon understand what Su Hen's method of obtaining defensive buildings means. Su Hen was puzzled and decided to use his daily opportunity on Wanru Chensi first. Game Sprite: please enter the opponent's game name. Wanru Chensi. Game Sprite: sorry, the opponent's starting lottery obtained a divine magic blessing. Your permissions are insufficient. You can reveal the information by gathering Yes Set, and you may use the query function again. Su Hen was speechless. The first use of Yes Crown led to such a situation. It turns out it's not omnipotent and can be blocked by other entities. However, Wanru Chensi's starting lottery was actually a divine magic blessing. So that's how she acquired her Heavenly Eagle Cannon. The hero's token and unit ring she chose must be for later units, which cannot be used in the early stages. Su Hen cursed inwardly. Her luck was indeed extraordinary. He could just ask his aunt about her game name in reality, so there was no need to waste a query opportunity. With Yes Crown, even if his identity was exposed in reality, Su Hen was not afraid. Since Wanru Chensi couldn't be queried, who should he check next? Sky City and Misty Rain City are both players from the Xinzhou Empire, and Su Hen was curious about these two. Among them, Sky City was slightly more powerful, while Misty Rain City could wait until tomorrow to check. First, let's see who Sky City is. Su Hen entered the ID of Sky City. After entering, information about Sky City immediately appeared in Su Hen's mind, complete with text and her image. Sky City, Nangong Yubing. Age 18. Real-world location, Longjing. The true identity of Sky City in reality was actually the girl Su Hen met yesterday at the hamburger shop. Not only did the name match, but the image also corresponded. When Su Hen encountered Nangong Yubing, he guessed she was also a divine magic player from her gloves and expression. Not only did he guess right, but she was also among the top 8 strongest players this time. If luck permits, she might replace the 4th place Dark Knight. It is said that Ye Tianlu's real son Ye Wenhao fell into a vegetative state because he was pursuing her. Will Ye Tianlu collect holy water in reality to save Ye Wenhao? Su Hen shook his head and chuckled. It was rather interesting. He had just obtained 2,000 magic stones. Should he buy a few workers first? Considering that Yes Crown could resurrect others' heroes and turn them into his own, he needed to reserve some magic stones for such situations. Su Hen spent 1,500 magic stones to directly purchase 6 building workers, adding to the previous 3, totaling 9 workers. The names ranged from Su E to Su Jiao. He wondered if there were any building workers whose names could be Su Jiao Jiao. After purchasing all the workers, he immediately had them upgrade all cannons to level 3 and after that build the walls. With the walls, the defense capability of the tribe would greatly improve. At the same time, the 500 training slots that came with Yes Crown allowed Su Hen to continue mass training troops. Originally, barbarians took 10 minutes each. Now, it was reduced to 5 minutes. In 1 hour, that would be 12, and with full training for 24 hours, it would be 388 troops. Without training potions, Su Hen couldn't possibly use them all. Su Hen was speechless. There was nothing he could do but waste them like this. If other players found out, they would surely bleed from their mouths like Ye Tianlu or Wanru Chensi. Both Ye Tianlu and Wanru Chensi obtained holy water in the lottery, and they did not lack training troops holy water, but they lacked training slots. What should he do next? Having obtained Yes Crown, the benefits are abundant, but the game sprite cannot seal it and limits Su Hen from gaining divine magic stones and lottery opportunities until level 7. I forgot to mention in the previous chapter that rewards cannot be obtained from the same level before reaching level 7. Will the rewards for surpassing levels change? Game Sprite: the rewards for level surpassing challenges will not change. Su Hen breathed a sigh of relief. That was good, he wasn't completely restricted. Since that's the case, Su Hen felt it unnecessary to take action against the second-level tribe as the benefits from them were too minimal. Su Hen is not a killer, he won't engage in actions that harm others without benefiting himself. I want to add an auction house feature where resources can be spent to purchase blueprints and equipment for use by all tribes. I wonder what everyone thinks of that. Additionally, instances will be added. Can you guess what kind of instances they will be? They won't be like the single-player mode in Clash of Clans. It will be very interesting. While Su Hen was contemplating what to do next, perhaps it was time to destroy the Typhone tribe. Did they think I wouldn't dare to act just because they had the backing of a 4th-level tribe? With a cold smile, Su Hen thought to demand my tribute right after entering the game. It's time to settle this grudge. No one can protect you, mark my words. If I can't gain benefits from the same tribe, then I'll start with you. Wait a minute, didn't the game sprite say that there would be updates after the strongest player? The game sprite said after half of today's game time has passed, other functions will begin. That means there are still about... The Typhone tribe is a 3rd-level tribe. Although they don't have a castle, yet it's uncertain if there are other ways to gain reinforcements. If the Qiushan tribe sends reinforcements for their balloon soldiers, the barbarians won't be able to attack the balloons, only to be slaughtered by them, making the numbers of the barbarians irrelevant. With this thought, Su Hen decided to take all the arrow towers with him. With his current number of builders, it would only waste an hour of time, and as for the gold consumed, Su Hen didn't care at all. The barbarians initially, at level 1, became level 2 under Use Crown enhancement. Level 2 barbarian health, 54, damage 11. With the addition of the barbarians ring, their health increased to 81 and damage rose to 16. 5. Suda's attributes at this time became health 2100, attack 157. 5. Unfortunately, Suda had not unlocked any skills, and he had no idea what conditions were needed for unlocking. Level 2 archer health 23, damage 9, range 21 meters, accuracy unchanged. Typhone was already no match for Su Hen, and now it was even less so. The army of barbarians set off in full force. Players from passing tribes looked on with trepidation, astonished that the strongest player's champion, the Yin Huang tribe, was right beside them. After a 20-minute walk, Su Hen arrived at the entrance of the Typhone tribe. The scene before him left Su Hen somewhat dumbfounded. The Typhone tribe was bustling with barbarians constantly coming and going. Were they moving? Indeed, the Typhone tribe was in the process of relocation. Even with a backing, Typhone felt it was still not safe. They showed no sign of fear against the Yin Huang tribe. He knew he was no match for them. What if the Yin Huang tribe was determined to destroy him? Even if the Yin Huang tribe was later wiped out by the Qiushan tribe after upgrading to level 3, what did that matter? By then he would have already perished. If I can't defeat you, can I not hide? Typhone decided to look for another place to relocate the tribe to. However, Typhone did not expect that after threatening Yin Huang with the people of Qiushan tribe, Yin Huang would soon come with troops. Passing by. That's impossible. Typhone cursed inwardly, realizing he could not avoid this calamity, and braved himself to approach Su Hen. According to the rules, the leader was not afraid of being attacked. Only by destroying the tribe could one kill a leader, so Typhone was not worried about Su Hen attacking him. Seeing Typhone approach, Su Hen mockingly said, "What's this? Is your tribe planning to relocate?" As Su Hen pressed forward, Typhone's tone unusually softened. "Yes, with a tribe like yours around, I can no longer stand my ground here. Yeah, I must relocate." Su Hen then inquired of the game sprite, "Can a relocating tribe be attacked?" The game sprite replied, "Yes, but you must give them 5 minutes to reorganize. If I can attack, then I can relax." If Typhone escapes, how frustrating would that be? Su Hen smirked, "You plan to relocate without my consent. You still accepted my tribute. If you run away, won't I have to pay again? There's no such easy deal." Typhone waved his hands repeatedly. "As long as I relocate from this area, the tribute agreement will automatically cancel. If you don't believe me, ask the game sprite." The game sprite confirmed if the benefiting tribe relocates, the tribute agreement automatically cancels. The side that paid tribute cannot cancel the agreement if the relocating tribe doesn't. For Su Hen, attacking Typhone was not merely about a small amount of resources. What he valued were the lottery and the divine demon stones. Yet seeing Typhone groveling before him, Su Hen couldn't help but feel a wave of satisfaction. Initially, he was terrified when he heard that a 3rd-level tribe could attack him. If it weren't for the fact that Typhone and Qiutian attacked him without any gain, and he had used resources to placate them, he would have been destroyed back then. Now the roles had reversed, and it was Typhone who was shaken. Su Hen sneered, "After bullying me several times, you think you can just relocate and let things slide? You're dreaming." Typhone was speechless, filled with anger, but dared not show it. Typhone lowered his head and squeezed out a sentence, "I am willing to pay you 2 gold coins and holy water daily for 10 days as compensation, while relocating from here never to let you see me again. For a third-level tribe to offer tribute to a second-level tribe was indeed a great humiliation. Tai Feng had mustered great courage to say this. The situation forced him to bow his head. Offering tribute was better than losing his life. Tai Feng was originally going to pay tribute to the Qiushan tribe. After relocating, he would not receive the tribute due to him. Now he had to pay tribute to Su Hen. If Su Hen truly agreed, it would greatly weaken Tai Feng, causing a long-term halt in their development, making them weaker compared to other third-level tribes. Seeing Tai Feng's subservient manner, Su Hen felt satisfied and relieved. However, this did not diminish Su Hen's intention to attack Tai Feng. Su Hen began to issue a war declaration for a siege against Tai Feng. Tai Feng's expression changed drastically. Having already lowered himself so much and paid a hefty price, Yin Huang still refused to let him go. Tai Feng's face flushed as he exclaimed, "Yin Huang, don't be too much." Su Hen scoffed, "I am indeed bullying you. Hurry and set up your formation lest you die in a most humiliating manner." Tai Feng pointed at Su Hen enraged, but unable to speak. Nevertheless, he hurried back to set up the formation. 5 minutes later, Tai Feng looked on in despair at the approaching Su Hen. With the troop strength more than twice as many, and with so many arrow towers, it was impossible to defend against Yin Huang. The opposing side was one level lower than him, and their lost troops could all be revived, plus they could draw rewards and divine demon stones. If it were himself in Yin Huang's position, he wouldn't let himself off either. One could only say Yin Huang was too unconventional. He was a third-level tribe, yet his development speed was even slower than that of a second-level tribe. And it was simply incomparable. How could such a monster exist? What kind of extraordinary adventure had he experienced to develop at this speed? Tai Feng's face turned ashen. "I'm sorry it's late. I will definitely post the next chapter before 12 p.m. I can't afford to break my streak." The Tieshing tribe has 70 or 80 wooden walls. These rudimentary walls are of little use, only slightly hindering Su Hen's attacks. Before the barbarians of Su Hen could approach the walls, the shells from the Tieshing mortars had already fallen. The low-level mortars can only injure the barbarians, not kill them, and their attack range is limited. The injured barbarians are negligible compared to Su Hen's forces. Soon the barbarians circumvented the walls, intent on destroying the buildings. Defending the tribe, the Tieshing barbarians, undeterred by the overwhelming numbers, charged forward with shouts. At the forefront were giants and barbarians, followed by archers who fought valiantly for the time needed to defend their structures. Though Tieshing may be despised, each type of soldier is commendable. When danger strikes, not a single one runs away. One cannot solely blame Tieshing in this game, who doesn't seek to strengthen their own power. The weak will be exploited and the lagging will be beaten. It can only be said that the strong hold respect. Although Tixing's forces resist, their spirit is admirable, yet it does not affect their strength. Su Hen's arrow tower continues to attack. Despite being in Tixing's stronghold, the disparity in troop attributes and numbers soon puts Tieshing at a disadvantage. Su Da's sword plunged into a giant's body, splattering a copious amount of blood. With Su Da's attack power, it is impossible to take down a giant in one strike. If one strike is not enough, then another will follow. 2 strikes for one giant. Meanwhile, the attacks from Tixing's forces on Su De do not faze him in the slightest. Su Hen nodded in satisfaction. Although Su De cannot compare to Nangong Yu being the elemental queen, he is still quite formidable. In such a battle, Su Hen does not worry about Su De being in danger. Tixing's forces are falling one by one. Soon they will be completely eradicated. Su Hen feels no sorrow for the losses, for all will be revived after the battle. There is nothing to worry about. With all of Tixing's barbarians and giants slain, the unprotected archers are exposed. Just as Su Hen is about to strike them down, an unknown creature's cry echoes nearby. The sound startled Su Hen. What is making that noise? Following the sound with his gaze, he suddenly widened his eyes. In the sky, dozens of dark red flying creatures are soaring. Recognizing their appearance, Su Hen identified them as flying dragons. Not only flying dragons, but also many black balloon soldiers. Once balloon soldiers reach a high level, their color changes, and they must be at least level 6 to turn black. Seated atop the flying dragons and balloon soldiers are numerous mages, even Pikachu. Su Hen gazed at these high-level troops with trepidation, wondering why so many high-level units have suddenly appeared and what their intentions are. The only reassurance is that they surely belong to a high-level tribe. He does not know what level it is, but they certainly cannot attack him. A mage clad in a dark red robe lowered the flying dragon's altitude and coldly declared, "Near Su Hen, the Dragon Blood tribe is expanding its territory. All you low-level tribes get out of this area immediately." The mage's words are extremely impolite, a blatant insult to Su Hen and Tieshing. The flying dragon beneath the mage also roared in agreement. So the previous roar was emitted by the flying dragon. The Dragon Blood tribe is expanding its territory. What about those of us living in this area? Can we refuse to leave? Aren't high-level tribes not allowed to attack low-level tribes? Su Hen asks the game spirit. The game spirit responds the Dragon Blood tribe has just leveled up to a level 10 tribe and urgently needs to expand its territory. Your tribe is within the expansion area. Please relocate immediately or you will be destroyed by the Dragon Blood tribe. According to the rules, high-level tribes cannot attack you, but if you refuse, the Dragon Blood tribe will have the right to attack you. The game's spirit adds more, and Su Hen understands her meaning. The Dragon Blood tribe wants to develop, but Su Hen and the other nearby tribes are in their way. What should be done? Should Dragon Blood stop its expansion? How is that possible? According to the rules, the Dragon Blood tribe indeed cannot attack Su Hen, but expanding its area is within the rules. When two rules conflict, the strong must prevail, and one side must compromise. Unfortunately, Su Hen is currently the weaker side and must yield. If he does not leave, he must endure the attacks from the Dragon Blood tribe. Su Hen is strong, but he cannot possibly contend with a level 10 tribe. The Dragon Blood tribe should be nearby, and this expansion has reached here. Though the mage speaks extremely rudely, Su Hen still forces a smile. Sir, could you wait until I destroy the tribe in front of me before I leave? I only need a minute. The mage, however, becomes furious. You despicable low-level lord, did you not hear me clearly? Get out of here immediately. I will count to 3, and if you do not leave, do not blame me. As he speaks, the mage begins counting. The game spirit warns, please leave immediately, or you will face the attack of the level 10 Dragon Blood tribe. Despicable low-level lord. Neither Tieshing nor Qiu Tian has ever spoken like that. Su Hen's heart burns with anger, but he maintains a blank expression. He must endure, and they will pay for this. Being insulted, Su Hen cannot act out. Doing so would mean death. He calmly states, if I must go, then I shall go. Su Hen immediately begins to withdraw his forces. It is a pity that if only Su Hen had one more minute, no, just half a minute, he could have destroyed the Tieshing tribe. Yet at this critical moment, he encounters the expansion of the Dragon Blood tribe. How could it be so coincidental? Su Hen suspects that the game spirit is doing this on purpose, deliberately messing with him. Su Hen's barbarians are already retreating at full speed, while the flying dragons and mages continue to urge them on. All tribes along the way, whether players or natives, can only passively accept the fate of relocation. No one dares to resist without fear of death. Upon returning to his tribe, Su Hen does not dare let his troops rest, and hurriedly begins relocating the tribe. All the barbarians are carrying buildings while the main base is not needed, and simply disappears, reappearing once a new location is chosen. Su Hen expressionlessly glances at the flying dragons behind him, which continue to drive other tribes away. He wonders how large a territory the Dragon Blood tribe intends to expand. It seems never-ending, having already expanded over 100 miles. The Tieshing tribe has relocated in another direction, with the forces of the Dragon Blood tribe driving them forward. To turn back and seek Tieshing would be tantamount to seeking death. Su Hen ponders a question. What about the nearly 200 barbarians he lost earlier? Can they be revived? The game spirit replies, sorry, you have encountered a rare special event and cannot be revived. Not only did he fail to destroy the Tieshing tribe and gain rewards, but he also lost 160 barbarians, resulting in no gains at all. Is it just bad luck? Su Hen seriously suspects that the game spirit is deliberately targeting him. Damn it, if you have the ability, come at me. Many were displeased with the previous chapter, and I never expected to be affected. This migration of the tribe is not a targeted attack by the game sprites. It is a deliberate move I made as the author aimed at encounters. I am speechless that some still question the existence of level 10 tribes. This book is meant to be a gratifying read, but surely there can't be a single capable fighter. Players are no match, so we must turn to the natives. Fine, from now on let it be a smooth journey. The only gain from attacking the Iron Wind tribe might be that use Crown absorbed 332 units of death energy, seemingly based on military strength. That is to say, 1 unit of military strength corresponds to 1 unit of death energy. Su Hen tried it out. Upgrading the level 1 barbarian ring requires 1,000 points of death energy. The purchase price for the level 1 barbarian ring at the merchant is 240 gems, while the price for level 2 should be doubled. If I sell it myself, it's equivalent to having killed 1,000 units of military strength and gained an additional 240 gems. Su Hen's eyes sparkled. This is a pathway to sudden wealth and a stable way to acquire gems. He need not worry about finding merchants, as he can summon them at any time using Use Crown. Once the tribe migrates, he will summon a merchant to see. Damn it, Dragon Blood tribe, wait for me. Once I have the strength, I will annihilate you. The most infuriating thing about entering the game for Su Hen was the disdain shown by the Dragon Blood tribe. Su Hen's migration direction is toward the Qiu Tian tribe. In the face of expulsion from the Dragon Blood tribe, Qiu Tian can only reluctantly migrate, even during the shield period. Expanding toward the Qiu Tian tribe, the Dragon Blood tribe has finally ceased its expansion. Su Hen wondered how vast a level 10 tribe truly is. Perhaps it matches the area of a city in reality. The tribe in the opening video seemed boundless. The Iron Wind tribe has fled, allowing it to temporarily spare a life, but the Qiu Tian tribe cannot be let off. At least one must be destroyed to alleviate Su Hen's pent-up frustration. From a distance, Su Hen spotted the Tian tribe and followed behind. The mass migration of tribes did not draw the attention of Tian. However, soon Su Hen's focus shifted away from Tian. The expansion of the Dragon Blood tribe expelled not only tribes, but also many beasts. Large groups of beasts were also fleeing from the Dragon Blood tribe. The direction of expansion was not singular, but spread in all directions. The mountains not far away also fell within the expansion range of the Dragon Blood tribe. Yet it seemed the Dragon Blood tribe had encountered a tough opponent. Deep in the mountains, a gigantic bear-like creature stood upright, battling the flying dragons of the Dragon Blood tribe. Without the expulsion from the Dragon Blood tribe, Su Hen could watch safely from his position. However, the distance was too great, and he could not see clearly. The giant bear was surrounded by the Dragon Blood tribe, but showed no fear. Its furious roar could be distinctly heard by Su Hen even from afar. Auxiliary system detected nearby combat. Would you like to activate the observation feature? Su Hen immediately confirmed such a battle was truly unprecedented. The scene before Su Hen changed, allowing him to observe from a godlike perspective. He could finally see the bear's appearance clearly. This bear was enormous, measuring around 30 to 40 meters long, its body entirely golden, with a tuft of purple glowing hair on its forehead. Its dozens of meters in height allowed it to easily strike at the flying dragons above. This giant bear was terrifying. With a single slap, it sent the mage riding the dragon deep into the ground. Surprisingly, the Dragon Blood tribe did not dare to strike back immediately. A mage on a flying dragon stood up and bowed, saying, "Apologies, Master Earth Bear. We of the Dragon Blood tribe have expanded and inadvertently offended you. We have already paid the price for angering your dragon, and we shall withdraw now." The Earth Bear roared, "You have disturbed my beautiful dreams, which is unforgivable. Endure my wrath." The mage's expression changed. "We have already made concessions, not out of fear, but to avoid great losses. If you insist on battle, we of the Dragon Blood tribe are not afraid of a fight. Our leader is already on the way with heroes. I hope you do not miscalculate." The mage's threat further enraged the Earth Bear. "You dare to threaten a full-grown Earth Bear? Very well, you have successfully provoked my anger." Su Hen was secretly astonished. This giant bear was extraordinarily bold, not even regarding dozens of flying dragons, numerous mages, and dark balloons. The mage was surprised and shouted, "Everyone retreat. We will deal with it once the leader arrives." The mage intended to withdraw, but the Earth Bear was unwilling. The Earth Bear extended its arms, seemingly clumsy, but incredibly swift, seizing a flying dragon, instantly crushing the mage atop it, then hurled the flying dragon over 100 meters away, causing havoc among the surrounding dragons and balloon soldiers. Su Hen gasped, "What manner of creature is this? A flying dragon is like a fly in its grasp, easily." The other dragons and balloon soldiers seized the opportunity to distance themselves from the Earth Bear, but did not leave, as if waiting for the arrival of the Dragon Blood leader. The Earth Bear stood coldly in place, unafraid, awaiting the arrival of the Dragon Blood tribe's army. Su Hen could hardly tear his eyes away. Such a grand battle was truly spectacular, with the casualties all being forces of the Dragon Blood tribe, which delighted Su Hen greatly. Good riddance. He did not have to wait long before the leader of the Dragon Blood tribe led a large force to arrive. The sky was filled with dark flying creatures, flying dragons, dragon babies, balloon soldiers, angels, and little demons galore. On the ground were also a multitude of giants, barbarians, archers, and mages. What caught Su Hen's attention most was a giant of astonishing height. Su Hen recognized this as the Titan King he had long yearned for. At this moment there appeared to be 4 barbarian kings, 2 archer queens, and 1 elemental queen. 30 to 40,000 troops, along with numerous heroes and defensive structures, left Su Hen dumbfounded. The strength of this level 10 tribe was truly terrifying. The leader of the Dragon Blood tribe rode a flying dragon to confront the Earth Bear, saying lightly, "Since you do not wish to leave, then stay." The Earth Bear laughed disdainfully, "With just your newly leveled 10 tribe, you think you can keep me here?" The Dragon Blood leader smiled, faintly, "Killing you may yield unexpected rewards. It do not disappoint me." The Earth Bear was furious. Su Hen thought, no matter how powerful this Earth Bear is, it cannot possibly stand against tens of thousands of troops. What exactly is its reliance? Su Hen could see the disdain on the bare face of the Earth Bear. "Who gave you the courage to say such things? I would believe it if it came from a 13th level tribe, but from you." The heart of the Dragon Blood leader sank. He knew there was an Earth Bear nearby, but not its exact location, and was surprised that his subordinates had inadvertently disturbed it. Having just leveled up to 10, the Dragon Blood leader felt a surge of confidence, especially with a newly constructed defensive building that was a killer for high-health creatures, making him ready to face the Earth Bear. Killing the Earth Bear before him would surely yield great rewards, solidifying the Dragon Blood leader's resolve to challenge it. The Dragon Blood tribe's dragons had all arrived, over 100 of them, all of considerable level and dark red in color. A large number of mages sat atop the dragons alongside hundreds of black balloons and over 1,000 little demons. All the troops began to rush towards the Earth Bear. With such an array of attacks, no one could withstand it. Under Su Hen's astonished gaze, a thick, earthy yellow shield enveloped the body of the Earth Bear. The Earth Shield of the Elemental Queen from the Sky City was nothing compared to the Earth Bears, who one was in the sky, the other on the ground. The attacks from the approaching dragons and mages were completely blocked by this Earth Shield. The strikes hit the shield like raindrops falling into the sea without any response. The Earth Bear chuckled coldly, extending its hands to grasp a dragon, and each squeezing tightly until the dragons were crushed in its palms. The dragon corpses were not wasted. The Earth Bear used them as weapons, hurling them away. At this moment, the aerial forces of the Dragon Blood tribe and the Titan King also arrived. The Titan King charged directly at the Earth Bear, determined to contain it and prevent it from attacking other troops. It must be said that the Titan King's health was indeed high. Even after being hit hard by the Earth Bear, he quickly got back up. After all, a dragon would only be dealt with in a single swipe. Every time the Titan King was pushed back, over 20 angels behind him rushed to heal him. The two archers queens and an elemental queen remained steadily behind, delivering consistent damage. It was likely that the barbarian king would be killed with just 2 hits from the Earth Bear, so the Dragon Blood leader was reluctant to let them engage. Su Hen observed if the Earth Bear had only this level of strength, it would eventually be worn down. A multitude of little demons surrounded the Earth Bear, spewing acidic liquid. Each little demon was only a few centimeters long, and with thousands of them, they surrounded the Earth Bear tightly, incessantly corroding its earth shield with countless streams of acid. Each of the Earth Bear's swipes could crush dozens of little demons, but it was of no use. By the time it finished off the little demons, it would likely be dead itself. Contrary to Su Hen's expectations, the Earth Bear did not fall into despair. Instead, it chuckled coldly as a mass of magical power gathered around it. With a sudden roar to the heavens, the Earth Bear declared gravity technique Skyban. An invisible pressure unseen by Su Hen erupted, overwhelming not only the little demons and balloon soldiers, but even the dragons, who could not withstand the immense gravitational force and fell from the sky. All flying troops around the Earth Bear plummeted to the ground, flailing helplessly, but unable to rise firm. However, this gravity technique appeared to have a range limit, as the flying troops beyond 10 meters from the Earth Bear were unaffected. The Archer Queen, Elemental Queen, and angels were not influenced. The gravity technique merely incapacitated the flying troops, not killing them. Earth Spike. As soon as the Earth Bear finished speaking, the ground around it erupted with numerous rock spikes, sharp protrusions directly piercing through the flailing dragons, little demons, and balloon soldiers. Countless bloodstains splattered as all the little demons and balloon soldiers were instantly slain by the earth spikes. The dragons, with their formidable vitality, did not die, but the Earth Bear's frenzied running crushed those that were barely alive. In a series of combo attacks, it directly killed 50 to 60 dragons, over 200 balloon soldiers, and all the little demons. Su Hen was astonished. How could such a monstrous creature exist? If it weren't for the angels constantly healing, the Titan King might have already perished. The Dragon Blood leader's face darkened. The ground troops finally arrived, and the defensive constructions they carried also reached the battlefield. 40 to 50 cannons and arrow towers were already set up, along with 2 defensive buildings concealed under. The Earth Bear laughed heartily. Do you think a swarm tactic can work against me? At least your current forces are insufficient. The Dragon Blood leader replied coldly, I don't believe your skills have no cooldown. The Earth Bear sneered dismissively, then let me show you my other skills. The Earth Bear suddenly crouched down, its massive paws slamming onto the ground, causing a tremor that shook the earthquake technique. The ground violently shook, cracks began to form, and nearby barbarians were actually lifted into the air by the quake, soaring over 2 meters high before falling into the ground's fissures. The Earth Bear continued to pound the ground, causing a persistent earthquake within a mile radius. With 4 consecutive earthquakes, all the barbarians, archers, and mages were violently shaken to death, leaving only the resilient giants still alive. The Earth Bear laughed wildly. You dare to bring such low-level troops to confront me? You must not know the power of an adult Earth Bear. The Dragon Blood leader truly did not know creatures like the Earth Bear were exceedingly rare, and tribes aware of its skills were few and far between. Even if someone knew, they wouldn't share it for free. The immense casualties made the heart of the Dragon Blood leader bleed. No matter what kind of equipment dropped, it could not compensate for his losses. However, it was impossible for the Dragon Blood leader to give up, now having come this far. The Earth Bear's skill releases were not without cost. Its magical power was heavily drained, and it was already panting. A visibly earthy energy emerged from the ground, continually nourishing the Earth Bear, seemingly restoring its magic power. The Dragon Blood leader's expression changed. He immediately ordered 4 barbarian kings to push the 2 buildings covered by grass forward. The giants were slow by nature, and being injured, they could not be relied upon. Soon the 4 barbarian kings had pushed the 2 defensive buildings over. The Earth Bear did not stop them. As long as its magic power was restored, it feared nothing. Su Hen was somewhat puzzled at this point. Did the Dragon Blood leader still not give up? Outside the tribe, defensive buildings could only exert one-third of their power. The Dragon Blood leader personally unveiled the grass, revealing two buildings that were pitch black, with only a hint of red on top. They were the Hell Towers. The ultimate killer for high-health creatures, a low-grade Hell Tower could inflict 2,000 points of damage per second, and two of them would amount to 4,000 points per second. But outside the tribe, they would likely only deal 1,200. The Earth Bear's expression finally changed. I didn't expect a newly promoted 10th level tribe to have two Hell Towers. The Dragon Blood leader replied coldly, now you know fear. It's too late. As he spoke, he pulled out a scroll and aimed it at the two Hell Towers. A burst of purple light enveloped the two Hell Towers. The Earth Bear exclaimed, it's a scroll that removes the restrictions on defensive buildings. The Hell Towers began to attack the Earth Bear, firing lasers that quickly thickened. The Titan King stood in front of the Hell Towers to prevent the Earth Bear from destroying them. The Earth Bear's face revealed an extremely twisted expression. Do you think this will kill me? You force my hand. Saying this, the Earth Bear opened its massive mouth, yet its body remained still as a large amount of earthy yellow energy gathered in its maw. The Dragon Blood leader's expression changed. Although he did not know what this skill was, he could not allow the Earth Bear to unleash it. The Elemental Queen was the first to use a freezing skill, but she was instantly shaken off by the Earth Bear. At the critical moment, the Dragon Blood leader finally began to cast spells. The freezing spell. This time the freezing duration was longer than that of the Elemental Queen. The Earth Bear was frozen for 1 second, and the power it was gathering halted. At that moment, the Hell Towers had reached their maximum power, with laser beams as thick as bowls penetrating the Earth Bear's shield and striking directly at its body. The two Hell Towers unleashed a relentless 4,000 points of damage per second onto the Earth Bear. However, the Earth Bear was frozen and unable to retaliate. The Dragon Blood leader cast 10 consecutive freezing spells, which only managed to freeze the Earth Bear for 8 seconds. During that time, the Earth Bear's chest had been brutally pierced by the Hell Towers, revealing two blood holes over 30 centimeters wide. The Dragon Blood leader had run out of freezing spells, but the Earth Bear was still alive. After another 2 seconds, the Earth Bear's ultimate skill had finally finished gathering. Destruction Death Ray. A beam of yellow energy far thicker than the Hell Tower's lasers erupted from the Earth Bear's mouth. The Titan King was instantly knocked to the ground, and as it tried to rise, the Hell Towers behind it were obliterated in the wake of the Destruction Death Ray. With the Hell Towers destroyed, the Earth Bear was not satisfied. It swept its attack across the Archer Queen, Elemental Queen, and Barbarian King. Under the terrifying Destruction Death Ray, the fragile bodies of the Archer Queen and Elemental Queen turned to ashes, leaving only the fate of the Barbarian King uncertain. The terrifying Destruction Death Light directly annihilated all heroes except for the Titan King. The angels behind the Titan King could not escape either. Upon contact with the Destruction Death Light, they all emitted a terrified gasp and turned to ash. Any target touched by the Destruction Death Light turns to ash or dies upon contact. The most horrifying aspect was that the Earth Bear could control the attack direction of the Destruction Death Light, rotating it a full 180 degrees, causing even the dragon balloons that had not entered the battlefield at first to meet their demise. This Destruction Death Light seemed to last for 10 seconds, during which the Earth Bear used its final strength to kill the Titan King. Su Hen, watching from the sidelines, was drenched in cold sweat. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that a single bear could nearly annihilate a level 10 tribe. But the reality was before him. The wild monsters he had encountered before were like ants compared to the Earth Bear. If this bear were to descend the mountain and enter the novice tribe's territory, all tribes would surely be exterminated with no hope of survival. He wondered what level of wild monster the Earth Bear was. Was it the highest level legendary type? Su Hen was terrified, while the Dragon Blood leader was nearly driven mad. All heroes had perished, and their forces were almost completely wiped out, leaving only a pitiful few hundred troops. After this battle, the Dragon Blood tribe could be said to have lost all its power. If any other tribes of similar level attacked at this moment, the Dragon Blood tribe would likely meet its doom. The Dragon Blood leader had gone mad, disregarding everything, ordering the last 500 or 600 barbarians to push all defensive structures to attack the Earth Bear, vowing not to give up. Heaven have mercy, a level 10 tribe only had 200 to 300 barbarians and a few dozen giants left. All the other higher level troops had perished. After unleashing the Destruction Death Light, the Earth Bear sat down heavily, panting violently, large beads of sweat continuously dripping from its body. With 2 gaping wounds on its chest, nearly a meter wide, blood flowed out in large quantities, and Su Hen could even see the Earth Bear's internal organs. The Earth Bear's eyes were dim, its once shiny fur now resembled wilted leaves, all wrinkled. It seemed that after unleashing such might, the Earth Bear was now near exhaustion. At this moment, the Dragon Blood leader could only pin his tribe's hope for survival on the items that the Earth Bear might drop. If it could drop something extraordinary, the tribe might still survive. Su Hen watched secretly. Could it be that the Earth Bear could not escape the fate of death? Even if he wanted to save it, it would be impossible. He was merely spectating through the system, and Suda and the others were still 10 miles away, unable to arrive in time. Facing the advancing defensive structures, the Earth Bear revealed a look of disdain, grinning and saying, "Bringing a bunch of heroes under level 30 to trouble me, you truly have never faced death." This time it was the Dragon Blood leader who roared, "I don't believe you still have the strength to fight. I will skin you alive." The Earth Bear scoffed, "You probably don't know why I'm called the Earth Bear. Several level 12 tribes couldn't do anything to me, so what makes you think you can?" As it spoke, the Earth Bear's body magically began to shrink until it transformed into a bear about 2 meters. After shrinking, the Earth Bear coldly stated, "You are quite impressive, having 2 hell towers, and even a scroll that lifts the restrictions on defensive structures. Otherwise you wouldn't have been able to injure me so badly. But you shouldn't have provoked me. Once I recover my strength, it will be the time of your Dragon Blood tribe's demise. A newly promoted level 10 tribe dares to provoke me? How laughable." With that, the Earth Bear's body slowly merged into the earth, disappearing as if it were a part of the ground. Not only was the Dragon Blood leader stunned, but Su Hen was also taken aback. Earth escape. Su Hen had only seen earth escape used by mining workers who would leave a noticeable disturbance on the surface, but the Earth Bear had left no trace at all. He had no idea where it had escaped to. The fact that the Earth Bear could use earth escape meant that even if it encountered an unbeatable opponent, it could escape using this ability. No wonder it said several level 12 tribes could do nothing to it. The Earth Bear disappeared, leaving only the impotently furious Dragon Blood leader roaring in place. The battle thus came to an end. Su Hen's consciousness returned to his body. Su Hen let out a long breath, acknowledging that it had been an exciting battle. Although the Earth Bear could not fly, attempting to kill it with flying creatures was also extremely difficult. Several large-scale attacks and swarm tactics proved ineffective. The most crucial point was that if someone could overpower it, they would attack. If not, they would escape, leaving no way for others to counter it. With the Dragon Blood tribe's forces nearly annihilated and the Earth Bear having escaped, they gained nothing. If luck was on their side, it would at least be a decline, but if not, they might be discovered and exterminated by other tribes that very day. It seemed that attacking wild monsters actively would not yield shield rewards. Su Hen's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. All of the Dragon Blood leader's heroes had died. Could he take advantage of this situation? Could he use Crown to collect their souls? If he could only collect one, it would definitely be the Titan King. However, it seemed that the soul harvesting effect attached to Crown required killing them, not just collecting from those he hadn't killed. Su Hen attempted to inquire with the game sprite. The game sprite replied, "You must personally kill the heroes to collect their souls. To prevent impacting balance, death energy cannot be obtained from tribes of equal or lower levels." Su Hen pouted. The Earth Bear had vanished and death energy could not be collected. It seemed that both sides had suffered, yet he had gained nothing. Suddenly a wild thought appeared in Su Hen's mind. The Dragon Blood tribe had left behind many defensive structures, and with their forces nearly wiped out, could he take this opportunity to annihilate the Dragon Blood tribe? Su Hen was startled by his own thought. A level 2 tribe attempting to attack a level 10 tribe. That was undoubtedly too crazy. Yet at this moment the Dragon Blood tribe was in a state of extreme weakness, giving Su Hen a glimmer of possible hope. By surpassing 3 to 4 levels, he could obtain epic and legendary level rewards. Su Hen truly could not imagine what kind of rewards he would receive if he really exterminated this Dragon Blood tribe. His eyes displayed intense struggle, but soon Su Hen made his decision. He would go for it. Life is fleeting, if not now then never. He was all in. But before that, he needed to scout the strength of the Dragon Blood tribe. How would he scout? Of course, he would relocate his village next to the Dragon Blood tribe, and then use the auxiliary system to scout how many defensive structures and troops the Dragon Blood tribe had left. At that moment, a hole opened up in the ground just a few meters away from Su Hen, and a fuzzy head emerged with a tuft of purple fur on its forehead. It was the Earth Bear. Su Hen couldn't help but look over. The Earth Bear crawled out of the hole, and seeing Su Hen staring at it, said disdainfully, "What are you looking at?" The disdain and contempt in the eyes of the Earth Bear were unmistakable. It looked down upon even a level 10 tribe, so how could it regard the level 2 tribe led by Su Hen? In its prime, the Earth Bear could easily unleash a couple of skills to annihilate Su Hen's entire army. Su Hen was momentarily dazed by the sudden appearance of the Earth Bear, never expecting it to materialize before him after using Earth Escape. Seeing that Su Hen was still staring at him, the Earth Bear roared furiously, "You little bug, why are you still looking at me?" As a leader of a level 2 tribe, daring to gaze at it so brazenly was a serious affront to the Earth Bear. The Earth Bear opened its mouth wide, seemingly preparing to condense a destructive death ray. Upon witnessing this, Su Hen felt his soul leave his body in terror. Su Hen had seen the destructive power of the destructive death ray clearly. If it really came to that, the losses would be unimaginable. However, the Earth Bear did not condense the destructive death ray. Instead, it coughed up a considerable amount of blood foam. Cursing, the Earth Bear was about to use Earth Escape to flee. Su Hen's eyes were locked onto the Earth Bear, whose strength had diminished to its lowest point. It had lost its magical power, and was severely injured with blood continuously dripping from the wound on its chest. The Dragon Blood tribe could temporarily refrain from attacking as a highly likely legendary wild monster stood before him. Most importantly, it was injured. How could such a rare opportunity be missed? As for subduing it, that was out of the question. Given its proud demeanor, how could it possibly submit to a mere level 2 tribe? Kill it. Take it down, loot the equipment. Bug, what are you going to do about it? A level 10 Dragon Blood leader couldn't keep it, and with its Earth Escape skill, could Su Hen really capture it? Of course I can. The skill of the Crown of You can immobilize a target, rendering it unable to move or attack for at least 5 seconds. Su Hen was unsure how long the Crown of You could restrain the Earth Bear in its prime, but now that the Earth Bear was heavily injured, it should be able to hold it for a considerable time. Without delay, Su Hen immediately activated the skill of the Crown of You. A beam of black light shot forth from the crown, accurately striking the Earth Bear. The Earth Bear's body stiffened, and its impending escape was halted, revealing an expression of disbelief. Game Spirit, the Earth Bear has been immobilized by your Crown of You, unable to move or attack for 1 minute. Even a level 10 Dragon Blood leader's 10 freezing spells could only freeze the Earth Bear for 8 seconds, but Su Hen's Crown of You directly sealed it for a full minute. Naturally, this was greatly related to the Earth Bear's current state. With eyes full of disbelief, the Earth Bear exclaimed, "I am sealed. Is it a divine artifact?" The Crown of You was labeled as having no rank, yet it was no less formidable than any divine artifact. Su Hen had no time for idle talk with the Earth Bear. He needed to finish it off within a minute. Otherwise, once it recovered and escaped, Su Hen would live in endless fear. All defensive structures activated. This was not the time to be sentimental. He had to go all out. Game Spirit, your tribe has not been rebuilt. Using defensive structures will cost gold to reconstruct. Are you sure? Su Hen's face was filled with impatience. This Game Spirit was being annoyingly tedious. How could he possibly be unsure? Su Hen waved at the barbarians, and Suda behind him, saying, "All of you attack." The Earth Bear was currently only 2 meters long. Due to its positioning, only a dozen or so barbarians could reach it. Su Hen cursed inwardly, unable to ignore unit sizes like in a game. It was really frustrating. Defensive structures, however, had no such limitations. Even if blocked by barbarians, they could still attack the Earth Bear. But Su Hen was dumbfounded. No matter if it was the cannon arrow tower, or even the barbarians' attacks landing on the Earth Bear, they felt like they were striking cotton, and the Earth Bear showed no reaction. The barbarian strikes on the Earth Bear's wounds had almost no effect. Its fur was likely akin to the Grand Shield, possessing damage reduction effects. Such low damage was useless against it. The Earth Bear laughed maniacally, saying, "Even if you seal me with a divine artifact, you think a bunch of low-level barbarians and defensive structures can harm me? It's truly laughable." In Su Hen's eyes, Su Da, who was being slow, finally arrived. Su Hen directly ordered Su Da to attack the Earth Bear's wounds, fearing the not so bright Su Da might strike elsewhere. Su Da's attack power, having been enhanced through a series of upgrades, was now 157.50, far surpassing that of ordinary barbarians and weakened defensive structures. Finally, the Earth Bear was damaged. The wound on its chest was continuously expanding under Su Da's attacks. The Earth Bear changed color, saying, "Why is the damage from you, a mere barbarian, so different?" Under the disguise of the auxiliary system, Su Da appeared no different from any ordinary barbarian. Su Da's attacks caused the Earth Bear's chest fur to be stained red by the blood splattered from its wound. If not for the fact that he couldn't attack, Su Hen would have snatched the swords from the other barbarians and joined the assault. Ordinary barbarians, regardless of whether they were effective or not, did not remain idle and attacked together. Soon Su Da merged the 2 blood holes created by the Hell Tower into one on the Earth Bear's chest. Half of the Earth Bear's chest was now riddled with blood holes. One must admit the Earth Bear's vitality was exceedingly resilient. It still had not succumbed. The Earth Bear was unable to counterattack, merely watching helplessly as Su Da deepened its suffering. After fighting the Dragon Blood tribe, the Earth Bear was already drained and heavily injured. Now being continuously beaten by Su Da, it was on the brink of collapse. Su Hen watched this unfold with delight in his heart, believing he could truly defeat the Earth Bear. The Earth Bear could only let out powerless roars and wails. The Earth Bear had left Su Hen with an incredibly deep impression. If he could tame it, wouldn't that make him invincible? Regardless of how many tribes there were, as long as they were not above level 10, he would have nothing to fear. "I will proceed as the crab does." Su Hen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he tentatively said, "As long as you are willing to submit to me, I won't kill you. What do you think?" Su Hen initially thought the Earth Bear would proudly respond, "Dream on. You think a level 2 tribe can make the Earth Bear submit to you?" To his surprise, the Earth Bear continuously nodded, Okay. I am willing to sincerely serve you as the guardian beast of your tribe." Su Hen was dumbfounded. It was that easy. Why did it have no backbone? The Earth Bear's straightforward agreement made Su Hen feel very uneasy. Such a powerful creature would easily submit. It was impossible. Even if it submitted once its injuries healed, what could he do to control it? Becoming his guardian beast, did that mean it could not betray him? Su Hen inquired of the game spirit. The game spirit replied, this question is beyond my obligation to answer. Please explore it yourself, leader. Should I accept or decline? If the destructive death ray becomes my pet little spirit, this was my favorite animated series as a child, perhaps I could consider adding some spirits to the game. Don't hate the comments section can't hold this many words. The crown of you was initially intended to be more impressive, but after some thought I decided that rather than being flashy, simplicity is more profound. You is not Chi-Yu or anything else. Su Hen was contemplating whether to accept the surrender of the Earth Bear, yet did not allow Su to cease his assault. Without any guarantees like a contract, Su Hen could not feel at ease simply accepting the Earth Bear's surrender. Hiring construction workers involves contracts, while taming wild beasts requires similar beast taming circles. Su Hen recalled the few bronze-level beast taming circles he had drawn previously, which had a small chance of being able to tame bronze-level wild beasts, but were ineffective against higher-level wild beasts. Su Hen would never believe that the Earth Bear was a bronze-level wild beast. A bronze-level beast taming circle could not possibly be effective against the Earth Bear. What use were these items if it was merely a verbal promise? Accepting the Earth Bear's surrender now would mean that if the Earth Bear regained its strength and turned against him, it could very well lead to Su Hen's demise. If the Earth Bear had initially sworn to fight to the death and then relented, Su Hen might have had some chance to gamble, but the Earth Bear's agreement was so straightforward that it left Su Hen incredulous. Su Hen decided that he could not take that risk. The danger was simply too great. Su Hen stared unblinkingly at the Earth Bear, which was gasping for breath and on the brink of death. Killing it would undoubtedly yield significant benefits, making it unnecessary to take such a risk. Even the level 10 Dragon Blood tribe had risked their lives trying to defeat the Earth Bear, which shows the benefits of killing it, even though the Dragon Blood tribe ultimately failed and suffered a devastating loss. Moreover, the Dragon Blood leader never explicitly stated that the Earth Bear should submit. In the end, he never mentioned anything of the sort, indicating that he had no such intention at all. Did the Dragon Blood leader not desire it? That was impossible. Taming the Earth Bear could quickly replenish the lost battle power, yet the Dragon Blood leader did not do so, indicating that he had no means to subdue it and held no delusions about taming the Earth Bear. With this thought, Su Hen was certain that the Earth Bear was feigning surrender. He began commanding Su to increase the intensity of the attack and make sure to kill the Earth Bear. The Earth Bear, now panicking weakly, said, I have already surrendered. Why are you still attacking me? If you keep this up, I will die. With me, you can annihilate tribes below level 10 at will. Yet Su Hen remained unmoved, his expression stoic. As death approached, the Earth Bear continually pleaded, but until its life neared its end, Su Hen did not change his mind. In the end, the Earth Bear fell into despair, coughing blood, as it said intermittently, I never expected that I Gates would die at the hands of a second-level tribe. Su delivered the final blow to the Earth Bear, which closed its eyes for good, its head drooping weakly. The game sprite announced, congratulations, you have killed the epic creature, the Earth Bear. Trophy 300. You are the first player to kill an epic creature, rewarded with an epic draw. Your trophy has reached 691, exceeding 600. Your power has surpassed the scope of a second-level player, and level 4 tribes now have the right to attack you. Su Hen did not pay much attention to the game sprite's words, as he was already stunned by the array of items dropped by the Earth Bear. Gems were piled up in large quantities, scattered all over the ground. Su Hen picked them up one by one. The most eye-catching was a soil-colored round egg about half a meter long. What could this be? Could it be a pet egg? Did it drop from the Earth Bear? If it really was, he would hit the jackpot. Su Hen did not rush to investigate it, instead looking at the other items first. 2 hero certificates. Hero Certificate Queen of Archery can transform an archer into the hero template of the Queen of Archery. Hero Certificate Fallen Angel can transform an angel into the hero template of the Fallen Angel. Su Hen originally thought the hero template for angels would be a 4-winged angel like those in the Misty Rain City, but he never expected there to be such a thing as a fallen angel. What does a fallen angel look like? Su Hen was very curious. Could it be that the same race has different categories of heroes? Just like mages, where there are greater guardians, but the first one Su Hen encountered was the Elemental Queen. Currently, Su Hen knew of the 4-winged angel and the fallen angel. The 4-winged angel was just a name Su Hen came up with himself. He did not know its actual name. Perhaps as the 4-winged angel's power increased, it would grow more wings. Would there be other categories of heroes for barbarians and archers? Su Hen then picked up a blueprint. Blueprint for the throne of the Titan King. Su Hen was speechless. The hero certificate of the Titan King did not drop, but it first dropped his throne. This blueprint would surely not be used in the short term, as Su Hen did not have a Titan King. Su Hen picked up items one by one. Mortar Blueprint Premium. Premium Mortar Health 1000. Attack damage 100 damage per attack, attacking once every 5 seconds. Damage range 88. Dealing full damage to enemies in the central area, while enemies in the peripheral area receive at least 1/3 of the damage. Attack range 12240 meters. This was the first time Su Hen had seen a premium defensive building. Its attributes were indeed impressive with a range of up to 240 meters. If built, it would be the farthest attacking defensive building Su Hen possessed. Lava Cannon Superior. Superior Lava Cannon, Level 1, Health 1200. Attack targets both air and ground targets. Attack damage 20 damage per shell, averaging 70 damage per second, firing a shell every 14 seconds. After firing 15 shells, it will enter a cooldown period of 2 seconds. Attack range 55. Attack range 60 meters. So buildings from the Night World and Clash of Clans do exist. The lava cannon, like the Archer Tower, provides ground-to-air strikes, but its damage is on a completely different level. More importantly, the lava cannon deals area damage, while the Archer Tower's single-target attacks are simply incomparable. Time Clock Tower Blueprint Premium. Upon seeing this blueprint, Su Hen's breath quickened. This Time Clock Tower is a valuable item. A single magical item can only accelerate a specific type of functional facility. However, the Time Clock Tower accelerates everything. For instance, worker potions can only speed up the building speed of construction workers, while resource potions can only speed up the production speed of resource facilities, but the Time Clock Tower accelerates everything. Time Clock Tower Premium, Level 1, Health 1500. Function increases the training speed, recovery speed, spell configuration speed, siege machinery, factory resource facility production speed, construction worker building speed, and laboratory research speed by 20 times. Level 1 Time Clock Tower duration 10 minutes. 20 times. Su Hen could feel his heart racing rapidly 20 times. Su Hen struggled to tear his gaze away from the blueprint of the Time Clock Tower. He needed to quickly relocate the tribe and construct the Time Clock Tower. In Su Hen's view, the value of the Time Clock Tower far surpassed that of the hero's certificate. The Earth Bear was indeed a major loot, and there were several other items as well. An ordinary broken sword. Inscribed upon it was the Shattered Demon Sword of the Pikachu Tyrant. Attributes: attack power 2000. Exclusive to the Pikachu Tyrant, other heroes cannot use it. Su Hen stared dumbfounded. An increase of 2000 in attack. What the hell? Even if the Pikachu Tyrant itself has no damage, wielding this Shattered Demon Sword means one strike delivers 2000 damage, which is more than most buildings have in health. Could the Pikachu Tyrant be the hero name of Pikachu Superman? No need to think. If the Pikachu Tyrant really appears, a single strike could easily take down the current Suda. Just from the weapon alone, the Pikachu Tyrant is ridiculously powerful. Su Hen fantasized, wondering if he could have a Pikachu Tyrant. That would be truly formidable. He didn't know which tribe had this hero, but if it truly existed, there would be no hesitation in going after it. With the Crown of You, he could turn others' heroes into his own. The two attached skills of the Crown of You are indeed too strong. Leaving aside the Soul Devour skill for now, being able to defeat the Earth Bear this time was entirely thanks to the second skill, Divine Might. Otherwise, he would have no chance against the Earth Bear. If the Dragon Blood Chief had the Crown of You, the Earth Bear wouldn't even have a chance to escape. At this moment, Su Hen deeply realized the bizarre nature of the Crown of You. Su Hen's eyes sparkled. If he had a Hell Tower paired with the Crown of You, no matter what level of wild monsters, they would all obediently meet their demise. One Hell Tower isn't enough. He would need several Hell Towers. What a divine combination. In the future, when encountering wild monsters, he wouldn't fear them escaping. He could directly immobilize them. Unfortunately, the cooldown time for the attached Divine Might skill is too long, requiring an hour, and only able to immobilize one target. Imagining the scene of him slaughtering wild monsters surrounded by a plethora of equipment, Su Hen nearly drooled. To defeat high-level wild monsters, he would need to pair it with a Hell Tower. Did Su Hen have one? No. If he had to choose between the Eagle Fire Cannon and the Hell Tower right now, Su Hen would most likely choose the Hell Tower. Pulling his mind back from his fantasies, he continued to check the next item. Golden Level Beast Taming Ring. A small chance to tame a golden level creature, a 50% chance to tame a silver level creature, and a 100% chance to tame creatures below silver level. Su Hen curled his lip. Given the attributes of the Earth Bear, the level of the Beast Taming Ring dropped too low, right? Giant Ring Level 6 increases all attributes of giants by 60% and can be carried back to reality. This is also quite good. If sold to a merchant, it would yield quite a few gems. Su Hen happily put on the hero's crown. After wearing it, you can freely control the hero. Universal for all heroes. Previously, during the Strongest Player event, Su Hen had already learned about this item's attributes from Ye Tianlu. While others might covet it, this item was of no use to Su Hen. If a merchant wanted to buy it, he would sell it directly. As Su Hen gathered gems from the ground, he checked to see if there were any other glowing items. Aside from gems, there were no other items. Su Hen reluctantly stopped searching. The Earth Bear had indeed dropped a significant amount of loot, yielding over 1,300 gems alone, bringing Su Hen's gem count to 1902. By the way, how much death energy is there? 50320, meaning the Earth Bear provided 50,000 points of death energy. 10,000 points of death energy can upgrade the Barbarian Ring by 1 level, Converted to gems, that's 240 gems, so 50,000 points equal 1,200 gems. The previous 1,000 death energy upgrade was a mistake. It has been corrected. Otherwise, the protagonist would gain thousands of gems in a day, which would be too overpowered. 50,000 points are far from enough to upgrade the level 5 barbarian ring and giant ring. Su Hen let out a long sigh of relief, his face beaming. Thankfully, he chose to kill the earth bear, otherwise where would he find such loot? By the way, what did the game sprite just say? Su Hen didn't catch it clearly. The game sprite repeated if the number of trophies exceeds a certain amount, it can trigger a rule change. This was well within Su Hen's expectations, so he wasn't surprised. If he could fight, let him fight. Su Hen's current strength was not afraid of a level 4 tribe. To him it was no big deal. The game sprite said you are the first player to kill an epic level creature, and as a special reward you receive an epic... What? Epic level creature. Su Hen had always thought the earth bear was a legendary level creature. If epic level creatures are this terrifying, then what level of strength do legendary creatures possess? Could it possibly annihilate 13 books in one go? The gray wolf Su Hen killed before likely didn't even qualify for a rank. Although the silver wolf king had snow white fur, that didn't mean its strength was silver level. The strength of the silver wolf king was likely only bronze level. Killing the gray wolf was insufficient to warrant a special prompt from the game sprite. At that time, the silver wolf king was slain by another beast, not by Su Hen, so the game sprite didn't send a prompt. Su Hen truly wanted to witness what a legendary level creature was like. The game sprite asked, would you like to start the epic level draw? The game sprite announced, congratulations, you have drawn the throne of the Bow Queen. The throne of the Bow Queen. After the Bow Queen dies, spend 10 times her level in gems with a minimum of 100 gems to resurrect her. Having just dropped the hero's certificate for the Bow Queen, now getting the throne of the Bow Queen is quite nice. This way he wouldn't need to worry about her death, though the cost of resurrection is a bit steep. With 2 hero's certificates, only the Bow Queens can be used. Why wait to save it? Su Hen immediately chose a seemingly favorable archer to use the hero's certificate. As the hero's certificate shattered, a brilliant white light radiated from it, enveloping the archer. Under the envious gazes of other archers, this archer underwent a mysterious transformation. As the white light slowly faded, it revealed a figure of stunning grace. The originally red hair turned purple, her features became strikingly beautiful and resolute, and a hint of majesty appeared between her brows. Her figure also underwent significant change, but it was unspeakable. Among the 3 heroes in Clash of Clans, Su Hen's favorite is the Bow Queen, not only because she is the only female, but also because her formidable attributes can complement various strategies. The Bow and Arrow Empress solemnly pledged her loyalty, stirring a sense of fervor within Su Hen. Ordinary troops fell one after another, their numbers vast. Su Hen found it impossible to name them all, and even if he tried, he wouldn't remember their names. However, since she was a hero, it was certainly necessary to give her a name. What would be a good name? A phrase echoed in Su Hen's mind. A shooting arrow, 1,000 cries to meet cries of joy. I'm really happy with this joke. No wrong set, wrong script. A cloud-piercing arrow, 1,000 troops come to meet. Since the Bow and Arrow Empress wields arrows, let's call her Su Chuanyun. Yes, Su Chuanyun is a splendid name. Su Hen said to the Bow and Arrow Empress, from now on you shall be called Su Chuanyun. Su Hen's bestowed name once again left Su Chuanyun filled with excitement and gratitude. Su Hen checked Su Chuanyun's attributes. Bow and Arrow Empress, Su Chuanyun, level 1. 6, health 300, 375, attack damage 100, 150 per hit. Attacks once every 0.75 seconds. Range 30, 35 meters. Accuracy, the Bow and Arrow Empress has perfect accuracy. Oh, every arrow she shoots hits its mark. The King of Barbarians is a tank-type hero with initial health and health growth far exceeding that of the Bow and Arrow Empress, while the opposite is true for her. Su's attack increases by 5 points per level, while Su Chuanyun's increases by 10 points. It seemed that Su and Su Chuanyun had similar attack values, but Su was enhanced by the Barbarian's ring. Su Chuanyun increases her range by 1 meter for each level, seemingly comparable to an ordinary archer, but their upper limits are different. An archer can only reach level 10, while the Bow and Arrow Empress could reach at least level 70. After studying Su Chuanyun's attributes, Su Hen took out the first item from the Great Earth Bear's explosion, which was that object resembling a pet egg. The information read, pet egg awaiting hatching. Indeed, it was a pet egg. The Great Earth Bear's pet egg was. Su Hen asked the game sprite how to hatch it. The game sprite replied, hatching this pet egg requires 2,000 gems. Su Hen's face twitched. This was too expensive. He didn't have enough gems, yet lacking 100. However, once Su Hen recovered, he was overjoyed. The greater the cost of hatching, the higher the value of this. Not enough gems. Then summon a merchant to sell him some equipment. Using use privilege, he summoned a merchant. Just after summoning, a merchant suddenly appeared before Su Hen. From his appearance, this merchant was different from the one Su Hen had met last time. They were not the same person. As soon as this merchant saw Su Hen, he bowed deeply and said respectfully, "Noble leader, how may I assist you?" The previous merchant had been warm, but it seemed more habitual than sincere. Clearly this was likely due to use. Su Hen smiled and said, "I have some items to sell to you." Saying this, he handed the level 1 barbarian's ring to the merchant. Su Hen did not plan to upgrade the level 1 barbarian's ring. He intended to save for a level 5 barbarian's ring with death energy unless he was in dire need of gems. If it could reach level 10, both the barbarian and Su's attributes would double, though this was a rather challenging endeavor. The merchant took the barbarian's ring with both hands, examined it, and respectfully said, "I can recycle this equipment for 240 gems." This was the same quote as the previous merchant. However, seeing the merchant's respectful demeanor, perhaps he could negotiate. The merchant shook his head. "Sorry, this is the rule. It cannot be broken, not by anyone." Su Hen felt a bit disappointed. "Well, then I will sell it to you." The game sprite announced, "The merchant has paid you 240. Su Hen checked, and indeed it had turned into 2,141 gems, enough to hatch the pet egg. He then took out the hero's crown, uncertain how much it could sell for. The merchant said 800 gems. Thus the hero's crown was valued at 1,000 gems, allowing the merchant to make a profit of 200. But there was no other way. If he didn't sell it to the merchant, Su Hen wouldn't know to whom else to sell it. He didn't need this item at all. The gem count became 2,941. Thinking for a moment, Su Hen took out the level 6 giant's ring. He planned to focus on the barbarians and not train many giants. In Clash of Clans, nearly everyone raised their giants to max level, yet barbarians were often only leveled a few times before stopping. Why? Because giants prioritize attacking defensive buildings. They remain useful even in the later stages. However, if Su Hen could freely control the troops, he wouldn't need them. A single giant's health exceeds that of 5 barbarians, yet a giant's attack power is roughly equal to that of a barbarian. 5 barbarians would surely win against 1 giant. The combat power of 5 barbarians exceeds that of 1 giant, and selling this ring could allow Su Hen to quickly amass a large number of gems for rapid development. To Su Hen's surprise, the merchant refused to buy it. "Sorry, noble leader, this item's value is too high, but we do not accept it. For troop rings, we only recycle level 1 items, not higher level ones." Su Hen was dumbfounded. He couldn't sell it at all. Resigned, he asked, "What do you have that I can buy?" The merchant smiled and provided a list. Training potion priced at 25 gems. Resource potion priced at 120 gems. Time clock tower potion maintains the acceleration of the time clock tower for 1 hour, priced at 100 gems. Hero's book small upgrades a hero below level 10 by 1 level, priced at 200 gems. Battle book small immediately completes an upgrading project in the laboratory. Maximum level 3 U troops or spells above level 3 cannot use it, priced at 500 gems. Su Hen quickly purchased the training potion, time clock tower potion, and hero's book. These 3 items were exactly what Su Hen needed, and their prices were within his budget. The other 2 could be ignored. Su Hen asked, "Are there any other items? Or can I buy multiple?" The merchant shook his head. "Each person has only 5 items displayed each day, and you can only buy 1 of each item." The merchant left, and Su Hen lost 2 unnecessary pieces of equipment while gaining 3 magical items. Su Hen now has 2,615 gems, enough to hatch a pet egg. Game sprite: "Do you want to spend 2,000 gems to hatch?" Su Hen immediately confirmed. Game sprite: "The pet egg is now in the hatching state and will take half an hour." Su Hen was speechless, but he could only wait. The Earth Bear still had one last item left, which was its physical body. Every wild monster could turn into jerky, becoming a reserve food source. Game sprite: "You have obtained 200 pieces of Earth Bear meat epic with a shelf life of 10 days. The meat actually has levels. This indirectly proved that the gray wolf Su Hen had killed earlier was a non-leveled wild monster. What effects could such meat have? Su Hen immediately wanted to experiment, but it was too wasteful to give it to ordinary troops. Su Da and Su Chuanyun each received 1 piece. After eating, Su Da's health increased by 10 and attack power by 0.5, while Su Chuanyun's attack power increased by 1. If all were fed to the Bao Queen, wouldn't it increase her attack power by 200 points? But would it allow them to level up? Su Hen lacked meat shields. Ordinary barbarians could fill that role, but he needed high-attack subordinates. For instance, if Su Da's attack power wasn't enough, he couldn't kill the Earth Bear within the ceiling time, which could lead to disastrous consequences. Having finished a piece of Earth Bear meat, Su Da looked at Su Hen, eagerly hoping to get another piece. Su Hen ignored him. Such a precious item was better saved for Su Chuanyun. Allowing her attack power to skyrocket was the way to go. Indeed, I am so biased. Looks determine everything. Except at Su Da, this is a world that values appearances. After eating 2 pieces, Su Chuanyun expressed that she could no longer eat. Su Hen was speechless. At this rate, Su Chuanyun could only eat 10 pieces a day, at most 100 pieces in 10 days. If he didn't let Su Da eat, the remaining pieces would expire. Su Da joyfully ate 5 pieces before saying he couldn't eat anymore, completely unaware that it was because Su Chuanyun couldn't eat them. Next, it was time to assess the strength of the level 10 Dragon Blood tribe. If they were very weak, it would be the perfect opportunity to take advantage and claim their lives. Su Hen directly established a tribe at the original location. The auxiliary system could detect tribes within a 20-mile radius, and this was sufficient. Game sprite. You have re-established the tribe. Unless in special circumstances or spending gems, you cannot relocate your tribe within a day. Su Hen paid no attention and directly used the auxiliary system to probe the Dragon Blood tribe. Target Dragon Blood tribe. Resources available 7. 57 million gold coins 6. 32 million holy water. Troop strength 232 barbarians, 45 giants, 8 dragons. Su Hen was puzzled. Didn't the Dragon Blood leader lose all the dragons? Could it be that some weren't taken out? Su Hen continued to observe the entire Dragon Blood tribe. The area of the Dragon Blood tribe amazed Su Hen. From a god's perspective, the length of the edges was endless. Half of it had walls while the other half did not. The wall-less area must have just been expanded and not yet built. The outskirts of the tribe were filled with rice paddies. Tens of thousands of plants were scarce, along with countless livestock that Su Hen couldn't even count, such as cows, horses, deer, and sheep, making Su Hen envious. These livestock and rice paddies occupied half of the Dragon Blood tribe's space. Additionally, there was a lot of empty land with nothing on it. Looking deeper, Su Hen almost jumped up. Various defensive buildings, including cannons, arrow towers, mortars, mage towers, bomb towers, X-crossbows, and anti-air rockets, probably number over 300. There were 3 X-crossbows and 23 mortars. Moreover, critical defensive buildings were protected by high. The Dragon Blood leader had only taken a small fraction out earlier. These defensive buildings were all of fairly high level. They could easily eliminate Su Hen's barbarians with a single attack. Even if the Dragon Blood tribe had no troops defending, relying solely on defensive buildings, it would absolutely not be something Su Hen could conquer. Su Hen had 28 defensive buildings, which was an impressive number among players as others couldn't compare. But compared to the Dragon Blood tribe, Su Hen was truly too weak. Su Hen cursed himself for thinking too naively. How could a level 10 tribe have so few defensive buildings? At this moment, over 20 construction workers were rapidly rebuilding defensive buildings. Given their speed, it couldn't be normal. They must have used worker potions. There were indeed many construction workers, but with so many workers it would cost at least over 5,000 gems a year. Where did the Dragon Blood tribe get so many gems? Su Hen suddenly thought of the empty land where obstacles could grow. Clearing obstacles could yield gems. The larger the empty land, the more obstacles would be generated, leading to more gems. No wonder the Dragon Blood tribe had cleared so much space. If Su Hen's current tribe had empty land to generate obstacles, he could earn a few gems a day. Given the size of the Dragon Blood tribe, the number of gems earned daily was unimaginable, at least over 100 gems. It was absolutely impossible to attack the Dragon Blood tribe with fewer than 1,000 troops. Su Hen's forces would last only a few seconds under hundreds of defensive buildings. Damn it, level 10 tribes are too ridiculous. Su Hen's hopes of scavenging were dashed. A withered camel is bigger than a horse. Su Hen looked again at the information of the Dragon Blood tribe. Resources available 7. 61 million gold coins 6. 35 million holy water. Troop strength 232 barbarians, 45 giants, 13 dragons. Su Hen remembered that the probe on the Dragon Blood tribe took less than 2 minutes, yet both gold and holy water increased by several tens of thousands. Recalling that the Dragon Blood tribe had over 20 gold mines and holy water collectors, they must have reached their level limits. Assuming each resource facility produces 20,000 per hour, the Dragon Blood tribe could earn 4 to 500,000 resources in an hour, totaling over 10 million in a day. Even with the auxiliary system, Su Hen still couldn't keep up with the development speed of the Dragon Blood tribe. In just over 2 minutes, 5 dragons had been added, which meant 100 troops, definitely using training potions. Even without using training potions, the Dragon Blood tribe's troop production speed exceeded Su Hen's, who was using training potions. His training camp had been upgraded to quite a high level. The development speed of the Dragon Blood tribe made Su Hen reflect deeply. Staying in a low-level tribe for so long was perhaps not the right decision. Although it was safe, the development speed was too slow. Even indigenous tribes with level 5 or 6 could develop at a speed comparable to his without an auxiliary system. While his speed was much faster than other players compared to these high-level tribes, he was nothing. The development speed of the Dragon Blood tribe in 1 hour equaled his entire day's progress with the system. Su Hen had already planned to upgrade his base quickly, however, in a few days the game would eliminate all level 2 tribes, so he needed to accelerate his development. As for the inability to receive rewards from destroying level 3 and 4 tribes after the upgrade, Su Hen did not care. What could he possibly get from these bronze and silver lotteries? Items like the hero's certificate were absolutely unattainable. It was not a matter of probability or luck, as there were no high-level items in these low-level lotteries. Su Hen had already lost interest in minor potions and low-level defensive buildings. It was better to upgrade to a higher level to gain opportunities for gold and epic rewards. If Su Hen were at level 5 or 6 now, he might have a chance to conquer the Dragon Blood tribe. But with his current low strength, even if opportunities presented themselves, he would be unable to seize them. Of course, during the upgrading process, he needed to control his speed to ensure his strength surpassed that of the higher-level tribes. After dealing with the Earth Bear, all defensive buildings had been utilized, and he would need to spend gold to rebuild. Su Hen decided to take out the blueprint for the Time Clock Tower and construct it first. The Time Clock Tower required 1 million gold and took 3 hours to build. So much gold. However, Su Hen didn't mind to aside from the resources obtained from the auxiliary system, even the strongest players rewarded him with 5 million gold. Su Hen didn't want to wait 3 hours and directly spent 18 gems to instantly complete the construction of the Time Clock Tower. Each gem saved 10 minutes of construction time. The Time Clock Tower was instantly completed. By the way, Su Hen suddenly remembered that the Time Clock Tower could be upgraded. Upgrading would extend its acceleration effect. Game Sprite. To upgrade the Time Clock Tower to level 2, you need to have a level 5 headquarters to unlock it. Su Hen was not surprised. He had anticipated this. Just like how the mortar was available at level 2, if you had the blueprint and gold you could build it, but to upgrade you had to meet the headquarters requirements. Su Hen thought for a moment. With so many buildings, the workers weren't enough. With 598 gems left, he decided to buy 2 more builders. No matter how many workers there were, they could all benefit from the acceleration of the Time Clock Tower, which was undoubtedly a good deal. Su Hen had no other use for the gems at the moment. However, Su Hen did not expect that one of the newly purchased builders was actually Barton, the one who had left earlier. Not only was Su Hen stunned, but Barton was also taken aback. How old are you? Why is it always you? Barton stared blankly, unable to suppress his existential crisis, filled with deep concern about the life he would face for the next year. The leader before him was a heartless tyrant, and during the previous 3 days he had not had a single minute of rest under his command. Realizing this, Su Hen couldn't help but smile, recalling how arrogant Barton had been before. Who would have thought he would be bought back? Su Hen walked up to Barton, a forced smile on his face, and said, "Long time no see, Barton. Who would have thought we'd meet again so soon? I am truly happy to see you." Su Hen clearly saw Barton's face twitch. "You're happy." "I am not happy at all. I'm quite sad." I can only guess that Barton was internally collapsing at this moment. Barton's face turned red and a struggling expression appeared in his eyes. Finally, he forced out an awkward smile. "I'm very happy to see you too." To avoid further torment, Barton had to say some insincere words. Su Hen teasingly replied, "That doesn't sound like something you would say." Barton was almost in tears, lamenting his misfortune. "I was immature before. I hope the great leader will take care of me in the future." Su Hen chuckled. It was far too amusing to hear Barton, who used to be so arrogant, say such things. He patted Barton's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I will take good care of you in the future." Regardless of Barton's expression, Su Hen pointed at the headquarters and said, "I have an important task for you now. Upgrade the headquarters to level 3. Barton's face twitched again. This task would be time-consuming and labor-intensive, and once accepted, he wouldn't have a moment to rest for a day. However, he didn't dare refuse, and could only take the blueprint that Su Hen gave him to upgrade. Su Hen had long had the blueprint for the level 3 headquarters. He also decided to name the other builders Su Shi. With the builders in place, the Time Clock Tower could be activated. The hands of the Time Clock Tower began to spin at an incredible speed. The construction speed of the builders surged by 20 times. A task that originally took 2 hours now only required 6 minutes. The training camp was also busy. Su Hen still had 503 training slots available. He pondered and simultaneously used the large training potion he had just purchased. The speed of troop production suddenly became 30 times faster. Originally, training a barbarian took 10 minutes, but with the enhancement of the Crown of Yu, it became 5 minutes. Increasing it by 30 times meant that it would take only 10 seconds to produce 1 troop. With the training slots provided by the training potion, Su Hen now had a total of 803. 403 barbarian troops and 400 archers were being trained. Soon the enemies Su Hen would face would mainly consist of level 4 and above. At level 4 they could train balloon troops, and barbarians could not damage air units, so even 10,000 barbarians would not harm a single balloon troop. Therefore, without the archer's ring, he had to train a significant number of archers. In 1 minute, Su Hen produced 6 more barbarians. After the cannons and archer towers were reconstructed, he sent 8 builders to repair the walls, while the remaining 2 would construct high-quality mortars and premium lava cannons. Once the lava cannon was built, he wouldn't have to worry about low-level balloon troops. However, what frustrated Su Hen was that the construction cost of the premium lava cannon was a staggering 6 million gold. Why are the buildings in the night world so expensive? Having just spent 1 million gold to build the Time Clock Tower, and nearly 200,000 on upgrading the headquarters and constructing defensive buildings, Su Hen now only had 5 million gold left, which was still far from enough. With no other choice, he had to send this builder to repair the walls. 10 minutes later, 60 barbarians had appeared, far exceeding the previous troop production speed. The acceleration time for the time clock tower was over. The next acceleration would occur in 12 hours, meaning it could be used twice a day. It was fine how Su Hen used the potion for the time clock tower, which allowed him to accelerate it by 1 hour. Originally, a builder would take half an hour to construct a section of the wall, but now they could build 20 sections in half an hour. A level 1 wall only costs 50 gold, and Su Hen could afford as many as he needed. Additionally, the pet egg was about to hatch.